Ningjiang City midnight. Cheng Xiaoyan stood before the guardrail of Punan Bridge, staring blankly at the pitch-black waters of the Pu River below. The surging river was like a giant beast with its maw agape, yearning to devour the young life standing upon the bridge. As Cheng Xiaoyan recalled everything that had happened recently, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. Just a few months ago, his father, the pillar of the family, had suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Only after rushing him to the hospital did the family learn the reason from the doctor. Esophageal cancer, terminal stage. The doctor said the chance of survival was extremely low and advised the family to prepare themselves. Doctors rarely speak in absolutes lest they bear the full weight of responsibility, yet with words spoken to such an extent it was essentially a death sentence. Even so, his mother took out all of their savings, insisting on the best equipment and the best doctors. Money flowed away like water, and the family's hard-earned savings of many years vanished in an instant. Yet his father continued to grow thinner by the day, showing no sign of improvement. His mother became obsessed, entrusting herself to the lies of a medicine peddler, and without telling the family, bought his so-called miracle cure. 1 bottle a day, 10,000 per bottle. His father took the medicine for 3 whole months. The money was all borrowed, with the only house in their hometown put up as collateral. Half a month ago, his father was still taken away by the illness. That became the final straw, crushing his mother's spirit. Dazed and broken, she walked along the road, and as if inevitably was struck by a car. His mother soon followed after his father. The once happy family of Cheng Xiaoyan shattered completely. What remained to him was not only the grief of losing his loved ones, but also a debt of 1 million looming over his head. Yet Cheng Xiaoyan was nothing more than an ordinary 4th-year university student. In these days, he had been mentally and physically exhausted, running himself ragged for the sake of his father's illness. In the end, he still had to arrange his father's funeral. A few days after his father passed, his mother also left, and he once again arranged a funeral, this time for her. He did not inherit 1 million in assets. Instead, he inherited 1 million in loans. He too collapsed inside, gazing at the river beneath the bridge. He climbed over the guardrail and jumped. A family should remain together in life or in death. A dull splash echoed into the night. Icy river water surged relentlessly into Cheng Xiaoyan's mouth and nose. He began to choke, his body instinctively struggling. Terror, helplessness, and darkness closed in from all sides. At that moment, a speck of light drifting with the current slipped into Cheng Xiaoyan's throat. Gradually, consciousness fled from him. Let it end. Let all of this be finished once and for all. Silence fell. Dawn. Along the Pu River stretched a jogging path that followed the water for several kilometers, offering a beautiful riverside view. Shin Weijun was out for his usual morning run by the river. He came very early when there were few people or cars, and the air was at its freshest. Sweat soaked through his sports shirt, outlining a well-trained physique. Shin Weijun used the sports towel hanging around his neck to wipe away the sweat, then stopped at the river's edge to rest for a moment. He tilted his head back to drink water, but out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a figure lying on the shallow bank by the river. Someone has drowned. Shin Weijun set down his water bottle and hurried toward the figure in a few quick strides. The figure's face was covered by long hair, and the soaked thin coat and long pants clung tightly to the body, tracing elegant curves. It was a woman who had fallen into the water. Shin Weijun touched the woman's neck. It was still warm. She was not yet cold. There was still a chance. He bent down and gently brushed the hair away from her face. The woman was young, a girl of about 20. Her skin was delicate and fair, her features refined and ethereal. The colorless lips made her resemble a shattered white plum blossom. Shin Weijun knew the situation was critical, yet even so the beauty before him momentarily stole his breath. It was only for an instant before he snapped back to reality. He first positioned the drowning victim's face upward, tilted her head, and lifted her chin to open the airway. He began emergency resuscitation, performing chest compressions. After more than 30 compressions, water kept spilling from the drowning girl's mouth, yet she still did not awaken. Seeing this, he had no choice but to attempt to rhythmically move air in and out of her lungs, sustaining breathing and relieving the lack of oxygen in her tissues. Shin Weijun placed one hand on the girl's forehead and used his thumb and index finger to pinch her nose, while his other hand supported her chin, tilting her head back as far as possible to keep the airway open. He bent down, preparing to continue the rescue, when his gaze suddenly met a pair of limpid, almond-shaped eyes. The girl's eyes were hazy, her long lashes fluttering twice in bewilderment. Shin Weijun froze. Cheng Xiaoyan had awakened only to find a man bending over, hovering right above her face. From the way he was positioned, what exactly was he trying to do? Get away. Cheng Xiaoyan pressed both hands against Shin Weijun's solid chest, trying to push him off. Push. Yet he would not budge. Why had her strength grown so weak? Wait, what was with that feminine voice? Was that truly the sound coming out of her mouth? Shin Weijun was jolted back to his senses by her sharp, girlish shout, and stood up to explain, "Don't misunderstand. You fell into the river. I'm trying to save you." Cheng Xiaoyan paid his words no heed. She sat up, lowered her head to glance at the prominent curves on her chest, then at the slender, pale hands before her mind turning into a complete muddle. Seeing the girl's strange behavior, Shin Weijun asked, "Are you all right? Do you need me to call emergency services?" The girl suddenly sprang to her feet, intending to run off into the distance. Shin Weijun reacted swiftly, grabbing her hand. Cheng Xiaoyan turned back and glared at him. Shin Weijun immediately let go. "It's already autumn. You're soaked through like this. If the wind hits you, you'll definitely fall ill." As he spoke, he took off the sports towel around his neck and continued, "It might smell a bit of sweat. If you don't mind, you can use it for now to dry off a little." Cheng Xiaoyan's heart was in complete turmoil. She took the towel from the young man's hand, almost absent-mindedly gave a quick nod, and ran. She fled like a panicked little doe, disappearing around a bend and out of Shin Weijun's sight. The Poo Riverbank served both as a scenic spot and as a place for citizens to exercise with ample public facilities. Cheng Xiaoyan soon found a public restroom and rushed straight to the mirror above the sinks. She looked into the mirror where a familiar, yet unfamiliar beauty stared back at her. Damp shoulder-length hair clung to her face and neck, and in those eyes shock and panic mingled. This beauty's features still bore a faint resemblance to her original appearance. She had always been born with a gentle, somewhat feminine face, soft yet handsome. But now her looks had undergone a complete transformation. Compared to before, they were 1,000 times more tender and feminine. It was as if some mysterious power had sculpted her anew, refining every detail to exquisite perfection. As she was now, her beauty was breathtaking. Every casual movement radiated a unique allure that one simply could not resist. What on earth had happened? Why had she become like this? Cheng Xiaoyan kept trying to recall the moments after she fell into the river the previous night. After straining for a while, she could only grasp a few fragmented images. Her head throbbed in agony, and she finally gave up. She sat blankly on the bench outside the public restroom. Autumn sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, scattering dapples of light across her body. Heh! After a while, she let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. This wretched heaven would not even allow her to die. If you refuse to let me die, then at least give me a reason to keep living. The girl lay down on her side, curling herself up on the bench. She just wanted to be still for a while. Suddenly, she jolted upright. How could she have forgotten something so important? Her mother had mortgaged their hometown house to the lending company. If no one repaid the money on time, the house would be taken away. Cheng Xiaoyan attended university in Ningjiang, and both parents had worked in Ningjiang as well. She lived in a student dormitory. Her parents had an apartment provided by their workplace. The house in their hometown, however, was where her grandmother lived alone. Her grandmother had already been devastated by the death of her parents. If the house were taken away as well, where would the old woman live? Wouldn't that be pushing her toward the grave? No, absolutely not. She could not die, not yet. She had to protect her grandmother's home. An autumn morning in the southern city carried a faint chill. Achoo! Cheng Xiaoyan sneezed. Since she had decided to live, well, her body was the very capital she depended on. I should call a cab first and go back to the dorm to change clothes, she thought. She took out her phone and found the screen completely black. She tried pressing it several times, but it still did not respond. It was probably water damaged and could no longer turn on. In these times, who still carried cash? Without a phone, every step became difficult. As Cheng Xiaoyan was fretting, her gaze fell on the sports towel laying to the side. That guy from before. Maybe he could help. Cheng Xiaoyan stood up and walked toward the riverside, hoping she could still find him. By the riverbank, she continued searching with cautious steps. Shin Weijun was sitting on a stone bench by the river. The drowning girl had left a deep impression on him. For some inexplicable reason, he felt compelled to linger there a while longer. Saving someone had been a strange, unforgettable experience. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he rose to leave. Please wait. It was her. Even though he had only ever heard her shout a single word, "Get lost," he immediately recognized her voice. Shin Weijun turned around. Panting lightly from her little run, Cheng Xiaoyan came to stand before him and looked up, saying, "I am so sorry, sir. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. You saved my life, yet I failed to thank you." Only then did she realize the man before her was a full head taller than she was, his height, close to 1.90 meters. "As long as you're fine," Shin Weijun said. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine now," Cheng Xiaoyan replied, then bent at the waist in a deep 90-degree bow to Shin Weijun. "Thank you so much for saving my life." Shin Weijun helped her up. "There's no need to be so polite. It was just a small effort." "Then, when you have time, let me treat you to a meal," Cheng Xiaoyan said. "It's all right, no need to go to such trouble," Shin Weijun said, even as he took out his phone. "But we can add each other on the group." Cheng Xiaoyan took out her own phone and pressed the power button a few times to no avail. She said helplessly, "I'm sorry, my phone went into the water. It seems to be broken." Shin Weijun calmly slipped his phone back into his pocket when he heard the girl opposite him ask cautiously, "By the way, could you perhaps lend me a bit of money for the ride? With my phone broken, I have no way to get back." She finished. Her eyes held 70% hope and 30% shyness, clear as a still pool of water with the white moon reflected among the reeds. "I don't have any cash either." At his words, her gaze instantly dimmed. Looking at the disappointment in her eyes, Shin Weijun changed tack. "But I can take you back." Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated. She really did not want to trouble a stranger so much. That's not necessary. He'll think of some other way, she said. I drive an electric car, it doesn't burn fuel, and will cost less than a cab. Besides, if you stay out in this wind any longer, you'll definitely catch a cold. Not giving her a chance to refuse, Shin Weijun started walking away, waving for her to follow. Come with me. With no better option, Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her head and followed. Before long, they arrived beside a Lotus Electra. Shin Weijun first opened the trunk and took out a large bath towel, handing it to her. I play basketball a lot, and I always take a shower afterward, so I keep a bath towel in the car. Put this over your shoulders, Shin Weijun said. Seeing her hesitate to take it, he added, Don't worry, it's clean. No sweat on it. Oh no, I just don't want to trouble you too much, she said. Cheng Xiaoyan handed the sports towel back to Shin Weijun, then took the bath towel and wrapped it around herself. Warmth instantly spread through her, and she felt much more comfortable. They got into the car. Shin Weijun first turned the air conditioning temperature up a bit, then asked, Where do you live? In the student dorms at Ningjiang University, she replied. Is that so? I graduated from Ningjiang University too, Shin Weijun said as he drove. What a coincidence. Then you're my senior, she exclaimed. Hearing that he was from the same university, Cheng Xiaoyan instantly felt much closer to him. Universities had that kind of magic. My name is Shin Weijun from the Economics and Management Department. What's your name? He asked. I'm a finance major. My name is Cheng Xiaoyan. As she spoke, her voice grew quieter and quieter. In her current state, she was no longer sure if she could still call herself Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan? Shin Weijun asked, wanting to confirm he had heard correctly. Cheng Xiaoyan mumbled in reply. Shin Weijun then asked, How did you end up in the water? A long moment passed, yet Shin Weijun heard no answer. He turned his head toward the passenger seat and saw the beauty beside him wearing a desolate expression, her eyes full of sorrow, like a jade carving on the verge of shattering. He understood. She did not want to talk about it. So he did not ask again. The rest of the drive passed in silence until the car stopped on a street closest to the dormitory buildings of Ningjiang University. From here, it was the shortest walk to the dorms. After thanking Shin Weijun once more, Cheng Xiaoyan got out of the car. She quickly made her way to the area beneath the men's dormitory building. Because it was class time, she did not encounter many people. She walked straight inside, just as she always had. That female student, wait a moment. Girls are not allowed to enter the men's dormitory. The dormitory supervisor, Aunt, shouted from her seat at the entrance. Completely unaware that the call was directed at her, Cheng Xiaoyan kept walking inside. It was only when the supervisor, Aunt, physically stopped her that she realized how serious the situation was. She had a home she could not return to. Sorry, I went to the wrong building, she said quickly. Cheng Xiaoyan laughed it off and walked away at once. She did not want to explain too much. Arguing with the dorm supervisor here would hardly be a wise choice. But she had not given up on getting upstairs. All her luggage was in the dorm, and she simply had to go back. She lingered near the entrance of the men's dormitory for a while, and when she finally caught the moment the supervisor, Aunt, went to the restroom, she stealthily slipped inside. At last she was back in the dorm. It was a 4-person room, and because it was class time, no one was there. Ningjiang University was a key national university. Getting in was not easy, and almost no one skipped class. She carefully set Shin Weijun's bath towel aside. She would wash it and return it to him next time. Wait, she had forgotten to get his contact information. How was she supposed to return the towel? She had even said she would treat him to a meal, yet had not even asked for his phone number. How utterly insincere. Feeling a bit vexed, she walked into the bathroom, took off her wet clothes, and enjoyed a long hot shower. The chill left her body completely. Wrapped only in the bath towel, she stepped out of the bathroom and caught sight of the full-length mirror on the wall. After a brief hesitation, she finally walked toward it. The towel slipped to the floor, and her flawless figure was exposed to the air. She looked at the woman in the mirror. Without any makeup, her face was like a blossoming peach, the steam-flushed blush on her cheeks adding to her allure and charm. Her long jet-black hair fell to her waist, setting off skin as pale as carved white jade. Her chest was full and soft as snow, her waist slender enough to circle with a single hand. Her thighs were smoothly rounded, her calves fine and long. At 1.70 m, Cheng Xiaoyan's height was unremarkable among men, yet among women she appeared particularly tall and willowy. It was a perfect golden ratio. Cheng Xiaoyan stared blankly at this flawless body. Suddenly, click click, the sound of a key turning in the lock. Someone was back. A jolt of terror shot through Cheng Xiaoyan, as she almost felt her soul fly out of her body. She leaped onto the nearest bed, yanked the quilt over herself, and wrapped her body up tightly like a cocooned Zongzi. Lu Kungsu opened the door to the dormitory and heard a Zongzi appear on the lower bunk. Old Shi, you're back so early today? Lu Kungsu asked in confusion. That was his roommate Shi Fang's bed. The Zongzi replied. Cheng Xiaoyan recognized that this was the voice of her roommate Lu Kungsu. You still ask old Shi why he's back so early, but what about you? You should be attending class. Cheng Xiaoyan thought frantically. Well, how could she face anyone in her current state? What are you doing? Seeing that the Zongzi didn't respond, Lu Kungsu simply went over to pull the blanket. Oh no. A girl's panicked voice came from within the Zongzi. Sister. Lu Kungsu became more interested. Where did this young lady come from? Hurry up and let me see. The Zongzi replied. If you don't speak, I'm going to have the dorm manager come up. No, 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 Xiao Su, it's me. A pretty head peeked out from the Zongzi. Lu Kongsu exclaimed. Cheng Xiaoyan could clearly feel Lu Kongsu gasp. Who are you, young lady? Lu Kongsu looked puzzled as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the truth. Xiao Su, I am Cheng Xiaoyan. What? Lu Kongsu was shocked. You're a Yuni. Yes, it's me. Beauty, don't joke around. You have a mole on your butt. You were dumped by Bai and I. What? He even told you that? This was Lu Kongsu's great humiliation, known only to Cheng Xiaoyan. Your dad is in the city, and your grandpa is in the province. Lu Kongsu sprang up from the chair, his eyes fixed on the girl who was speaking. This was a secret he couldn't reveal. Lu Kongsu had only told Cheng Xiaoyan about this once, and he had earnestly requested her to keep it a secret, which she naturally agreed to do. Lu Kongsu knew that Cheng Xiaoyan wouldn't casually disclose such matters. Are you really a Yun? Lu Kongsu's tone already held a measure of belief. He carefully examined the girl's features, and could indeed make out some resemblance to the original Cheng Xiaoyan. Lu Kongsu's large face drew closer, making Cheng Xiaoyan feel shy. She reached out to push his face away. As she stretched out her hand, a corner of the blanket was lifted, revealing a glimpse of spring. So white. Lu Kongsu's eyes widened in shock. Cheng Xiaoyan was furious and changed her hand from a push to a slap. A big slap. The world was at peace. You go to the bathroom for a while. Ew, I need to change my clothes. Dude, don't be so distant. If our dorm's tradition is to change clothes face to face, don't you remember? Lu Kongsu covered half of his face. Are you going to keep the other half? Good things aren't shared with brothers. You keep it all to yourself, tisk. Lu Kongsu grumbled as he entered the bathroom. After confirming that he wasn't peeking, Cheng Xiaoyan took out her clothes to change, and then called him out. When Lu Kongsu saw a cute girl standing in the center of the dorm, wearing a somewhat oversized male hoodie, she looked exceptionally adorable. Tisk tisk tsk. Lu Kongsu walked around Cheng Xiaoyan praising, so great, absolutely top-notch. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks flush and ready to explode, Lu Kongsu laughed, and asked, by the way, Yun, how did you end up like this? You've been on leave for so long, have you taken care of things at home? Cheng Xiaoyan's expression darkened instantly. She had only mentioned to him that there were issues at home, without specifying what they were. After a long while, she finally said in a hoarse voice, my parents passed away. What? How could it suddenly be? Lu Kongsu sensed something was off with her expression, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Cheng Xiaoyan recounted her recent experiences to him. She desperately needed someone to confide in. She really couldn't bear it any longer. By the end, she was in tears. Lu Kongsu had long since put away his playful demeanor. He helped her to sit at the edge of the bed and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Last night, I was so tired that I accidentally fell into the water. After being rescued, I ended up like this. Cheng Xiaoyan concealed the fact of her suicide and the debt of $1 million, preserving a shred of dignity. Lu Kongsu completely believed she was Cheng Xiaoyan. There were too many details in her story that could not be fabricated by anyone else. The girl was still crying, which made his heart ache. Such a big deal, why didn't you tell me earlier? You're my best brother. Lu Kongsu's gentle tone carried a hint of blame. I. Cheng Xiaoyan was stuttering and couldn't come up with a coherent explanation. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Kongsu patted her back to soothe her while comforting her. I will help you, believe me, everything will be alright. Cheng Xiaoyan vented for a while longer, and Lu Kongsu kept comforting her until she gradually calmed down. Lu Kongsu organized his thoughts and said, what we need to do first is to go to the hospital for a full checkup to find out what's wrong with your body, or we can talk about everything else later. Cheng Xiaoyan was in a state of confusion and could only nod. After Cheng Xiaoyan fully calmed down, the two of them left the dormitory. Unfortunately, they ran into the dorm manager at the entrance. You two students, stop right there. The dorm manager, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Lu Kongsu's nose, exclaimed, Lu student. How many times have I told you? You are not allowed to bring female students into the boys' dormitory. Do you think I'm just talking to the wind? Sister Wang, I will definitely pay attention next time. Lu Kongsu had an attitude as if he was a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. While everyone called her the dorm manager, Lu Kongsu called her Sister Wang. Then Lu Kongsu smiled and said, Sister Wang, my family brought me some lychees, but I can't eat them because of heat. Can you help me deal with them tomorrow so they don't go to waste? Even though it's a gift, Lu Kongsu framed it as needing help to deal with it. The dorm manager felt quite pleased with it. However, before leaving, the dorm manager still had a moment of conscience, reminding Cheng Xiaoyan, girl, don't be fooled by this kid's good looks. I've seen him date several female students, but none lasted long, so be careful. Cheng Xiaoyan certainly knew that Lu Kongsu was a sunny, handsome guy with too many admirers. She nodded awkwardly at the dorm manager and was quickly pulled away by Lu Kongsu. Lu Kongsu brought her to a newer model Audi A6L, opened the passenger door for her, and gestured for her to get in. Xiao Su, where did this come from? Cheng Xiaoyan got in the car and fastened her seatbelt. My dad doesn't need it anymore, he rewarded it to me now. Lu Kongsu said while grinning at Cheng Xiaoyan. It's great for picking up girls. Cheng Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him. What good deed are you up to? Lu Kongsu casually replied, I got a research grant. Chung Xiaoyan couldn't help but lament the unfairness of fate. Lu Kungsu, who plays more than he studies, still manages to excel in both, driving Chung Xiaoyan, a hard-working student, nearly crazy. Chung Xiaoyan looked out the car window and casually asked, "Where are we going now?" Lu Kungsu replied, "To the Army 194 hospital." Chung Xiaoyan was confused. Why go to the Army hospital? Isn't the Ningdao-affiliated hospital closer? Lu Kungsu chuckled. Your chest got bigger, but your brain seems to have shrunk. After saying this, Lu Kungsu sneakily glanced at Chung Xiaoyan's chest while driving. Chung Xiaoyan pinched Lu Kungsu's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. "Are you going to talk or not?" Lu Kungsu urged. I will. Just think about it. Your ID and medical insurance card are both XY. If you go to a regular hospital, wouldn't you have to explain for a long time without being able to clarify? Lu Kungsu kept his eyes on the road while speaking. The director of the Army hospital is my uncle, so it's easier to handle things there. Chung Xiaoyan asked, "Are you going to tell your uncle everything?" Chung Xiaoyan was a bit worried about being taken for experiments. "Don't worry, my uncle is busy and won't have time for this. I just want him to clarify things with the staff so we can skip some explanation processes." "Oh, I see." The 194th Hospital of the Army. After all the examinations were completed, it was already evening. Chung Xiaoyan stood at the hospital entrance holding the report in her hand, lost in deep silence. The report indicated that all her physical indicators were perfectly normal. She was a healthy person. Normal. Healthy. Chung Xiaoyan suddenly found it hard to comprehend these characters. Lu Kungsu took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he handed one to Chung Xiaoyan. She naturally took it and placed it between her lips while Lu Kungsu helped her light it. Cough, cough, cough. Chung Xiaoyan discovered that she could no longer smoke. Her current body seemed to have a repulsion to cigarettes. If you can't smoke, then don't. Lu Kungsu took away Chung Xiaoyan's cigarette and tossed it aside. He exhaled a large puff of smoke and said, "Since nothing has been found here, let's go to the capital. The best hospitals are there, and I have extensive connections. We will surely find a solution. Let's not investigate any more of it is what it is." The girl finally spoke after a silence. Lu Kungsu was taken aback. "Why?" "Because I need to make money, Xiao Su. I must protect my grandmother's house. I need to repay the 1 million loan. I have no time and no money to Chung Xiaoyan silently thought to herself. Her father exhausted the family's resources to treat an illness, and in the end they lost both money and health. She looked at her delicate fair hands with fingers long and slender, resembling the tips of bamboo shoots emerging after the rain. Suddenly she clenched her fist and smiled brightly. "The report says I am very healthy. Health is the most important, isn't it?" The setting sun cast its afterglow on the girl, enveloping her in a faint halo, making even her hair appear transparent. Her smile was like the warm sun in winter. Her eyes, however, revealed a hint of sadness. Hiss! Lu Kungsu stared blankly at the girl before him until the cigarette burned his hand, snapping him back to reality. He felt as if his heart had been struck hard by a dump truck. He shook his head vigorously, tossed away the cigarette, and said to the girl, "Let's not dwell on it. At first, let's get your phone repaired, and then we can go for hot pot." "It's on me." She replied, "Okay." After the meal, Chung Xiaoyan held her repaired phone, feeling much more at ease. Without a phone, many things couldn't be accomplished. After discussing with Lu Kungsu, they decided that staying in the dormitory was no longer feasible. Not to mention the dormitory supervisor Annie, who was a major roadblock. There were also two roommates, Lao Shi and Guang Ge. Although both roommates were decent people, Chung Xiaoyan did not want too many people to know about her changes. In the end, Lu Kungsu used his own ID to book a room at a budget hotel near the school for her to stay for the night, planning to look for a house the next day. After Lu Kungsu dropped Chung Xiaoyan off at the room, he chatted with her for a while before leaving. Nighttime. Chung Xiaoyan sat at the hotel desk, opened her phone, and checked her account. Account balance 2,568.04 yuan. She picked up the hotel notepad and wrote down rent, 400 yuan month, meals 900 yuan month, other expenses 200 yuan month, loan interest. She froze for a moment, but still wrote down 200 yuan month. Leaning back in her chair, she murmured, "Mom, why didn't you ask me before borrowing money?" She was a finance major, well familiar with borrowing. This kind of loan was not feasible. The interest was simply 2. Monthly interest was 2, and the annual interest rate was exactly 24. According to the law, the highest annualized rate for private lending cannot exceed 24. Exceeding this is considered usury. Thus, this loan perfectly fell within the legal limit. Most likely, she wouldn't be able to repay it in the first month, and with compound interest thereafter. She knew that the lending company wouldn't rush to collect from her. They weren't focused on the million yuan, but rather on the mortgaged house. When the interest accumulated enough, that would be the time to seize the house. She recalled what the teacher said in class to be adept at using financial tools, letting money work for her and earn for her. Goodness, this time the boomerang hit her right back. Chung Xiaoyan was unwilling to think any further. She crumpled the notepad and tossed it into the trash can before collapsing onto the soft bed. Sleep first. The major issues can wait until tomorrow. The next day morning. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came, and Chung Xiaoyan, still half asleep, opened the door. Has the beauty awakened? I brought you big meat buns. Lu Kangsu stepped into the room and placed the soy milk and buns on the table. What beauty? What nonsense are you talking about? Cheng Xiaoyan could not be bothered to respond. She went straight to the bathroom to wash up. After she finished washing and had breakfast, Lu Kangsu hurriedly pulled her out the door and into his Audi. Xiaosu, where are you taking me? To the hospital. Didn't we go there yesterday? I'm perfectly healthy. We need to do a blood test to prove you are still you. Then we can go to the Public Security Bureau to get your ID card. Otherwise, your accommodation exams and job search will all be affected. Xiaosu. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit touched that Lu Kangsu had considered so much for her. Lu Kangsu thought Cheng Xiaoyan still had concerns and blurted out, "Are you saying you want to be Ning University's Zhu Yingtai, a modern Hua Mulan? That would be pretty cool too." Cheng Xiaoyan's momentary touch of emotion vanished in an instant. If it weren't for Lu Kangsu driving, she would have wanted to punch him a couple of times. She had considered cross-dressing before, but the feasibility of that was really low. With her stunning beauty and alluring voice, anyone who wasn't blind or deaf would easily recognize her as a mesmerizing woman. Cross-dressing was merely self-deception. Lu Kangsu must have made arrangements beforehand, whether at the hospital or the Public Security Bureau. The processes went extremely quickly. While filling out forms at the Public Security Bureau, Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated at the name field. "How about Cheng Yunyan? Isn't that cute?" Lu Kangsu suggested. Seeing that Cheng Xiaoyan was not satisfied, he thought for a moment and said, "How about Cheng Xijin, meaning a bright future?" Cheng Xiaoyan tilted her head. It wasn't that Lu Kangsu's suggested names were bad, but after using her name for 21 years, suddenly changing it, she wasn't sure if she could respond when others called her. "Let's go with Cheng Xiaoyan, meaning bamboo and cloud." Lu Kangsu was very pleased with the name. "It's a homophone of your original name, so I can still call you Ayun." Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment and was also satisfied. Let's go with this name." She wrote down her new name. From now on, she would be Cheng Xiaoyan. Lu Kangsu was extremely proud. "Haha, who would have thought I would have the chance to name my brother in this life?" He patted his chest excitedly and said, "Normally it's the father who names the child, so what should I be called?" "Eldest daughter." "Call you uncle." Cheng Xiaoyan threw the pen cap at his face. The two exchanged a few playful words. Cheng Xiaoyan bent down to pick up the pen cap and capped the pen. She seriously said to Lu Kangsu, "Thank you, Xiaosu." Lu Kangsu nonchalantly replied, "No need for thanks." That afternoon, Cheng Xiaoyan received her temporary ID card. The formal ID would take some time. Her new life had begun. After Cheng Xiaoyan had a lunch with Lu Kangsu, the two parted ways. Lu Kangsu had plans in the afternoon. A girl from the music academy had invited him. This guy is tall and handsome, with high intelligence and emotional quotients, making him quite popular among girls, with many pursuing him. Cheng Xiaoyan thought about her own perpetual single status, feeling as if she was suffering from drought while others were drowning. She cursed her fate a few times in her heart before starting her search for a place to live. She couldn't afford a hotel, as she had to find a new place to stay today. Cheng Xiaoyan followed a real estate agent around the school area, looked at several houses, but was not satisfied with any. With a budget of only 400 yuan, in the expensive Ningjiang, finding a decent place to live was simply impossible. She could only choose a shared room in an old house. Cheng Xiaoyan now stood in a cramped space of less than 10 square meters where there was barely room for a bed, and she could accept all this because of her financial constraints. What troubled her most was that the bathroom was shared, as she had just seen that bathroom, with a shaky plastic door that seemed like it could be easily pulled off. When Cheng Xiaoyan entered, she specifically noticed the shoes at the doors of other rooms, all of which were men's shoes, indicating that the residents were all male. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have cared, but now with her delicate physique, what if some wolf couldn't control himself and had his way with her? "Miss Cheng," called the real estate agent who was showing her the place. Yes." Cheng Xiaoyan was not used to this unfamiliar title and took a moment to realize he was calling her. The agent noticed the beautiful girl's embarrassment and scratched his head, saying, "Miss Cheng, the accommodation conditions here are indeed average, but at this price there are no other options. Can you help me look for more options, please?" Cheng Xiaoyan blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her tone earnest. This agent had been showing her places for a long time. With her budget, he wouldn't earn much commission, and the experienced agents were reluctant to take her on. It was only this naive young man who eagerly came forward. The agent was once again struck by the beauty before him and said, "I remembered I saw a tenant looking for a roommate in the Tianhu City property group. The price is very cheap, but the conditions are somewhat stringent." "Tianhu City. That area is too expensive. I don't think my budget is enough." "The price isn't explicitly stated, but I estimate it can be secured for under 500 yuan. Mainly the tenant has a dog and requires the roommate to be okay with that and help walk the dog." "Since I've already said it, I might as well go all out. Consider it a bow to beauty." He laughed heartily and continued, "Also, he wants to see if the roommate is to his liking." "I've never heard of finding a roommate this way," Cheng Xiaoyan responded. "Yes, it's quite peculiar, but if it's Miss Cheng, I don't think that will be an issue." Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment and decided to go see it. The agent didn't hide anything and directly gave her the contact number of the tenant. As she was leaving, Cheng Xiaoyan bought a pack of cigarettes for the agent, who earned no commission, as a gesture of thanks. However, the agent's expression was somewhat comical, leaving her puzzled. Could a girl not give cigarettes? Tianhu City is not far from the school, with a pleasant environment and decent property management, hence the price is not cheap. Cheng Xiaoyan had seen it online before. An ordinary two-bedroom apartment had a rental price of 3,000 yuan. The house is nice, but she can't afford it. Feeling a bit anxious, she dialed the tenant's number, and it was quickly answered by a lazy, pleasant female voice. Hello, who is this? The landlord is a girl. Cheng Xiaoyan perked up, saying, Hello, I'm looking for a place. Do you still need a roommate? There was a pause on the other end before she replied. Yes, are you aware of my situation? Can you accept it? Cheng Xiaoyan sensed that the other party didn't seem too keen on sharing either. Then come over, we can talk face-to-face. The tone was indifferent. After the girl finished speaking, she gave Cheng Xiaoyan a specific address. Cheng Xiaoyan took a shared bike and arrived at Tianhu City shortly after. She found the door number and knocked. A tall woman opened the door with star-like black eyes, fiery red lips, and long, dense hair, lazily cascading over her shoulders, wearing an oversized t-shirt that barely covered her thighs and revealing her long, fair legs. She was holding an open can of beer. The woman before her exuded an alluring aura. She was wearing pants. Cheng Xiaoyan was momentarily dazed. The woman studied Cheng Xiaoyan as well, and her originally cold demeanor softened, becoming much warmer as she said, Come in. Sorry to intrude. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded. She breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her confidence in her looks, she was still uncertain about what kind of taste this woman had. She felt as if she was being interviewed in front of this woman. As soon as Cheng Xiaoyan stepped inside, a big golden retriever circled around her, wagging its tail, and she happily patted the dog's head. Seeing that Cheng Xiaoyan wasn't afraid of dogs, the woman seemed even more pleased. She invited Cheng Xiaoyan inside and showed her around the rooms. Cheng Xiaoyan felt that the way the woman looked at her was somewhat strange. The house is about 70 square meters, a two-bedroom apartment. The main bedroom is occupied by the woman herself, while the second bedroom is for rent. Although they kept a dog, the place was very clean and had no odor. Then the woman had Cheng Xiaoyan sit on the living room sofa, took a can of beer from the fridge, and handed it to her, saying, I don't have anything else to drink, please have this. Is she treating beer like water? Cheng Xiaoyan was a little confused by how bold this woman was. Can't we drink it cold? Did you have relatives over? No thanks, Cheng Xiaoyan replied, taking the beer. She took a small sip. The woman sat right next to her, her long white legs elegantly crossed, casually resting a leg over the other. She was very close to Cheng Xiaoyan, who could smell her fragrance. I'm Xianqing, and you? Cheng Xiaoyan, she answered, adding, I'm a senior at Ning University. What are you so nervous about? Am I a man-eating tiger? Xianqing whispered in her ear. Her voice was tantalizing, sending shivers down Cheng Xiaoyan's spine. You are a tiger indeed. Cheng Xiaoyan screamed internally. I'm not nervous, alright, do I meet your requirements? Am I to your liking? As soon as she finished speaking, Cheng Xiaoyan regretted it. Oh no, I just exposed myself. I'm a face lover. Your looks are definitely my type. Xianqing said, without any concealment, lightly tracing Cheng Xiaoyan's hand with her brown manicured finger. Yin, beautiful lady, can I have a taste? Then how much is the rent? Cheng Xiaoyan jolted, pulling her hand back, pretending she hadn't heard the question, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. Even she understood that she and Xianqing were not on the same level. If they continued talking, she would truly be devoured. Tigers are fierce. Xianqing's eyes sparkled, her voice seductive. If you spend a night with me, I won't charge you rent. What? What kind of wolfish words are these? Cheng Xiaoyan felt her CPU was about to overheat. Cheng Xiaoyan's face was as red as a ripe apple, staring blankly like a silly goose. I can tell you still don't have a boyfriend, right? Xianqing's eyes sparkled mischievously, laughing like a silver bell. Ha, you haven't tried it yet, have you? Cheng Xiaoyan silently nodded. Security. Security. Is there no security check? A tiger has boarded the high-speed train. Cheng Xiaoyan felt she should have been boiled by now. I've let you off this time, no more teasing. Xianqing buried herself in the soft sofa, finding a comfortable position. What's your budget for renting a place? Cheng Xiaoyan sighed in relief and whispered, 400. Is that okay? Then it's 400. You can stay in the second bedroom. I might be away for 2 or 3 days each month, and you'll need to help take care of Lu Dan, taking it downstairs to play every day and cleaning up its mess. Xianqing explained Lu Dan habits, which was the golden retriever she raised. Cheng Xiaoyan expressed that she had no problem with it. After everything was settled, the two chatted for a while longer. Cheng Xiaoyan learned that Xianqing was also a student at Ningda, currently a first-year graduate student at the School of Music, and had already interned at a symphony orchestra as a cellist. Their orchestra occasionally had cross-city performances requiring a few days of travel. By now it was late evening time for dinner. Xianqing stated that to celebrate Cheng Xiaoyan's housewarming, she would treat her to dinner. Thus, Cheng Xiaoyan enjoyed another meal on someone else's dime. Xianqing chose a trendy restaurant which cost Cheng Xiaoyan a week's worth of living expenses. Fortunately, Miss Xian picked up the bill. After dinner, Cheng Xiaoyan went to the boys' dormitory to fetch her luggage. However, the dormitory manager was vigilantly watching at the entrance. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang, her two roommates, might also be in the dormitory. The reality was that she couldn't get into the dormitory. Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice but to call Lu Kengsu. She prayed internally that this guy wouldn't go on a date tonight, otherwise she wouldn't be able to get her luggage. The call connected, and fortunately Lu Kengsu was in the dormitory and hadn't gone out to mess around today. She briefly told Lu Kengsu that she had rented a house and asked him to help bring her luggage down, since she was waiting outside the dormitory. While waiting, Cheng Xiaoyan had already attracted several glances from boys. She simply put on the hood of her sweatshirt, letting her long hair hang down on both sides. The oversized hood of the men's sweatshirt covered half of her pretty face, adding a touch of mystery. Before long, Lu Kengsu came down dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack. Cheng Xiaoyan reached out to grab the suitcase, but Lu Kengsu pulled it behind him. Lu Kengsu said, "Can you do me a favor?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Huh." Lu Kengsu continued, "I recently saw a tutorial on photographing the girl under the streetlight. Can you be my model so I can practice?" Cheng Xiaoyan teased, "Are you going to woo that girl from the School of Music after learning this?" Lu Kengsu did not deny it. "Afterward, I'll give you a ride back, so you save on taxi fare." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded. "Deal." Following Lu Kengsu's instructions, she stood under a streetlight about to lower. "Stop, keep the hood on, it gives a special feeling." "Oh, okay." Cheng Xiaoyan posed in several ways as Lu Kengsu squatted down on the ground with his phone, snapping pictures continuously, and soon he was done. Cheng Xiaoyan leaned over to look at the photos and was taken aback by her own beauty. Especially one photo where she reached out, her face partially illuminated under the dim streetlight, appearing mysterious and beautiful. One hand stretched forward, revealing a fair wrist, her fingers long and slender, making one want to hold her hand and follow her. Lu Kengsu was also quite pleased with his photography skills. Lu Kengsu's car was parked outside the campus, and they had to walk through the campus to reach it. So the two strolled through the campus. Lu Kengsu was tall and handsome. Cheng Xiaoyan was even more so, with an exceptionally beautiful appearance. Walking side by side, they attracted the attention of students just finishing their evening class, wondering when this pair of celestial lovers had appeared in school. As they walked, Cheng Xiaoyan looked at the bright moon in the sky and said, "Xiao Su, haven't you thought about seriously dating someone?" Lu Kengsu calmly replied, "I'm looking, just haven't found the right one yet." Cheng Xiaoyan said lightly, "The girls around you change like a revolving lantern. This is not only irresponsible to the girls, but also to yourself." Her tone was gentle, and while she carried a hint of reproach, it wasn't off-putting. Lu Kengsu remained silent. "Is it because of Bai Ni?" Cheng Xiaoyan recalled that only Bai Ni had spent a longer time with Lu Kengsu. Bai Ni was the beauty of the finance department, while Lu Kengsu was a junior in the same department. When Lu Kengsu first enrolled, they quickly got together because one was talented and the other was beautiful, and it was said that Bai Ni was the one pursuing him. Later, Bai Ni broke up with him and fell into the arms of a rich second generation from outside the school. Though the fat guy's father was an entrepreneur, that alone wasn't enough for Bai Ni to throw herself at him. In fact, there were many rich second-generation students in Ningda's finance department, and many wealthy young men as well. What made this fat guy's background special was that his mother was a vice president at an investment bank, reportedly in charge of human resources. This was quite intriguing. The most sought-after position for a poor student majoring in finance was to work in an investment bank with a six-figure annual salary that was literal without exaggeration. Thus, the number of resumes received by investment banks each year was like snowflakes, but the acceptance rate was less than 5.0, and during economic downturns it was a pitiful 0.9. It's comparable to the acceptance rate for prestigious universities during college entrance exams. Bai Ni was no exception. She left Lu Kengsu to get into an investment bank. Only Cheng Xiaoyan knew that Bai Ni had truly picked up sesame seeds while losing watermelons, because the one she dumped was the real deal. Bai Longyu was a distinguished young master. There were many wealthy young masters in Ningda, but few could be called young masters. His grandfather was a provincial governor capable of shaking Sunan province with a single word. Thus there might be only him who could be described as a distinguished young master. Returning to the present, Cheng Xiaoyan looked at Lu Kengsu, who gazed at the moon. After a long while he said coldly, "The moon is ultimately inferior to a sixpence." The atmosphere grew somewhat somber as they silently walked to the parking lot. Cheng Xiaoyan got into the car first while Lu Kengsu went to put her luggage in the trunk. "Hey, isn't this Lu the finance grass?" Two people got out from a nearby Porsche 718. One was a chubby man with a greasy hairstyle, and the other was a young woman with exquisite makeup and a hot figure. It was indeed the fat guy and Bai Ni. Bai Ni was currently a master's student in finance living on campus, and the fat guy was giving her a ride back to the door. The fat guy was a socialite. It was the fat guy Wang Kai who spoke up. Lu Kengsu directly ignored him. Wang Kai was relentless, leaning close to Bai Ni, and said to Lu Kengsu in a mocking tone, "Hey, driving an Audi now? Too bad it's a broken old second-hand one, almost as old as your grandfather, right? Don't pretend if you can't afford it." However, Wang Kai's attempt to mock Lu Kengsu with the value of his car was utterly futile, for in Lu Kengsu's eyes money held no significance. When one has too much, it only takes up space in the fridge. Lu Kengsu continued to ignore Wang Kai, his gaze fixated on Bai Ni. By Ni having tasted exquisite delicacies, how can you still stomach such pig food? I truly feel sorry for you. By Ni hearing this said nothing, her eyes avoiding Lu Kungsis. Noticing By Ni's lack of rebuttal, Wang Kai's anger surged as he grasped By Ni's wrist. What do you mean by that? Are you still harboring feelings for this pretty boy? By Ni winced in pain as her wrist was gripped tightly. No, that's not it. Let her go. Lu Kungsu, unable to tolerate a man bullying a woman, reached out to seize Wang Kai's hand that was clutching By Ni, squeezing it firmly. Ouch, let go. Let go of me. Wang Kai cried out in pain, releasing By Ni. Lu Kungsu's grip was big and strong. Despite Wang Kai's fleshy wrists, he held on with unwavering force. By Ni tugged at Lu Kungsu. Lu Kungsu, what are you doing? Let him go. Lu Kungsu looked directly at By Ni, disappointment evident in his eyes. By Ni still avoided his gaze. He released his hold. Wang Kai grimaced in pain, his wrist already turning red from the grip. Wang Kai's chubby face twisted in discomfort as he used his uninjured hand to wrap around By Ni's slim waist, imprisoning her beside him. Then he pressed his fat lips directly against By Ni's. She struggled slightly, but Wang Kai easily over. Lu Kungsu could no longer bear to watch and turned to leave. He walked to the car, opened the door, and was about to get in. Lu Kungsu, you keep changing girlfriends, but none can compare to By Ni. Bang. The heavy and forceful sound of the car door slamming shut. Bang. The heavy and forceful sound of the car door slamming shut. Lu Kungsu closed the driver's side door with a heavy thud. He walked towards Wang Kai, an aura of killing intent surrounding him. Wang Kai looked at him provocatively. Lu Kungsu grabbed Wang Kai by the collar with one hand and raised his fist, ready to strike Wang Kai's face. No. Xiaosu. A pair of slender white hands wrapped around Lu Kungsis' waist, and a soft body pressed against him from behind. Cheng Xiaoyan had embraced him from behind. An unusual feeling instantly dispersed his anger. Lu Kungsis' eyes widened, his fist halted just before Wang Kai's nose. He regained his composure in an instant, glancing at the surveillance camera in the parking lot. He quickly understood Wang Kai's intentions. Wang Kai wanted to provoke a fight, hoping to land himself in trouble and ruin his chances for further studies. He was not the type to act foolishly as if he had a powerful father. In families with larger hats, one must learn restraint. Lu Kungsu released Wang Kai, who reluctantly straightened his clothes. While Cheng Xiaoyan waited for Lu Kungsu in the car, she had noticed By Ni in the rearview mirror. The Audi A6L had excellent sound insulation, and she couldn't hear what they were saying, thinking they were just reminiscing. It wasn't until Lu Kungsu opened the car door that she heard Wang Kai's trash talk from outside. Xiaosu has a girlfriend now. I don't think you can use By Ni to provoke him anymore. It's useless. Cheng Xiaoyan stepped out from behind Lu Kungsu. The moonlight was like water, and the beauty appeared enchanting. By Ni in her disheveled state was overshadowed by Cheng Xiaoyan, making her seem as insignificant as dust. Wang Kai stared at Cheng Xiaoyan with unmasked greed. His jealousy flared even more. Lu Kungsu was a pretty boy, a top student from a prestigious university, tall, handsome, and well-liked by women. Now the girl beside Lu Kungsu was even more beautiful than he had ever seen. By Ni in his arms suddenly lost her charm. Wang Kai's face twisted in severe distortion, jealousy, making him appear grotesque. Cheng Xiaoyan took Lu Kungsis' hand. Then their fingers interlocked, declaring her claim. Wang Kai was struck hard again. The words he had just said about Lu Kungsis' girlfriend not being as good as By Ni made him look like a fool. Xiaosu, let's go. Cheng Xiaoyan ignored the furious expression on Wang Kai's face, directly taking Lu Kungsu away. Lu Kungsu felt like a compliant puppet being led to the car. Regarding the earlier hand-holding, Cheng Xiaoyan didn't think much of it. Lu Kungsu had helped her so much, so what was wrong with her helping him a little? Brothers should stand up for each other, it's a duty. Even after the car had driven far away, Cheng Xiaoyan was still agitated. Disgusting. So disgusting. How can there be such disgusting people? Cheng Xiaoyan was driving, worried about Lu Kungsis' state, so she didn't dare let him drive. In the heavily populated Ning University, obtaining a driver's license was considered the simplest thing. Seriously, is this person sick or something? Not even Dostoevsky could describe his baseness and shamelessness. Cheng Xiaoyan continued talking non-stop, like a chattering little wife. Xiaosu, are you okay? Seeing Lu Kungsis' silence, she turned to glance at him. Lu Kungsu stared out of the car window, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally replied him, I'm fine. Ning University was not far from Tianhu City, just a few minutes' drive, and they arrived quickly. Lu Kungsu helped her carry her luggage and was about to head back. Xiaosu, drive carefully, don't get distracted. Lu Kungsu drove away. Cheng Xiaoyan went upstairs and entered the house. Yin beauty, you're back. Xian Qing's voice was soft with a captivating tone. Yes, senior sister, I brought my luggage. Xian Qing stepped forward to link arms with Cheng Xiaoyan, whispering in her ear, don't call me senior sister, call me by my name, I like it. Oh, okay, Xian. Xian Qing. Cheng Xiaoyan replied hesitantly. She was starting to feel uncertain about whether it was right or wrong to live here. In her previous life, she had never interacted with girls, and suddenly encountering one, she truly didn't know how to respond. While Cheng Xiaoyan was fetching her luggage, Xian Qing had already tidied up the guest room, which used to be her music room, and now she had moved her instruments to the living room. A cello, a violin, and a guitar. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed at the guitar somewhat lost in thought. The first time you came you kept staring at this guitar. Xianqing picked up the guitar and handed it to Cheng Xiaoyan. What? Do you like it? Cheng Xiaoyan took the guitar, running her fingers over the strings. Yamaha LL16, all solid wood. I used to have one. Used to? What about now? I sold it. You seem to like it so much, how could you bear to sell it? Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes dimmed, and she did not respond. Xianqing didn't press further, pulling her to sit down. Play something for me. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit shy. I wouldn't dare to show off in front of a senior sister from the music academy. Haha, I'm not very good at guitar. I bought it because I saw my classmates playing it. Xianqing continued to encourage her. I can only play 3 chords, you must be better than me. Cheng Xiaoyan's fingertips grazed the guitar strings, the familiar feeling igniting her eagerness. She tuned the guitar and began to strum the strings. It was the song There Are So Many People in This World. A soothing prelude resonated, and a faint melancholy spread. As the song progressed, Cheng Xiaoyan adjusted her pitch and softly began to hum. There are so many people in this world, and the crowded door stands ajar. In my blurred eyes you linger like the blue morning. Flashing in the evening breeze, a few frames of the past spinning in the rush. Is it already gone? In the distant light, you come radiant as sunshine, surrounded by so many people, yet the world is silent. The song concluded. The Audi A6L had long arrived at the parking lot. The black car blended into the black, yet the owner of the car remained seated inside, lost in thought. After a long while he opened the music app and found the song flowed from the car's speakers. There is such a person in this world, living in my vibrant youth, in the long kiss, soaked with tears. It often makes me think and ponder. At the Shilin Grand Hotel in the Chinese restaurant, the restaurant is adorned with luxury. At a windowside table sits a young man dressed in a tailored high-end suit, his posture resembling a slender bamboo. He is Shun Weijun here to enjoy his lunch. On the table is an exquisite business set meal. For business dealings, such a high-end set meal is most suitable when hosting guests at noon and needing to discuss matters in the afternoon without drinking. It is of sufficient quality to demonstrate sincerity, allowing for a quick meal that does not affect afternoon affairs. Shin Weijun has already set down his chopsticks, gazing out at the street. Across the street is the dormitory of Ning University students, exactly where Cheng Xiaoyan got off that day. Opposite him, Liang Pingchuan, who is enjoying his meal, looks up and asks Shin, "Why have you been bringing me to Shilin lately?" Liang Pingchuan, a master's student in finance at Ning University, is now Shin Weijun's assistant. Shin Weijun replies blandly, "Isn't the food good? Then let's go to Chaoman Tower. This place is expensive, and the food is mediocre. Primarily, it's about the environment and ambience." Shin Weijun looks outside. "I see you are enjoying your meal quite a bit. You haven't eaten much. I have to take on the responsibility. We can't waste food." After finishing his meal, Liang Pingchuan wipes his mouth and notices Shin Weijun still staring out the window, and suddenly becomes curious. "You're not waiting for someone, are you? When they work they are superior and subordinate, but in daily life they are like friends." Liang Pingchuan glances at the dormitory of Ning University across the street. Ning University. Shin Weijun does not deny it. Liang Pingchuan feels there is gossip to be had, and is excited. "Old Shin, you actually have feelings for someone. Quick, tell me who it is." Shin Weijun thinks of something, and slightly smiles. "Her name is Cheng Xiaoyan. She's your junior in finance. I know a by an eye in the finance department. I've seen her. She's quite beautiful." Liang Pingchuan frowns, and shakes his head. "Cheng Xiaoyan, I haven't heard of her." He carefully recalls the beauties in the finance department, but cannot think of anyone named Cheng Xiaoyan. "Help me find out, and then we can go to Chaoman Tower." Shin Weijun stands up to leave as he has a meeting in the afternoon. "Okay, sure." Liang Pingchuan follows jokingly, saying, "Shun, you should say within 3 minutes. I want all the information on this woman. It would suit your status." Not far from the Shilin Grand Hotel, on a commercial street, Cheng Xiaoyan stands in front of a lingerie store, hesitating. After finding a place to live, she is about to start buying clothes. She has just bought a few sets of inexpensive unisex clothes. Her previous clothes are still too large for her, and could easily reveal too much. The original pants her now slender waist can't fit into. Her feet have also shrunk, and she found a pair of cheap white shoes at a street stall. Overall, aside from her height, she has shrunk. Oh, and her bust has grown. She never expected that one day she would need to buy clothes for her bust. Cheng Xiaoyan takes a deep breath. "If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger cubs? Cheng Xiaoyan, you are already a mature woman, and a mature woman must learn to buy her own lingerie." She continuously builds her confidence, and then looks at the lingerie store in front of her, steeling herself to step inside. A dazzling array of women's lingerie greets her eyes, making her dizzy and her scalp tingle. Cheng Xiaoyan looks around like a headless fly for a moment before the sales associate finally notices her. "Hello miss, do you need help?" The sales associate politely asks. "I want to buy lingerie." Cheng Xiaoyan feels her face has turned red. "Sure, may I ask what size you wear? I can recommend some for you." The sales associate thinks this customer is particularly adorable, even blushing while buying lingerie. I haven't worn lingerie." Cheng Xiaoyan's voice is barely a whisper. The sales associate is close enough to hear. She thinks to herself, this beautiful young woman looks so pure, yet unexpectedly bold. A shy type. Out of professional duty, the sales associate remains composed. May I ask what your size is? I don't. Cheng Xiaoyan wishes she could find a hole to hide in. Sizes and cup measurements are a knowledge blind spot for her. Who understands? She thinks to herself, just grab a few random pieces for me to try, and please stop asking me. Have you never worn lingerie before? The sales associate still politely smiles and asks. No. Cheng Xiaoyan answers honestly. Inside she is screaming, don't ask me. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Please. The sales associate maintains her smile on the outside, but is shocked internally. Looking at this beautiful young woman, she appears to be about 20 years old and has never worn lingerie. What a bold person. A flashy type. Today's youth really know how to have fun. Since you're wearing clothes, I can't guess your size. Do you want me to measure you? I'm okay. Cheng Xiaoyan nods. She does need to know her size, so she can buy online later without experiencing such social embarrassment. The sales associate takes Cheng Xiaoyan to the fitting room. The two look at each other. Cheng Xiaoyan feels a bit awkward looking at the sales associate. The sales associate holds a soft measuring tape, smiling at her. The implication is clear: hurry up and undress. What are you waiting for? This is Cheng Xiaoyan's first time undressing in front of a strange woman. She feels a little shy, but once you've taken the plunge, there's no turning back. She grits her teeth. She undresses. The sales associate is suddenly filled with the sentiment of having never met such beauty in her life. Even a hero would be in vain. The sales associate swiftly measures Cheng Xiaoyan with the cool measuring tape across her chest, and she raises her head and lifts her arms, pretending to be a pig on a scale. The sales associate is quick and finishes the measurements in no time. 36C, very beautiful, the sales associate praises. Please wait a moment, I'll go get a few pieces for you to try. Before long, the sales associate returns with several pieces of lingerie. They are either French embroidered or lace trimmed. The sales associate is all smiles. She thinks, I know you're bold, so I specifically chose these. Cheng Xiaoyan is covered in black lines, exclaiming, no way. You want me to wear this? Absolutely not. Definitely not. She asks the sales associate to bring in a few plain pieces, and after looking at them, she finds them quite conservative and acceptable for herself. Upon asking the price, she realizes that one piece costs as much as 3 of the previous items. The sales associate explains that this lingerie uses a special fabric combined with incomprehensible complex techniques, hence the higher price, which Cheng Xiaoyan cannot understand. In short, it is expensive. Cheng Xiaoyan's gaze falls back on the previously shown French embroidery and lace pieces. It seems it's not impossible. The sales associate notices Cheng Xiaoyan's expression and understands. Stop pretending you actually like this. After asking for specific wearing methods, she still bows her head in the face of the price. After all, no one will see what's inside. She asks the sales associate to pack it up, pays, and leaves. As Cheng Xiaoyan steps out of the store, she feels as if she has just been through a great battle and the world has changed. Cheng Xiaoyan casually had a bowl of vegetarian noodles by the roadside, treating it as lunch. She then purchased bed linens and other necessities before returning to Tianhu City. Xianqing was not at home. After tidying up her secondary bedroom, she gave the house a thorough cleaning. She also took her golden retriever Lu Dan downstairs for a walk and conveniently cleaned up after it. Lu Dan was friendly and quite easy to manage. Although Xianqing did not mention the issue of household chores, she had reduced Cheng Xiaoyan's rent, so it was only fair for her to take on a bit more of the household responsibilities. After a busy day, Cheng Xiaoyan finally had time to sit down and create a work plan. She first calculated her recent expenses. In a typical rental situation, one would need to pay a deposit and 3 months rent up front. However, due to her financial constraints, Xianqing agreed to let her pay rent monthly without requiring a deposit, for which she was very grateful. Nonetheless, after today's purchases for necessities, she found that only about 1,000 yuan remained in her pocket. She no longer had parents to support her financially. She had to find a way to earn money, otherwise not only would she fail to keep her grandmother's house, but she might even starve. She hadn't attended classes these past few days, focusing solely on job hunting. With her stomach growling, she thought, how could she even focus on studying? Sitting on the soft sofa in the living room, she opened her notebook, where she had compiled a table of potential jobs based on her current circumstances. Cheng Xiaoyan sorted the jobs by daily wages from highest to lowest. Illegal jobs: daily wage 1,500, KTV daily wage 1,000, bar hostess atmosphere group daily wage 750, dating experience center daily wage 500, board game cafe daily wage 300. Maid cafe daily wage 150, bubble tea and restaurant server daily wage 100, flyer distribution daily wage 80, campus work-study program daily wage 50. First, she eliminated the illegal jobs. Next, she crossed off KTV bars and dating centers one by one. While these jobs offered high pay, they required selling one's soul to some extent. She would rather drink Pujung water than sell her soul. That was her conviction. Upon seeing the board game cafe, she hesitated and noted it as undecided. She then eliminated the maid cafe and similar jobs. It was possible to do them, but the pay was simply too low, yielding too little money for the time invested. She simply couldn't keep up with the interest on her debts. A monthly interest of 20,000 yuan loomed over her like a mountain, suffocating her. After her elimination process, the board game cafe was the only job left. For female university students, finding part-time jobs was significantly easier than for their male counterparts, with many more options available. If she were a beautiful girl like herself, it would be even easier. This should be a good thing for her. However, she still felt some unease about relying on her femininity to profit. She fell into deep thought, gazing out at the darkening night sky. Right now I have no right to be sentimental. As a punishment, I will skip dinner. Reduce, save, wait money. Ding ding. The sound of the electronic lock opening. Xian was back. Lu Dan immediately rushed to her. Little Lu Dan, mommy's back. Xian greeted Lu Dan with a smile. She then quickly noticed that the house had become bright and tidy, with previously scattered items organized properly. While the house had been quite clean before, it was even fresher now. Wow, Xiaoyan, you've cleaned the house so well. Xian changed into slippers and sat down beside Cheng Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, are you looking for a job? Xian snatched the notebook from her. Let me take a look. Hey, don't look. Cheng Xiaoyan exclaimed anxiously. There were some jobs that were a bit embarrassing. TSK. Xian turned her back, while holding the notebook, blocking Cheng Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect you to be so bold with such a wide range of job choices. Cheng Xiaoyan, being a linear thinker, was used to compiling all possibilities and then eliminating them one by one to find the optimal solution. Oh, it's not what you think. Cheng Xiaoyan became even more anxious. Don't go to the board game cafe. If you do, you will be taken advantage of. Xian whispered into her ear. After saying that, Xian got up and walked towards the refrigerator. Cheng Xiaoyan also stood up and sat down hesitantly. Xian took a can of beer from the fridge. Want one? How about a can? Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head as she needed to take it slow. Xian opened the beer, took a sip, and leaned against the table. Just do tutoring. It don't consider anything else, trust me. Cheng Xiaoyan certainly wanted to do tutoring. For university students seeking part-time jobs, tutoring was the top choice, but her new student ID had not been processed yet, so she couldn't start looking. She couldn't possibly go meet the parents of students with her old student ID. She had no choice but to fabricate a lie. I lost my student ID, oh, I will look for a job once the new one is issued. Xian responded. Then once your student ID is reissued, go tutor, don't take those odd jobs. Cheng Xiaoyan replied. Yes, I definitely need to do tutoring, but I still have to find another job. Xian was puzzled. Are you really short on money? She knew that Cheng Xiaoyan had no need for luxury goods and didn't even own high-end cosmetics. She didn't have any cosmetics at all, to be honest. So why was she looking for multiple jobs? Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice, but to be frank, my parents have passed away and I have no source of income. Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing something unrelated to herself. She knew she couldn't hide it. If she had no need for shopping, why would a university student want to take on multiple jobs? Wasn't playing games in her dormitory enough? Speaking of being a poor student, Xian also knew that she had once bought an expensive guitar, something a poor student would never do. Xian looked at her forcefully strong demeanor, feeling heartbroken. She put down the beer, sat beside her, and held Cheng Xiaoyan's hand in her embrace. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Oh, worst comes to worst, I'll support you. I'm fine, Xian. Cheng Xiaoyan said plainly. I cannot change what has already happened. Oh, one must look. Xian pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. Her face brightened as she cheerfully said, I've got it. Sister, let me show you the way. Have you been to the Shalikio bar street? Xian asked her. No, I haven't. Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head. Didn't you oppose working in a bar? I oppose you going to a noisy bar. Xian waved her hand. Seeing the puzzled look on Cheng Xiaoyan's face, she realized that this girl had never been to a bar. So she explained, there are DJs, people dancing loud music, and it's crowded. That's a noisy bar. You shouldn't go there. The ones near Shalikio are all quiet bars, live houses, and music taverns. Most of the customers there come to listen to music, relax, and chat. They might have a few drinks, but won't get drunk. In summary, it's very safe. So should I apply to be a waitress? Cheng Xiaoyan asked in confusion. Is the pay for waitresses there higher than in regular restaurants? Silly, of course not. You could go for a singing gig. I don't think I can do that. Oh, I know my own capabilities. Cheng Xiaoyan began to backtrack. Cheng Xiaoyan's mother was a middle school music teacher, and she had learned some music theory and techniques from her since childhood, but she was still a far cry from professionals. I've heard you sing and play. Oh, I think you're great. Xian encouraged her. Why not give it a try? How will you know if you don't? I can't. Cheng Xiaoyan still shook her head. I have a junior who works part-time there. I heard he makes around 10,000 a month. Xian continued to tempt her. I think I could give it a try. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a surge of confidence. Xian's laughter was infectious. Then I'll contact that junior. You can ask him for details. Thank you, Xian. At night, Lu Kengsu and Lin Chuchu walked out of the cinema together. Lin Chuchu was a student from the music academy, charming and petite, standing just over 1.5 meters tall, perfectly complementing Lu Kengsu's height of 185, creating the cutest height difference. Dressed in a JK anime style, she bounced around Lu Kengsu, chattering excitedly about the movie they had just watched. The male lead should never have gone back to save the person. It was clearly a trap. Fortunately, they ended up together in the end. Otherwise, I would have cried. Hey senior, are you listening? Lin Chuchu waved her hand in front of Lu Kungsu's eyes. I'm listening, Lu Kungsu replied casually. Why do I feel like you've been absent-minded all day? Lin Chuchu pouted, feigning anger. I'm mad. Alright, don't be mad. Lu Kungsu pointed to a street lamp ahead. Didn't you want to take a photo for the girl under the streetlight? Go ahead. Yage. Lin Chuchu happily ran to stand under the streetlight. She was particularly good at posing, not needing Lu Kungsu to direct her at all. After each pose, Lu Kungsu would call out, okay, next one. Lin Chuchu posed several times until she struck a pose with her hand extended forward, but she waited a long time without hearing Lu Kungsu's response. What's wrong, senior? Is it not good? Lin Chuchu asked in confusion. Should I change my pose? No need, I'm just about to finish taking them. Lu Kungsu shook his head vigorously, shaking off the images that kept popping into his mind. That day, that night beneath that dim streetlight. That beautiful girl with a face hidden beneath a hood appearing and disappearing. Lin Chuchu posed a few more times and soon they were done. Quick, let me see. Lin Chuchu ran to Lu Kungsu. She leaned over to look at the photos he had just taken on his phone, one hand tugging at his sleeve, while the other casually rested near Lu Kungsu's hand. Palm to palm. Lin Chuchu's fingers slowly slipped through Lu Kungsu's fingers. Soon their fingers were interlocked. Lin Chuchu felt secretly delighted. Suddenly Lu Kungsu pulled his hand away. He naturally shifted a little to the side, creating some distance between him and Lin Chuchu. Lu Kungsu handed his phone to Lin Chuchu. You can hold it and look at it yourself, it's more convenient. Lin Chuchu received his phone somewhat disappointedly and began browsing through the photos. They were quite good, no wonder he's my idol. As she scrolled, her expression suddenly changed. Who is she? Lin Chuchu demanded sternly, turning the phone screen towards Lu Kungsu. On the screen was a hooded girl reaching out. It was indeed Cheng Xiaoyan. He hadn't deleted a single photo from that night. Lu Kungsu replied honestly, she's a friend of mine, I practiced on her before taking your photos. You're lying. You're lying. Really, I'm not lying. She's so pretty, how could she be just a friend? Lin Chuchu didn't interpret the hooded girl in a way that leaned toward a romantic relationship. Oh, after all, it was common for boys and girls to call each other friends. She was simply worried that friend was a cover for an ambiguous relationship. After all, many friends end up as couples. Lu Kungsu remained silent, looking at her with a helpless gaze. Lin Chuchu was anxious. She tugged at Lu Kungsu's sleeve. Speak up. Is she your girlfriend? Lu Kungsu replied flatly, no. As long as she's not your girlfriend, that's fine. Lin Chuchu was very satisfied with this answer. Then do you like her? Lin Chuchu pressed further. She's my friend, I've explained that. Lu Kungsu didn't answer directly. As a seasoned player in romance, he knew that for such questions, as long as he continued to answer no, it would save a lot of trouble. He knew how to comfort girls, understanding that what they sought more was an attitude. The truth was unimportant. However, he didn't know why he felt shaken. Do I like her? Why can't I say no? Lu Kungsu inexplicably felt a bit anxious as he gazed up at them. For some reason, he suddenly recalled that night. That person had asked him, Xiao Su, have you ever thought about seriously dating someone? So do you like her or not? Lin Chuchu interrupted his thoughts, relentless. Speak up. Lin Chuchu continued to apply pressure. She believed Lu Kungsu would surely say he didn't like her. What kind of guy would admit to liking another girl while on a date with a girl? That would be foolish. As long as Lu Kungsu said I don't like her, then she could smoothly follow up with, so do you like me? Forcing him to confess. It was a guaranteed win. Everything would fall into place. Tonight was an incredible opportunity. Holding hands with her idol tonight was the night. Lin Chuchu's eyes were blazing with passion. I'm sorry, Lin Chuchu, Lu Kungsu said coldly. We're not suited for each other. He took back his phone and turned to leave. Lin Chuchu was left dumbfounded in place. Am I finished? Weren't we fine just now? Her mind was in chaos. No, this isn't how the script is written. On that morning, Cheng Xiaoyan finally went to class. She rode her bike and Lu Kungsu had already been waiting for her. Cheng Xiaoyan was wearing a white t-shirt paired with a light-colored thin shirt, khaki casual pants, and a pair of white shoes, her hair styled into a large bun with the help of Xinqing. A refreshing and pleasant unisex outfit. Without makeup, her natural beauty shone through with white teeth and red lips, exuding a unique charm. Good morning, Xiao Su. Cheng Xiaoyan greeted Lu Kungsu. Good morning, Yun. Lu Kungsu looked her up and down. The clothes fit much better now. This outfit is beautiful. I always felt like you were a child wearing adult clothes, ha. Lu Kungsu continued to tease her. What are you talking about? Are you looking for trouble? Cheng Xiaoyan lightly punched him a few times, not causing any pain. The two chatted and laughed, walking side by side. Upon reaching the classroom door, Cheng Xiaoyan saw her roommates Shifang Zhou and Yang Wang had already arrived and seemed to have saved them some seats. She hesitated, unsure of how to face them. Lu Kungsu patted her shoulder and handed her a pair of glasses. Cheng Xiaoyan accepted the glasses, looking at him in confusion. Lu Kungsu smiled. These are non-prescription glasses, just wear them. Cheng Xiaoyan doubted. Will they be useful? She fiddled with the glasses in her hands, which were delicate and beautiful, clearly not something Lu Kungsu would use. Did he buy these specifically for her? Of course they are useful. Superheroes wear glasses, so they won't be recognized. Lu Kangsu took the glasses from her hands and directly helped her put them on. The sudden affectionate action caught her off guard. A flush of red appeared on her cheeks. With the glasses on, Cheng Xiaoyan exuded a touch of literary elegance and intellect, her slightly flushed cheeks adding to her allure. She was a picture of pure desire with glasses. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Lu Kangsu naturally took her hand and led her into the classroom. Cheng Xiaoyan immediately felt the gazes of her classmates turning toward them, especially the boys' gazes, which were particularly intense. Cheng Xiaoyan felt as if she were standing in the spotlight under everyone's scrutiny. Oh, for her it was not a pleasure, but a torment. Lu Kangsu holding her hand gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Like a small boat in a storm, she had a direction. Yet being led by a guy felt strange as she lightly struggled, wanting to pull her hand away. Lu Kangsu held her hand tightly. Xiao Su, let go of me. Cheng Xiaoyan whispered to Lu Kangsu. Let me hold your hand, they'll block those wolves for you. You can avoid a lot of trouble, it's a great deal. Lu Kangsu whispered in her ear. Sure enough, their intimate actions deterred many boys who wanted to strike up a Lu Kangsu had a notorious reputation and was never short of female companions. Now he had brought along such a beauty. It was like a flower blooming on a scoundrel. It was infuriating. Lu Kangsu, you are a born troublemaker. If the boys' gazes were arrows, Lu Kangsu had already been pierced 1,000 times. Lu Kangsu had a fearless expression. With 1,000 misunderstandings and countless curses, I, old Lu, will bear it all. Bearing the weight of righteousness only, I, Lu Kangsu. Come at me, fire at me. Cheng Xiaoyan noticed that indeed many troubles had lessened, and she accepted being led by him. She just couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Kangsu seemed to radiate a layer of sacred light. The two reached the seats that Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang had long claimed. Cheng Xiaoyan sat by the window while Lu Kangsu sat between her and her roommates. Lu Kangsu greeted his roommates with a smile, and they returned the greeting with smiles of their own. Cheng Xiaoyan looked on with a hint of envy, remembering when she used to be one of them. Now things had changed, and they didn't recognize each other. Although Cheng Xiaoyan thought this way, she was truly afraid they would recognize her. Fortunately, they didn't suspect her identity. Shi Fangzhou spoke first. Old Lu, why don't you introduce your sister-in-law? Yang Guang chimed in. Exactly, this one definitely needs an introduction. It feels like this time you can finally make it last. After Yang Guang finished speaking, he winked at Lu Kangsu. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit speechless, as if she was stepping further down the path of being a fake girlfriend. Cheng Xiaoyan, she transferred majors early to prepare for the finance master's program. Lu Kangsu generously introduced her, even coming up with reasons for her. Cheng Xiaoyan felt grateful upon hearing this, otherwise having an extra person in the major would inevitably raise suspicions. She had been too busy lately, and completely forgot to find a reasonable excuse for this. Xiao Su was truly reassuring. This strong guy is Shi Fangzhou, old Shi. This refined handsome guy is Yang Guang, brother Guang. Lu Kangsu pretended to introduce his roommates to Cheng Xiaoyan. Hello, old Shi. Hello, brother Guang. Cheng Xiaoyan greeted the two familiar faces in a somewhat formal manner. Yang Guang said, all good, all good. The name Xiaoyan sounds a lot like a brother in our dorm. Is that so? Shi Fangzhou asked curiously. You guys have the same surname too. His name is Cheng Xiaoyan, do you know him? Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. The name Cheng Xiaoyan held too much meaning for her. Hearing it suddenly from an old acquaintance felt like a bullet hitting her forehead. Her breathing began to quicken. A warm sensation spread from her palms. Lu Kangsu held her hand again. He smiled at her, and then said calmly, Xiaoyan was introduced to me by a Yun. A Yun is her cousin. As long as Lu Kangsu spoke, Cheng Xiaoyan immediately felt at ease. He always handled things well. Shi Fangzhou suddenly realized. I thought they resembled each other a bit, turns out they— Yang Guang exclaimed, that a Yun is something else, hiding such a beautiful sister for so long, and now she ends up with old Lu. Lu Kangsu smiled and said, what can I do? I'm the best friend of a Yun, of course he thought of me, first for good things. After saying this, Lu Kangsu squeezed Cheng Xiaoyan's hand, and said to her, your brother entrusted you to me, right? Cheng Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him, not wanting to engage. Shi Fangzhou had a girlfriend, and was happily married, so he wasn't as excited as Yang Guang, the single dog. As the dormitory leader, he was quite concerned about Cheng Xiaoyan's brother's situation. Shi Fangzhou asked, by the way Xiaoyan, what's your brother's situation now? He hasn't been seen for a while, and moved out of the dormitory a while ago. My brother. Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her head, hesitated slightly, and said, he went abroad for further study. Oh, I see. Shi Fangzhou showed a look of regret. What a pity, it'll be hard to see him in the future. Yang Guang interjected, it's better to go out, there are more beautiful girls abroad. Maybe a Yun has already found a girlfriend. Cheng Xiaoyan secretly felt relieved that this reason was somewhat acceptable. She looked up and smiled, saying, I hope he has everything going well abroad. Lu Kangsu noticed this and gently patted her shoulder to offer comfort. After class, the four former dorm mates walked towards the cafeteria together as before, but this time Cheng Xiaoyan's mood was different from usual. Although the people were the same, she was no longer the person she used to be. She felt more like Lu Kangsu's family member rather than one of them. Shi Fangzhou animatedly recounted Yang Guang's embarrassing confession failure from a few days ago, making everyone burst into laughter. Yang Guang couldn't take it anymore and changed the subject, exposing some hidden dirt on Lu Kongsu. Lu Kongsu, not to be outdone, unapologetically revealed Shi Fangzhou's past foolishness. The three exchanged barbs back and forth, creating quite a lively atmosphere. When it came to Cheng Xiaoyun, they would lament how their good buddy had just left without a word. All the while the three were engaged in a heated discussion, while Cheng Xiaoyun only occasionally responded politely. Her status had changed and she found it hard to interject. Upon entering the cafeteria after getting her meal, Cheng Xiaoyun noticed that Yang Guang had already found a 4-person table, and she naturally sat down next to him. At the moment Cheng Xiaoyun sat down, she could clearly sense Yang Guang's discomfort. Shi Fangzhou also came over. He was slightly taken aback, then sat down opposite Cheng Xiaoyun, and said to Yang Guang, "Hey Guang, what are you doing sitting with Xiaoyun? Come sit over here." "Oh, okay." Yang Guang, as if granted amnesty, quickly took his tray and moved to the opposite side. Cheng Xiaoyun kept her head down, quietly eating, seemingly oblivious to what had just happened. Although Lu Kongsu arrived a bit late, he had seen what had just transpired. He calmly sat down next to Cheng Xiaoyun and casually joked with his two roommates. Cheng Xiaoyun felt very sad. Everything was different now. She could clearly sense that Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang were maintaining a certain distance from her. Even their conversation was quite formal. How she wished to return to the past, to once again blend into their world, to chat freely with them and critique the beautiful girls they encountered along the way. However, reality cruelly isolated her, making it impossible for her to touch that once intimate bond again. After lunch, Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang returned to the dorm, leaving Cheng Xiaoyun alone with Lu Kongsu. "Don't blame them," Lu Kongsu said lazily, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and glancing at Cheng Xiaoyun before putting the cigarette back. "I understand, I just feel like I've lost two good sons," Cheng Xiaoyun said with a bitter smile. The pain of losing a child is beyond words. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Cheng Xiaoyun reached into Lu Kongsu's pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and when she habitually put it to her lips, she remembered that she no longer smoked. Angrily, she shoved the cigarette into Lu Kongsu's hand, saying, "If you want to smoke, smoke. You don't have to consider me. I don't want you to end up like Lao Shi and the others." Her words carried a hint of subtle disappointment. Lu Kongsu did not reply, lighting the cigarette, showing no concern that it had been touched by Cheng Xiaoyun's lips. As the cigarette burned down, Lu Kongsu invited Cheng Xiaoyun to the library. He wanted to help her catch up on the classes she had missed. Cheng Xiaoyun also wanted to go to the library, but ultimately shook her head and politely declined, saying she had to attend the opening event of a store in a mall that needed temporary workers. Although the pay was modest, every little bit counts. Before finding a better job, she decided to take whatever work was available, making do for the time being. She was different from her classmates in the ivory tower. She needed to hustle for a living. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Xinhai Financial Holdings Group, Liang Pingchuan answered the phone. "Hello, Wang Wei." "Hello, Senior Liang. I have news about the matter you asked me to look into last time." Since that time, when Xin Weijun instructed Liang Pingchuan to gather information on Cheng Xiaoyun, Liang Pingchuan quickly contacted a few finance majors from Ning University to keep an eye out for the name Cheng Xiaoyun, and specifically instructed them that this Cheng Xiaoyun should be a great beauty. Wang Wei was a junior to Liang Pingchuan, and also a student in the finance department at Ning University, and he had been in class with Cheng Xiaoyun. Information about such a top beauty was easy to gather. There were already photos of her circulating on the school's forum. Not to mention her fake boyfriend Lu Kongsu. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang's social media accounts had also been bombarded with inquiries about Cheng Xiaoyun. Moreover, some troublemakers suggested that by Ni, the flower of the finance department, was losing her status. Many joined in the ruckus, and some even claimed that Cheng Xiaoyun could easily be the belle of the management school and might even be elevated to the position of campus beauty at Ning University. The beauties of the management school had been overshadowed by the art department for quite some time. The many wolves of the management school had started howling, clamoring for a showdown with the art department. After listening to Wang Wei's information, Liang Pingchuan hung up and took the elevator to the 36th floor. He knocked on the door of the president's office. "Come in," Xin Weijun's voice replied. Liang Pingchuan entered, placing the documents in his hands on Xin Weijun's desk, saying, "President Xin, these documents need your signature." Xin Weijun took the documents and began to review them. Finding no issues, he picked up a pen to sign. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Pingchuan asked, "The person you wanted me to inquire about, I've found some information. Would you like to hear it now?" Xin Weijun was known for not discussing personal matters during work. He paused for a moment before responding, "Go ahead." Liang Pingchuan took out his phone, locating a photo which was indeed a picture of Cheng Xiaoyun in class, likely taken secretly by a classmate. In the photo, the girl resembled a fresh lily, wearing glasses, quietly sitting by the window, fully engrossed in her. The sunlight fell upon her like golden silk, making her appear clean and pure, reminiscent of a fairy untouched by the mundane world or an elegant, cultured young lady. After glancing at the photo, Xin Weijun stated, "No doubt it's her." Liang Pingchuan nodded, relieved to have not mistaken her identity. He continued, "I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I found out her name is Chung Xiaoyun, with Chung meaning progress Xiao, as in the little one, and Yun representing the cloud with a grass radical. She is indeed a senior in the finance department at Ning University this year. The bad news is that she has a boyfriend. Liang Pingxuan did not keep them in suspense as the last person who did had already been sent packing. Upon hearing this, Shun Weijun frowned slightly. Understood, let's leave it at that. The finality in Shun Weijun's tone was evident. Though he felt regret, he was also unwilling to interfere in someone else's relationship. After the report, Liang Pingxuan was about to leave when he hesitated at the office door, turning back to say, Lao Shinmai Jr. told me that Chung Xiaoyan's boyfriend is a notorious playboy who changes girlfriends every month, so what do you think? Shin Weijun nodded, slightly indicating he was listening. Liang Pingxuan exited while Shun Weijun rhythmically tapped his long fingers on the desk, lost in thought. Is her boyfriend a playboy? After a while, the young president picked up the phone and dialed Liang Pingxuan's number. Pingxuan, I remember you mentioned that Ning University had sent an invitation for a lecture to the group, right? Yes, it was about the future trends in the finance industry and career directions aimed at soon-to graduate seniors, with Director Zhang from the HR department as the speaker. The time has come to evening. Mingwei Square. As closing time approaches, the crowd in the mall gradually diminishes. Chung Xiaoyan sits on a public bench massaging her calves. She has been standing at the entrance of the creative gift shop as a greeter for 7 or 8 hours. Aside from a hurried dinner in between, she has only now found a moment to rest. Fortunately, the attire required by this gift shop is quite simple, just wearing a cute anime-style apron. There was no requirement to wear high heels, otherwise it would have truly been her undoing. At this moment, the store manager approached smiling and said, Xiaoqing, you really worked hard this time. No need to mention it, manager. Chung Xiaoyan politely stood up. In addition to the agreed salary, I personally want to give you a red envelope as a token of gratitude. The manager said as he pulled a red envelope from his pocket and shoved it into Chung Xiaoyan's hands. Thank you, manager. Chung Xiaoyan symbolically declined for a moment, but then accepted it. Xiaoqing, if you need a part-time job again, you are always welcome here, the manager said cheerfully. No wonder the manager was so happy praising her and giving her a red envelope. It was purely because Chung Xiaoyan's cost-effectiveness was simply too high. Standing at the door, the apron-clad girl wearing a toy hat was both adorable and beautiful, graceful and charming, drawing great attention. Passers-by, regardless of gender, were captivated by her, more effective than any sign or slogan. She had seen couples pass by more than once where the girl would pinch the boy's waist or arm to bring him back to reality. Some customers entered the shop just to steal a few more glances at her. Even more so, some boys intentionally approached her with small items just to strike up a conversation. She didn't quite understand the specific uses of those items, stumbling through her responses, but it did not hinder the boys from ultimately purchasing them. She even wondered if she was a sales genius. Perhaps she should consider switching careers to sales. The managers were watching this all with clarity. If Chung Xiaoyan were willing to work part-time, or even full-time, he would be more than happy. Because she was such a draw. After a day's work, Chung Xiaoyan returned the apron and toy headpiece to the shop and prepared to leave. Chung Xiaoyan recognized him. He was the photographer hired by the store owner for the opening day to take some promotional material. Chung Xiaoyan recognized him. He was the photographer hired by the store owner for the opening day to take some promotional materials. Hello, Chung. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhou Zihong. Zhou Zihong displayed his DSLR camera and said, as you can see, I am a photographer. Chung Xiaoyan thought he was being a bit long-winded. Seeing Chung Xiaoyan's lack of interest, Zhou the photographer felt somewhat defeated. Due to his profession, he often interacted with beautiful girls, all of whom were usually warm and friendly, hoping he would help them take great photos. So are you interested in doing a women's clothing shoot? Zhou Zihong got straight to the point without further ado. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Chung Xiaoyan said this and turned to leave. Do you like photo shoots? After the women's clothing shoot, I can give you a set of portraits. Zhou Zihong chased after her. For such commercial shoots, hiring a professional model would cost between 500 to 1,000 yuan per hour. The requirements for models in commercial women's clothing shoots are not particularly high. If he could find a female college student, making her happy might just result in her offering to model for free. For female college students, being a model is also a form of beautiful validation. After all, they are naive and innocent college students. Zhou Zihong had seen the impact Chung Xiaoyan could have if she were to be a model. The photos would surely sell for a good price. Thus, seeing Chung Xiaoyan's disinterest, he decided not to waste time on empty promises, but instead added an incentive: a portrait shoot. Some female college students wanted to shoot high-quality portraits, but lacked the funds, so they would sometimes resort to bartering. Zhou Zihong had no doubt about the allure of the portrait shoot. Not interested, Chung Xiaoyan replied decisively. This fake girl didn't even take selfies, let alone portraits. Hearing this, Zhou the photographer felt a deep sense of defeat. Why was his previously foolproof tactic failing miserably now? He did not give up chasing after Chung Xiaoyan. How about 100 yuan per hour? Is that okay? If free didn't work and portraits didn't work, then he would throw money at her. Zhou Zihong calculated carefully. Chung Xiaoyan had worked part-time in this gift shop for 7 or 8 hours. Even with the red envelope given by the manager, she probably earned only 2 or 300. A pay of 100 yuan per hour is quite high compared to her part-time job at the gift shop. He was confident she would agree. Cheng Xiaoyan, however, ignored him and continued walking. Still not enough. Zhou Zihong did not expect the rejection to come so swiftly. His confidence was rapidly crumbling. This beautiful girl was ruthlessly crushing his self-esteem. 300 yuan per hour. Zhou Zihong offered his highest price. Any higher, and it would be better to hire a professional model. Zhou Zihong was all in. He had to win her over tonight. Cheng Xiaoyan paused. Even in the past, if someone offered her 300 yuan to wear women's clothing for an hour, she would have agreed without hesitation. Moreover, she was now a proper girl. What kind of clothes will be shot? She asked. Zhou Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. She was finally interested. Cheng Xiaoyan was indeed interested, but she felt it necessary to clarify first. If it was some revealing outfit or simply underwear, she wouldn't accept it no matter how much money was offered. Zhou Zihong likely guessed her concerns and quickly replied they are all proper clothes. The weather has now entered autumn and e-commerce is starting to push winter clothing, so we'll be shooting winter outfits. Rest assured they will be wrapped up tightly. Cheng Xiaoyan was in dire need of money more than ever. If it's not as you said I want shoot, she stated. No problem. Zhou Zihong immediately agreed. Then the two exchanged contact information and scheduled a time to visit Zhou Zihong's photography studio. Cheng Xiaoyan did not use her original contact number, but applied for a new one. Since she had changed her ID, she no longer used her original phone number and got a new one instead. She did not want to inherit her previous social relationships, because she did not want too many people to know about her past. Rumors can be frightening. She was already bearing the loss of her parents and a mountain of debt, and she did not want to endure the world's gossip any longer. The burden on her shoulders was already heavy enough. There was no need to add more. Cheng Xiaoyan, let it be that he has drowned. Perhaps in this life only Lu Kongsu would know her secret. Oh, and her grandmother. How should I explain this matter to my grandmother? Thinking of this problem, Cheng Xiaoyan felt a headache coming on. Tianhu City. As Cheng Xiaoyan stepped through the door, the little dog Lu Dan wagged its tail and joyfully ran over to greet her. She happily crouched down to pet Lu Dan's head, giving it a gentle pat. Lu Dan was immensely pleased by the attention, barking happily. Xian Qing was sitting in the living room engrossed in a romantic reality show on TV, a smile of delight constantly gracing her lips. After greeting her, Cheng Xiaoyan headed straight into the bathroom to take a shower. After her shower, Cheng Xiaoyan emerged wearing a loose-fitting pajamas, her damp hair casually cascading over her shoulders, giving her a languid and charming appearance. She walked into the living room and sat down next to Xian Qing, her gaze sweeping across the TV screen, where the same dating show Xian Qing had been watching was still playing. Seeing Xian Qing's infatuated smile, Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but tease, "So which male guest has caught your eye? You're so obsessed." Xian Qing's lips curled into a sly smile as she softly replied, "How do you know I'm not interested in a female guest?" With a playful wink, she finished her sentence. Although Cheng Xiaoyan was getting used to her style, she still found it a bit. Seemingly noticing Cheng Xiaoyan's reaction, Xian Qing's smile grew even brighter. Cheng Xiaoyan took a deep breath and finally asked Xian Qing, "There's a question I've been wanting to ask you, can I?" Xian Qing looked up at Cheng Xiaoyan and smiled. "Of course, what is it?" Cheng Xiaoyan bit her lip and finally voiced the question that had been buried in her heart. Are you into girls?" After saying this, she felt a bit embarrassed. Xian Qing was taken aback by the question, but then replied no. Her tone was straightforward, showing no signs of anger or embarrassment. Cheng Xiaoyan sighed with relief, but couldn't help but continue probing. "Then why do you always act so towards me?" "What do you mean?" Xian Qing raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief shining in her eyes. Xian Qing laughed, her voice bright and melodious. "Because I find you very cute, and we're good friends, so it's perfectly normal to be a bit close." "Oh, I see," Cheng Xiaoyan murmured to herself. She didn't quite understand how girls interacted. Perhaps other girls behaved similarly. She began to adapt to and accept this new identity. Over time, she realized that her standards of beauty for women had not changed significantly. She still appreciated those beautiful and charming girls. However, now she experienced these feelings from an entirely new perspective. She started to learn to understand and experience the world from a girl's perspective. Xian Qing joked about having her heart broken. How could anyone resist the charm of our beautiful Xian? They must be blind. Cheng Xiaoyan defended her. Xian Qing said, "There I have his photo. Want to see it?" Sure. Cheng Xiaoyan responded cheerfully. Her gossip-loving spirit was ignited, and she was very curious about what kind of man could resist Xian Qing, such a captivating enchantress. It couldn't be that the guy just wasn't up to par, right? Xian Qing picked up her phone, found a photo, and showed it to Cheng. As Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at the photo, her vision went dark. The girl in the picture, earnestly listening in class with her innocent glasses, was none other than herself, who had secretly taken her photo. And worse, why was it being spread around? Xian Qing feigned tears, saying it's her. She has a boyfriend now, and am heartbroken. She even pretended to wipe non-existent tears. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a headache coming on, and asked, "Where did you find this photo?" Xian Qing replied, "In the student group chat." Several alumni shared it along with your information, name, major relationship status, all presented quite elaborately. Chung Xiaoyan's headache intensified. She had just attended a class in the morning and had her photo taken, or it hadn't even been a day, and yet it was already circulating in the music academy. Wasn't this news spreading all over Ning University? She had her secrets, and she disliked the feeling of being in the spotlight. The gazes of others felt like they were stripping her bare. She preferred to live and study in peace. A smooth, uneventful life was already her greatest wish. Chung Xiaoyan helplessly returned the phone to Xianqing. Xianqing playfully asked, "So do you have a boyfriend or not?" Chung Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and decided not to lie to Xianqing. "No, it's just a pretend relationship," he said. "He could help me fend off wolves." "You definitely need someone to fend off. If you were single, the line of suitors would stretch all the way to France." Xianqing. The two girls watched TV for a while longer, and when Chung Xiaoyan grew tired, she decided to head back to her room to sleep. "Good night, Xianqing, I'm going to bed." "Good night, babe. By the way, about your fake boyfriend. I find it hard to believe that there's a man who wouldn't be drawn to you." Xianqing gave Chung Xiaoyan a "you know what I mean" look, saying, "What do you mean pretend boyfriend fending off wolves? Clearly he's harboring ulterior motives." Chung Xiaoyan shook her head. She knew Xiaosu well. Harboring feelings. Impossible. A few days later in the morning, Chung Xiaoyan was to visit Zhou Zihang's photography studio. When she got up, Xianqing was still not awake, so Chung Xiaoyan prepared breakfast for her, milk and handmade sandwiches, and casually added some dog food to the braised egg. With the egg's numerous thanks, she left the house. She arrived at a building following the address given by Zhou Zihang. The building housed many companies, and there were many people bustling about. Chung Xiaoyan felt a bit more reassured. If it were in a small apartment, being locked in a room would be a nightmare. Upon reaching the floor where the photography studio was located, she noticed that Zhou Zihang had rented half a floor, which was much larger than an ordinary studio. There were also people working, and she even saw parents bringing children in for artistic portraits. It all seemed very professional, and Chung Xiaoyan felt completely at ease. "Thank you for personally receiving me, boss," she said to Zhou Zihang, who was showing her around. Zhou Zihang waved his hand, saying, "Hey, I'm not the boss, I just hold a small stake and help out. You can call me Brother Zhou." They sat down at an office desk, and Zhou Zihang handed Chung Xiaoyan a commercial photography contract. The contract had several pages filled with dense text, causing Chung Xiaoyan to frown. Although she felt that the filming risk was low, contracts could change meaning with a single word, and one could easily fall into a trap. "Brother Zhou, I don't want to sign a contract. Can we settle the payment daily?" Chung Xiaoyan thought. Clearly, not signing a contract meant the biggest risk for her was not receiving that day's pay, essentially working for free. If she signed the contract and someone had ulterior motives, it could lead to a situation where she ended up losing both money and her dignity, a systemic risk. Having studied finance, she understood that the essence was risk management. Zhou Zihang indeed had some self-interest, adding a few clauses in the contract with the intent of long-term cooperation. In the end, he couldn't resist Chung Xiaoyan's insistence and agreed not to sign a contract with daily payments. Zhou Zihang thought to himself that this girl was quite good at protecting herself. However, he soon realized that a top beauty like her needed to be well protected, otherwise she could easily be taken advantage of. Time soon passed, and Zhou Zihang proposed to treat her to lunch. Free food. Chung Xiaoyan had to agree. After lunch, she took her leave, planning to set another time for the shoot, as she had classes in the afternoon and an important lecture. Upon returning to school, Chung Xiaoyan sensed the curious gazes and whispers from her classmates. "Hey, isn't that the suddenly popular glasses girl? Why isn't she wearing glasses today? I heard she's from the management school studying finance." "A finance girl? Quite ambitious, huh? The group says she's a senior, but why haven't we seen her before? Such beauty can't be hidden." When she came to school yesterday, she also drew attention, but it was more discreet, unlike the bold stares today. Yesterday there were no topics to discuss. Passers-by merely admired the beauty without engaging in conversation. Staring at a stranger so openly would be impolite. Now that the topic had heated up, passers-by turned into onlookers, emboldened to watch and speak, thinking, "Why shouldn't I look and talk? If just one person was secretly watching, I wouldn't dare. But if a crowd is watching, I would definitely push to the front. After all, the law does not condemn the masses. As long as I hide in the crowd, I can look and speak as I please." Fortunately, there were no overly offensive remarks. If someone were to spread a rumor, it would lead to a flood of Chung Xiaoyan kept her head down as she walked forward, feeling very uncomfortable with the situation, as if every action of hers was under scrutiny. She hurriedly walked ahead, turned a corner, and bumped into someone with a loud thud. She lost her balance and started to fall backward. A strong hand caught her arm, preventing her from falling. "I'm sorry, thank you." She steadied herself, hurriedly apologizing and expressing her gratitude. "You're still as careless as ever," said a deep and magnetic voice from the man. Chung Xiaoyan felt the voice was somewhat familiar. The man was quite tall, and she had to look up to see his face. As she looked up, her eyes widened in surprise. It was him, the one who saved her by the river. The man was dressed in a tailored suit, his figure tall, and his demeanor refined. Though it was the same person, his aura was entirely different from when they first met by the river, Then he appeared as a sporty young man, but now he exuded the presence of someone in power with a subtle sense of pressure. Shun. Senior Shun, Chung Xiaoyan stammered, having forgotten his name. She vaguely remembered his surname was Shun and that he was an alumnus. Forgetting the name of her savior was indeed quite inappropriate. Shun Weijun nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then continued chatting with the person beside him. Chung Xiaoyan then noticed that the few people next to Shun Weijun were all school leaders who, despite their lofty demeanor, were quite polite today. They were waiting for the elevator, which was reserved for teachers and school leaders, while students had to obediently take the stairs. Chung Xiaoyan hurriedly went up the stairs. Shun Weijun's eyes caught a glimpse of her disappearing around the stairwell, and a slight smile curved his lips. He was invited to give a lecture today. Originally, it was meant to be the head of the Human Resources Department who would come to analyze industry prospects and employment choices for students. However, upon learning that Shun Weijun had come personally, the school decided to add an impromptu seminar inviting professors from the college to discuss some issues with Shun Weijun, followed by the student lecture. Chung Xiaoyan arrived in the classroom where the class had already started. She slipped in through the back door and spotted Lu Kungsu sitting in the last row, so she naturally took a seat beside him. "Why are you late?" Lu Kungsu asked in a low voice. "I went to check out a new part-time job this morning, but it was a bit far, and it took me some time to return. Just do what you can and don't tire yourself out too much," he advised. "Yeah, I understand," she replied softly. After class, Lu Kungsu had other matters to attend to and left early. The upcoming lecture held no significance for him, as his future path lay elsewhere. However, as a student from a humble background, Chung Xiaoyan felt it was important to attend. She went to the auditorium alone and found an empty seat. Many students had come, not just seniors, but also graduate students. Chung Xiaoyan saw Bai and I. Bai and I saw her too. They didn't speak or greet each other. Bai and I quietly sat in another seat. As more and more people arrived, the available seats were dwindling. "Hello, classmate, is this seat taken?" asked a somewhat handsome boy, pointing to the seat next to Chung Xiaoyan. Chung Xiaoyan shook her head, saying, "No, please sit." The boy sat down. There was still some time before the lecture started. He initiated a conversation. "Classmate, are you studying finance?" Chung Xiaoyan politely nodded. She thought to herself, those who come to listen to a finance lecture must be finance students. Seeing that she wasn't very enthusiastic, the boy remained undeterred. "I study management. Can we get to know each other?" Chung Xiaoyan felt a pang of annoyance at his words. Oh, why was a management student here? "My surname is Chung," she replied, her tone distinctly aloof, unwilling to share her full name. The boy, unfazed by Chung Xiaoyan's coldness, introduced himself. "Hello, classmate Chung, my name is Zhang Kaiwan." He extended his hand for a handshake. Chung Xiaoyan felt a bit speechless. "Hey, there's no handshake custom among classmates." Out of politeness, she extended her hand and gave us a light shake. Zhang Kaiwan, after the handshake, wore a satisfied expression. A bow tie's delicate hand, soft and warm. It felt amazing. This trip was truly worth it. Zhang Kaiwan continued to find topics to discuss. "The main speaker for this lecture is Mr. Shun from Xinhai Financial Holdings. I heard the original speaker was the HR director under him, but unexpectedly, he came in person. Do you know Mr. Shun Weijun? He's a senior from our management program," Zhang Kaiwan said with a sense of pride. This reminder made Chung Xiaoyan recall the name of her lifesaver. Was the dignified man at the elevator the one giving the lecture? Zhang Kaiwan continued to chatter on. Chung Xiaoyan responded intermittently. Finally, the lecture began, and Zhang Kaiwan fell silent. The host delivered a speech and then invited the main speaker to the stage. Mr. Shun Weijun walked up tall and steady. With each step, he seemed to carry an invisible aura that captivated everyone's attention. The audience erupted into warm applause. Mr. Shun Weijun raised his hand to quiet the room. He spoke in a calm and measured tone. "Good afternoon, fellow students. I am your..." Chung Xiaoyan felt a bit dazed. Where did all these management students come from? Wasn't this a finance lecture? Did I walk into the wrong place? Mr. Shun Weijun raised his hand to quiet the room. He spoke in a calm and measured tone. "Good afternoon, fellow students. I am your alumnus Shun Weijun." This statement instantly bridged the gap between him and the students below. The audience burst into another round of enthusiastic applause. Seizing this statement instantly bridged the gap between him and the students below. The audience burst into another round of enthusiastic applause. Seizing the moment, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on that lovely you. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shun Weijun's mouth, a subtle and alluring expression lingering there. As the thunderous applause gradually subsided, the venue returned to silence, and Shun Weijun lightly parted his lips to continue. "Next, I will share my personal understanding and views on the trends in the finance industry and career directions, hoping to help you all." Following this, Shun Weijun articulated his insights into the finance industry with clarity and depth. As the head of a large financial holding company, his analyses were far more practical than those of theoretical professors, aligning better with the current market reality. Many of the difficult questions Chung Xiaoyan had faced in class seemed trivial in practical application, genuinely helping her avoid numerous detours. The lecture, lasting over an hour, was not dull, and time passed swiftly. The lecture entered the QA session. Students eagerly raised their hands, and when Shun Weijun called on someone's staff, would bring the microphone over. After a few questions, the microphone reached Bayanai. She tossed her hair, looking charming, her voice sweet. Hello, Senior Shun. I am currently pursuing a master's in finance, and will graduate soon. May I ask if girls face discrimination when entering investment banks? Does Shinhai Financial Holdings consider female investment bankers? For the first question, I assume you mean the business positions in investment banks. Currently, the gender ratio in the industry is 10-1. Women who can survive in this male-dominated battlefield will not face discrimination, rest assured. They are often even more formidable than men. Shin Weijun made a little joke, causing the entire room to burst into laughter. Bayanai also covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with amusement. For the second question, Shinhai does not consider gender. We only evaluate your professional abilities. If you can dominate the table like a man while also possessing the beauty of femininity, I believe you can match a salary in the hundreds of thousands. All right, thank you, Senior Shun. Bayanai smiled as she gently handed the microphone back to the staff beside her, then her gaze returned to the man before her. As her gaze lingered, her satisfaction surged like a tide. That man stood tall and confident, exuding a unique charm and self-assuredness. Compared to her current boyfriend Wang Kai, he was simply on another level. In terms of appearance, temperament, and inner cultivation, this man far surpassed Wang Kai by thousands of times. Bayanai thought to herself if she could get to know this man, or even develop a deeper relationship. At this thought, a faint blush crept onto her face. Shin Weijun said, due to time constraints, I will answer the last question. Hearing it was the final opportunity for questions, the students raised their hands even more eagerly. Shin Weijun's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the lovely her. She sat quietly in her seat, resembling a flower poised to bloom, radiating a tranquil and enchanting aura. In stark contrast to the other students who were eagerly raising their hands and actively participating, she seemed to exist in another world, blooming in solitude amidst the noise. Shun Weijun pretended to hesitate for a moment. All right, then I will choose the girl in the blue and white striped sweater in the 9th row. Chung Xiaoyan. She was indeed wearing a blue and white striped sweater today, and she was sitting in the 9th row. Is he talking about me? But I didn't raise my hand. Before Chung Xiaoyan could process this, a staff member had already thrust the microphone into her hand. Chung Xiaoyan had no choice but to awkwardly stand up. Her mind was blank, as if she had returned to elementary school unprepared for the lesson, yet called upon by the teacher. The man on stage wore a smile and was polite, yet she felt he had ulterior motives. She forced her brain to work, but it only outputted garbled nonsense. If students from Ning University seek employment at Shinhai, would you, as a senior, help them out? Perhaps because she had been job hunting recently, this question slipped out. How embarrassing. How could she ask such a brainless question in this situation? Although her brain had indeed crashed, she could feel the heat rising to her ears, and without guessing she knew she was blushing. Fortunately, other classmates were also curious about this question, but hesitated to ask. Shun Weijun replied calmly, if it's like this beautiful junior here, I would be more than willing to open doors. Shin Weijun spoke with calm assurance. If it were someone as beautiful as this junior sister, I would be willing to open the door wide for her. His tone carried a playful undertone, making it seem as though he was joking rather than truly putting personal interests above the public good. Such questions are in fact difficult to answer. Answering that one would open the back door would lead people to think you were prioritizing personal favors, suggesting nepotism in the company. Conversely, stating that you wouldn't open the back door might make one seem unapproachable as a senior. Therefore, Shin Weijun's somewhat flirtatious response to the female student was in fact the best answer. Thank you, senior brother. Chung Xiaoyan returned the microphone to the staff. She quickly sat down, not caring about what Shin Weijun had answered. Her main concern was to end this dreadful QA. Even now her cheeks were still flushed. Soon after, the host took the stage to deliver the closing remarks, and the lecture drew to a close. Shin Weijun was surrounded by students, and Zhang Kaiwen, who was beside Chung Xiaoyan, also rushed over to join the crowd. Chung Xiaoyan glanced at Shin Weijun, who was encircled by the crowd, hesitating whether to greet him. After all, he was her savior. She had previously mentioned treating him to a meal, yet she didn't even leave her contact information. And that bath towel of his. Suddenly a thought struck her. Could it be that this man was intentionally flaunting his own charms because she hadn't invited him for a meal? Chung Xiaoyan's phone vibrated. Xian Qing had sent a message. Xian Qing, is the lecture over? Chung Xiaoyan, it's over. Xian Qing, come to Shalikyo Bar Street. The place is called Huasher. Chung Xiaoyan, okay, I'll head over now. Xian Qing helped her arrange a singing student to perform at the quiet bar, as she wanted to check the situation today. Chung Xiaoyan thought for a moment. Finding a job was more pressing. There were too many people around Shin Weijun, and even if she managed to squeeze in, he might not welcome her. After some hesitation, she decided to slip away first. Shin Weijun, despite the enthusiastic reception from his juniors, maintained his composure and responded politely. However, his peripheral vision stayed fixed on Chung Xiaoyan. Seeing her about to leave, he politely excused himself and tried to step out of the crowd, but a woman's hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Bayanai spoke shyly. Senior Shun, could we add each other on Green Bubble? Shun Weijun frowned. I'm sorry, but my Green Bubble friends list is full. I can't add more. With that, Shun Weijun politely declined, but in that moment of delay, Cheng Xiaoyan had already vanished from sight. By the time Cheng Xiaoyan exited the auditorium, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Shalikyo Bar Street was quite far from Ning University, and not wanting to keep anyone waiting, she reluctantly took a taxi. Half an hour later, she arrived at Shalikyo Bar Street. It was now evening, the sun was setting, and its rays cast a golden hue over the entire Bar Street. The streetlights began to illuminate one by one, complementing the evening glow in the sky, resembling a beautiful painting. Cheng Xiaoyan strolled along this street, filled with exotic charm. On either side of the road were various quiet bars and music pubs. Some had flowers at their entrances, while others were adorned with colorful lights, each looking unique. Soft music floated from the taverns, and small groups of patrons sat in leisure chairs at the entrances, sipping drinks while enjoying the scenery. This was her first time here, and she instantly fell in love with the laid-back atmosphere, feeling her mood lighten as well. Soon Cheng Xiaoyan arrived at the entrance of Huashe. True to its name, the shop was themed around a sea of flowers, surreal and dreamlike. As soon as she stepped inside, she spotted Xianqing waving enthusiastically at her. Cheng Xiaoyan approached and took a seat. Besides Xianqing, there were 3 boys at the table. Hey, this is the beautiful girl I told you about. Did I exaggerate? Can you guys say if her looks are striking? Are they striking? Xianqing excitedly boasted. Definitely, definitely. The 3 boys nodded in agreement. Cheng Xiaoyan, feeling shy, tugged at Xianqing, signaling her to stop boasting, and then began to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Cheng Xiaoyan from the School of Management, currently in my 4th year. Hello, senior sister, we are all 3rd-year students from the School of Music. My name is Xu Jun. The boy speaking was named Xu Jun. He had a slightly messy hairstyle, wore a black earring, and had an English tattoo on his neck, exuding a hint of aloofness, resembling a beautiful boy straight out of a comic. Xu Jun pointed to the other 2 boys, saying, "This is Ming Yunqing and Xiao Yishuan. We are roommates and have formed a band called 1212. 1212 is our dorm number. I play guitar and sing lead. Yunqing is on bass and Lao Sha is the drummer." Cheng Xiaoyan greeted Ming Yunqing and Xiao Yishuan. "We are currently performing here. If senior sister can ask any questions you have. No rush, let's order some food first." As Cheng Xiaoyan spoke, she took out her phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and began to order. Oh my, this is too expensive. The prices made her heart race. It seems that without spending 500 to 600, she wouldn't be able to leave, which was the amount she could earn from 2 days of her meager part-time job. Xu Jun reminded her, "Senior sister, you don't need to order full meals for us 3, just a few snacks will do. We have a performance later, and eating too much will affect our performance." Cheng Xiaoyan sighed in relief. If they weren't eating full meals, then she wouldn't either. She would share the joys and sorrows with her juniors. She asked Xianqing what she wanted to eat, and Xianqing also opted for just a margarita. There are still many good people in the world. In the end, she ordered a few snacks, 4 drinks, and 1 cocktail. Even so, it cost her over 200. Ouch. After chatting for a while, Cheng Xiaoyan steered the conversation back. "So, as you all know, I came here today to ask about the requirements for performing. I'm not sure if I'm up to it." Xu Jun asked, "Senior sister, do you have any previous performance experience?" Cheng Xiaoyan whispered, "I participated in a singing competition in high school. Does that count?" That counts, I suppose." Xu Jun organized his thoughts before speaking. "Actually, for performances, the requirements for singing skills are not very high. As long as you meet the passing standard, what's more important is stage presence and performance on stage, as well as appearance. I believe senior sister's singing skills should be up to standard, and your looks are certainly unquestionable, so just focus on improving your stage presence." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded thoughtfully. It didn't seem too difficult. "However, I must give senior sister a reminder. The most challenging part is stage presence. Many of our vocal teachers have excellent singing techniques, but they struggle on stage due to poor stage presence." Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan felt anxious again. Noticing her unease, Xu Jun encouraged her. "When we go on stage, senior sister should observe and learn. I believe you will do great." "Thank you." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. As night fell, the tavern began to fill with more customers. The performance by the 1212 band also commenced. If no customers requested songs, it would be a free performance as long as the songs matched the tavern's vibe. Xu Jun sang a song titled Third Person. The melody was gentle and his voice was lazy, with a stage presence that belied his status as a 3rd-year student. Especially during a segment where he hummed, Cheng Xiaoyan's skin prickled. She felt that his level was not much different from that of a professional singer. She was leagues away. Xianqing seemed to notice her waning confidence, linking her arm with Cheng Xiaoyan and saying, "Don't compare yourself with him. Their band was the champion of Ning University's top 10 singers last year." No wonder. Cheng Xiaoyan felt somewhat comforted. Ning University's top 10 singers carried significant weight. At least the participants were all at the level of professional singers. Cheng Xiaoyan and Xianqing sat in the small tavern until Xu Jun and the others finished work. Of course, the 1212 band did not sing continuously. During the break, they would come down to chat with the 2. The atmosphere in the tavern was wonderful and the patrons were of good quality, sitting in groups of 2 or 3, either softly chatting or quietly savoring their drinks. There was no noise typical of a traditional bar, instead it was more relaxed and pleasant. The only drawback was that the closing time was quite late. Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at her phone and saw it was already midnight. Cheng Xiaoyan was just thinking that the buses had stopped running and she would probably have to take a taxi home when Xianqing led her to the parking lot. Xianqing smiled and said, "Of course we'll hitch a ride with them back." The 3 members of the 1212 band were loading guitars and basses into a Mao Do 3, filling the back seat completely, even placing Sha Yixuan's cymbals on the passenger seat. With only a driver's seat left in the car, Sha Yixuan sat in it. After Xu Jun and Meng Yunqing finished arranging the instruments, they walked over to the 2 motorcycles nearby. The 2 motorcycles gleamed with a metallic sheen, their lines smooth and elegant. Even though Cheng Xiaoyan did not understand motorcycles, she knew these 2 were not ordinary, likely quite expensive. Cheng Xiaoyan wondered to herself whether she was the only poor one in Ning University. After all, they all underwent 9 years of compulsory education. Why were they so wealthy? In reality, students who could enter a music academy were at least from middle-class families, because from elementary school to high school, nurturing a music prodigy could cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands annually in extracurricular training fees, which was beyond the means of an average family. Let alone the expenses of playing instruments later. For example, a performance-level electric guitar costs at least 10,000. Xu Jun's electric guitar was priced in the 5 figures. Meng Yunqing handed a motorcycle helmet to Xianqing. Xianqing refused, saying, "I want to ride with you." Xu Jun quickly brought over another helmet and shoved it into Cheng Xiaoyan's hands, saying to Xianqing, "Come on, Xingjie, let Yunjie ride with me." After spending the evening together, Xu Jun had already begun to call Cheng Xiaoyan Yunjie instead of senior sister. After finishing, Xu Jun winked at Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan, confused, saw that Xianqing was still insisting and thought about swapping the helmet Xu Jun gave her with Xianqing's. She didn't mind whose vehicle she rode in as long as she could get home. Before Cheng Xiaoyan could make a move, Xu Jun exclaimed, "Let's go." Xu Jun grabbed Cheng Xiaoyan's hand and pulled her over to his motorcycle, whispering, "There was a time when Xingjie joked around with Yunqing, and he took it seriously. He's chasing her now. It's a mess she made herself, so she should clean it up herself." "Let go of me first," Cheng Xiaoyan reminded him. Xu Jun still held her hand. "Sorry." Xu Jun released her hand. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyan took a serious look at Meng Yunqing and saw that he had beautiful fox-like eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. He was indeed a handsome man. No wonder Xianqing, who was obsessed with looks, couldn't resist flirting with him. But why did she just flirt and then not pursue it? Was she the same towards me? Ugh, why am I even thinking about this? In the end, Xianqing still got on Meng Yunqing's motorcycle. Xu Jun put on his helmet and stepped onto the bike, the black motorcycle, the boy in black clothes and helmet extending his hand toward her. "Come on, Yunjie." The motorcycle's backseat was quite high, and it was difficult to get on without support. Cheng Xiaoyan secured her helmet, held onto his hand with one hand, and supported his shoulder with the other as she got on. Xu Jun twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared, "Hold on tight, we're off." Cheng Xiaoyan didn't know how to hold on, so she simply placed her hand on his shoulder. The 2 motorcycles sped away with Lao Sha's Mao Do 3 following behind. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyan turned to glance back at the Mao Do 3, suddenly feeling that Lao Sha's image overlapped with that of the character in the Journey to the West, both sporting a beard and both handling luggage. Sha Yixuan was mature for his age, and his beard was his trademark, often being called teacher at school. While waiting at the traffic light, Meng Yunqing opened his helmet's visor and raised an eyebrow at Xu Jun, saying, "Come here for a second." Xu Jun understood immediately and tapped his helmet with 2 fingers pointing forward. Then he turned his head, his voice muffled inside the helmet, saying, "Hold on tight." Cheng Xiaoyan placed both hands on his shoulders, looking puzzled. What were they about to do? The green light turned on. The 2 motorcycles took off at high speed. Behind them, Sha Yixuan, driving alone, watched as his 2 teammates sped away with 2 beauties. Damn, they're not acting human. Even the honest Lao Sha felt a bit angry. His vehicle was loaded with expensive instruments and could not go too fast for fear of bumps. In the early morning, the roads were empty. The 2 motorcycles raced forward, engines roaring, 2 streaks of red taillights disappearing in an instant. Cheng Xiaoyan felt the wind roaring past her ears, the surrounding scenery turning into a colorful blur of rapidly flowing lines, the 2 of them on the motorcycle seemingly flying close to the ground. Her heart raced and her hands instinctively wrapped tightly around Xu Jun's waist, using all her strength to hold on to him, afraid that a moment's carelessness would send her flying away from the powerful gust. After an unknown amount of time, the speed slowed, and they gradually came to a stop. Xu Jun said, "We're here, get off." Cheng Xiaoyan's heart had not yet calmed down, and her legs were still weak. As she got off, she stumbled and almost fell into Xu Jun. In a hurry, her hand grabbed onto Xu Jun's hand. "Oh, I'm sorry." Cheng Xiaoyan quickly steadied herself, retracting her hand from Xu Jun's. Xu Jun, wearing the helmet, simply nodded. She slowly raised her hand and gently removed the helmet. As the helmet was taken off, her long black hair cascaded down like smooth satin. Some messy strands of hair spread out freely, a few falling on her lovely face, and a few brushing her rosy lips, making her look even more delicate. A hint of bewilderment flickered in her eyes, resembling a frightened little deer. Her apricot-colored eyes were veiled with a thin layer of mist, evoking a desire to hold her close. She returned the helmet to Shu Jun, but he did not take it. Cheng Xiaoyan waved her hand in front of his helmet. Shu Jun reacted and accepted the helmet. It was only then that Cheng Xiaoyan realized they had arrived in Tianhu City. This ride had been an unprecedented experience for her. She felt a little scared, but it was also exhilarating. Meng Yunqing and Xianqing had arrived as well. Cheng Xiaoyan and Xianqing said their goodbyes to them and went upstairs. Shu Jun and Meng Yunqing prepared to wait downstairs in Tianhu City for Lao Sha to join them. Meanwhile, Shu Jun bought some mineral water from a 24-hour convenience store by the roadside and tossed a bottle to Meng Yunqing. Shu Jun asked, "How's it going?" Meng Yunqing replied gloomily, "Still the same, I can't figure out Xianqing's thoughts." Meng Yunqing opened the bottle cap, took a sip, and continued, "What about you? Since Xianqing showed you her photo, she's been going on about wanting to meet. Now that she's seen you in person, how does it feel?" Shu Jun reminisced about the charm of her removing the helmet. "I feel a bit moved. But I heard she has a boyfriend. They'll eventually break up, right? Hey, are you planning to be a backup?" "It's just that. Maybe there's a chance." Shu Jun raised his head to drink his Adam's apple, bobbing, glancing sidelong at Meng Yunqing. "You're saying that I definitely have it easier than you? The fish in Xianqing's pond aren't too many." Xianqing. Meng Yunqing didn't want to say more than shouted, "Today, to save money for your crush, we didn't even get dinner, performing on empty stomachs. When Lao Sha arrives, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks." Meng Yunqing initially nodded in satisfaction, then frowned, saying, "Wait, we're both in decent shape, talented, and good-looking. How did we end up in this situation?" Shu Jun smiled wryly. "Let's just have a couple of drinks later." The Maodo 3 arrived leisurely, and Lao Sha lowered the car window, saying, "You two little dogs are having a good time." Shu Jun and Meng Yunqing replied in unison, "Nonsense." Weekend. Minghua Square. Cheng Xiaoyan is back at the gift shop for her part-time job, warmly welcomed by the manager, who assigns her to greet customers at the entrance. Wearing her familiar attire, a cute two-dimensional apron, and a plush toy hat, Cheng Xiaoyan is preoccupied with her thoughts, mechanically dealing with the incoming customers. Ever since visiting the Huaiqi Tavern that day, Shu Jun has sent her numerous song scores, mostly folk jazz and some pop songs. He wants her to familiarize herself with these songs quickly, as a lack of personal repertoire would hinder her ability to perform as a resident singer. Fortunately, Shu Jun is in a band, otherwise it would be challenging to find so many scores, many of which are not available online. Cheng Xiaoyan currently has a Bluetooth earbud in one ear, constantly familiarizing herself with these songs. Since the volume is low and she is only wearing one earbud, it doesn't affect her work. Moreover, she feels hesitant about the commercial shooting. "Miss, I'm a regular customer here. May I add a green bubble?" She was lost in thought when a young man interrupted. "Hello, sir. For customer service green bubble, please scan this QR code." Cheng Xiaoyan pointed to the QR code on the wall. The young man gathered his courage. "Can I add your personal green bubble?" This young man had originally come to buy a figurine and leave, but he was held up by Cheng Xiaoyan at the entrance for half an hour. He pretended to browse around the store, yet his gaze remained fixated on her at the door. Before approaching her, he had already gone through countless mental preparations. "No." Cheng Xiaoyan smiled, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. The young man walked away, disappointed, his half-hour of mental construction collapsing. Cheng Xiaoyan continued to ponder her future. The income from the part-time job at the gift shop is ultimately too low, unable to keep up with interest rates. However, the earnings from singing and commercial shoots are decent. "Hello, let me treat you to milk tea." A trendily dressed young man swiftly stuffed a cup of milk tea into the pocket of her apron. Today, her apron features Doraemon, complete with a large pocket. "Cheng Xiaoyan." The young man flashed a mischievous smile, adjusted his phone to the dialing page, and presented it to her. Cheng Xiaoyan understood he wanted her number. She took his phone, dialed a series of numbers, and smiled as she returned it to him. The young man, filled with joy, thought he had successfully obtained her number, but when he looked at the phone, his expression darkened. Dialing interface 1234-567-8900. Cheng Xiaoyan took out the milk tea from her Doraemon pocket and placed it in the young man's embrace. She politely said, "Thank you for your patronage." The young man left dejectedly. Cheng Xiaoyan continued to contemplate her future. She couldn't rush into the singing thing, as she needed to become more familiar with the songs. Regarding the commercial shoot, she had visited Zhou Zihan's studio and felt confident about it. She reassured herself that even when she was still a boy, she would take on jobs in women's clothing at a wage of 300 yuan per hour. Yet deep within her heart, a faint but exceptionally clear voice constantly echoed. That voice whispered softly, "If I earn money by relying on my female identity, certain traits of my male soul will once again be ruthlessly diminished." This voice, like a haunting ghost, lingered in her heart, filling her with an inexplicable sense of fear and hesitation. Her phone vibrated with a message. She glanced at the content, and her heart sank. He was asking again. Zhou Zihong, can you come for the shoot tomorrow? This was not the first time Zhou Zihong had invited her. She could no longer put it off. She typed yes, then deleted it. Big sister, can I take a photo with you? A little girl tugged at her apron. Cheng Xiaoyan sighed with relief, temporarily casting aside thoughts of the shoot and gaining a moment to breathe. She gently replied sure. The boy next to the little girl immediately raised his phone. Look this way, say cheese. Cheng Xiaoyan squatted down, leaning closer to the little girl, and they both posed together. After the boy took several shots, he said, alright, take a look. He first showed the photos to the little girl, who cheered, so pretty, let's show it to big sister too. Thus the boy displayed the photos to Cheng Xiaoyan as well. Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at the photo, nodding with a smile. What a cute little friend. You're even cuter. The boy quickly hit the brakes, changing his words. Big sister, let's add a green bubble, and I'll send you the photo. Cheng Xiaoyan. After going through such a lengthy roundabout, the truth finally revealed itself. Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly realized, her heart shaken. It was the tactic for acquiring a green bubble, now this terrifying. If she had this ability, would she still be single from birth? No need, sir. Cheng Xiaoyan politely declined. Don't worry, I'll just send a photo, I won't disturb you. The boy tried hard to persuade her. Really, no need, sir. Cheng Xiaoyan still refused. Big sister, please add my brother's green bubble, I beg you. The little girl pulled on Cheng Xiaoyan's apron with her big watery eyes. Cheng Xiaoyan's heart softened, and she finally agreed. Alright. The boy quickly opened the QR scanner. I'll scan you. Beep, they added each other as friends. Yay brother, let's go buy my little pony. The little girl exclaimed happily. The boy awkwardly nodded at Cheng Xiaoyan before being pulled away by the little girl. After a while, the boy sent the photos from earlier, along with his name, Duan Chun. Cheng Xiaoyan replied with a smiling emoji. She could no longer remember how many times she had been asked for a green bubble in a day. At first she was too shy to directly refuse, and as long as the other party persisted, she would half-heartedly add them. She could add a dozen new friends in a single day. As time passed, her friends numbered in the hundreds. And then began the nightmare. Every morning, good morning. Message count 65. Every noon, what are you having for lunch? Message count 29. Every evening, what are you having for dinner? Message count 43. Every night, before bed, good night. Message count 79. As the weather turned cold, wear more clothes, drink more hot water. Message count 25. As the weather improved, are we hanging out today? Message count 16. Every day, sending pet videos, sending funny videos, sending travel photos, sending luxury car and watch photos, even sending suggestive pictures. At first she replied politely to the messages, but later it became overwhelming and she simply stopped responding. Thus she was first labeled as aloof. Some impatient ones accused her of being pretentious. There were even some who were somewhat wealthy, directly asking her how much for a date. How had she not noticed before that some young men could be so disgusting? She could no longer tolerate it, and began deleting friends like crazy. The world finally quieted down. Cheng Xiaoyan learned her lesson. She would outright refuse any strangers who approached her for WeChat. However, there were still a few gifted individuals like Duan Shan who could break through her defenses and successfully obtain her green bubble. Even so, the outcome was likely to be a moth to the flame. The chances of ultimately winning over the beauty were almost non-existent. After this episode, Cheng Xiaoyan reopened Zhou Zihong's green bubble page. She stared at the words Zhou Zihong had sent. Can you come for the shoot tomorrow? She typed yes. Letting go of her attachment, she faced reality. She closed her eyes and clicked send. The next day in the afternoon, Cheng Xiaoyan arrived punctually at Zhou Zihong's photography studio as agreed. As soon as she entered, she eagerly cast her gaze upon several outfits that needed to be photographed today. These outfits were neatly hung on hangers, all winter women's clothing. Among them were warm, fluffy sweaters as well as stylish thick coats. However, when she saw the only long dress, her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This dress posed a challenge for Cheng Xiaoyan, as she had never worn a dress before, which made her feel a bit apprehensive. What made her feel even more helpless was that this long dress was scheduled to be the first outfit for the shoot. She took a deep breath. It's for making money after all. She picked up the chosen clothes and walked straight to the changing room. Once inside, out of caution, Cheng Xiaoyan took out a small device she had prepared in advance. This device could detect hidden pinhole cameras. She carefully scanned the room with the device, not missing a single. After a thorough inspection and confirming that there were no abnormalities in the room, she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Then Cheng Xiaoyan reached out to gently touch the mirror in front of her. By observing the distance between her finger and its reflection in the mirror, she could determine whether the mirror was a normal one or a dangerous two-way mirror. After all, no one wishes to unknowingly become the highlight of someone else's live stream while changing clothes. Having completed all safety checks, Cheng Xiaoyan finally felt at ease to change her outfit. When she put on the long dress and stood in front of the mirror to admire herself, even she was taken aback by her own beauty. It turned out that this seemingly challenging long dress looked so stunning on her, as if it had been tailor-made just for her. It was a forest-style retro beige long dress. The upper part featured a fitted design that clung to her body like a second skin, showcasing her graceful and alluring figure to perfection. Every line perfectly accentuated her beautiful physique, her slender waist, and smoothly flowing shoulders. The most striking feature was how the dress highlighted her perfect bosom. The carefully tailored curvature at the neckline aptly revealed her enchanting collarbone and fair skin, while cleverly wrapping around her chest, making it appear full and upright. The hem cascaded down from her waist like a waterfall, extending all the way to her ankles. This long hem design not only added elegance to the overall look, but also visually elongated her figure, making her appear taller and more slender. With a heart full of curiosity, she twirled lightly, the hem of the dress fluttering like a graceful butterfly. It was truly beautiful. A smile blossomed on her delicate face. However, she suddenly froze, her smile fading, replaced by a look of shock. She quickly reined in her smile. This thought was dangerous. Cheng Xiaoyan calmed the turmoil within her heart, adjusted her mood, and walked towards. At this moment, Zhou Zihong had no pressing matters to attend to, so he simply waited for Cheng Xiaoyan in the makeup room. When he finally saw Cheng Xiaoyan appear at the door, even someone like him who was accustomed to various beauties was genuinely struck by her beauty. There she stood, graceful and poised, exuding an indescribable charm. At that moment, he regretted marrying. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled and greeted Zhou Zihong before sitting down in front of the makeup mirror, preparing for the makeup artist to help style her hair. Different styles of clothing often require matching hairstyles to achieve the perfect effect. As the makeup artist worked on her hair, she gasped in admiration. This hair quality, this volume, I'm so envious. Only after finishing her hair did the makeup artist notice in surprise that Cheng Xiaoyan had not applied any makeup. Typically, models come to shoots with meticulously done makeup, but her lack of makeup did not detract from her beauty, even making it easy to overlook that she hadn't worn any. Born beautiful. The makeup artist thought of this idiom. This cliché phrase she had used to compliment every model she had ever done makeup for. Now she felt they were simply unworthy of it. One of the purposes of makeup is to conceal facial imperfections, preventing original flaws from being displayed. Yet the girl in front of her needed none. Without makeup, she was perfect, truly a natural beauty. Once the makeup artist completed the hairstyle, she skillfully opened her makeup case, filled with various cosmetics, preparing to create an exquisite look for Cheng Xiaoyan. Makeup serves two purposes. One is to cover facial imperfections, and the other is to enhance beauty. Cheng Xiaoyan didn't need the first step, but the second would be an added bonus. At that moment, Zhou Zihong suddenly called out to the makeup artist, "Wait a minute, please stop for a moment, don't apply full." Hearing this, the makeup artist paused her actions, puzzled. Why? Just put on some lipstick for her. Zhou Zihong explained, "She already stands out as she is. If you give her a full face of makeup, who will pay attention? What I want to showcase is the outfit, not the model." Zhou Zihong had not anticipated that Cheng Xiaoyan could be this beautiful. Other models would do their best to look as stunning as possible to accentuate the beauty of the clothing. But with Cheng Xiaoyan, she needed to tone down her appearance, not give it all away. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to get lost in her beauty, seeing nothing else. Thus, the makeup artist simply applied some lipstick on Cheng Xiaoyan. She felt as if her lips were brushed by a soft crayon, a little tingly and a bit itchy. In the mirror, her lips transformed from a light red to a vivid crimson, luscious and enticing. She suddenly remembered when she was young, sneaking her mother's lipstick, applying it haphazardly on her lips, and then smiling foolishly in front of the mirror. Once the little girl who played with adult lipstick, she had now become a beauty with stunning red lips. Inside her heart, something shattered. The subsequent shooting went smoothly. Cheng Xiaoyan simply posed as per Zhou Zihong's guidance. She possessed an excellent sense of the camera. When the lens focused on her, it was as if she merged with it, naturally exuding a unique charm that attracted people's attention. This talent allowed her to navigate the shooting process effortlessly, with hardly any wasted shots, greatly improving efficiency. After 3 hours of shooting, despite not signing a contract, Zhou Zihong still settled her payment according to their previous verbal agreement. 900 yuan in hand. Until Cheng Xiaoyan walked out of Zhou Zihong's photography studio building, she still felt as though she were in a dream. Working part-time at the gift shop for a day, standing for 7 or 8 hours, didn't compare to earning 900 in just 1 hour of commercial shooting. Unfortunately, such opportunities weren't available every day. Although she was still far from repaying the loan interest, at least she had made progress. She felt happy, and if she were to share this with someone, the first person that came to mind was Lu Kungsu. It was just about dinner time. How about treating herself to a nice meal? After eating dirt for so long, it was time to reward herself. Cheng Xiaoyan dialed Lu Kungsu's phone. On the other end, he answered, "Hello, Yun. Su, are you free? Let's have dinner together." "Sure." Half an hour later, at the hot pot restaurant. When Lu Kungsu arrived, he saw Cheng Xiaoyan waving at him from her seat, her charming smile and captivating eyes. As soon as Lu Kungsu sat down, Cheng Xiaoyan giggled, "Today I'm treating. Order whatever you like." Lu Kungsu curiously asked, "What good fortune have you encountered?" "Hee, I earned 900 from my part-time job today." "Impressive, right?" Lu Kungsu asked, "What part-time job pays not?" "Oh, it's just, I work part-time at that gift shop helping sell a few expensive items, and the owner gave me a commission." Lu Kungsu knew her well. It would be quite embarrassing to tell his friends that she was modeling women's clothing. He would definitely be teased. Lu Kangsu showed a disbelieving expression. Oh, that's not important, let's order. Cheng Xiaoyan changed. Alright. After the meal the two strolled around for a while, and Lu Kangsu finally drove her back to Tianyu City. Upon returning home the first thing Cheng Xiaoyan did was take a shower. She felt uncomfortable with the smell of hot pot on her, something she hadn't minded before. After showering she noticed she had unread messages on her phone. It was from Lu Kangsu. Cheng Xiaoyan was puzzled, hadn't they just parted ways? She opened the message. Lu Kangsu Iyun, if you need money you must tell me, don't do anything foolish. Cheng Xiaoyan replied confused. Jiff. Lu Kangsu responded quickly, sending 3 messages in a row. Lu Kangsu, it's nothing. Lu Kangsu, by the way the lipstick looks nice. Lu Kangsu, good night. Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback, her hand brushing her lips. Oh no, how did I forget to remove the lipstick? Wait, where did his thoughts go? A few days later in the evening. After class the 4 former dorm mates walked together to the basketball court. The 3 of them had planned to play basketball, while Cheng Xiaoyan was dragged along by Lu Kangsu. Upon arriving at the basketball court there were not many open spaces left, as everyone had finished class and the crowd was growing. After some effort, they found a half court, and Shi Fangzhou eagerly started shooting hoops with Yang Guang removing his jacket to join in. Seeing that Cheng Xiaoyan had no intention of entering the court to play, Lu Kangsu said, come play with us. Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment, but shook her head. We'll just watch you play first. She used to play basketball as well, so she knew that boys often hesitated when playing with girls, afraid of making contact. Noticing this, Lu Kangsu said no more and turned to enter the court. Cheng Xiaoyan sat down on the ground beside the court. She still missed the basketball court. Once she too had sweated and collided passionately here. Cheng Xiaoyan quietly sat at the sidelines watching the boys next to her play a full-court 5v5 basketball game. Compared to watching her roommates shoot hoops, watching the competitive game was much more interesting. On the adjacent court the 10 boys playing the full-court game had actually been subtly focusing their attention on her since the moment Cheng Xiaoyan stepped onto the court. It is worth noting that girls rarely visited this basketball court, and a stunning beauty like Cheng Xiaoyan had never appeared here. Cheng Xiaoyan quietly sat at the sidelines, her graceful figure capturing the boys' undivided attention. When she unintentionally glanced at one of them, the boy she focused on felt an overwhelming excitement. A surge of blood rushed through them like roaring waves. Each person felt an unprecedented power surging with. Thus they seemed to be awakened by a mysterious force, each one becoming a superstar on the court, like Kobe Bryant. The boys on the court showcased their skills with dazzling moves. Some boys ran like agile leopards, swiftly dodging opponents, others leaped high, performing astonishing spins and directional changes in midair. This series of breathtaking moves left Cheng Xiaoyan, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. She could hardly believe her eyes. How could these college students play basketball so fiercely? It was completely different from her previous impressions of casual street basketball games. Previously, even during full-court 5v5 matches, there were plenty of players who just strolled around. At that moment, one boy executed a beautiful behind-the-back dribble followed by a quick stop and jump shot, the basketball swishing through the net. Nice. Cheng Xiaoyan applauded him. The boy who scored had been paying attention to her and blushed when he heard her applause, awkwardly rubbing the back of his head. If the game weren't still ongoing, he would have wanted to ask for her contact information right away. Cheng Xiaoyan's cheers acted like a shot of adrenaline, causing the 10 players on the court to transform into beasts, colliding and battling fiercely. Cheng Xiaoyan was engrossed in the game when suddenly a tall figure blocked her view. Lu Kangsu stood in front of her, extending his hand. Have you seen enough? Come join us. Cheng Xiaoyan had been watching for a while and felt a bit eager to play. She reached out and grasped Lu Kangsu's hand, using his strength to rise. However, she quickly realized an issue. She hadn't tied up her hair today. Cheng Xiaoyan expressed regret. I have nothing to tie my hair with, it's a bit inconvenient. Hearing this, Lu Kangsu lifted his shirt, pulled off the elastic band from his sweatpants, and handed it to Cheng Xiaoyan. Here, use this. Cheng Xiaoyan was surprised. Aren't you worried your pants will fall down? Lu Kangsu tugged at his waistband, and the pants snapped back with a sound. These pants have an elastic band, it's fine, even without the string. As Lu Kangsu adjusted his waistband, Cheng Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of his underwear and a hint of abs, causing an inexplicable heat to rise within her. What was happening? She had seen this before when they were in the dorm. Feeling slightly flustered, she took the string Lu Kangsu handed her and tied her hair into a high ponytail. Cheng Xiaoyan followed Lu Kangsu into the court, and Shi Fangzhou immediately passed the ball to her. Cheng Xiaoyan dribbled the ball in place to find her rhythm. Seeing her dribble with such skill, Yang Guang exclaimed, Xiaoyan, you can play basketball. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled at him and said, watch closely. With that, she dribbled forward and executed a 3-step layup, the basketball swishing through the net. Her layup was not like the boys' powerful style, but rather embodied a sense of grace. Dressed in a sports hoodie, her arms lifted, revealing her fair and slender wrists, her figure was as elegant as a swallow, her ponytail dancing behind her. Beautiful. Shi Fangzhou praised, unsure if he was referring to the shot or her beauty. Just a little show-off. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a hint of pride. Hello, would you mind if we joined you? Suddenly, a mature male voice addressed the 4 on the court. They all turned to look. 2 figures appeared on the edge of the court. Shun Weijun and Liang Pingchuan. They typically wouldn't come to play outdoors, usually opting for the training facility of the school basketball team. They came during the basketball team's downtime, when the space was good and less crowded. Moreover, playing with the school team was more exciting. Shun Weijun was a distinguished alumnus of Ning University with access to the training facility. They were originally headed there when Shun Weijun spotted Cheng Xiaoyun on the outdoor basketball court. As the only girl in the outdoor basketball court, her slender figure and swinging ponytail made it hard not to notice her. Shun Weijun immediately changed his mind and led Liang Pingchuan to the outdoor court for a casual game. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Cheng Xiaoyun's eyes widened. Shun Weijun. Today he was dressed in sports attire devoid of the imposing aura from the lecture, resembling the athletic boy she first met by the Pooh River. She suddenly recalled how he mentioned he liked playing basketball and always kept the towel in his car for after games. Oh right, she still hadn't returned the towel to him. Yang Guang exclaimed, "You're Shun Weijun, Senior Shun." He had also attended the lecture that day and recognized him. Shi Fangzhou also recognized Shun Weijun and laughed. "Senior Shun, welcome, of course welcome." Shun Weijun greeted Shi Fangzhou, and Yang Guang then politely nodded to Lu Kengsu, who returned the gesture. Finally, Shun Weijun's gaze landed on Cheng Xiaoyun. "We meet again. I remember you owe me a meal." "Ah, well okay." Cheng Xiaoyun replied on the surface, but inwardly she complained, "Didn't you say it was no problem that I didn't need to treat you? Why are you changing your mind now? He's so wealthy, he probably expects to eat at a fancy restaurant. Just how much food would it take to satisfy him on?" Cheng Xiaoyun felt tears welling up inside her. Lu Kengsu frowned, wondering how this person knew Yun. Cheng Xiaoyun's social circle was narrow. Lu Kengsu knew almost everyone she did, and he had never heard of her knowing Shun Weijun. Lu Kengsu suddenly recalled that a few days ago Cheng Xiaoyun had surprisingly worn lipstick. The CEO lipstick, obviously an excuse for a high-priced part-time job in a gift shop. With this thought, Lu Kengsu inexplicably felt a pang of unease. Liang Pingchuan also greeted everyone with a smile. Then Shun Weijun suggested, "We have 6 people. How about a 3-on-3 match? But Xiaoyun is a girl." Shi Fangzhou was unsure how to arrange for Cheng Xiaoyun. In most cases, having a girl in the game could be a disadvantage. "I want her as she will play with me," Shun Weijun declared. This sentence brought Lu Kengsu back to his senses. "Cheng Xiaoyun, of course, is on my side." Lu Kengsu said, his voice not loud, but firm, cold as ice, yet with a hint of fire burning within. "I mean no harm. I simply mentioned her joining me because we are old acquaintances," Shun Weijun said, casually smiling at Cheng Xiaoyun afterward. His response was flawless. He had come with Liang Pingchuan, so they were indeed on the same side. It was perfectly normal for one of the 4 opponents to find an old friend. After all, he was an old fox who had emerged from the tumult of the business world, kindling a fire in Lu Kengsu, but retreating unscathed. Lu Kengsu, raised in a scholarly family, had been taught to hide his emotions since childhood, yet he still fell victim to the younger man's experience. Shun Weijun was 28, and Lu Kengsu was 22. This 6-year gap represented the distance between the battlefield of society and the ivory tower. "Well, I'll side with Xiao Su then." Cheng Xiaoyun spoke up, showing indifference to whom she sided with, as it made little difference in the game. However, she couldn't directly contradict Lu Kengsu in front of others, as she understood well who was close and who was distant. Then Cheng Xiaoyun turned to Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang, casting an inquiring glance. "Old Shi brother Guang, what do you think?" The implication was clear: one of you should join us. After exchanging glances, Shi Fangzhou smiled and said, "No problem, I'll go to Senior Shin's side." As the dormitory leader, he always considered the bigger picture. Shun Weijun nodded at Shi Fangzhou. Liang Pingchuan also smiled, saying, "Welcome, welcome." Thus the teams were formed. Lu Kengsu, Cheng Xiaoyun, and Yang Guang made one team. On the other side were Shun Weijun, Liang Pingchuan, and Shi Fangzhou. Lu Kengsu, being the tallest, played in the paint, while Cheng Xiaoyun took the perimeter with Yang Guang supporting. On Shun Weijun's side, he was also the tallest among the 3, perfectly matched to Lu Kengsu. As they positioned themselves in the paint, Cheng Xiaoyun noticed that Shun Weijun was even taller than Lu Kengsu, who stood at 185 centimeters. He must be close to 190 centimeters. The match began. Cheng Xiaoyun served. A Shi Fangzhou came up to defend her, and she passed the ball to Lu Kengsu. At that moment, Yang Guang tightly guarded Liang Pingchuan, using his body to create space for Lu Kengsu to break through. Lu Kengsu understood the play, successfully breaking into the paint. He leaped high, clearly poised to deliver a power. Just as everyone thought the ball was certain to go in, a large hand suddenly shot out from the side, like lightning, firmly covering the basketball. It was Shun Weijun. He delivered a solid block to Lu Kengsu. The ball changed possession now with Shin's team. Liang Pingchuan reacted quickly, snatching the rebounding ball and passing it swiftly to Shun Weijun. After receiving the ball, Shun Weijun didn't rush to shoot, but first executed a realistic fake, easily deceiving the defender Yang Guang. Without hesitation, he leaped for a jump shot, the basketball spinning vigorously, soaring in a perfect arc toward. Just as the basketball soared through the air, a large hand came crashing down like a giant's palm, sending the ball flying out of bounds. Lu Kengsu retaliated with a massive block against Shun Weijun. At this moment the game was in a stalemate with both sides exchanging blows, but unable to break the deadlock the score. The basketball was passed around several times, eventually landing back in Liu Kangsu's hands. This time Liu Kangsu opted for a back-to-basket isolation play, relying on his strong physique and solid skills to advance step by step into the paint. When he reached beneath the basket, everyone expected him to use a hook shot to finish the offensive round. Even Shin Wei-jun raised his hands ready for defense. However, unexpectedly Liu Kangsu suddenly changed his strategy. Instead of shooting, he passed the ball to Cheng Xiaoyan, who had found an open spot. Cheng Xiaoyan received the ball without hesitation. From the three-point line, she adjusted her breath and executed a beautiful jump shot. With a crisp sound, the basketball swished through the net. Team Liu scores first. Yes! Cheng Xiaoyan exclaimed, raising her fist in joy. Liu Kangsu came over, extending his hand forward, and Cheng Xiaoyan instinctively high-fived him in celebration. Then the two exchanged smiles. Liang Pingchuan lightly nudged Shin Wei-jun with his shoulder, giving him a meaningful glance. Shin Wei-jun patted Liang Pingchuan on the back, signaling that all was well. In the subsequent game, Shi Fangzhou's defense against Cheng Xiaoyan was cautious. He dared not stick too close or make any large movements, fearing he might hurt her. This created many opportunities for Cheng Xiaoyan, whether for assists or her own shots, leading to frequent scoring by Team Liu. Shi Fangzhou, helpless, received a reassuring pat on the shoulder from Shin Wei-jun. Leave her to me. You help Pingchuan. Shin Wei-jun's calm tone instinctively made one want to comply. Shi Fangzhou nodded and obediently retreated to the paint, leaving the perimeter to Shin Wei-jun. The game continued. Cheng Xiaoyan obtained the ball and intended to use her previous tactics, skillfully bringing the ball into the paint, only to find that Shin Wei-jun had taken over the defense. He stood like an insurmountable mountain, and she couldn't find any opportunity. Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice but to pass the ball. However, as soon as she passed, Shin Wei-jun would use his body to block her outside, while he remained inside ready to attack or defend. The situation on the court turned into a 3-on-2 scenario, and Cheng Xiaoyan was rendered ineffective. Team Shin scored continuously, reversing the situation. The ball returned to Team Liu, and Liu Kangsu passed the ball to Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan caught the ball, and Shin Wei-jun immediately closed in, his arms spread wide like an insurmountable iron fence. Cheng Xiaoyan panicked, protecting the ball with her back. The girl's high ponytail brushed against Shin Wei-jun's face, tickling him slightly, accompanied by the sweet scent of her hair and a faint fragrance of her youthful body. Even Shin Wei-jun couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Cheng Xiaoyan noticed his movements were slightly delayed. She decisively turned, slipping past Shin Wei-jun to attempt a jump shot. However, Shin Wei-jun reacted extremely quickly, jumping up with a step, the basketball grazing his fingertips as it flew by and slammed against the backboard. At that moment, both of them were still in the air. Cheng Xiaoyan watched the basketball brush past his fingertips, her eyes wide in astonishment. Is he Lu Chuanfeng? How did he do that? As they landed, the two were very close. Cheng Xiaoyan stepped on Shin Wei-jun's shoe. She lost her balance, about to fall face first to the ground. A strong hand pulled her back. Shin Wei-jun, already off balance, struggled to pull her back to prevent her from falling, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground as well. Liu Kangsu immediately rushed over, helping Cheng Xiaoyan up with concern, asking, "Are you okay?" He paid no mind to the fallen Shin Wei-jun. "Ouch! I think I've twisted my ankle." Cheng Xiaoyan frowned delicately, then only after a moment realized Shin Wei-jun was still lying on the ground. Senior Shin, are you all right?" Shin Wei-jun rose to his feet and brushed dust from his clothes. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Others hurried over to check on him. With Cheng Xiaoyan injured, the match was called off, and no one felt like playing anymore. Liu Kangsu helped Cheng Xiaoyan sit down nearby to rest. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang exchanged brief greetings before leaving. They were heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Seeing Liu Kangsu escort Cheng Xiaoyan aside, they assumed the two wished to be alone, and so tactfully refrained from inviting him along, sparing the young couple their private moments. Meanwhile, Shin Wei-jun and Liang Pingchuan continued shooting hoops. After sitting for a while, Cheng Xiaoyan felt her ankle pain subside and asked Liu Kangsu to help her stand. She took a few tentative steps, slightly unsteady yet no longer severely impaired. "I'm fine now, Xiaosu. Let me walk you home. They'll just scan a shared bike and ride back. It's no trouble." Before Liu Kangsu could reply, his phone rang. He stepped aside to answer it. When he returned, his face was grim. Cheng Xiaoyan asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Liu Kangsu replied, voice heavy, "My grandmother fell, just like you. And it seems serious. She's already been taken to the army hospital." Cheng Xiaoyan urged him, "Then go see her right away." Liu Kangsu hesitated, then nodded firmly. "Take care. Walk slowly and call me if anything comes up." Liu Kangsu cast one last lingering glance towards Shin Wei-jun, deeply focused on his shots, before turning and walking away. Once head gone, Cheng Xiaoyan debated slipping off quietly, or at least bidding Shin Wei-jun farewell first. Recalling how she had tumbled straight into his arms moments earlier, she cringed inwardly, utter mortification. Better just slip away silently. Just as she turned to leave, her gaze drifted involuntarily towards Shin Wei-jun, and faithfully locked onto his. He was watching her too. Cheng Xiaoyan. Her heart lurched. And sure enough, the man began walking straight toward her. Where's your boy? Huh? She blinked, then recovered instantly. Oh, yes, he had an urgent family matter and left early. Shen Weijun said calmly, then he'll take you home. Cheng Xiaoyan heard herself blurt out, are you riding your electric scooter again today? She remembered their first meeting. Hao had offered her a ride citing its fuel efficiency as justification. Realizing how odd that sounded, she hastily backtracked. No need. I'm perfectly fine now. To prove it, she even hopped twice. The hopping went uneventfully, until the second hop. Her ankle twisted anew, worse than before. Wang Defa, she screamed inwardly. Shen Weijun reacted instantly, catching her arm to steady her. Cheng Xiaoyan felt like a clumsy clown, humiliated beyond words. She stopped speaking altogether, letting Shen Weijun guide her back to the bench. Shen Weijun gave Liang Pingchuan a subtle glance. The assistant understood immediately and vanished without a word. Moments later, he reappeared holding a bag of ice packs. After handing the ice pack to Shen Weijun, Liang Pingchuan withdrew silently. A truly exceptional assistant knows when to vanish, never obstructing his boss affairs. Shen Weijun lifted the ice pack and waved it gently before Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes. He passed the ice pack to her, then sat quietly beside her, saying nothing. After a long silence, Shen Weijun broke it. Shall I scan you? Or will you scan me? Cheng Xiaoyan blinked, then realized he meant adding each other on the messaging app. She pulled out her phone, opened her QR code screen, and held it up for him to scan. How easily she'd once have dismissed such a request with a simple breezy no. But this man, she knew, wasn't someone she could brush off. Shen Weijun scanned her code. Done. Accept the request. Cheng Xiaoyan saw a new friend request pop up, sent by WJ. She accepted the request and instinctively tapped into WJ's profile. His feed showed only 3 days of history, and not a single post. Shen Weijun glanced at her phone screen. Eager to learn about me already. She swiped the chat window away in haste. Who said I wanted to know anything about you? After 15 minutes of icing, the sharp pain had dulled considerably. I feel much better. I think I can walk now. Shen Weijun looked down at her bare foot. Shall we apply the ice a bit longer? No need, she murmured. Then noticed his gaze and instinctively curled her toes, trying to tuck her foot away, only making its delicate, graceful shape more apparent. She stopped icing, slipped on her socks and shoes, and, with Shen Weijun's quiet assistance, rose to her feet. You can head back now. I'll manage on my own. She just wanted this awkward day to end. Shen Weijun said, give me back my towel. Cheng Xiaoyan stared blankly. Your towel is in my room. In your luxury apartment. Do you really lack one towel? Shen Weijun replied evenly. I'll walk you home to retrieve it. Cheng Xiaoyan sighed wordlessly and grasped his arm, limping slowly beside him. Shen Weijun asked, can you walk 10 meters in a minute? Cheng Xiaoyan remained silent. She could. Barely. But her heart ached and she refused to say it aloud. Cheng Xiaoyan forced herself to quicken her pace, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle. Shen Weijun stopped, and Cheng Xiaoyan followed suit, taking a moment to alleviate the discomfort. Shen Weijun feigned impatience, saying, you're too slow. At this rate you'll arrive by dawn. This was the first time Cheng Xiaoyan had heard him speak in such a tone, thinking he was angry. She murmured, how about you head back first? I can mail that towel to you within the city. No need, I'll carry you. It'll be quicker this way. After saying this, Shen Weijun squatted down, adopting a posture for carrying her, his back broad at the top and tapering down, showcasing his excellent physique. Cheng Xiaoyan felt embarrassed and repeatedly said, no, no, no. The man, still crouched, turned back and said solemnly, do you know how much I earn per hour? Are you willing to cover that cost? Cheng Xiaoyan was speechless. Shen Weijun continued to intimidate her. If you pay me a 5-digit hourly rate, I'll accompany you slowly. You're out of your mind. Cheng Xiaoyan cursed him silently in her heart, but dared not speak it out loud. What if he really did earn a 5-digit hourly rate? After much hesitation, she ultimately complied. Shen Weijun began to carry her. Her thoughts were a jumble when she suddenly realized that Shen Weijun was carrying her towards the girls' dormitory. Stop, stop, stop. Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly called for him to stop. Moi. Shen Weijun turned back. Cheng Xiaoyan apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you I'm not living in the student dormitory anymore. Where do you live now, eh? Shen Weijun asked. Cheng Xiaoyan replied, I've moved to Tianhu City. Shen Weijun said, alright, I'll drive you there. Cheng Xiaoyan noticed that he didn't seem angry and immediately felt relieved. Shen Weijun carried her all the way to the parking lot. Shen Weijun set Cheng Xiaoyan down in front of a Maybach and began to search around the wheels. What are you doing? Letting air out or stealing the car? What about your electric bike? Cheng Xiaoyan asked in confusion. This is my car too. I came directly from the company with Ping Chuan, so I drove this one. As Shen Weijun calmly checked the wheels, he added, the keys are with Ping Chuan. Although he left first, he would definitely have left the keys behind. Just a moment later. Here, I've found it, Shen Weijun exclaimed, discovering the car keys on the right rear wheel and waving them at her. Cheng Xiaoyan was speechless. You guys are so reckless, don't you worry about someone stealing your luxury car. Even if the car gets stolen, we can definitely find it again by reporting it to the police. Shen Weijun unlocked the vehicle and helped Cheng Xiaoyan open the passenger door saying, "After you, Miss Cheng." "Thank you," Cheng Xiaoyan said as she got in. Shen Weijun took his seat in the driver's position, adjusting the seat and rearview mirror first. He usually sat in the back in the boss seat when Liang Pingchuan was driving, so he needed to make some adjustments. The Maybach soon arrived at Tianhu City, and Shen Weijun parked in the closest spot to the community entrance. Cheng Xiaoyan pointed to the electronic police surveillance overhead and reminded him, "Don't park here, do it further away, or you'll get photographed." Shen Weijun replied calmly, "No problem, it's just a matter of paying a little extra for parking." He parked the car, then got out and walked around to assist Cheng Xiaoyan out of the vehicle saying, "It's closer here, you won't have to walk as far." It seemed he was intent on walking her to her doorstep. Cheng Xiaoyan felt she could walk back slowly and didn't want to trouble him further, saying, "You don't have to walk me, I can go back myself." Shen Weijun replied calmly, "And then you'll limp back to return the towel." Cheng Xiaoyan wisely closed her. Today Cheng Xiaoyan realized that this man was quite assertive, completely different from the polite senior she had met in the auditorium. Thus Shen Weijun helped Cheng Xiaoyan up the stairs. At the door Cheng Xiaoyan opened it, and the little dog immediately rushed out to greet her. Cheng Xiaoyan affectionately patted its head. Turning back she noticed that Shen Weijun had already stepped back 3 paces. She asked, "Aren't you coming in?" "No," Shen Weijun shook his head, "I'll wait for you here." Cheng Xiaoyan didn't insist, after all she was just going to grab a towel. She stepped inside and Xian Qing happened to be home. Seeing her limping, Xian Qing asked with concern, "My beauty, what happened?" Cheng Xiaoyan waved her hand. "It's nothing, I just sprained my ankle. They'll be fine after resting a bit. By the way, that friend at the door is just here to pick something up." After saying this, Cheng Xiaoyan went inside to fetch the towel. Xian Qing peeked out the door and saw Shen Weijun standing there, his long brows like willows, a figure like a jade tree. Xian Qing. When Cheng Xiaoyan came out with the towel, she heard Xian Qing's alluring voice, "Hey there, come in for a drink before you go." "No need," Shen Weijun replied coldly. "Cheng Xiaoyan, is our home a tavern?" She knew Xian Qing's flirtatious nature had kicked in again. Cheng Xiaoyan approached Shen Weijun and handed him the towel saying, "Here, it's already washed." Shen Weijun took the towel and asked, "Do you have a dog?" "No," Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head. Shen Weijun asked, "Do you like dogs?" Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment and replied, "It's okay, I wouldn't say I like them, but I don't dislike them either." Shen Weijun nodded, "I see. Make sure to rest well, I'm leaving now." Cheng Xiaoyan waved gently bye. Shen Weijun also waved goodbye and turned to leave. Cheng Xiaoyan returned to the house. Xian Qing immediately came closer. "Spill the beans, who is that handsome guy?" Cheng Xiaoyan helplessly replied, "Just a senior." "A senior?" Xian Qing clearly didn't believe her eyes narrowing with a smile. "Could it be that fake boyfriend of yours?" "No." "Then is he a real boyfriend?" No. "Oh really?" Xian Qing's tone rose at the end, then she switched tracks. "Then give me his contact information." Cheng Xiaoyan's alarm bells rang. "What do you want to do?" Xian Qing laughed. "Look at you, you're still protective over him, saying he's not." Cheng Xiaoyan sighed. "I have nothing to do with him." "How can you say that? He even walked you to your door, and you handed him a towel. Isn't that something only couples do?" Xian Qing persisted. "Otherwise let me go flirt with him and see how steadfast he is." Cheng Xiaoyan felt a headache coming on. What else could this woman think about besides flirting? Cheng Xiaoyan warned her, "You better not flirt with him, he's not someone you can mess with." Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan's serious tone, Xian Qing decided against asking for Shen Weijun's contact information and instead said, "How about I ship you two as a couple?" Xian Qing rubbed her hands together seriously. "I feel like you two would make a good couple." Cheng Xiaoyan took a shower and then went to the living room to practice the piano. She skipped dinner, deciding not to eat unless she felt very hungry, as it would save her some money. She plucked the strings and smiled at Xian Qing, saying, "Come on, feel free to pick a song. I'm now a repository of Chinese tunes." Cheng Xiaoyan had an interview scheduled at the tavern for tomorrow. Over the past few days, she had learned several mainstream songs using the scores provided by Xu Jun. She told Xian Qing that if she passed the interview, she would buy the Yamaha LL16, although it would have to be on an installment plan. This guitar was one she had carefully selected before. It had the right configuration and a pickup suitable for performance. She had sold it previously to make ends meet, and now she would have to buy it back for the same reason. Though it wasn't the exact one she had before, the sense of familiarity was still there. Xian Qing randomly picked some folk and pop songs commonly heard at the tavern, and Cheng Xiaoyan could easily handle them. "Ian, I feel like you're going to ace this. Tomorrow you will surely triumph." "Let's hope so. As long as I don't encounter jazz, I still have confidence." Jazz was Cheng Xiaoyan's weak spot, and she felt anxious. Xian Qing shrugged it off, saying, "Don't worry, not many people listen to jazz these days." The next afternoon, Cheng Xiaoyan was checking the route to the tavern. The first time she went, she took a taxi, and she couldn't afford to take taxis every day. The tavern was quite far, taking half an hour by taxi and an hour and a half if she took the subway, and then transferred to a bus. This meant that if she had a part-time job or classes during the day, she would have to take a taxi, which would be a significant. She rubbed her ankle, which she had sprained yesterday. Although it was almost healed, standing for over an hour without a seat would still be quite challenging. At that moment her phone vibrated. It was a message from Shu Jun. Shu Jun, Sister Yin, let me give you a ride. It's a good opportunity for me to introduce you. Having someone vouch for her would undoubtedly increase her chances of success compared to going alone. Cheng Xiaoyan was happy about it, but feared troubling others too much. After a moment's hesitation, she decided that work was more important. Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea." Shu Jun, great, see you downstairs at your place in a bit. When the agreed time arrived, Cheng Xiaoyan carried her guitar, bought the milk tea, and waited by the roadside for Shu Jun. After a while, a young man in a black helmet and black car arrived. Cheng Xiaoyan shook the milk tea in front of him and said, "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought my favorite taro milk tea, hoping it suits your taste." Shu Jun lifted his helmet visor and said, "I like it." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "That's good, I'll hold it for you, and you can drink it when we get there." Shu Jun took her to the Huachi Tavern. It was still early, and there were no customers yet. The owner, Song Nan, had come early knowing there would be an interview today. He was a man in his 30s. Shu Jun greeted Song Nan first, saying, "Brother Nan, your new cash cow has arrived." Song Nan looked at Cheng Xiaoyan, his eyes brightening. "She really is a beauty. Why didn't you put her photo in the group?" Since the day they parted from the Huachi Tavern, Shu Jun had created a group with Song Nan and Cheng Xiaoyan to discuss the residency performance. At that time, Song Nan had already added Cheng Xiaoyan to the group. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Hello, brother Nan, I'm Cheng Xiaoyan here for the interview today." Song Nan nodded and pointed to the stage, saying, "We've already discussed your basic information in the group, so let's skip the small talk and get started. The proof of the pudding is in the eating." Cheng Xiaoyan took out her guitar, sat in front of the stage, and tested the microphone, preparing for the performance. Song Nan and Shu Jun sat side by side on a chair in the tavern. Seeing Shu Jun drinking milk tea, Song Nan exclaimed, "Shu Jun, don't you usually not drink milk tea?" Shu Jun took a sip of the taro milk tea and said, "It's good, really sweet." Song Nan responded with a muted expression. Cheng Xiaoyan was ready. "Brother Nan, I can start now." Song Nan said seriously, "Let's start with EZ Wild Child." Cheng Xiaoyan froze at the mention. The challenge was not jazz, which was her blind spot, but the more difficult EZ. Shu Jun's expression changed and he anxiously exclaimed, "Brother, you can't be serious." He quickly added, "Change to another song, please." EZ is notoriously difficult to sing. It has a high tempo and high pitch. To perform it well, one must be able to transition to high notes effortlessly. Even music students with formal training found it daunting, let alone Cheng Xiaoyan, who lacked such training. Song Nan spoke calmly. "The guests won't care if the song is hard, they just want to hear what they like. It's okay, Shu Jun." Cheng Xiaoyan cast a grateful look at Shu Jun, and then nodded to Song Nan, saying, "All right, brother Nan." She adjusted her breathing, plucked the strings, and the melody flowed gently. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was like a babbling brook. It was soothing and pleasant to the ears. Shu Jun sighed in relief. He realized Cheng Xiaoyan had lowered the key and slowed down the tempo. He was genuinely worried she would sing it like the original, which would be disastrous. Cheng Xiaoyan's interpretation of Yeezy, though lacking the original's youthful resolve, added a touch of calm elegance, as if someone with a wealth of experiences were recounting past tales. Shu Jun quietly asked Song Nan, "What do you think?" "It's all right, but there's still a gap compared to you," Song Nan replied softly, then teased, "She isn't from a music academy, right? How can you say she's your senior?" "She is indeed my senior from Ningdai University, but I never claimed she was from a music academy." Shu Jun chuckled. "A singer without music academy training is like an officer without military school. Many are filtered out during the resume stage, without even a chance to audition." Song Nan just smiled. The song ended without any pitch problems or off-key notes. That went smoothly. Cheng Xiaoyan, having lowered the difficulty, wondered if she had pleased Song Nan. "Brother Nan, would you like another song?" "No need, come sit over here." Song Nan waved her over. Cheng Xiaoyan sat across from Song Nan, feeling a bit nervous. "Brother Nan, do you think I did well?" Song Nan replied, "Your voice is great, but your singing skills and playing technique still fall short compared to professionals." Cheng Xiaoyan felt disappointed and lowered her head at his words. Shu Jun gently nudged Song Nan, saying, "Brother Nan, don't worry about that. I'll teach her and help her improve her weaknesses as soon as possible." Cheng Xiaoyan looked up, casting another grateful glance at Shu Jun. Song Nan smiled and said, "Shu Jun, you said it." Shu Jun confidently replied, "Absolutely." Song Nan continued, "But speaking of which, that little Cheng." "Here." Cheng Xiaoyan sat up straight. Song Nan asked, "I'll still call you Xiaoyan, is that all right?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Sure. You're my boss, you can call me whatever you want." Song Nan smiled. "Though you have a lot of room for improvement in singing, you are remarkably beautiful. I'm not exaggerating, you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. If I were 10 years younger, hee." After saying this, Song Nan glanced at someone drinking milk tea. "Just sitting on stage, even if you don't sing, you'll attract customers." Cheng Xiaoyan blushed a little and said, "Thank you for the compliment, brother Nan." Song Nan looked at Xiaoyan with a serious expression and said gently, Xiaoyan, I know Yi Z is a tough song, but I wasn't trying to make things difficult for you. I just wanted to see how you would handle such a song. He paused, and then smiled, saying, from your performance, just now I'm quite satisfied. After all, this isn't a singing competition. My expectation isn't to see you sing perfectly, but to witness a performance without any mistakes. At this point, Song then emphasized, if you blindly imitate the original singer's style and accidentally mess up the performance, then no matter how beautiful you are, I won't hire you. Cheng Xiaoyan was overjoyed, realizing that she had passed the interview. Thank you, brother Nan, I understand now. Song Nan replied, 400 per night, come 3 days a week, paid bi-weekly. Is that all right? Cheng Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, saying, thank you, boss. Song Nan finished giving instructions and left. Tonight is Cheng Xiaoyan's first day at work. With a few hours left until nightfall, she decided to practice her guitar at the small tavern. Xu Jun also stayed back, saying he wanted to help Cheng Xiaoyan with a last-minute crash course to improve her skills. Cheng Xiaoyan understood that she had never received systematic guitar training, and there were indeed many gaps in her knowledge. Xu Jun stood quietly behind her, the distance between them so close that she could lean back slightly and touch his body. She could even clearly see the black earring on his ear and the austere English tattoo on his neck. Xu Jun pressed the chords with his left hand, while Cheng Xiaoyan played with her right. Then they switched roles, with Xu Jun playing with his right hand and Cheng Xiaoyan pressing the chords with her left. Throughout this process, Xu Jun patiently explained the issues she encountered. Whether it was the use of finger techniques, rhythm control, or strength management, he explained everything in a detailed and easily understandable manner. Cheng Xiaoyan listened attentively, gradually mastering some techniques and points she had previously overlooked, which made her feel greatly benefited. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. Cheng Xiaoyan invited Xu Jun for dinner, and he happily agreed, leading her to his motorcycle. Xu Jun handed her a helmet, saying, I know a small noodle shop that serves delicious food, let me take you there. Cheng Xiaoyan took the helmet, but worried, isn't it too far? Let's eat nearby instead. Xu Jun waved his hand dismissively, it's not far, just a 10-minute ride. Get on. Before long, they arrived at a small roadside eatery. Xu Jun helped Cheng Xiaoyan off the bike, saying, don't be fooled by how unassuming this noodle shop looks, the taste is exceptional. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled, great, let's give it a try. She felt a bit touched. A meal at the bar street near Shirley Bridge was not cheap, and Xu Jun must have brought her here to avoid her spending too much. They sat down, and Cheng Xiaoyan scanned the menu with her phone. Soon the owner brought 2 bowls of noodles to their table. One bowl was filled with slices of meat, while the other was a simple vegetable noodle. Cheng Xiaoyan pushed the meat-filled bowl towards Xu Jun, saying, thank you, Master Xu, for today's guidance. Xu Jun looked at the bowl overflowing with meat, then at her bowl with only a few vegetable pieces, asking, are you vegetarian? Cheng Xiaoyan bit her lip, I'm on a diet. Xu Jun transferred half of the meat from his bowl to hers, saying, I'm on a diet too. Cheng Xiaoyan was left speechless as she focused on eating. Though the noodle shop was small, it was indeed delicious. After finishing the noodles, they returned to the Huaiqi Tavern. Under the night sky, Shirley Bridge began to come alive, and customers started trickling into the tavern. Cheng Xiaoyan took to the stage holding her guitar and idly strumming some tunes. As she adjusted her mood, she glanced at the audience below. There were only 3 or 4 tables of customers chatting among themselves, with no one paying her any attention. She noticed Song Nan had returned, sitting in a corner, probably coming to check on her since it was her first performance. Her gaze swept over Xu Jun, who was chatting with the bartender at the bar and didn't seem to be looking at her. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a sudden relief. She adjusted the tune to Jie Chou's clock in the opposite direction, where the clock moves backward through time, returning to the moment when she loved you, frozen in content, unfaithful. All memories assault me, my wounds unsealed by you, promises 2 heavy tears indulged my face, surging out of control. She sang softly and gently, like inconspicuous background music. The tables of chatting customers only realized the singer had started performing halfway through the song. Xu Jun casually chatted with the bartender, but in reality his attention was firmly focused on Cheng Xiaoyan. He deliberately avoided looking her way to prevent adding too much psychological pressure on her. After all, for a singer performing for the first time, excessive attention could heighten nervousness. He had made up his mind that if Cheng Xiaoyan stumbled, he would step in to save her. However, as of now, it seemed she was doing just fine. In a quiet bar, one must balance between a singer feeling stage fright and becoming too absorbed in the performance, as if it were their own concert. Customers could treat you as background music chatting away, or they could listen to you sing and watch your performance. Cheng Xiaoyan struck just the right balance. As the night went on, Song Nan was quite satisfied. He observed several groups of customers lingering in front of various taverns, ultimately choosing to enter his establishment. When you don't know which tavern to visit, choosing the one with the prettiest girl is certainly a safe bet. By the time Cheng Xiaoyan finished her shift, it was already late at night. Xu Jun waited for her to finish work. He approached her, saying, you did really well on your first day. I just spoke with Nan Ge and he thinks highly of you. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled slightly. I was really nervous at first, but thankfully not many people were watching me. Once I got started, the rest went much smoother. Xu Jun nodded. Let's go, we'll give you a ride home. Cheng Xiaoyan stopped him, saying, hey, are you hungry? Let me treat you to some. She could tell that Shu Jun hadn't left, likely staying to ensure she wouldn't freeze up or experience any mishaps during her performance, so he watched over her all night. Treating him to a late-night meal seemed only right. Shu Jun replied sure. They arrived at the small noodle shop, and this time Cheng Xiaoyan was particularly generous, unhesitatingly ordering 2 hearty bowls of noodles, each generously topped with tender juicy meat. After all, she had just successfully secured a part-time job, which was worth celebrating. When the noodles arrived, Cheng Xiaoyan eagerly picked up her chopsticks and dug in. Shu Jun watched her eat, feeling happy. He loved seeing her joyful expression. Why aren't you eating? Cheng Xiaoyan looked up to see Shu Jun not touching his food and asked. I'm not hungry. Watching you eat is enough for me, Shu Jun replied softly. Cheng Xiaoyan looked puzzled. Shu Jun smiled. Isn't there a saying that beauty is a feast for the eyes? Cheng Xiaoyan's face flushed instantly as she lowered her head and focused on her noodles. She felt uneasy. Oh no, does he like me? Reflecting on his various actions, Cheng Xiaoyan felt that if he were just a friend she had known for a short time, he shouldn't be this proactive. After finishing her noodles, Shu Jun accompanied Cheng Xiaoyan back to Tianhu City. Once on Shu Jun's motorcycle, Cheng Xiaoyan felt stiff, unsure where to place her hands, ultimately resting them lightly on his shoulder. Upon reaching Tianhu City, Cheng Xiaoyan said goodbye to Shu Jun and prepared to head upstairs. Shu Jun called out to her, from now on let me give you a ride to Huaiqi. Cheng Xiaoyan bit her lip. On no need, my boyfriend will take me. Thank you. Their schedules for performing at the tavern didn't align. If Shu Jun were to give her a ride, it would mean he made a special trip for her, not just a casual detour. Shu Jun's gaze dimmed as he made a clear expression and waved goodbye to her. Cheng Xiaoyan felt unsure if this was a polite rejection, but admitting to having a boyfriend felt extremely embarrassing. She wiggled her toes. The night wind was chilly, and Cheng Xiaoyan tightened her clothes, still standing in place. Shu Jun was quite considerate towards her. He hadn't said anything yet. She had preemptively shut him down. Could this be considered heartless? However, if she didn't say it, wouldn't it be irresponsible for the other party to invest more in a relationship that had no— Cheng Xiaoyan gently kicked at the gravel by the roadside. If every guy had ulterior motives towards her, would she be unable to make friends normally? Cheng Xiaoyan raised her delicate hand to block the light from the street lamp, the dim yellow light filtering through her fingers moving, causing the light to flicker. Fortunately, I still have Xiaosu. The next morning, Cheng Xiaoyan woke up to a sharp pain in her abdomen. She wondered if it was because she had been exposed to cold air the previous night. However, the damp sensation radiating from her thighs told her that things were not that simple. She lifted the blanket and glanced down. Her sleep pants were stained with blood. She quickly covered herself with the blanket. Perhaps she wasn't fully awake, yet it must be a dream. Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment, and then pulled the blanket over her head, attempting to go back to sleep. A minute later, Wang Defa. The sharp pain in her lower abdomen reminded her that this wasn't a dream. Her period had indeed arrived. Cheng Xiaoyan threw off the blanket, rolled out of bed, and slipped on her slippers. She tiptoed to Xian Qing's room, opened the door, and gently patted the still sleeping Xian Qing. Xian Qing's eyes fluttered open slightly. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaoyan, she quickly closed them again, groggily responding to him. Cheng Xiaoyan, blushing, whispered in her ear, I've got my period and am out of supplies. Can I borrow yours for a— She couldn't admit that she had never used one before, so she made up a lie about running out. Xian Qing understood instantly, without even opening her eyes, and simply pointed to the drawer before going back to sleep. Cheng Xiaoyan quietly opened the drawer and found the sanitary pads. She picked one up, thought for a moment, and then grabbed another, wondering how to use this thing. What if one wasn't enough? She quietly exited Xian Qing's room, returned to her own to grab a clean pair of pants and underwear, and Cheng Xiaoyan, with a slight blush on her face, sat on the toilet staring vacantly at the pristine white sanitary pad in her hand, feeling as though she had entered a daze. She gently shook her head, trying to shake off the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her phone and began searching for the keywords how to properly use a sanitary pad. As detailed tutorials popped up on the screen, she read carefully and followed the described steps with great care. First, she gently peeled off the sticker from the back of the pad and carefully aligned it to the appropriate position on her underwear, sticking it down. Every movement was soft and cautious, afraid of making any mistakes. When the pad was securely adhered to her underwear, Cheng Xiaoyan felt a small sense of relief. Next, she slowly stood up, changed her clothes, and felt a new sense of security beneath her. Indeed, it was strong and comfortable, easing her heart. Cheng Xiaoyan stood in front of the bathroom mirror, examining her reflection. Her complexion was radiant, her eyes sparkling, her dark hair cascading, and her figure graceful. It wasn't her first time looking at herself, but each time felt unreal. Her beauty felt surreal. Her life. She often experienced a strange feeling of her soul detaching from her body, floating above, and observing her daily life, her conversations with others, and her diligent studies, as if she were passionately portraying an entirely different character. If her father's death from illness and her mother's tragic car accident were an inescapable nightmare, then her current life felt like another absurd and bizarre dream. Only at this moment did her soul, which seemed to drift outside her body, slowly begin to merge with her physical. Cheng Xiaoyan gently extended her hand, softly caressing the mirror in front of her, her fingertips gliding lightly across the surface, before finally resting on the face of the beauty reflected back. An indescribable surge of emotions unexpectedly welled up from her heart, rapidly overwhelming her. Like driven by this intense feeling, she had a thought: to take a walk by the Pujiang River and see the water that had brought such tremendous change to her life. At 5:30 in the morning, dawn was just breaking. Cheng Xiaoyan got dressed, took a shared bicycle, and rode toward the Pujiang River. Tianhu City wasn't far from the river. It only took about 10 minutes to get there. Cheng Xiaoyan sat down on a bench by the river, lost in thought. The river flowed gracefully, shrouded in mist, where was home. She wanted to talk to someone, so she opened her contacts, and only one name caught her attention: Xiao Su. At 5:50 a.m., she dialed Lu Keng's number. Beep. Beep. After only 2 rings, she hung up. Xiao Su was probably still asleep, as she decided not to disturb him. Cheng Xiaoyan stared blankly at the dark screen. Suddenly the phone screen lit up. Incoming call, Xiao Su. Her eyes immediately turned red. It felt as if the grievances in her heart had been released in an instant. She answered the phone, and Lu Keng's voice, laced with deep sleep, came through. What's wrong? Cheng Xiaoyan's voice trembled. I'm by the Pujiang River. Can you talk with me? Lu Keng didn't ask why, saying simply, okay, wait for me. Cheng Xiaoyan sent him her location, and within 10 minutes Lu Keng arrived. He had messy hair, a disheveled appearance, stubble on his chin, and was wearing slippers, looking nothing like the polished boy from school. Seeing him like this, Cheng Xiaoyan, though her eyes were still red, couldn't help but smile, and said, why did you come out looking like this? Lu Keng scratched his head and sat down beside her. I was eager to see you and worried something had happened to you. The chill of early autumn seeped into their bones. On the bench by the river, the boy sat upright, while the girl scooted closer to him, leaning in. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit cold and curled her legs up, hugging her knees. Lu Keng wished he had a coat to drape over Cheng Xiaoyan, but he had rushed out wearing just a sweater without any outer. The girl softly said, I'm a bit cold. Can you hold me? Lu Keng replied, extending his arms to embrace her. Cheng Xiaoyan felt the warmth of the person beside her, her eyelashes fluttering as she buried her head between her legs, softly saying, I'm fine, but it's just that my period came today. Lu Keng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. That's a good thing, it means you are complete. Cheng Xiaoyan looked up at him. You seem quite happy about it. Lu Keng quickly denied it, his gaze evasive, saying, not at all. If you want to go back, I can take you to Beijing for a checkup. There must be a way to resolve this. He added, but your situation is quite rare, it would definitely need to be discussed in a meeting, and there might be private. After saying this, Lu Keng felt a bit guilty, and continued, however, no matter what decision you make, I will. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed at the river, gently shaking her head. I won't stir things up anymore, though I've accepted how I look now. Hearing this, Lu Keng felt a weight lift from his heart as the girl's voice softened. Rather than being treated like a specimen, it's better to live well like this. I don't have the courage to face strange looks anymore. Besides, no one knows my secret. That gives me great peace of mind. Suddenly Cheng Xiaoyan turned to him and asked, do you think I'm a monster? Her eyes held a pleading look. Xiao Su, I'm all alone now. Lu Keng felt as if a heavy weight pressed down on him, his voice hoarse. You are not a monster, you are not. He tightened his grip around her shoulders. A few days later, Cheng Xiaoyan finally received her new student ID. Name Cheng Xiaoyan. Gender female. Student ID XXXXXXXXXXX. Department Finance, School of Management. At this point, all her documents and identity information had been changed to female. This signified that both her physiological and social attributes were thoroughly that of a woman. In the cafeteria of Ning University, Cheng Xiaoyan was still gazing at her new student ID. She felt as if she had picked up someone else's student ID. Across from her, Lu Keng picked up a lion's head from his plate and placed it on hers, saying, come on, eat up, there's nothing to see on the student ID. Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glare, pushed the student ID in front of him, and pointed at the photo on it. Look whose student ID is so beautiful. After saying this, she quickly snatched back the student ID, exclaiming, oh, it turns out it's mine. Her voice was as sweet and soft as a songbird, seemingly captivating the heart. Ha! She laughed to herself, her lips red and teeth white, her demeanor lively. After laughing for a while, Cheng Xiaoyan lifted her gaze to Lu Keng and found him staring at her in a daze. Damn, he doesn't think I'm an idiot, does he? Eat, eat. She forced herself to remain calm, picking up a lion's head with her chopsticks and taking a big bite. Lu Keng was also affected by her smile and began to laugh along. After the meal, Cheng Xiaoyan parted ways with Lu Keng, and with her student ID, she could start looking for tutoring jobs. Cheng Xiaoyan returned to her room in Tianhu City, opened her computer, registered an account on a platform, and began browsing tutoring information. Tutoring is the best part-time job for college students without exception. It's relatively easy, the income is decent, and most importantly, it's safe. The only obstacle should be the school itself, as parents are likely looking for students from prestigious universities to teach their children. As a key national university, Ning University is a century-old prestigious school, so Cheng Xiaoyan didn't have to worry about this. Although Chung Xiaoyan's academic performance in university was unremarkable, she had been a top student in high school. However, at Ning University, where competition was fierce, just studying hard was not enough. Because studying hard is the starting point for everyone to stand out, one must rely on talent. For example, Lu Kongsu, who didn't study as hard as Chung Xiaoyan, still managed to secure a recommendation for graduate school. Effort has its limits while talent is limitless. So frustrating. Chung Xiaoyan sat in front of her computer browsing through the tutoring information on the screen. The information was dazzling, covering tutoring needs from elementary to high school subjects with corresponding hourly rates varying significantly, ranging from 50 yuan to 200 yuan. Among them, the tutoring services offered by students from ordinary universities were priced relatively low, while those from prestigious institutions could command higher fees. As a student from a prestigious university, Chung Xiaoyan could easily secure a spot in the 200 yuan hourly rate if she chose to teach high school students. Typically, each tutoring session lasts 2 hours, meaning that if she successfully took on such a job, she could earn a full 400 yuan for one session. She couldn't help but compare this to the income she could earn from singing in a bar all night, which without any song requests from customers would also amount to 400 yuan. In that light, tutoring seems really appealing. Thus, Chung Xiaoyan continued to scroll through the webpage, hoping to find a tutoring opportunity closer to her school. At that moment, an eye-catching message caught her attention. A high school freshman was looking for a tutor in math, Chinese, and English, offering an hourly rate of 600 yuan. Chung Xiaoyan's eyes lit up at the thought of 3 times the pay. But then she thought, wait, something must be off. This family must be difficult to deal with. Never mind, I'll just call and ask. Chung Xiaoyan dialed the phone number of the contact, Ms. Su. When the call connected, a mature woman's voice came through. Chung Xiaoyan briefly explained her situation, hoping to take on the tutoring job for Ms. Su's child. Ms. Su was straightforward, inviting her to come over after dinner to meet. Perfect, as she didn't need to sing that evening, Chung Xiaoyan agreed. After the call, Chung Xiaoyan felt that aside from Ms. Su's somewhat arrogant tone, she didn't notice any issues. That problem, however, lay with the student. That evening, Chung Xiaoyan followed the address provided by Ms. Su to Zhushan Mansion, a well-known wealthy district in Ningjiang. Those who could afford to pay 3 times the normal rate were indeed wealthy. Chung Xiaoyan found the villa number provided by Ms. Su and was about to ring the doorbell when the door unexpectedly swung open. A boy wearing glasses and carrying a backpack walked out, looking quite awkward. The bespectacled boy nearly bumped into Chung Xiaoyan, but managed to stop just before making contact with her, hurriedly saying, "Sorry, excuse me." Chung Xiaoyan replied, "It's fine." Seeing that Chung Xiaoyan was an exceptionally beautiful girl, the boy couldn't help but ask, "Are you here to apply for the tutoring position too?" Chung Xiaoyan nodded in affirmation. The boy smiled wryly, saying, "Well, good luck to you." After saying this, he turned and walked away. Chung Xiaoyan suddenly had a bad premonition. The villa's front door remained open and a maid dressed in a servant's uniform stood inside. Although the maid had heard the conversation at the door, she still confirmed with Chung Xiaoyan, "Miss, are you here to apply for the tutoring position?" Chung Xiaoyan nodded again, and the maid led her into the living room. Chung Xiaoyan sat on the sofa for a while before Ms. Su slowly came down from upstairs. She appeared to be in her 40s, well-maintained, and exuding an air of elegance. Chung Xiaoyan stood up to greet her. "Hello, Ms. Su. I am Chung Xiaoyan, the one who contacted you this afternoon." Ms. Su nodded slightly, acknowledging her. Have a seat." Chung Xiaoyan presented her student ID and some personal information to Ms. Su. Ms. Su casually glanced at the documents in her hand before handing them back to Chung Xiaoyan, saying lightly, "Your school is quite good, it meets my requirements." However, she continued, "But I must say you are just too beautiful. I don't like that." The wealthy woman spoke bluntly without any subtlety. Upon hearing this, Chung Xiaoyan felt a wave of astonishment, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and politely responded, "I'm really sorry that I couldn't meet your expectations. If you need to take a taxi back later, I can reimburse you for the fare, Ms. Su said calmly and directly. Chung Xiaoyan waved her hand, indicating no need for reimbursement. She felt a bit dejected as she retrieved her documents. Is it my fault for being beautiful? But since the other party had already stated her reasons so clearly, it would be inappropriate to continue to cling on, even if the reasoning sounded somewhat absurd. Although Chung Xiaoyan was reluctant to give up the high salary, she stood up, preparing to take her leave. Just as she straightened up, she suddenly heard a clear, youthful voice coming from upstairs. "Mom, I want this tutor." Chung Xiaoyan instinctively turned her head to look and saw a boy about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a high school uniform, standing on the exquisite staircase, tall in stature. The boy walked down the stairs with his hands in his pockets, saying, "She's great, I want her." Chung Xiaoyan stood frozen, unsure whether to leave or stay. Su Yaoi's expression darkened as she said, "It's none of your business, go upstairs." The young man replied with a cocky tone, "How is it not my business? It's not for you, it's for me. Of course I want someone I find pleasing to the eye." With that, he turned his gaze to Chung Xiaoyan, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Her I find very..." Hearing this, Su Yahui immediately became furious, pointing at the boy. "You little brat, I'm hiring a tutor for you based on your grades, not on who you find pleasing." Cheng Xiaoyan secretly murmured to herself, if you don't find me pleasing either, so you don't want me. Double standards. So she interjected softly, actually my grades are pretty good. I scored 677 in the college entrance examination. Her college entrance exam results were indeed a highlight for Cheng Xiaoyan. Not only did she perform exceptionally well, but she even got the essay question right utilizing the model essays she had memorized to achieve a high score. This score just barely surpassed the admission threshold for Jingbei University, but ultimately to be safe, she chose the top university in the South, Ningjiang University. Cheng Xiaoyan's voice was not loud, but the living room was quiet, so both mother and son heard her. The boy's face lit up with pride. Look amazing. This score is more than enough to tutor a slacker like me. Su Yahui was a bit swayed, asking, are you really willing to study seriously? The boy affirmed, of course. Su Yahui couldn't help but feel a bit shaken inside. All along she had exhausted herself trying to improve the boy's abysmal academic performance. She first enrolled him in various tutoring programs outside of school, but he often skipped classes. In desperation, Su Yahui privately hired a teacher to tutor the boy, only to have him threaten to report the teacher, scaring them away, so they no longer dared to teach him. Ultimately, Su Yahui had no choice but to hire college students as tutors. This way at least she could keep an eye on him at home, preventing him from skipping classes. However, to her surprise, the tutors she hired were all chased away by the boy for various strange and bizarre reasons. Some complained of foot odor or bad breath. Others said their Mandarin was not standard. Some mentioned their handwriting was terrible. Others said their names clashed with his. And so on. Su Yahui assessed Cheng Xiaoyan once more. This girl, aside from being too beautiful, had no other flaws, and her grades were good. This brat is now actively wanting to keep a tutor. Surely her enthusiasm for studying should be higher, right? Su Yahui finally agreed. Well then, Teacher Xiaoqing, let's try for a week first. If the results are good, we can sign a contract. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. All right, miss. Su, shall we start tonight, or should we schedule another time? Su Yahui cast an annoyed glance at the boy. Are we studying today, or not? The boy replied nonchalantly, of course we are. He waved his hand to Cheng Xiaoyan and said, come on, let's go up. Cheng Xiaoyan politely nodded to Su Yahui before following the boy upstairs. Upon entering the boy's room, she saw a plethora of models and comics along with a triple-screen computer, which was simply the dream room of any boy. Cheng Xiaoyan even spotted a Bandai metal structure RX-93 PG. With this 5-figure Gundam, he could bask in the admiration of all the model enthusiasts every day. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan staring at the RX-93, the boy asked, do you understand this? Cheng Xiaoyan nodded, pointing at his collection from the original RX-782 to the Unicorn RX-0, as she recounted them with familiarity. The boy was overjoyed. I didn't expect you to be a Gundam girl. Cheng Xiaoyan also intended to get closer to her student, which would benefit her teaching in the future. She smiled slightly. I suppose so. The boy then asked, which one do you like the most? Cheng Xiaoyan replied, of course it's the Strike Freedom from G Generation. The boy nodded. Oh, I understand you're a Seed faction supporter. He excitedly pointed at a 0Q. I'm from the 00 faction, that's my favorite. Cheng Xiaoyan sat down beside his desk. Alright, we can discuss these later, let me see your study materials first. The boy instantly lost interest and slowly sat down at the desk. Cheng Xiaoyan patiently said, first show me the test papers. I'll help you identify where your problems lie. He excitedly pointed at a 0Q. I'm from the 00 faction, that's my favorite. Cheng Xiaoyan sat down beside his desk. Cheng Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly thought of someone. Shen Weijun. She raised her gaze, examining Shen Weiliang's face, and indeed found some resemblance to Shen Weijun. No way. Shen Weiliang said, hey, why are you staring at me? Cheng Xiaoyan furrowed her brows slightly. Do you have an older brother? Yes, why? Oh no, I might have guessed right. But if Su Yahui were to be Shen Weijun's mother, she seemed a bit too young for that. Perhaps she just takes good care of herself. Cheng Xiaoyan pretended to be nonchalant and asked, then why haven't I seen him? He has his own place, he doesn't live with us. Cheng Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Shen Weiliang asked curiously, do you know my brother? Cheng Xiaoyan denied. No, just asking casually. Then why are you staring at me? Do you like me? Cheng Xiaoyan looked down at his test papers. Not at all. Shen Weiliang seemed to have discovered something amusing and persisted. Do you want to date me? I'll give you your favorite. Cheng Xiaoyan looked up speechless. I'm too old for Gundam now. Shen Weiliang proudly replied, it's electroplated, do you want it? I don't want it. Cheng Xiaoyan rejected him mercilessly. She flipped through his test papers and felt a headache coming on. This brat could barely pass Chinese, while his math and English were only in the 60 to 70 range. At this rate, he would definitely not get into an undergraduate program. Shen Weiliang snorted coldly. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Cheng Xiaoyan, where did this brat learn such domineering lines? From his brother. Cheng Xiaoyan said seriously, Shen Weiliang, you can call me Teacher Xiaoqing, or just my name, but please do not call me woman, understood? All right, Cheng Xiaoyan. Shen Weiliang pouted. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. For Chinese math and English, which subject do you want to start with? Shen Weiliang lay on the desk. I want to start with dating you. Chung Xiaoyan rolled the test paper into a stick and tapped it on the boy's face. Get up, sit properly, and speak normally. What's wrong with the Shun brothers? Shin Weiliang sat up and looked at Chung Xiaoyan sideways. To be honest, I don't want to study, it's boring. Chung Xiaoyan asked, if you don't study, what do you want to do? Shin Weiliang shrugged, date, play games, build models. You just want to waste your life like this, eh? Anyway, no matter how hard I try, I can't compare to my brother. I'm just useless, so why not just relax and lay flat? Chung Xiaoyan internally agreed, but said, you're still so young, the future is uncertain. I really need to encourage him well, or I might lose my job. You can't just be a slacker, it will affect my ability to earn a high salary. Shun Weiliang acted shamelessly. Then date me, ooh, I still don't know what dating feels like. If you date me, I'll learn. Chung Xiaoyan felt a black line appear on her forehead. I don't even know what dating feels like. Oh, I've been single for 21 years. You're only 16, oh, just wait a bit longer. Chung Xiaoyan finally felt that Su Yahweh was right to let her go. This brat is in heat. Chung Xiaoyan decisively rejected. No early relationships for minors. Shin Weiliang said, woman, I gave you a chance. The long night stretched on, and Xiaoyan was speechless. You're also crazy. Wait, why am I using also? Calm down, calm down. Stay composed, stay composed. Triple salary. Chung Xiaoyan took a deep breath and said seriously, let me reiterate, please do not use the term woman. I'm here to teach you not to play dating games with you. Shin Weiliang waved his hand. Got it, Chung Xiaoyan. Chung Xiaoyan sighed and didn't bother asking his opinion. She directly took out a math test paper. Let's start with math. I'll first explain the mistakes. Shin Weiliang responded absent-mindedly with an aho. Chung Xiaoyan began to focus on explaining the problems. After a while, she noticed that Shin Weiliang wasn't looking at the questions, but was staring at her. She put down her pen. Are you even paying attention? Shin Weiliang propped his chin on his hand, looking at her. You're really beautiful, even more so than the stars. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door. The door slowly opened, and Su Yue walked in carrying a carefully cut and neatly arranged plate of fruit. She placed the plate of fruit on the desk and said, let's have some fruit first, Teacher Chung. You should try some too. As soon as she finished speaking, Shun Weiliang, sitting nearby, eagerly reached out and grabbed a crystal-clear grape, popping it into his mouth, while mumbling indistinctly, delicious, delicious. Seeing this, Chung Xiaoyan quickly smiled and thanked Su Yahweh, saying, thank you. I'll eat some later. Su Yahweh, upon hearing this, paid no mind initially. She glanced at Shun Weiliang, whose mouth was full of grapes, and then asked Chung Xiaoyan, Teacher Chung, has this kid been studying seriously today? Upon hearing this, Chung Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, then deliberately elongated her response, saying he. Meanwhile, she discreetly glanced at Shun Weiliang, who was happily munching away. At this moment, Shun Weiliang's mouth was stuffed with grapes, but he still managed to wink at Chung Xiaoyan and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Taking the hint, Chung Xiaoyan took a deep breath and continued, he has been studying seriously. She emphasized the word seriously as she spoke. However, Su Yihue, standing nearby, looked skeptical, clearly not completely convinced by this answer, and faced with Su Yaoi's doubt, Chung Xiaoyan felt a bit uneasy, but maintained her composure, responding affirmative. After receiving such a response, Su Yahweh remained somewhat doubtful, but chose not to press further, simply reminding Shin Weiliang, you must study hard, okay? With that, she turned and left the room. Once Su Yahweh finally departed, Shin Weiliang sprang up from his chair like a monkey, dashing to the door and slamming it shut with a loud bang. Then he turned around, a mischievous smile on his face, and said to Chung Xiaoyan, hee, let's continue. Chung Xiaoyan sat upright in her chair, her back straight, hands folded on her lap, with a serious and resolute expression, saying, Shin Weiliang, I can't keep deceiving your mom. If you're willing to learn, I will teach you well. If you truly don't wish to learn, then I have to leave. Shin Weiliang casually strolled back to the desk and grinned, saying, oh, come on, don't be so heartless. Don't go. It's not every day I get to meet a tutor. We have so many topics to discuss. Would you like to see the Sazabi? It's the red comet char asnables. Before Shin Weiliang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chung Xiaoyan, who said, I can chat with you about these topics outside of class, but during lessons please focus on studying. After a pause, Chung Xiaoyan emphasized, one more thing, you must understand your mom's salary is quite generous, 600 per hour, which averages out to 10 yuan per minute. Therefore, I must ensure that your academic performance truly improves. As she spoke the last few words, Chung Xiaoyan unconsciously intensified her tone, her expression growing more solemn. I'm not here to earn money just for chatting. I'm here to earn money through knowledge. If you don't let me earn this, then I have to leave. Chung Xiaoyan spoke seriously, as she was in need of money and wanted to earn it, but she couldn't compromise her integrity. That was her bottom line. Some college students say they're tutors, but in reality, they just help with homework. When students don't want to learn, the college tutors collude with them to deceive parents, claiming they're studying when they're just chatting and wasting class time. In the end, students' grades don't improve, and when parents inquire, they can only lament, I tried my best, the student is simply hopeless, I can't teach him. Then they nonchalantly leave, having made their money. Hearing Chung Xiaoyan's words, Shun Weiliang pursed his lips and stubbornly said, then you can leave. Chung Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. High salaries were indeed hard to earn. She tidied her belongings and stood up. Before she could reach the door, Shin Wei-liang slid his chair over to her side, tugging at her sleeve with a grin, saying, "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." With that, Shin Wei-liang pulled her back to the desk and gently pressed her shoulders, indicating for her to sit down. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at this mischievous boy with annoyance and asked, "Are you willing to learn now?" However, Shin Wei-liang didn't seem to care about her attitude and said, "Then tell me, what's the point of me going through all this trouble to learn these things? Having a degree will help me find a good job, but I don't need a job. I will achieve financial freedom. It's enough to just be a slacker. Why bother with studying?" Cheng Xiaoyan. "All right, shut up. Stop showing off. The biggest purpose of your studying is for me to earn." Cheng Xiaoyan's mind raced as she tried to find a useful perspective on why it's beneficial to learn for a wealthy person. Relying on knowledge to earn wealth. He doesn't need it. He was born rich. Cultivating one's character. Slacker doesn't have character. Being well-read brings elegance. Rich people also have their own charm. Maintaining the family business. His brother is enough. Wang Defa, what exactly is he studying for? Cheng Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss, her momentum waning as she asked then. "Can we study for the rise?" Shin Wei-liang replied with a deadpan expression. "What do you think?" Cheng Xiaoyan felt challenged by the academic underdog comment, which she couldn't tolerate. Thus, she forced her brain to work hard again, determined to win this debate. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "You know, those who excel in studies are also great at gaming." Shin Wei-liang had just mentioned that gaming was one of his 3 major hobbies. Cheng Xiaoyan asked, "What games do you play?" Shin Wei-liang answered, "Honor." Cheng Xiaoyan's heart leaped with joy. "Great, that's within my range." Before the incident at Cheng Xiaoyan's home, she used to play games too, but only competitive ones, not leveling games. Simply put, she didn't have the money to spend nor the time to grind. She asked, "What's your peak score?" Shin Wei-liang replied, 1400. Cheng Xiaoyan felt relieved. She said slowly, "See, if you don't study hard, you can only score 1400. Shin Wei-liang was taken aback, muttering, "Then what's your score? How good can a girl be?" Cheng Xiaoyan smirked, "Not much, just a mere 2100. Instantly, a skeptical Chow Chow appeared in Shin Wei-liang's mind, exclaiming disbelief. He doubted. There are hardly any girls who can score over 2000, let alone 2100. "Show me your account, and let me see for myself." Cheng Xiaoyan opened the mobile game Honor and logged into her account for him to see. When Shin Wei-liang took a look, he was met with a sea of gold badges and a few small nations. He thought maybe she was just riding along. Reluctantly, he opened the ratings and saw an 85 score. Wow, that's impressive, the kind that carries others. Shin Wei-liang, still unconvinced, pointed at Cheng Xiaoyan's ID and said, "Look, this is obviously a male name. It can't be your account." Cheng Xiaoyan's ID was your Cloud Master. Cheng Xiaoyan calmly replied, "When your rank is high, some people are unwilling to give up their position when they see a female ID, so it's easier to use a male name." She rested her chin on one hand and tilted her head, saying, "Have you never played high-tier matches?" This stubborn kid, how could she not pin him down? Shin Wei-liang truly hadn't played any, and he argued, "But you can't say that if you study well, you can also play well." Cheng Xiaoyan blinked and began earnestly rambling. Studying and esports are interconnected. If esports professionals study seriously, their grades wouldn't be poor. She paused for a moment and continued, "Because these two matters share the same keywords: understanding, skill, judgment, execution, and perseverance." Cheng Xiaoyan became more animated. In short, it's all about analyzing the existing conditions, making the right choices, and doing the right things at the right time to reach the optimal solution. After finishing, Cheng Xiaoyan gave Shin Wei-liang a questioning glance, checking if he understood. Shin Wei-liang was lost in thought and slowly responded, Cheng Xiaoyan nodded. "Well, he doesn't understand." "It's fine, I don't understand what I'm saying either." She then changed the subject, asking, "What position do you play?" "They always make me play support, but I have a marksman's heart," Shin Wei-liang said helplessly, before adding, "My favorite is Guinevere, but I can't play her well, and keep dying. Ew, I just can't level up." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "All right, let's talk about Guinevere. Do you understand this hero?" Shin Wei-liang asked, puzzled. "Understand what? Isn't it just about farming gold and joining team fights?" Cheng Xiaoyan responded, "If you want to play a hero well, you must first understand that hero. It's like reading comprehension. If you can't understand the article, how can you answer the questions well?" Cheng Xiaoyan urged him to open a game replay to help him review. Shin Wei-liang hesitated and delayed opening his account. Game reviews and correcting exam papers are the Cheng Xiaoyan insisted on watching his match replay, continuing, "If you only focus on starting the next game without thinking about where you lost in the previous one, just like only focusing on answering exam papers without looking at mistakes, you won't improve." Under Cheng Xiaoyan's insistence, Shin Wei-liang finally relented and awkwardly opened his account. Cheng Xiaoyan, as a tutor, wouldn't mock her student unless she couldn't help it. Shin Wei-liang's ID was your sweet bunny. Cheng Xiaoyan twitched her lips, suppressing a laugh, and said, "A female." Shin Wei-liang nodded at first, then became flustered and angry, saying, "What's wrong with a female ID? They won't play with me with a male ID, so I have to pretend to be a girl. Is it easy for me to play a game?" Cheng Xiaoyan curiously asked, Then using voice chat wouldn't expose you. That's easy. Oh, I use a voice changer. Oh, I see, Cheng Xiaoyan said. No wonder they make you play support. Who would trust your sweet bunny to play the core? As Cheng Xiaoyan spoke, she opened his match history looking for a match, where he played Guinevere to check the replay. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned tightly as she watched as Shen Weiliang had numerous issues playing Guinevere. She asked, what were you doing in the off lane at 5 minutes, and why did you end up dying? Shen Weiliang answered, as if it were obvious, my teammates were fighting so of course I had to go. If I was going to die I might as well die together. How righteous. Cheng Xiaoyan remained silent, continuing to watch the replay, asking after a while, what were you dawdling at the high? Shen Weiliang thought for a moment and replied, oh, at that time I should have been arguing with my teammates. They blamed me for not leveling up, but wasn't it because I was always helping them that I couldn't level up? So I just clicked to surrender to taunt them. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and continued watching the replay, and after that, Shen Weiliang's Guinevere struggled to level up and was pushed down by the opposing side. After watching the replay, Cheng Xiaoyan organized her thoughts and said, first of all, you need to be clear that Guinevere is a marksman. If you choose Guinevere and your team loses, you must take at least 80 of the responsibility. Shen Weiliang protested, why? Don't they have any problems? Cheng Xiaoyan replied, you can't control their problems, you can only manage yourself. In the early game you are useless. Even if all your teammates in the offlane die you must not care and just focus on. In the mid game you are still useless. If your teammates die you still don't care and focus on leveling up. By the late game all your teammates can surrender or give up, but you Guinevere cannot. You must remember that you are Guinevere and remember the responsibility on your shoulders. If teammates fall, Guinevere must save. If the heavens collapse, Guinevere must support. Even if our side only has 1 crystal left, and the enemy has 9 towers still standing, as long as Guinevere's bow is still in hand, victory or defeat still lies in her bowstring. You do not have the right to surrender. All the efforts you made earlier must be proven in the end. You are not useless, you must lead your teammates to victory. Just like now you're in your first year of high school, and your classmates think you're useless. By your second year if they still think, so then by your third year you must shine, and show them what you're capable of. What's the difference between your current laziness and sending yourself to the off lane to feed? In conclusion, you could say I'm just a useless person, oh I can't level up anyway. But ask yourself, have you really put in the effort? Have you truly tried your best? The college entrance examination is like the final team battle. Oh, every subject you learn now is your equipment, your capital for a comeback in tough times. Cheng Xiaoyan picked up a pen and placed it in Shen Weiliang's hand. She glanced at the large defeat on the phone screen and said, even if the long arrow breaks and the bowstring snaps in the end, as Guinevere, you must turn your anger into output and make it count. This is the responsibility and dignity of a marksman and a tribute to the teammates who sacrificed themselves to give you space to develop. Never surrender, never give up. This is also a tribute to the 3 years you spend in high school. Shen Weiliang took the pen hesitantly and heard the young tutor continue. What you need to do now is develop well, acquire core equipment piece by piece, and then in the final battle maximize your output. Even if the bow breaks and the string snaps, leave no regrets. Cheng Xiaoyan stared into Shen Weiliang's eyes, emphasizing each word. Are you ready to play Guinevere well? Shen Weiliang lowered his gaze to the pen in his hand. Silence. After a moment, Cheng Xiaoyan sighed. The college entrance examination might be the only opportunity in our lives to compete fairly with our peers based on our own efforts. Don't give up, alright? If you must find a meaning to study, it is to fully embrace this youthful 3 years and give it your all, just one. If you don't try, how will you know you will lose? Shen Weiliang looked at her and softly said, if Guinevere doesn't die, the crystal won't break. Even if the bow breaks and the string snaps, I must maximize my output. Yes. Cheng Xiaoyan gave him a firm look. Shen Weiliang swallowed hard. Then I'll give it a try. She nodded. As Shen Weiliang picked up his phone, he changed the hero he wanted to play to Guinevere and clicked to start matching. Cheng Xiaoyan exclaimed. On that day, after repeated requests from Lu Kengsu, Cheng Xiaoyan finally went to the library. Lu Kengsu sat beside her engrossed in a book. Cheng Xiaoyan took a notebook from her bag and began to carefully calculate her income. 2 stable part-time jobs, singing in bars and tutoring, could provide a steady income of around 15,000. In addition, occasional commercial shoots and other temporary gigs could also contribute some income. Although these extra earnings were not stable, they still added some thickness to her wallet. After careful calculation, Cheng Xiaoyan discovered that her part-time income allowed her to barely keep up with the pace of paying interest on her loans. However, this was merely the interest. The massive principal still loomed over her like a heavy mountain, making it hard for her to breathe. Should she look for more lucrative opportunities? Live streaming. She jotted down the necessary conditions for streaming on paper. 1. Looks. She knew her looks were quite appealing in real life, but on the internet where beauty filters were a dime a dozen, even a grandmother could look like a loli. She had this advantage, but it was not particularly outstanding. On the internet, who wasn't a fairy? If she were thrown among numerous beauty scammers, she wouldn't stand out. She marked this one with an X. 2. Talent. She could sing, but that was in real life. Online professional singers couldn't compete with those using sound cards. Once the sound card was activated, a million sound engineers would be online. Anyone could sing. She marked this one with an X as well. 3. Content creation. This requires a team, which she did not have. She marked this one with an X. 4. Selling products. This requires a fan base and connections with brands, which she lacked. She marked this one with an X. 5. Edge cases. She crossed this one out. Cheng Xiaoyan had done market research and found that any of the above options required substantial advertising expenses. Spending $100,000 to $200,000 on an account might not even yield a response. Furthermore, working for an MCN agency would mean black labor. Not to mention the lack of freedom, just the exorbitant penalty fees could leave a small streamer in dire straits. She definitely did not want that. The risks outweighed the rewards, as someone in finance could not afford such ventures. She marked live streaming with a big X. Cheng Xiaoyan gently rubbed her temples. She was truly exhausted as she had almost taken all her free time to work. She felt like an unyielding machine constantly operating at high speed with not a moment's pause. Yet even a steel body has its limits, let alone her flesh and blood. Neither her time nor her physical condition allowed her to continue working like this. Just then Lu Kongsu suddenly leaned over curious and asked, "What are you writing?" Upon hearing his voice, Cheng Xiaoyan was startled, instinctively covering her notebook with her hand, a hint of panic showing on her face as she stammered, Nothing. I'm just summarizing the key points of the course." Lu Kongsu looked at her. "You've been acting mysterious lately. Is there something you can't tell me?" His gaze was intense, and Cheng Xiaoyan dared not meet his eyes. Her voice softened. "I found a few part-time jobs. After all, I need to support myself now." Lu Kongsu frowned, deeply looking at her seriously. "How many part-time jobs have you found? It's already December, and the postgraduate entrance exam is almost here. How are you preparing?" However, facing Lu Kongsu's questions, Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her head and remained silent, as if she had done something wrong. He pressed further, "How is your review going?" Under Lu Kongsu's piercing gaze, Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated before finally speaking, but her voice was barely above. "I'm not planning to take the exam this year." "What?" Lu Kongsu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. He abruptly slammed his book shut. The sound was loud enough to attract disapproving glances from other students studying nearby. Realizing his outburst, Lu Kongsu's expression turned serious as he stood up and pulled on Cheng Xiaoyan's arm. She followed him obediently like a child caught in the act. They soon arrived at a secluded corner of the library. Lu Kongsu stopped, released her arm, and grasped her shoulders with both hands, a bit agitated. "Yun, what's going on with you? Are you really giving up on the postgraduate exam? How can you let something as important as the exam be delayed because of those part-time jobs?" Lu Kongsu's voice rose as he became more agitated. It was understandable for Lu Kongsu to be upset. In terms of academic competition, finance was ranked second, and no other major dared to claim the top spot. In their finance major, every student was taking the postgraduate exam. There were no exceptions because a master's degree was just the starting point for competition. Without it, one couldn't even submit a resume. A master's degree is not just a bonus, it's a basic requirement. Everyone comes to Ning University to study finance. If they don't graduate with a master's, it would all be for naught. Prestigious universities and master's degrees. This is the threshold for big finance firms to hire. Only with these two qualifications can your resume be placed on an HR's desk. Cheng Xiaoyan felt bitter inside. Just completing her undergraduate courses was already a feat, as she simply didn't have the time to prepare for the postgraduate exam. Lu Kongsu thought she was working for living expenses, but she didn't need to go through this much trouble for that. Cheng Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. It wasn't about living expenses. She didn't want to say anything, she didn't want to show her embarrassing situation to him. Cheng Xiaoyan forced a smile and teased, "If I don't work, will you support me?" Lu Kongsu replied without hesitation, "I will support you." Cheng Xiaoyan removed his hand from her shoulder, turned around, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window looking outside. "You should take care of yourself first. Once you don't need to ask your family for money anymore, then you can say such things." Lu Kongsu was taken aback. Money had never mattered to him. As long as it was sufficient, he didn't need more. Even when he eventually worked, earning a salary wasn't his goal. His university days were his last indulgence. There would be no such good days in the tumultuous world of work. Enjoy the present and focus on studying for exams. He scratched his head and stubbornly said, "I may not have much money now, but if you come to me for a meal, I'll share half. As long as I have food, I will never let you go hungry." Cheng Xiaoyan turned back, the winter sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow on her, bright as spring. She smiled, her eyes shimmering with light. "Okay, but that's what you promised. I will keep my word." His words were like the warm winter sun, illuminating her heart and dispelling much of the... Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and said softly, "This year my family has gone through too many changes. I'm not in a state to take the exam." She then looked at him. "However, I will definitely take it next year." Hearing that she had not given up on the postgraduate exam, Lu Kongsu felt relieved. Lu Kongsu walked over to her side, leaning against the window together. He turned to her. "Fortunately, you're still thinking straight. Without a master's degree as a stepping stone, even if I wanted to get you into an investment bank in the future, it would be impossible. Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glance. Who says I want to work in an investment bank? Lu Kungsu rubbed her hair playfully and grinned. You don't want a six-figure salary. I'll stop it. Cheng Xiaoyan swatted his hand away, fixing her hair, while half smiling. If you had said this to buy an eye sooner, maybe you wouldn't have been dumped. Lu Kungsu retracted his hand, looking up at the ceiling, his voice low. How can she compare to my brothers? Cheng Xiaoyan didn't believe it, and nudged him with her elbow. Lu Gongzi, when have you not forgotten your loyalty for the sake of beauty? Lu Kungsu looked down at her, his gaze intense. If we're talking about beauty, then your beauty is truly the best. Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she no longer needed to nudge him with her elbow, but instead pinched his waist, exclaiming in embarrassment, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Kungsu grabbed her hand and laughed. I'm not talking nonsense. Cheng Xiaoyan pulled her hand back, snorted, and put on a serious face. This could be seen as her tacit agreement. Unfortunately, her serious expression didn't last long, and she burst into laughter. So what if I am the world's #1 beauty? Seeing her laugh, Lu Kungsu also smiled. The sunlight outside the window warmed them both. In the evening at the Huaiqi Tavern, Cheng Xiaoyan finished the last chord, and as the song came to an end, she realized she had been performing for an hour straight and was ready to step down for a break. Suddenly, a line of text popped up on the tablet in front of her. Table 14 has requested the song Confession Balloon. Confession Balloon is a regular at the tavern, often chosen by customers to express their feelings to others present. At the tavern, song requests cost 100 yuan each, splitting the earnings evenly. The tavern earns 50 yuan and she earns 50 yuan. As orders came in, she had already risen, but had to sit back down, adjusting her guitar once more. Her lips brushed against the microphone, and she lazily announced the next song is a request from the guests at table 14 for a rendition of Confession Balloon. During the song request, customers can leave messages. Other songs may not have any, but this one surely will. Cheng Xiaoyan routinely read the customer's message aloud. This sweet song is dedicated to by a guest named Long Accompaniment. She paused, halting her recitation. The last few words on the tablet read, for the most beautiful you on stage. Cheng Xiaoyan lifted her gaze to table 14, where 7 or 8 people sat, both men and women. One of the boys with a fish head and a wolf tail raised his glass towards her. Cheng Xiaoyan understood it was he who had requested the song. She merely nodded in acknowledgement and softly said into the microphone, thank you. In the past, when she first received song requests from customers, she felt a bit flustered, stammering and unsure whether to read the messages. Now, however, her heart was devoid of any waves. The number of people dedicating songs to her had numbed her feelings. The so-called aloofness was in fact just numbness. What you perceive as romance was merely a revenue of 50 yuan to her. Other customers, upon hearing Confession Balloon, knew something was afoot. The more curious ones glanced over to table 14, speculating which couple was about to confess. Yet the beautiful singer on stage did not specify who the song was for, instead casually saying thank you. Those who understood quickly grasped the situation, and some regulars began to clink their glasses together, saying cheers to those who throw themselves into the flames. Cheng Xiaoyan sang an additional song, and after finishing Confession Balloon, she could finally step off the stage. She settled in front of the bar, where the bartender placed a glass of blue and pink gradient sparkling drink before her, adorned with a small flower, looking quite lovely. The bartender was a handsome white guy with blue eyes and a high nose, hailing from a small Eastern European country, studying in the East, while also working at the tavern. With excellent Chinese skills, he cheerfully said, try this new drink. It's alcohol-free, consider it a treat from the boss. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled as she accepted it. Thanks. Under the bartender's expectant gaze, she took a sip. The bartender asked, how is it? Is it good? Cheng Xiaoyan pursed her lips. It's good, just a bit too sweet. The bartender noted her feedback. I'll improve it. If Nan Good gives the green light, we can add this drink to the menu. Having tasted the bartender's complimentary drink, she inevitably played the role of a taste tester. Thankfully, the bartender's skills were up to par, and she had never encountered a bad drink. These workers often took advantage of their boss, Song Nan. The tavern had a good working atmosphere. Although their hours were longer than tutoring jobs, and the pay was lower, it was less stressful. Except for, hey, why haven't I seen this drink on the menu? Cheng Xiaoyan turned to see the boy with the fish head and wolf tail from table 14. After speaking, he naturally sat down on the high chair next to her. Cheng Xiaoyan slightly furrowed her brows. Besides those who approached to chat her up, having been approached frequently, she had become quite experienced in identifying who was skilled and who was a novice. The first sentence would reveal it all. Novices would directly ask for contact information, which she could easily reject, straightforward and clear. This boy, however, started the conversation through the drink. As a customer inquiring about the drink, Cheng Xiaoyan, being part of the tavern staff, generally couldn't refuse to answer. Plus, since he had just dedicated a song to her, it made refusal even more difficult. Moreover, he didn't even ask if it was convenient for him to sit beside her, he just plopped down. Not asking, just taking action implied she had already agreed, without giving her a chance to refuse, opening the topic with a single sentence, and sitting next to the person he was flirting with, clearly intending to chat for a while. This boy was quite skilled. If Xi and Xing were present, it would be a match of equals, and they would be eager to see who could impress the other more engaging in a game of who falls first is the loser. But Cheng Xiaoyan was not Xianqing if she didn't like him. He had brought her trouble, and dealing with skilled flirts required more effort in defense. Cheng Xiaoyan replied flatly, "It's a private recipe, not for sale, sorry." Her response was concise, devoid of any emotion, preventing him from extending the topic of the drink. The wolf-tail boy squinted, trying to force a new topic. "Are you a student at a music academy? You sing really well." "No." "Wow, that's even more impressive. Do you play in a band?" "I have some friends in bands, and would you like to meet them?" "Not interested in playing." The wolf-tail boy felt like he had hit a brick wall. This girl was clearly defensive, leaving no room for opportunity. He glanced at her drink, deciding to push the drink topic again, and asked the bartender, "Hello, could you help me make a drink like?" In conclusion, he emphasized, "I can transfer the payment to you personally," implying he wanted to give the bartender extra cash. The bartender glanced at Cheng Xiaoyan, who gave him a no look, and the blue-eyed handsome guy immediately understood. "Sir, I would love to make that drink for you, but we just ran out of one of the juices, so I'm afraid we can't make it today. I'm really sorry. How about ordering something else?" The wolf-tail boy waved his hand, indicating he was not interested. If it wasn't the same drink as hers, there was no topic to discuss. He sensed it was tricky. This girl seemed emotionally cold, making it hard to find a window to chat. However, she was quite a catch, worthy of putting in the effort to break through. He might as well ask for her contact and look for opportunities slowly. "Actually, we're playing a king game, and it's my turn now. My task is to add the prettiest girl in the room to my contacts. I've seen all the girls in the tavern, and you're the most beautiful. So could you please add me so I can complete my task?" The wolf-tail boy observed Cheng Xiaoyan's expression and added, "I'll leave right after I add you. My friends are waiting." His subtext was, "Give me some face, and I'll leave." Cheng Xiaoyan didn't want to continue the back and forth and decided to give him her contact. After adding the bowtie's contact, the wolf-tail boy returned to table 14. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly raised his phone, quickly flaunting the newly added contact in front of his friends, then lifted his chin, pride radiating from his face, and said, "Did you see that? When I take action, I never miss." As soon as he finished boasting, the others at the table erupted in excitement, clamoring in approval. "Wow, impressive, man. As expected of you." Someone shouted, "Teach me how to be like you." Another person chimed in. In no time, the entire table was filled with noisy sounds calling out praises. 666 veteran driver, lead me on." Meanwhile, not far away, Cheng Xiaoyan was gently massaging her temples, annoyed by the loud commotion coming from there. She couldn't help but murmur, "It's so noisy. I will definitely delete you after work." As midnight approached, there were few people left in the tavern, and the guests at table 14 had all departed. Before leaving, the young wolf had invited her to karaoke, but she had coldly rejected him once more. She had sung all night long. Why would she sing again? Cheng Xiaoyan gathered her guitar, preparing to finish her shift. However, her gaze involuntarily flickered toward a spot beside the tavern's restroom. There sat a man of ordinary appearance wearing a baseball cap. Cheng Xiaoyan remembered him. Since she started working at the tavern, she had often seen him, and he was considered a regular. This was nothing unusual, but just moments ago, as she passed by him on her way to the restroom, his phone on the table received a message lighting up the screen. She accidentally caught a glimpse of the photo on his phone's lock screen. The person in the photo was her. However, she was not entirely certain if the message obscured half of the face in the photo and based solely on that she could only linger in doubt, unable to be completely sure. Even so, this situation sent a chill down Cheng Xiaoyan's spine. She was not a public figure, and if a stranger were indeed using her photo as a phone background, that would be utterly terrifying. However, upon careful reflection, she recalled that the man in the baseball cap had never spoken to her, nor had he ever requested a song. He always sat quietly, silently sipping his drink, and had never caused her any substantial disturbance. Cheng Xiaoyan did not want to become a subway fairy, nor offend a regular. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to forcibly suppress her unease and pretend that nothing had ever happened. Cheng Xiaoyan slung her guitar over her back and left the small tavern, heading to the bar street where a row of waiting taxis stood. At this late hour, with the subway no longer in operation, she had no choice but to take a taxi. As she got into the car, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that the man in the baseball cap had also gotten into a taxi not far behind her. Was it a coincidence? Cheng Xiaoyan felt increasingly anxious and distractedly told the driver the address for Tianhu City. Halfway through the ride, Cheng Xiaoyan kept her eyes glued to the rearview mirror. The midnight street had few vehicles, making it easy for her to spot a taxi following closely behind her. In an instant, alarms went off in Cheng Xiaoyan's mind. She began to quickly calculate in her head. Oh no, it was time to prepare for the worst. Should she tell the driver to head straight to the police station? What if it was just a misunderstanding? That would mean wasting the fare, which was certainly not cheap. No, she couldn't go to Tianhu City now. Oh, if the other party was here to scout, she absolutely couldn't lead a thief back home. After much consideration, Cheng Xiaoyan said to the driver, "Sir, let's change direction and head to Ningjiang University." The driver replied, "Sure thing." First, they would go to Ning University, where she as a student could enter, while the man in the baseball cap, being a civilian, could not. Once she confirmed her safety, she would ride a shared bike back to Tianhu City. This way she would avoid the risk, while also reducing the cost of preventing it. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit smug. I am indeed studying finance, though I handle risk management quite well. The taxi arrived at Ning University. Cheng Xiaoyan first observed her surroundings, not spotting any suspicious individuals. She finally got out of the car. She let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. Out of caution, Cheng Xiaoyan swiped her card to enter the campus and chatted with the security guard for a while. After more than 10 minutes, Cheng Xiaoyan contemplated whether she should call Lu Kengsu to ask him to take her home. She took out her phone, opened Lu Kengsu's chat interface, but her peripheral vision caught the time. 0040. Maybe it was better to let it go, as she didn't want to disturb him this late. Cheng Xiaoyan thought this, and put her phone back in her pocket. She glanced out the window. The security room provided a view of the situation outside the campus, where everything was calm. She assessed that the risk had been mitigated. Cheng Xiaoyan bid farewell to the security guard, and walked out of the campus heading towards the alley where the shared bikes were parked. Shared bikes could not enter the campus, and could only be parked in the alley outside. The alley was filled with shared bikes, and Cheng Xiaoyan sought one that was a bit cleaner. Ever since she became a girl, she had become quite particular about cleanliness and tidiness. After a hard time picking one out, just as she was about to scan the code, she noticed a figure standing at the mouth of the alley where she entered. Cheng Xiaoyan's hair stood on end, and her breathing quickened. It was the man in the baseball cap. He blocked her path back to the security room. Scanning the bike's code would take some time to unlock, and there was no time for that. Cheng Xiaoyan immediately turned and ran toward the other end of the alley. As she ran, she unlocked her phone. The screen displayed Lu Kengsu's chat interface, and she directly dialed his beep. Come on, pick up Xiaosu. Come on, pick up Xiaosu. Come on, pick up Xiaosu. No one answered. Cheng Xiaoyan was incredibly anxious, and not wanting to wait any longer, she hung up the call. While running, she sent Lu Kengsu a voice message. Ning University Southgate, shared bike alley, save me. After sending it, she opened the dialer and pressed 110, ready to call. But at that moment, her phone was lost. The man in the baseball cap had already caught up to her and snatched her phone. Since becoming a girl, Cheng Xiaoyan's stamina was not what it used to be, especially since she often skipped dinner, making her even weaker. She couldn't outrun this man. She was cornered by the man in the baseball cap. Seeing that she couldn't escape, he first glanced at her phone, and noticing that 110 had not been dialed, he chuckled softly and quickly turned her phone off. Cheng Xiaoyan forced herself to calm down and pretended to be relaxed as she asked, Sir, if you want my phone, I can just give it to you. I absolutely won't call the police. The man in the baseball cap casually placed her phone in his pocket and then gazed deeply at Cheng Xiaoyan as he said, I don't want your phone, what I want is you. Cheng Xiaoyan's heart sank. It wasn't about robbing her of money, but rather her body. The man's facial expression changed rapidly. Just moments ago he seemed affectionate, but then his face suddenly contorted, as if controlled by some intense emotion. He screamed hysterically, do you know? Every day and night you're all I think about. My longing for you is driving me crazy. Then gritting his teeth, he said, tonight how dare other filthy men have thoughts about you and try to get close. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many of them, I would have rushed over to kill that guy right then and there. Baby, I love you so much that I can't extricate myself. From the moment I first saw you, my world has been left with only your figure. Before he finished speaking, the man in the baseball cap eagerly pulled out his phone, quickly opened his album, and thrust the phone in front of Cheng Xiaoyan, almost frantically shouting, look, my heart is completely filled with you. As his finger continuously swiped across the screen, a series of candid photos appeared before Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes. The angles of those photos varied, but without exception, they all featured her. Hundreds of photos made her feel a chill running down her spine. Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes widened as she looked at those images, feeling a tumultuous wave in her stomach, a strong sense of nausea rising in her throat, almost making her vomit. She could never have imagined that this man in the baseball cap was not just a voyeur, but also a deeply twisted. If this man had forcefully violated her without any warning from the start, given her current predicament, she would indeed have no way out. But if there could be some emotional entanglement, perhaps she might find a glimmer of hope. If he is a rapist, then she is finished. If he is a pervert, then she still has a chance. Thus she suppressed the intense discomfort within her as best as she could, striving to soften her tone, and deliberately making her voice sound increasingly charming and gentle. Well, if you had just told me earlier, we could have tried to have a romance together. Upon hearing this, the man in the cap indeed revealed a look of wild joy. Even the tremor in his voice was hard to suppress. Is this for real? Do you really want to be with me? However, before Cheng Xiaoyan could respond, his expression suddenly changed, as if engulfed by a nameless fury. His entire face contorted and twisted. No, this is absolutely impossible. I saw you reject so many people with my own eyes. How could someone like me possibly catch your eye? Before his words fell, he abruptly lunged forward, gripping Cheng Xiaoyan's shoulders, tightly shaking her violently, as if he had gone mad. You clearly wanted to call the police. Just now, deep down, you just want to catch me, right? You filthy bitch, I love you so much. Is this how you respond to my love? Cheng Xiaoyan swayed like a fragile willow in the wind, desperately struggling, and finally managed to break free from his iron grip, staggering back a step. Her face flushed, hair disheveled, gasping for breath. While the man before her had stopped shaking her, he remained close enough for her to see his yellow teeth stained with smoke and to smell the foul breath mingled with smoke and alcohol. At this moment, Chung Xiaoyan's body was pressed tightly against the wall with no way left to retreat. She once again forcefully suppressed her discomfort and spoke. I absolutely do not have such thoughts. What I say is sincere. I genuinely want to be with you. Moreover, you are completely different from those others. You have come to this tavern many times, right? I know all about it. In fact, since the first time I saw you, I have noticed you. And I have even come to like you. Though speaking these insincere words made Chung Xiaoyan feel utterly disgusted at this moment, she could only proceed this way to first stabilize the emotions of the nearly unhinged man in the cap. The nauseating words, the churn of stomach acid, the dizzying haze, and the painfully gripped shoulders made her almond eyes veil with a layer of mist, her body gasping lightly, like a willow swaying in the wind. In the dim alley, the beautiful woman appeared tender as water, evoking deep sympathy. Under the light of the moon, she looked even more enchanting than in broad daylight. Not to mention this stunning beauty was currently professing her feelings for you. The man in the cap could hardly resist such charm. He felt as if his heart was about to melt. All rationality had been cast aside at this moment. He trembled as he spoke. Then, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? No, how about we skip to being my... Upon hearing this, Chung Xiaoyan suppressed the dual discomfort of mind and body, nodding sweetly home. The man in the cap was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. He opened his arms, wanting to embrace the beauty tightly for an intimate moment, yet could only grasp half of her. As the beauty still carried her guitar, Chung Xiaoyan feigned weakness, her voice sweet as honey. Could you let me put down my guitar, okay? The man in the cap swallowed hard, responding in a hurried tone. Then do it quickly. Chung Xiaoyan replied, while reaching to unfasten the guitar case on her back, reminding him, this bag is really too big. You need to step back a little so that I can. Take it off. Taking it off. These 3 words spoken from the lips of such a stunning beauty would make anyone's mind wander, no matter what she meant to remove. As expected, the man in the cap's mind wandered, and he instinctively took a step back. Chung Xiaoyan took off the guitar bag slowly, turning to place it down. Suddenly, she exerted force with her waist, grasped the neck of the guitar, and spun around 180 degrees, swinging the guitar at the man in the cap's head like a golf club. This all happened so suddenly that the man in the cap hadn't reacted before the guitar's resonance box slammed. The man in the cap's head instantly buzzed. Taking advantage of his dazed state, Chung Xiaoyan steadied her breath and quickly unzipped the guitar bag, retrieving the Yamaha LL16. Old buddy, please help me one last time. She gripped the neck of the guitar with both hands, invoking her thoughts. The Yamaha LL16, like a divine weapon unsheathed, trembled slightly, resembling a low dragon's roar, with fine cracks appearing on the resonance box, a sign of its final determination. When it comes to the king of musical instruments, that is the piano. But in terms of combat power among instruments, that is the guitar. In the survival game, the guitar is used as a weapon. If one were to say which guitar is powerful for striking, it must be a solid wood guitar capable of delivering strong blows. A single board is okay, but the box is prone to breaking, and as for laminated wood, it probably won't even make it to the face before the neck breaks. The Yamaha LL16 is indeed a solid wood guitar. With a divine weapon in hand, there is no fear of battle. Though the man in the cap was already in a dazed state, he still unwillingly attempted to reach for Chung Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Chung Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and without hesitation, she gripped the neck of the guitar, tightly channeling all her strength towards the man's head. With a loud bang, the resonance box was instantly smashed to smithereens, fragments flying everywhere. The man in the cap suffered such a heavy blow to his head that he immediately lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. However, this pervert still attempted to struggle to get up. Chung Xiaoyan would not grant him such an opportunity, as she quickly swung the remaining guitar neck and struck him fiercely again. I must say, this guitar truly is an exceptionally handy weapon. Just then a deafening shout rang from the alley entrance, WCNM. Immediately following, a swift figure was rapidly approaching. That figure shouted while running, "Stop it right now." However, when Lu Kungsu got closer and saw the scene before him, the following words got stuck in his throat, leaving only a faint hand. Lu Kungsu was panting from running, but that did not prevent a huge question mark from slowly floating above his head. For a moment, he was somewhat unclear about the situation, wondering whether he should shout for them to stop. After all, the scene before him greatly exceeded his expectations. Before long, Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang also arrived at the scene, both panting heavily after running from the student dormitories on the north side of the school. Yang Guang was out of breath, asking intermittently, Who is calling for help? Shi Fangzhou was trying to catch his breath while pointing at Chung Xiaoyan, who was still swinging the guitar neck. It definitely isn't the one standing. Chung Xiaoyan was still hitting with the guitar neck, while the man in the cap could only lie on the ground in a sorry state, clutching his head tightly. Noticing her 3 roommates had arrived, her heart finally relaxed completely as she discarded the guitar neck and kicked the man's groin. The man in the cap instantly bent like a cooked shrimp. Only then did she dare to reach into his pocket to retrieve her phone. Cheng Xiaoyan then looked at the three, smiling brightly. Since the guitar is already broken, it's better to just hit him hard. Police station. Cheng Xiaoyan sat quietly on a chair after finishing her statement, lost in thought, as she needed to calm herself after the events of the day. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang were exploring the surroundings of the orange grove for the first time, curiously looking around. Meanwhile, Lu Kengsu returned to sit beside Cheng Xiaoyan after finishing a phone call in the corner. He leaned slightly towards her and whispered, "Don't worry, Yun. I just inquired privately with the police handling your case. The sentencing recommendation they will send to the procuratorate will likely be based on charges of sexual assault and robbery. With both charges combined, the sentence should be over 8 years. The alley where the incident occurred is equipped with surveillance cameras clearly recording the entire criminal process. Not only that, the perpetrator's phone contains secretly taken photos of her, making the evidence irrefutable." Although Lu Kengsu used the word likely, Cheng Xiaoyan understood that it was a done deal. "Is there also a robbery charge?" Cheng Xiaoyan gently rested her head on Lu Kengsu's shoulder, murmuring softly, "Oh right, he also stole my phone." Lu Kengsu stiffened slightly at her closeness. Cheng Xiaoyan, oblivious to the tension, smiled at Lu Kengsu and said, "That's even worse than the sentence for rape. He's really in for it." Lu Kengsu ruffled her hair in frustration. "What are you thinking?" Then he snorted coldly. "He got off easy. If it weren't for him shaking your shoulder, making it hard to determine intentional harm, he would have been in for a much bigger punishment." At that moment, a plainly dressed elderly woman approached from around the corner. Upon seeing Cheng Xiaoyan, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The elderly woman hurriedly walked towards Cheng Xiaoyan, her demeanor instantly becoming extremely agitated as she shouted, Miss, can we talk for a moment?" The accompanying female police officer quickly reached out to stop the elderly woman, advising, "Ma'am, please don't be so impulsive, calm down." Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyan already had some guesses in her mind, so she gently pulled Lu Kengsu beside her while giving Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang a look that said we should leave quickly. Then the four of them got up to leave, clearly unwilling to chat further. However, the elderly woman seemed determined not to give up. She forcefully broke free from the female police officer's grasp and quickly ran in front of Cheng Xiaoyan, pleading, "Miss, just give me a moment, can we talk?" Cheng Xiaoyan remained calm, simply responding, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I think you've mistaken me for someone else." The elderly woman shook her head repeatedly, her expression increasingly urgent as she explained, "No, I absolutely won't mistake you. My son has all your photos on his phone, and he told me you are his girlfriend." "I was so happy to hear that." Cheng Xiaoyan immediately denied, "I am not your son's girlfriend. Ooh, I don't know him." The elderly woman nodded insistently, Yes, the police told me to. I didn't expect that it was all just, he really made a big mistake this time, miss. Please do him a favor and give him a chance to reform, okay?" After hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan's face showed no sign of emotion as she replied calmly, "I'm really sorry." With that, she unhesitatingly walked around the elderly woman and continued towards the exit of the police station without looking back. The female police officer saw this and stepped forward again to grab the elderly woman. However, the elderly woman struggled fiercely and once again managed to escape the female police officers. Immediately after, the elderly woman rushed up to Cheng Xiaoyan, then knelt down on both knees and knocked her forehead heavily on the hard ground, producing a dull thud that made one's heart tremble. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Cheng Xiaoyan reacted quickly, bending down to try to help the kneeling elderly woman up. But the elderly woman stubbornly refused to rise no matter how hard Cheng Xiaoyan tried to assist her. Lu Kengsu and the others quickly gathered around, and after a great deal of effort, they finally managed to help the elderly woman up from the ground. At this moment, the elderly woman's forehead had already developed a large bruise. Cheng Xiaoyan looked helplessly at the pitiful elderly woman before her and asked, "What do you want?" The elderly woman, hearing this, pleaded with a tearful voice, "Miss, please let us compensate you. Just agree no matter how much it is, and could you please write a letter of understanding for my son? Miss, I beg you." Having a letter of understanding from the victim means two entirely different sentences. The moment she finished speaking, the elderly woman tried to kneel down again, but was firmly held back by the female police officer. The female police officer, having been repeatedly evaded by the elderly woman, felt a bit annoyed and said sternly, "Ma'am, I can understand your anxious feelings right now, but if you really want to talk properly, please remain calm. This is a police station, not a temple for wishes. Please don't kneel down so easily. If you do this again, we may have to ask you to leave." The female police officer's words were stern, and the elderly woman finally gave up the thought of kneeling. But she still stood there, her red-rimmed eyes filled with tears, looking at Cheng Xiaoyan with an almost pleading gaze. Cheng Xiaoyan surveyed the elderly woman, noting her white hair, haggard appearance, and worn clothes indicating that she was certainly not from a wealthy family. She sighed inwardly and said, "I cannot write a letter of understanding for you. Adults must face the consequences of their actions." The elderly woman still wanted to speak, but Cheng Xiaoyan interjected, "However, I can allow you to compensate for my guitar. I won't ask for anything else." Hearing this, the elderly woman seemed somewhat unwilling to accept and was about to argue again, but Cheng Xiaoyan's voice turned cold. "This is my greatest concession, If you continue to pester me, I won't let you compensate for my guitar either. With that, she resolutely turned and left the police station. After this incident, no one had any appetite for sleep, so Chung Xiaoyan invited her 3 former roommates out for skewers. At the barbecue shop, Chung Xiaoyan raised a glass of beer first, and said, "Thank you 3 brothers for coming to my rescue. I am truly grateful." Shifangzhou quickly waved his hand, and responded with a smile, "Oh, please don't be so polite. Actually, we brothers didn't really do anything significant. When we arrived, the battle was already over." Yang Guang chimed in beside him, "That's right. Who would have thought that the younger sister would be so fierce? Old Lu has hit the jackpot." As he spoke, he deliberately made faces at Lu Kongsu. Lu Kongsu simply said softly, "I'm glad you're okay. Hey, don't think that just because old Lu is calm now you didn't see how he was at that time. You couldn't reach him on the phone, he was almost going crazy. He was like a mad dog that had broken free, ha ha." Chung Xiaoyan looked at Lu Kongsu, who avoided her gaze, and raised his glass, shouting, "What are you all talking about? Come on, let's drink." The 4 clinked their glasses and drank in one go. After finishing the drink, Lu Kongsu changed the subject and asked Chung Xiaoyan, "Why did you agree to let that lady compensate for the guitar? In that case, that pervert could use this to plead with the judge for leniency and possibly reduce his sentence." Yang Guang couldn't help but interject, "Isn't that obvious? At that moment when that lady knelt down and knocked her head heavily on the ground, your wife just softened her heart." Chung Xiaoyan gently shook her head and replied, "I wish that scum could be locked up for life. This would be better for society and for his mother." Shifangzhou, who was next to them, was also puzzled and asked, "Then why would you still give him a chance for a reduced sentence?" Chung Xiaoyan swirled the wine in her glass, the golden liquid sloshing around, and said, "One must achieve greatness to help the world. If one is poor, they can only preserve themselves. I am poor now, so I can only focus on reclaiming what I need to eat. It's not my place to eliminate the harm for others yet." Upon hearing this, Lu Kongsu abruptly placed the cup on the table, his tone becoming urgent. "After this incident, you still plan to continue that part-time job, right? Don't go back, okay?" Shifangzhou quickly chimed in to persuade her. "That's right. Our old Lu has no problem supporting a wife. It's a piece of cake, right?" The last 2 words, "right," were directed at Lu Kongsu. Although Shifangzhou and Yang Guang weren't clear about Lu Kongsu's real family situation, they could sense it was quite good. Chung Xiaoyan silently raised her glass and drank it all down, then softly replied, "Can't I have a little hobby?" In her heart, there was no hobby, there was only survival. They continued to persuade her, but Chung Xiaoyan remained firm. Seeing that they could not convince her, Lu Kongsu had no choice but to compromise, stating he would be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at work every day. Chung Xiaoyan didn't want to trouble Lu Kongsu with her matters, so she declined. However, Shifangzhou and Yang Guang were not willing to give up, continuing to persuade her. "Come on, you two are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Oh, what's wrong with Lu picking you up?" At this moment, Chung Xiaoyan suddenly recalled that the excuse she used to prevent Xu Jun from picking her up was that she already had a boyfriend. Now that so much time has passed, if she couldn't even show the shadow of a boyfriend, it would inevitably expose her. Thinking of this, she finally relented, but still refused to let Lu Kongsu take her to work, only agreeing to let him pick her up after work at night. Lu Kongsu couldn't go against Chung Xiaoyan's wishes and had to agree. After all, daytime was relatively safe, while nighttime was comparatively dangerous. The 4 of them drank heartily at the barbecue restaurant, and time flew by until it was closing time. It was already past 4 in the morning. Since their barbecue restaurant was near Ning University, the 2 drunken fellows, Shifangzhou and Yang Guang, decided to help each other and slowly walk back to their dorm. The heavy responsibility of escorting Chung Xiaoyan home naturally fell on Lu Kongsu's shoulders. Although Lu Kongsu had also drunk quite a bit, he was not drunk and remained relatively clear-headed. Chung Xiaoyan, perhaps due to the day's events being too stimulating for her, had drunk recklessly. At this moment, she could barely stand, half collapsing and leaning against Lu Kongsu. Lu Kongsu pondered whether he should take Chung Xiaoyan back to Tianyu City. He looked down at her, the bowtie's fair face flushed with color, her eyes shimmering like water, half open and alluring. Lu Kongsu's heart raced, and his mind was racing at an astonishing speed. At this hour, her roommate must be sound asleep. Waking her up in the middle of the night to let him in would indeed be inappropriate. He quickly thought of a reason not to take her back to Tianyu City. Lu Kongsu's gaze shifted to the hotel across the street, and he couldn't help but swallow. That place is good. Yun can lie down and rest immediately without any hassle. He gently called out to the person in his arms, "Yun, Yun, can you still walk?" The beauty in his arms did not respond, like a little cat about to fall asleep, gently rubbing. Lu Kongsu no longer hesitated and picked Chung Xiaoyan up in a princess carry, then walked towards the hotel. All the way, Chung Xiaoyan not only did not resist, but also wrapped her arms around his neck, gently resting her head. When they reached the hotel front desk to check in, Lu Kongsu gently set the girl down, but she couldn't stand steadily and had to hold onto his arm. Lu Kongsu felt the enchanting sensation on his arm, and an unusual feeling coursed through him. Something that had always been uncertain in his heart found its answer at that moment. After the check-in procedure was completed, the front desk clerk handed the room key to Lu Kongsu. He took the key and directly picked Cheng Xiaoyan up again, heading towards the elevator. Only when Lu Kongsu entered the elevator did the front desk clerk retract his gaze, murmuring enviously, "When will such a good thing happen to me? I want to take a beautiful girl to a hotel too." Cheng Xiaoyan was drowsily carried into the hotel room by Lu Kongsu. Once inside, Lu Kongsu helped her take off her coat and shoes, carefully placing her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. At this moment, Cheng Xiaoyan had her black hair spread out, her face flushed, and her breathing shallow. She had already fallen into a deep sleep. The room was dimly lit, the beauty's red lips slightly parted, making her even more alluring, and the air was filled with her fragrance, irresistible like poppy. She lay there defenseless before his eyes, like a blooming, delicate flower waiting to be picked. If he wished, he could easily pluck the flower and possess it. Lu Kongsu's breathing gradually became rapid. He couldn't help but lean down, his burning gaze fixed on her luscious lips. His face slowly approached her cheek. His heart raced increasingly, as if it were going to burst from his chest. The closer he got, the more he could feel Cheng Xiaoyan's breath softly brushing against his nose. Just as their lips were about to touch, he paused and stopped, then slowly raised his face. The last kiss fell on her. With the last bit of remaining rationality, Lu Kongsu quickly straightened up and hurried to the window forcefully. The cold night wind whipped against his hot face like a whip, driving away the roaring beast of desire within him. Once rationality completely banished desire, Lu Kongsu closed the window. He quietly gazed at the delicate figure sleeping on the bed. Not knowing how long had passed, he leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. He turned on his phone screen. His screensaver was 2 lines of calligraphy. A prime minister must rise from local officials, a fierce general must emerge from the ranks. He stared at those 2 lines. The screen went dark. He turned it on again. The screen went dark. He turned it on again. The screen went dark. He turned it on again. The screen went dark. He turned it on again. After a long time, he let his hand, which was holding the phone, drop down, allowing it to slip from his palm onto the floor. Lu Kongsu closed his eyes, sitting on the ground, constantly tapping the back of his head softly against the wall. The faint thud-thud sound echoed in the room. Time passed, and dawn broke. The sound of birds chirping came from outside the window. Lu Kongsu remained sitting there, constantly murmuring to himself, "How can there be a way to have it all? How can there be a way to have it all? How can there be a way to have it all?" After a while, he slowly stood up and looked at the one who was peacefully sleeping. He took a few steps forward, approached the bedside, reached out a hand to gently stroke her hair, feeling the silky texture and faint fragrance. He took a deep breath, slowly withdrew his hand, and then gazed longingly at her sleeping face before leaving the room. When Cheng Xiaoyan woke up, it was already noon. As she slowly opened her eyes and found herself in an unfamiliar hotel room, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly reached down to check her body. After confirming that her body was fine, her racing heart finally settled down. She had no recollection of what had happened after leaving the barbecue restaurant. Clearly, she had completely blacked out. She tried hard to recall some fragments, but couldn't remember anything at all. Cheng Xiaoyan reached for her phone on the bedside table and saw a message from Lu Kongsu, finally feeling a bit relieved. It was just a false alarm. However, her groggy head still felt as heavy as if filled with lead. She struggled to get out of bed and stumbled into the bathroom to wash up. After a brief cleaning and tidying up, she felt like she had finally returned to her senses. Cheng Xiaoyan noticed an unread call from the police station on her phone. At the police station, they exchanged contact information for easier communication later. She thought it must be related to the incident that occurred in the early morning, so she returned the call. The call was quickly connected, and sure enough, the caller was there regarding the early morning case. The officer mentioned that the criminal's family was willing to compensate for the damaged guitar and hoped she could provide a payment method. Cheng Xiaoyan furrowed her brows slightly, and after some thought replied, "Officer, I'm really sorry, but I'm not comfortable providing my bank account number directly, as it may compromise my personal privacy. Could you possibly help me collect this compensation through the police station? I can come by later to write a receipt." The officer on the other end seemed to have anticipated her concerns and responded understandingly, "That's fine. We often encounter such situations. Many victims are reluctant to contact the offenders or their families directly. You can come by whenever it's convenient." After receiving a positive response, Cheng Xiaoyan hung up the phone and let out a long breath. This matter was finally settled. Having resolved this issue, Cheng Xiaoyan decided to find a second-hand Yamaha LL16 at the seafood market, as she still had a fondness for that model. Well, the main reason was that she couldn't afford the more expensive guitars. After careful selection and comparison, she finally found a guitar that looked good and had a reasonable price. It was a stylish black guitar that caught her eye immediately. She decisively placed the order and now only had to wait for the new guitar to arrive. Having bought her beloved guitar, Cheng Xiaoyan remembered there was still an important matter to address, asking the tavern owner Song Nan for leave. She called Song Nan and briefly explained the situation from the early morning, hoping to take a week off. Song Nan expressed great understanding and readily agreed to her leave request, advising her to rest well during this time and return to work when she was in good shape. After sorting out her leave, Cheng Xiaoyan checked out of the hotel and went to the police station to collect her compensation before heading back to Tianhu City. Upon returning home, she found Xianqing was not there as she had gone on a cross-city performance with the symphony orchestra and probably wouldn't be back for several days. Looking at the somewhat messy room, Cheng Xiaoyan rolled up her sleeves and started cleaning without hesitation. She first put away the scattered items in the living room, then picked up a cloth to wipe the tables and windowsills. Next she mopped the floor. After a busy day, the entire house looked brand new. After finishing the cleaning, Cheng Xiaoyan took a short break, and then took her golden retriever, Lu Dan, downstairs for a walk. The dog was busy playing while she was busy cleaning up after it. Lu Dan was quite strong, and she often found herself being dragged along. Sometimes Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't tell if she was walking the dog, or if the dog was walking her. After finishing all of this and returning to the house, Cheng Xiaoyan collapsed on the sofa, stretching her limbs and murmuring to herself, "I am truly both beautiful and virtuous. Whoever can marry me is really blessed from their past life." After saying that, she paused as if the air had solidified. Did I really say that? No way. It must be an illusion. I'm definitely still drunk. Later that night, Cheng Xiaoyan went to Zhushan Mansion to tutor a student. During this time, Shen Weiliang had made a little progress in his grades. Although not much, it was enough to bring comfort to at least the slacker was starting to study. This was the biggest improvement. Cheng Xiaoyan officially became Shen Weiliang's tutor and received triple the salary. Today, after finishing the tutoring session, Cheng Xiaoyan was preparing to leave when she was stopped by Shen Weiliang. Shen Weiliang approached Cheng Xiaoyan, sneakily lowering his voice to ask, "Hey, I heard you can sing really well, right? I remember you mentioned you were working part-time as a live singer." Cheng Xiaoyan was puzzled and replied, "What's up?" Upon hearing Cheng Xiaoyan's affirmative response, Shen Weiliang's face brightened. "Great. Can you help me out?" Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and replied, "Sure, tell me what you need help with." Shen Weiliang started, "Could you help me sing a song on YY? It's one of those duets." Cheng Xiaoyan responded without hesitation, "Why don't you just sing it yourself? I can't sing the male part." Upon hearing this, Shen Weiliang became a bit shy, scratching his head and saying awkwardly, "Actually, the part one want to sing is the female voice." Cheng Xiaoyan looked at Shen Weiliang in confusion, as if doubting whether she had heard him wrong. Shen Weiliang, feeling bold, openly stated, "You know, I'm pretending to be a girl in the game, right? I always have our team leader play with me, but there's someone else who keeps stealing my spot." "Wait, what does stealing a spot mean?" Cheng Xiaoyan interjected. Shen Weiliang explained, "If there's a spot, it's good to lie." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Oh, got it. Please continue." Shen Weiliang, a bit shy, continued, "To get rid of that person, I went all out, and now I've ended up as the team leader's lady." After saying that, he let out a sigh, looking embarrassed. "Sigh, you see this situation?" Cheng Xiaoyan was greatly shocked and could only respond, "Wow. Love my foot, but it's all about leveling up." Shen Weiliang scratched his head awkwardly and then looked at Cheng Xiaoyan with a hint of flattery, saying, "Don't tease me. This YY singing event is a duet with our team leader. Can you help me sing? Is that all right? But didn't you say you have a voice changer? Just sing it directly." Shen Weiliang lamented, "I was just boasting. In the heat of the moment, I claimed I could sing beautifully and made a bold statement that I could definitely outshine that person. At first I thought it wouldn't be a problem. It's just singing right. As long as I buy a sound card to adjust the pitch, who can't?" But then Shen Weiliang let out a helpless sigh and continued with a grimace, "But who knew I bought a sound card that was too professional? I can't understand all the various parameter settings. If it flops in the end, that would be so embarrassing. Please help me, Cheng Xiaoyan." Cheng Xiaoyan merely cast a faint glance at him, remaining noncommittal. Shen Weiliang quickly changed his tone, Sister, you are truly my own sister." Cheng Xiaoyan was quite satisfied with Shen Weiliang's attitude and ultimately agreed to help him, as singing a song was really not a difficult task for her. On a weekend night, Cheng Xiaoyan extorted a lavish barbecue feast from Shen Weiliang, relishing the satisfaction that came from her act of robbing the rich to give to the poor. After indulging her appetite, she contentedly accompanied Shen Weiliang to a high-end internet cafe. In the private room of the cafe, Shen Weiliang spread his arms wide and excitedly said, "Welcome to my secret base." This was the most luxurious internet cafe room Cheng Xiaoyan had ever seen, equipped with Alienware computers worth 20 to 30,000, two of which were right on site, alongside top-notch peripherals, lavish genuine leather sofas, a 100-inch laser TV, and an abundance of drinks. The most extravagant part was the presence of maid services for gaming, and the soundproofing of the room was exceptional. Cheng Xiaoyan felt envious because she had never played before. She angrily exclaimed, "Minors shouldn't come to internet." Shen Weiliang shrugged dismissively, a look of disdain on his face, as he replied, "Going to an internet cafe is a romance for us men. How could you women understand?" Cheng Xiaoyan huffed, "Be careful, or I'll report you, just like you reported the teacher for tutoring." Shen Weiliang playfully pushed her into the gaming chair, saying, "No way, you're my dear sister." He then retrieved a bottle of NFC juice from the fridge and handed it to Cheng Xiaoyan, saying, "Here, feel free to drink as much as you want." Cheng Xiaoyan took the juice and curiously asked, "This place offers maid services. You could have a maid accompany you while gaming. Why bother playing as a female character to find someone to team up with? Those who are called by money are just putting on a show. Even their smiles are fake. It's boring." Shen Weiliang sat down in the gaming chair next to her and continued with a tactical lean, "It's far more exciting to play as a female character, haha. Chung Xiaoyan replied 6. Shen Weiliang then went over the details of the YY singing event in a bit. I'll do the talking. I've already installed the voice changer, and when you sing I'll turn it off. Chung Xiaoyan responded got it. After Shen Weiliang logged in and entered the YY channel, he found that most of the team members had already arrived, a crowd of over 100 people. He immediately activated the voice changer and greeted everyone with a sweet female voice. Hello family, I'm here. After processing through the voice changer, Shen Weiliang's voice indeed sounded just like a real woman's, without a trace of difference. Chung Xiaoyan felt as if she were watching a live show, marveling at how science truly is the primary productive force. The channel was instantly filled with cheers and playful teasing. Hello the captain's wife. Such phrases quickly flooded the entire screen like a tide. After that, the moderator muted everyone, and after a round of opening remarks, the YY singing event began. Various characters took turns to sing, howling and wailing. After all, no one recognized anyone in reality, so they let loose. There were those who sang out of tune, and those who completely broke their voices. Even more astonishing was a person who, despite having a voice like a broken gong, sang loudly, without any self-awareness, showing a courage that was truly admirable. Tonight, Chung Xiaoyan finally recalled the terror of being subjected to high-pitched singing for 3 days and nights. Until a guy came on and said he wanted to dedicate a song to his father, after which he sang Father by the Chopsticks Brothers. Unfortunately, this gentleman clearly lacked singing talent. Nearly every line of the song was off-key, as he expended all his effort just to howl. Yet he sang himself to tears. Although his singing was poor, the netizens could genuinely feel his intense feelings for, am I your pride? Are you still worried about me? The child you care about has grown up. Time, slow down, don't let you grow old. I'm willing to exchange everything for your lasting youth. Although his singing was terrible, it made Chung Xiaoyan think of her own father, and her eyes turned red. Only sincerity is truly moving. Netizens began to express concern for this guy, saying they would gladly accept him as a good son and love him once more as a father. Eventually, a few singers who were actually on pitch arrived, hailed by netizens as the kings of singing. When it was the turn of an ID called Xiao Taonai to come on stage, Shen Weiliang suddenly perked up and said to Chung Xiaoyan, pay attention, this is the one I told you about who competed for the bed position. Is this the one who competed with you for the bed? Chung Xiaoyan also became interested, preparing to watch her performance. Xiao Taonai began, hee Gigi, I'm so nervous singing in front of so many people. Below, netizens were divided into 2 factions, some cheering her on and others criticizing. Chung Xiaoyan immediately understood this was a $10 voice changer. Due to her desire to sing professionally, she had also researched vocal techniques in her free time and had learned about voice changers, knowing there were $10, $50, and $100 options. A $10 voice changer only smooths out the tail sounds. It's of poor quality mumbling and easily separates the singer from the listeners. A $50 voice changer has better tail sound techniques, where the voice is stronger at the front and the breath rises at the end, making the articulation clearer, but it still feels somewhat forced. A $100 voice changer is quite impressive. You know she's using one, but you can't resist it. The voice is high-pitched like a lowless at the front and mature like a mature woman's at the back, fluidly shifting, making it irresistible. This is the tier of expensive voice acting and online hosting. Xiao Taonai began to sing, performing the Sweet Girls exclusive song Swagger. Makabaka BM'd. Makabaka yes. Singing so wildly, breaking heads, bursting veins, shattering nerves. Shen Weiliang laughed unabashedly, and Chung Xiaoyan couldn't help but giggle, giving him a nudge to stop laughing. Regardless of whether Xiao Taonai sang well or not, the entertainment value was fully on display, and the netizens were quite happy. Below, netizens left comments, some saying singing well, but please don't sing again next time. By the end, I almost felt like throwing up. Others commented, I just love this type of voice changer, 9 lives. It pierced my heart, I'm gao. Oh my, I'm done, I'm already starting to feel high. After the host took Xiao Taonai off the mic, he continued, now, let's invite our team captain Qingshu and his CP Tian Taonadu to perform the song Growing Up with a Burden of 10,000 Jin. Qingshu and Tian Taonadu were brought onto the stage. Elsewhere, in a modest studio apartment, Wang Yuankai slipped on his headphones, adjusted his sound card and microphone, and prepared to begin singing. He had carefully selected the song, Growing Up, carrying 10,000 Jin, after thoughtful consideration. Since it was a duet, a significant disparity in vocal skill between the 2 performers risked throwing the stronger singer off rhythm, potentially derailing the entire performance. As captain of the team, Wang Yuankai still carried certain expectations about his public image. He couldn't afford to belt out off-key, unrestrained wails like an ordinary member. He had originally resisted the idea of a male-female duet, but relentless teasing from the group chat eventually wore him down, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly agree. Though uncertain of Tianbao Nehru's actual singing ability, he remained confident in his own voice, unquestionably dominant in any karaoke setting. Thus he chose Growing Up, carrying 10,000 Jin, assigning the comparatively simpler childlike vocal part to Tianbao Nehru to ensure a flawless performance. Wang Yuankai had privately messaged Tianbao Nehru suggesting they rehearse in advance to avoid embarrassment, but she responded with unwavering confidence, insisting she was more than capable and required no practice. My dear Tianbao, truly unlike any other girl. From the beginning he had been inexplicably drawn to this refreshingly candid young woman, who occasionally dropped sharp, unfiltered remarks. She once spent an entire night fiercely defending him against online trolls, she'd even abandoned her own ADC role mid-game, rushing selflessly to the top lane to support him, even if it meant dying beside him. He had never encountered a girl so fiercely loyal. So he ended his ambiguous relationship with Xiao Taonai and began pursuing Tianbao Nehru instead, taking her on sweet daily duo matches culminating in a meticulously orchestrated confession ceremony within the game's official group, chat a full-blown, heart-stopping declaration of affection. That night Tianbao Nehru finally accepted his proposal, and that same night they held a grand joyous wedding ceremony in the group chat. At last they were truly together, happily, irrevocably united. Recalling those moments, a faint tender smile curled at the corners of Wang Yuankai's lips. Back in the YY channel he lowered his voice, deliberately deepening its resonance. Tianbao, my darling, have you practiced the song? His low velvety baritone carried subtle breathy undertones, a timbre he found deeply satisfying. Tianbao Nehru's voice chimed back, sweet and luminous. All practiced. Your song choice is absolutely lovely, my love. Darling, shall we begin? He murmured, rich with quiet intensity. She replied. Viewers flooded the chat with playful groans. What's this overwhelming scent of romance? We're being force-fed dog food. The instrumental intro of Growing Up Carrying 10,000 Gene began to play, and Wang Yuankai launched into the first verse, tousled hair, countless scars. I'm unrecognizable now. Yet a bud breaks forth, blooming with laughter. My belly swells ever larger. I mistook every soul I met for willful fools. And finally fear gripped me, born from those I trusted most. Wang Yuankai lived up to his reputation as a karaoke sovereign. His pitch was precise, his tone perfectly centered, and his deliberately subdued voice lent an air of melancholy elegance. Chat erupted instantly, Captain Legendary. Tonight's undisputed song king. So lovely. While the song leaned heavily on the male vocal line, Wang Yuankai performed solo for nearly a full minute before Tianbao Nehru's part began. Wang Yuankai silently prayed she wouldn't falter. Any misstep would inevitably drag the duet into disarray. After the interlude her voice streamed through his headphones. If you pity me, why seize me at all? The instant she sang that opening line Wang Yuankai felt his mind detonate, not with shock, but with pure exhilarating awe. Her voice continued, haunting and profound. Nonsense absolution for demons. Grinding teeth in cowardice and desolation. Why not ask me, O humanity? Was it deliberate? Why me alone? Why this unerring solitary choice? The original rendition featured a fragile childlike soprano, but Tianbao Nehru's voice emerging from the mic was that of a mature woman steeped in quiet sorrow. This stark contrast evoked the grown woman recounting her childhood wounds. Compounding the effect, her everyday speech sounded like that of a sugary, girlish lowly. Yet her singing voice was cool, composed, and effortlessly commanding. That double-layered contrast was utterly irresistible. Whoa, Tianbao Nehru sings this well. So commanding. So utterly different from how she speaks. This contrast, I'm obsessed. Obsessed. Captain, draw your sword. No way. Is she professionally trained? Is a pro dropping into bronze to troll? Draw your sword. Draw it now. Captain and Nehru are perfect together. Enough talk. Just draw the sword. After Tianbao Nehru finished her verse, Wang Yuankai resumed his solo. Now brimming with anticipation for the upcoming duet section. The flower I long to bloom for the world. You taught me how to express it. Must I kneel before you? The moment for the chorus arrived, and Wang Yuankai's heart hammered wildly. Tianbao Nehru's microphone activated, and he instantly locked into rhythm, launching into their harmonized duet. If you pity me, why seize me at all? Nonsense absolution for demons. Grinding teeth in cowardice and desolation. Why not ask me, O humanity? Was it deliberate? Why me alone? Why this unerring solitary choice? The original conveyed the sorrow of a weathered man and a fragile child, but their interpretation transformed it entirely. A world-weary, elegant woman, and a quietly brooding young man. It was a sensation Wang Yuankai had never experienced before, their voices merging seamlessly, as though an invisible thread bound their souls in resonant harmony. He felt his very spirit tugged across the digital void, drawn by a mysterious magnetic force emanating from that girl on the other side of the screen, traveling along the fiber optic line straight to his heart. This profound spiritual attunement reverberated deep within him. Even after the final note faded, his pulse refused to settle. On my Tianbao, I love you even more now. Not enough. Encore. Encore. You two should hold a concert. Encore. Encore. The chat exploded with fervent demands for another song, and Wang Yuankai himself burned with eagerness to sing again with his beloved. He keyed his mic, Darling, everyone's asking. Shall we sing one more? But Tianbao Nehru remained silent, her mic muted. He tried again. Darling, are you still there? She finally unmuted. I'm here, my love, Just one more. That's the last. Relieved, he beamed. What else do you know? She paused again, then declared with charming bravado. I'm China's little song repository. Name any tune. Let's sing Because of Love. Only this song could capture the depth of his emotion. Oh, more dog food. I'll eat a whole gene. Yes, yes, perfect choice. The chat roared. Tianbao Nehru muted her mic once more. Wang Yuankai waited, then gently prompted again. Darling, darling. He found her hesitation oddly endearing. Why did she need such long pauses just to reply? Then it struck him, and he sat motionless in his chair, smiling silently to himself. My Tianbao must be shy. After a long pause, she finally unmuted. Here I am. Just brushing up on the lyrics. Let's begin. Because of Love was a widely known hit. The backing track was easy to source. As the music swelled, his voice once again intertwined with hers. The captivating, commanding timbre, he couldn't resist. He felt himself lift weightlessly into the clouds, her hand reaching across the wires, clasping his once more. This soul-deep resonance intoxicated him completely. This was genuine, heartfelt, romantic duet. Its emotional afterglow immeasurably potent, exhilarating, thrilling, electrifying, transcendent. Still entranced, Wang Yuankai whispered, Darling, tonight has been extraordinary. Shall we sing one more? She muted again, then moments later softly replied, It's getting late. I can't sing anymore. Logging off now. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Wang Yuankai paid no mind to his teammates. The YY singing session was winding down anyway. He entrusted the closing duties to the host and swiftly signed off himself. His heart had already flown away, straight to her. Never before had he yearned so fiercely to meet Tianbao Nehru face to face. What does my soulmate truly look like? He picked up his phone, hesitated only a moment, then dialed her video. Shen Weiliang stared intently at the messages in the gaming team's chat group, where the screen was filled with enthusiastic discussions about Sweet Treasure Bunny, overflowing with praise that made him grin foolishly at his phone screen. Cheng Xiaoyan completed her task and stood up to bid farewell to Shen Weiliang, saying, You can have fun by yourself. Ooh, I'm leaving. Hearing this, Shen Weiliang absent-mindedly nodded and casually replied, Thank you, sis. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the virtual world, filled with cheers and applause, seemingly oblivious to everything happening outside. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at the boy who was lost in obsession and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As she turned to leave, Shen Weiliang called out, Sis, wait, don't go yet. She halted her steps and turned back only to see Shen Weiliang frantically holding up his phone, where a video call request was bouncing around like crazy on the screen. Cheng Xiaoyan casually glanced at Shen Weiliang's phone screen and instantly understood what he was trying to do. Without hesitation, she refused, saying, I can't help you with a video call. Oh, don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Shen Weiliang showed a slightly embarrassed smile. Oh, sis, you are just too clever. I hadn't said anything yet, and you guessed it all right away. However, he chuckled, Since you're so capable, could you do me one last favor? I'm really in big trouble this time. Cheng Xiaoyan crossed her arms and responded helplessly, Didn't I just help you by singing another song? Do I have to keep helping endlessly? Shen Weiliang quickly smiled. Sis, this is the last time, really the last time. Please help me just this once. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned, a bit impatient. Why don't you just hang up the video call yourself? Why make such a fuss about it? Shen Weiliang looked pitiful. Sis, he wanted to video call me before as well, and I used all kinds of excuses to refuse him. But today, for some reason, he is particularly persistent, constantly messaging me, saying he wants to see how I look. If I refuse again, he might start doubting my persona. Cheng Xiaoyan became intrigued and asked, What's your persona? Shen Weiliang appeared a bit shy and mumbled, Innocent and cute, gentle and considerate, elegant and kind, and he added, Beautiful enough to rival a celestial fairy. Stealing a glance at Cheng Xiaoyan, he continued, Sis, I've never seen anyone more beautiful than you. You are my ideal persona. Cheng Xiaoyan felt flattered by his compliments, and her tone softened. What does this have to do with him doubting your persona? Shen Weiliang got a bit anxious. If I refuse again, he'll think I'm not as pretty as I boast. Otherwise, why wouldn't I dare to show him? He will doubt me. Let him doubt. What can he do? Cheng Xiaoyan said, suddenly realizing something and changing her tone. Shen Weiliang, you don't have a crush on your captain, do you? Are you bending? Shen Weiliang waved his hands frantically. No. It's absolutely impossible. I still yearn for cute girls. After saying that, he sighed and sat back down in his chair. I just can't bear the feeling of being focused on and cared for by others. After spending time together, Cheng Xiaoyan could actually understand this foolish boy quite well. Shen Weiliang had a dazzling brother overshadowing him, and his mother, Su Yahui, always compared him to his brother. It seemed that he had never received sincere praise from anyone throughout his life, let alone gaining the recognition. Over time, Shen Weiliang's attitude toward school became increasingly negative, always appearing as if he had given up. Teachers had tried to save this slacker, but they only symbolically talked to him a few times. However, when they realized there was no significant improvement, they ultimately chose to give up, letting him fend for himself. Unlike his brother, who was surrounded by flowers and applause, Shen Weiliang grew up under pressure, unable to succeed at anything but playing models. Because once he started playing with models, he would lose track of time and wouldn't hear the cold words of others. Later on, he developed a hobby for gaming, but his poor skills drew disdain. Until one day, he whimsically created a female account, and the tolerance shown to female players in the game opened a new world for him. It turned out that making a mistake and acting cute could also be perceived as adorable. It turned out that being a poor player with a sweet voice could still attract attention. This was a privilege he had never experienced. This was his refuge from reality. This boy seemed to have everything, yet at the same time, he had nothing. Shen Weiliang's phone video call, after a long time without being answered, was automatically hung up. Then came a few beep-beep sounds indicating that the other party had sent more messages. The boy, feeling a bit troubled, scratched his head, unsure how to get through this day. After a moment, Cheng Xiaoyan reached out her hand, saying, "Give me your phone." Shen Weiliang's face lit up with joy as he quickly handed his phone to Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan took the phone leisurely. At that moment, the other party called again for a video chat. Cheng Xiaoyan decisively hung up the video call request and swiftly edited and sent a short message, "Don't call, I won't answer. If you call again, I'll block you." Shen Weiliang, watching her reply from the side, was instantly dumbfounded. Isn't that a bad reply? What if it ruins the chat? Cheng Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, "Isn't your persona a great beauty? What's there to worry about for a great beauty?" After saying that, she took Shen Weiliang's phone and entered the exclusive bathroom of the booth, taking a selfie in front of the mirror with her phone blocking her face. Exiting the bathroom, Cheng Xiaoyan returned the phone to Shen Weiliang, saying, "This is about all I can do for you. It's just a photo, whether he likes it or not, he has no class chasing you down for video calls like this." Shen Weiliang took the phone and looked at the photo on the screen. In the photo, the girl, though her face was obscured by the phone, exuded a strong aura of beauty, leaving one to wonder what kind of delicate features could match such a lovely figure. Shen Weiliang nodded in satisfaction. "All right, this will definitely help me pass." He then smiled and said, "Thank you, sis." Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at him with a complex expression before leaving the internet cafe. She walked on the street in a daze, reflecting on what had happened that evening, unsure if helping Shen Weiliang was the right thing to do. Could letting the boy linger a bit longer in the virtual world and seek some comfort compensate for the parts missing in Cheng Xiaoyan thought of herself. Although she had inexplicably become a girl, if it weren't for this beautiful appearance, how could she have smoothly secured these part-time jobs? After all, it was merely people's preference for beauty. Cheng Xiaoyan pursed her lips, feeling a bit melancholic, realizing that she was also playing a role in the game called Reality Online with a female account. Shen Weiliang was acting, and she too was acting. The only difference was that, unlike Shen Weiliang, there would come a day when he could take off his costume and return to reality, whereas she had to act for a lifetime. Originally just a spectator, Cheng Xiaoyan turned around to find herself a character in a play destined to perform a show titled Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head, choosing not to think any further, and stepped toward the subway station, thinking, "Just consider it a cosplay." 3 days later, at the Zhushan mansion, the Shun residence, Cheng Xiaoyan leaned her head against the desk, covering her head with both hands, as if wearing a mask of pain. She never expected that the boomerang she threw away 3 days ago would fly back today and hit her on the head. After finishing her tutoring session with Shen Weiliang today, that troublesome kid slyly pulled her aside and begged her to help him with cosplay. Yes, it was truly a physical cosplay in the literal sense. Shen Weiliang kept chattering, "Sister, the moment you left that day, the guys in the team insisted on dragging me to play in the team competition, so I went. They hyped me up so much that I got carried away. Then I was feeling inflated and chose to play as Guinevere, but I lost the first round. After losing the first round, everyone said the next round would be a revenge match. I was determined to prove myself by using Guinevere again, but the team wouldn't let me pick her unless I agreed to cosplay Guinevere if I lost. I was so angry that I made a bet with them. I thought it would be a revenge match, and several experts in our team logged, and even the team captain took out his national cert. How could we possibly lose? I could win with my eyes closed. But to my surprise, no one cared about me, and no one helped me develop. I was already playing cautiously, and still died several times. Sigh. Even worse, during the team fights, they deliberately threw me under the bus. Damn, this was a revenge match that concerned. How was I supposed to know they were all acting against me on purpose? Sister, how could we win like this? You understand, right, sister?" Cheng Xiaoyan covered her head, her voice cold as ice. "No, I don't understand. You lost the bet yourself. Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Shen Weiliang continued to persuade her. "So I won't let you do it for free. Didn't I just say, every time you come to tutor you get an extra hour? I'll talk to my mom, she will definitely agree. She'll be happy to see me taking the initiative to learn more. Sister, think about it. You come all the way here spending the same travel time and cost, but you earn 50 more. How cost-effective is that?" Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan could no longer ignore her head, and abruptly turned to Shen Weiliang, surprised. "Can you actually say something like that? That troublesome kid wasn't completely brainless." What Shen Weiliang said was indeed what Qing Xiaoyan hesitated over. If it weren't for the tempting condition of an extra hour of tutoring, she would have already taken off the mask of pain and left letting whoever cosplay do it. Shen Weiliang patted his chest proudly declaring, "After all, my Shen family has been in business for 3 generations, I have a basic understanding of economics." Qing Xiaoyan frowned slightly. "You should find someone else for the cosplay like you know those companion maids." Shen Weiliang quickly waved his hands, shaking his head in refusal. "No way, absolutely not. Those maids don't have the same vibe as you. If they cosplay, my character will definitely fall apart. Besides, I can't just tell outsiders that I'm dressing as a girl. If others find out, I'll really face social death on the spot." Qing Xiaoyan lightly huffed. "I'm also an outsider, so don't tell me these things." As soon as Shen Weiliang heard this, he rushed forward, his face full of flattery. "How could you be an outsider? You're my dear sister." Qing Xiaoyan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "First show me the cosplay outfit." Seeing this, Shen Weiliang was delighted and hurriedly turned around to run to the cabinet, quickly taking out an exquisite clothing box and placing it before Qing Xiaoyan, clearly having planned this for a long time. Qing Xiaoyan took a deep breath and reached out to open the Pandora's box. Inside lay a set of Guinevere's cosplay outfit designed to be neither overly revealing nor inconvenient to wear. However, when her gaze fell upon the 2 over-thinny white stockings, she couldn't help but be stunned. Such an outfit was indeed a challenge to her usually conservative dressing style. She extended her finger to gently stroke the surface of the white stockings. Smooth, delicate, soft. Her heart raced wildly, yet she asked nonchalantly, "Where are your parents? Why aren't they home tonight?" Shen Weiliang quickly replied, "They went abroad for vacation. Don't worry, it's just me and Aunt Huang at home." Aunt Huang is the Shun family's long-employed housekeeper. Deep down, a delicate voice seemed to whisper, "Why not?" The voice was faint but clear. "I just want to earn some extra money, not that I really want to wear it." Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she stubbornly rebutted that voice. Qing Xiaoyan raised her gaze, her eyes falling on the white and red fox mask placed in Shen Weiliang's room. After some thought, she said to Shen Weiliang, "You have to promise that after the extra tutoring, you will study hard, not slack off, and not deal with it passively. Can you do that?" Upon hearing this, Shen Weiliang immediately understood that Qing Xiaoyan had agreed, so he hurriedly replied, "I will definitely study hard, you can rest assured." Hearing him say this, Qing Xiaoyan nodded first, then pointed to the white and red fox mask, saying, "I want to wear that mask, I don't want to show my face." Shen Weiliang glanced at the mask and noticed that it matched the cosplay outfit, both having a Japanese style in red and white. Although it wasn't the original set, it surprisingly complemented well. He nodded and said, "No problem, I didn't promise the guys in the team that I would show my face. Being able to cosplay for them is already giving them a huge favor." With that said, Qing Xiaoyan no longer hesitated, picked up the clothing box, and asked Shen Weiliang, "Where can I change my—" Shen Weiliang thought for a moment. "Sister, you can go to the innermost room at the corner of the 2nd floor. That room is usually unoccupied." Qing Xiaoyan nodded and hugged the clothing box as she walked towards the room Shen Weiliang mentioned. Arriving at the door of that room, Qing Xiaoyan, knowing there was no one inside, still politely knocked, and after a brief wait, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering the room, Qing Xiaoyan pressed the switch on the wall, and the room instantly brightened. This was evidently a room belonging to a man with a simple and elegant layout. Various items were neatly arranged, reflecting the owner's good living habits and self-discipline. She took off her clothes and changed into the Guinevere outfit. After everything was on, only the 2 white stockings remained. Since changing while standing was rather inconvenient, she simply sat on the edge of the bed and slowly put the white stockings on her right leg first. She shook her head, then lowered her right leg with the stockings on, and curled up the other bare leg that hadn't worn a stocking yet, with the heel of her left foot resting on the edge of the bed. She leaned down, holding the white stockings in both hands as she slid them onto her toes. Suddenly, the door swung open. A man stepped in, and Qing Xiaoyan looked up in panic, meeting the man's gaze. It was him, Shen Weijun. Qing Xiaoyan couldn't care less about putting on her socks, hurriedly grabbing a nearby fox mask to cover her face. The beautiful girl in her cosplay outfit played the part of hiding her embarrassment, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Why is it that every time I encounter him, it ends up being such an awkward situation? Qing Xiaoyan suddenly felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, taking the initiative to say, Why didn't you knock before entering the room? Don't you understand basic manners?" Shen Weijun's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, his lazy voice laced with amusement as he retorted, "Do I really need to knock to enter my own room?" The girl sitting on the edge of the bed seemed momentarily taken aback by his words, falling silent and stubbornly hiding her face behind the fox mask, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Shen Weijun stood at the doorway, his brows sharp and clear, his tall figure exuding elegance. She said in embarrassment, "Have you seen enough? If you're done, then get out." Shen Weijun chuckled softly. "It feels more like this is your room." After saying that, he stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him. As the door gently closed, Qing Xiaoyan tossed aside the fox mask and let out a heavy sigh. Unintentionally, her thoughts drifted back to the day she first met him. At that time, she was saved by him by the banks of the Pujiang River, her whole body drenched and in a terrible state of memory that remained vivid to this day. The second time was in the school auditorium, where his sudden call of her name filled her with tension, causing her to stammer and ask a flurry of unrelated questions. As for the third time she saw him, it was on the basketball court. At that time, in an attempt to prove that her ankle was fine, she hopped around like a clown, but instead of helping, it worsened her sprain, and in the end, he had to carry her home. And now Chung Xiaoyan felt as if she was on the verge of social embarrassment again, playing cosplay at a student's house, and being caught by a family member. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, looking at the white stockings in her hand, she began to hesitate. To wear or not to wear, that is the question. After a moment she sighed, and decided to put them on. Chung Xiaoyan slowly pushed open the door, discovering that Shen Weijun was still quietly standing at the door. She wore a delicate cosplay outfit, her face tinged with a faint blush, her gaze wandering, without a place to settle, unsure of how to speak. Thus silence prevailed. Finally, it was Shen Weijun who broke the silence first, softly saying, "You look quite pretty." He then asked, "What are you doing here?" Chung Xiaoyan suppressed her embarrassment and replied, "I'm tutoring Shen Weiliang." He mentioned that he has an older brother, which is you, right? Although she had guessed it long ago, she still wanted to confirm. Shen Weijun nodded in acknowledgement, saying yes. Chung Xiaoyan responded with an, "Oh," thinking it best to explain further, "The reason I'm dressed like this is because of Shen Weiliang he." She suddenly stopped speaking, recalling that if she revealed the truth, that mischievous child would likely be 10 times more embarrassed than her and wouldn't be able to face anyone at home again. However, she couldn't think of a good excuse and found herself stuck in silence. Shen Weijun noticed her difficulty, and his tone turned cold, asking, "Is Shen Weiliang forcing you to dress like this?" Chung Xiaoyan quickly explained, No, it's complicated to explain in just a few words. Just consider it an effort to improve his academic performance." She didn't know if that explanation would pass muster. Fortunately, Shen Weijun didn't press further. Chung Xiaoyan nodded at him and walked towards Shen Weiliang's room. Inside the room, Shen Weiliang sat in front of the computer, wearing headphones, fully engrossed in a AAA single-player game. Chung Xiaoyan, puffing up in anger, raised her hand and slapped the person in front of her, saying angrily, "Your brother is back." Shen Weiliang, with the volume of his headphones turned up, didn't hear her clearly. "What did you say?" When he turned around and saw Chung Xiaoyan's outfit, his eyes lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow. Sister, you look truly beautiful. Like a fairy descended from the heavens." Chung Xiaoyan directly reached out and pulled off Shen Weiliang's headphones, raising her voice to say again, "I said your brother is back. How could you not tell me about something so important beforehand? And you didn't mention that the room for changing clothes is your brother's room." Hearing this, Shen Weiliang, who was previously lost in his game, froze instantly. He put down the mouse, his face showing the same surprise as he hurriedly explained, "Oh no, sister, I really didn't know he would suddenly come back today. He rarely comes home, and even a few visits a year would be considered good." Chung Xiaoyan complained indignantly, "Do you know how awkward and embarrassing it was for me just now? I was changing clothes in his room, and it just so happened." To her surprise, Shen Weiliang not only didn't comfort her, but instead teased with a wicked smile, "What? You were seen naked by my brother. Doesn't he have to take responsibility for you now? Ha ha." Chung Xiaoyan immediately fumed, her brows furrowing as she glared at Shen Weiliang, warning, "You little brat, don't say nonsense. If you dare say one more word, believe it or not, I will go tell your brother the truth, that the reason I was in his room changing clothes is that I was helping you with your cosplay, and this outfit was meant for you to wear." Shen Weiliang immediately cowered, pleading, No, my dear sister, please don't. I won't say anything reckless again." Chung Xiaoyan finally let him off the hook, thinking it was time to wrap things up, saying, "All right, hurry up and take the pictures. This outfit feels uncomfortable after wearing it for too long." "All right, sister." Chung Xiaoyan donned the mask, casually posing for Shen Weiliang to take pictures. Even in casual poses, her experience in commercial shoots made her look graceful and vibrant. Shen Weiliang snapped away, praising, "Awesome. So beautiful." After Shen Weiliang finished taking pictures, Chung Xiaoyan walked out of the room with him, but saw that Shen Weijun hadn't left. Instead, he was sitting in the living room downstairs watching TV. Shen Weiliang greeted him from upstairs, saying, "Bro, you're back." Shen Weijun slightly raised his head to glance at his brother, responding blandly, Just came to grab something." After greeting him, Shen Weiliang retreated back to his room, and it seemed Shen Weijun had no intention of chatting with him further. Chung Xiaoyan felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Haven't you two brothers seen each other very few times in a year? Isn't it normal to chat a bit? Are you two not familiar? However, their family matters were not hers to interfere with. Chung Xiaoyan pointed towards Shen Weijun's room, saying, My clothes are still in your room." She wanted to borrow his room to change clothes. Shen Weijun understood her meaning and said gently, "Go ahead." Chung Xiaoyan didn't expect him to be so understanding, smiling at him before turning to go to his room. After changing back into her own clothes, she said goodbye to Shen Weiliang and headed downstairs. Shen Weijun was still watching TV in the living room. Chung Xiaoyan said to him, "I'll be leaving now." Shen Weijun quickly pressed the remote to turn off the TV, then stood up from the sofa, saying, "Just in time, With that, he was about to leave with her. The two of them stepped out of the villa. Shen Weijun asked, "Do you have any other plans for tonight?" Cheng Xiaoyan gently shook her head. Nothing, just preparing to go back to where I am staying. Shin Weijun said, if there's nothing else, how about you treat me to a late-night snack? Oh. Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, then realized that she indeed owed him a treat for a long time, so she nodded. All right. Shin Weijun asked, is there anywhere you want to go? Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head again. No, you choose the place. Shin Weijun's car was parked in the garage right at the villa's entrance. It was the same Lotus Electra they had first met. Then the two of them got into the car one after another. The Lotus drove down the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Cheng Xiaoyan quietly gazed out the window at the retreating street scenes. The neon lights flickered brilliantly dazzling as vehicles constantly passed by. She didn't know where Shin Weijun was taking her for food, but anyway, she would let him decide. It would only be this one time for her wallet to bleed significantly. Seeing her look as if she was resigned to her fate, Shin Weijun asked, what are you thinking about? Cheng Xiaoyan snapped back to reality. Nothing, where are we eating? Shin Weijun replied, an old place. Oh, Cheng Xiaoyan responded, but didn't continue. 20 minutes later, the Lotus stopped by the roadside. Shin Weijun said they had arrived and signaled for her to get out of the car. Cheng Xiaoyan pointed to a surveillance camera not far away. You really don't care about those. Shin Weijun explained, this is an old district with outdated planning. There are no parking lots, so we have to do it this way. Cheng Xiaoyan said, then your parking fee might be more expensive than our meal. Shin Weijun merely smiled nonchalantly. Then he led Cheng Xiaoyan through several alleys and arrived at a small. The eatery was not large, and one could see the back at a glance. At that moment, there were no other customers, only an elderly woman in reading glasses leisurely knitting in the corner. Shin Weijun was clearly a regular here. He walked in with ease and greeted the elderly woman. Aunt Zhang, 2 baskets of soup dumplings. Hearing his voice, Aunt Zhang put down her knitting needles, adjusted her reading glasses, and carefully looked at the visitor. Her face immediately broke into a warm smile. Oh, it's young Shun. These soup dumplings need to be steamed fresh, so please wait a moment. After saying that, Aunt Zhang got up and went to the workstation to busy herself. Young Shun. Cheng Xiaoyan found this address somewhat strange. She looked at Shin Weijun with a smile that was not quite a smile, teasingly saying, I really didn't expect that the Grand President could still be called Young Shun by someone. Aunt Zhang has seen me grow up. Shin Weijun sat down at an old folding table and continued, I went to elementary school nearby. Back then after school my mom would always bring me here to eat soup dumplings. Both my mom and I love them. I didn't expect Miss Su would also like such small eateries. Cheng Xiaoyan thought of the ostentatious lady from the Shun residence, which made it hard to associate with this small shop. Su is not my mom has passed away. I'm sorry. It's alright, my mom passed away almost 20 years ago. I've long since let it go. Shin Weijun's dark eyes were deep, yet his tone was light and breezy. Cheng Xiaoyan recalled that Shin Weiliang said his brother rarely returned home in a year. His biological mother had passed away, his father remarried, and had children with his stepmother. Now he was the only outsider left in the family, which was suffocating to think about. Cheng Xiaoyan didn't know what to say, and awkwardly tried to comfort him. I'm a bit worse off than you, my parents have both passed away. Shin Weijun found it somewhat amusing. Was she trying to compare misfortunes? After a while he said, thank you, but it's comforting. Certainly it wasn't comforting. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed, and simply lowered her head. Fortunately Shin Weijun didn't let the silence linger. He continued, so doesn't that mean neither of us has a family? Cheng Xiaoyan had no family, while Shin Weijun had a family that felt like none. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit sad, and her voice became husky. Yes. At that moment, she felt a sense of camaraderie with Shin Weijun as fellow wanderers, though it felt somewhat ungrateful to be called a wanderer alongside a grand president. After a while, Aunt Zhang brought over 2 steaming baskets of soup dumplings. Here, be careful, it's hot. Sitting at the table, Shin Weijun proactively stood up to take the steamer and carefully placed it on the table. Aunt Zhang first thanked Shin Weijun, then turned her gaze toward Cheng Xiaoyan, smiling. Young Shin, you've been coming here alone for so many years, and this time you've finally brought a girl. Is she your girlfriend? Shin Weijun looked at Cheng Xiaoyan, his eyes seemingly asking, is that so? Cheng Xiaoyan appeared somewhat uneasy. She slightly turned her body and quickly averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan's reaction, Shin Weijun's lips curled up, slightly revealing a faint smile. He then turned to Aunt Zhang and replied, not yet. Aunt Zhang looked at Cheng Xiaoyan, still cheerfully, saying the young girl is shy. Aunt Zhang observed Cheng Xiaoyan for a moment, and then said to Shin Weijun, young Shin, the more I look at this young girl, the more she resembles your mother. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan, who had been avoiding eye contact, turned her head back in surprise, looking directly. Shin Weijun couldn't help but look at her. Their eyes met, and for the first time Shin Weijun lost in the gaze as he was the first to look away. Aunt Zhang squinted slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia as she slowly said, time really flies. It's been almost 20 years, right? Back then you and your mother sat in this spot, just like today. I remember you back then, you were only a little taller than this table. Look at you now, you've grown into a tall and handsome. Hearing Aunt Zhang about to reminisce, Shin Weijun helplessly called out, Aunt Zhang. Alright, I know you young people have your own things to talk about. I won't disturb you. After saying that, Aunt Zhang turned back to her corner, put her reading glasses back on, and skillfully picked up her knitting needles to continue working on the unfinished sweater. Meanwhile, Shen Weijun added a suitable amount of vinegar to the small dish in front of Cheng Xian, handed her a pair of clean chopsticks, and reminded her the soup dumplings are hot. Let them cool on the dish for a while before eating. Thank you, Cheng Xiaoyan softly replied, reaching out to take the chopsticks. For a moment, both of them fell silent, merely eating quietly. After a long while, Shen Weijun was the first to put down his chopsticks, looked up at Cheng Xiaoyan across the table, and asked, by the way, did you pass the preliminary exam for your graduate studies? Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, then softly replied, I don't plan to take the exam this year. She recalled that Lu Kengsu had asked her a similar question about a month ago. Shen Weijun was a bit surprised you're not taking the graduate exam. Do you want to work at a bank instead? Bank clerical jobs are stable yet dull, but for some girls seeking stability, it's also a good option. Cheng Xiaoyan gently shook her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. I don't know, I haven't thought it through yet. Despite promising Lu Kengsu at the time that she would definitely take the graduate exam next year, reality felt like a heavy mountain suffocating her. If she couldn't handle the massive debts she was burdened with, then, even by next year, the graduate exam would remain a mere fantasy for her. She knew well that to successfully prepare for the graduate exam, she needed at least half a year of focused study. However, life compelled her to frequently take on various part-time jobs, leaving her with no time or energy to pursue. After a moment of silence, Shen Weijun spoke, if you're not taking the graduate exam, then when you graduate next year, come intern at Xinhai Financial Holdings. Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, ah. Shen Weijun looked at her, his gaze saying, that day, when I gave a lecture at Ningdai, your question to me was whether you could get a backdoor entry at Xinhai Financial Holdings. I promised you in front of all the teachers and students. So many people heard it, how could I go back on my word? The man's gaze was intense, and Cheng Xiaoyan didn't dare to look directly at him, only lowering her head. In fact, during that lecture, her question had been merely a casual dismissal, something she made up on the spot. Did he take it seriously and remember it for so long? However, the salary for interns was low, and she needed to work full-time. If she didn't resolve her debt issues, she wouldn't be able to intern full-time. She lowered her eyes and said softly, thank you for your kindness, but I don't have plans to intern at Xinhai yet. Shen Weijun slightly furrowed his brows and pressed, give me a reason. Cheng Xiaoyan raised her gaze to meet his, that price I cannot afford. Shen Weijun paused slightly and asked what price. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly stirred the vinegar in the small dish with her chopsticks, her tone leisurely, you, a grand president, are being so kind to a mere intern. The young girl's red lips slightly curled, radiant. What do you expect me to offer in return? Shen Weijun squinted. What do you expect me to offer in return? After a moment, he chuckled, you think too far ahead. After they finished eating, Cheng Xiaoyan paid the bill. 36 yuan. Shen Weijun drove her back to Tianhu City. After Cheng Xiaoyan got out of the car and walked into the residential area, she turned back to see Shen Weijun still sitting in the car, watching her enter. She lowered her head and sent him a green bubble. This meal doesn't count. Wait for me to save some money, then he'll treat you to a proper meal. Shen Weijun replied from the car, why doesn't it count? Cheng Xiaoyan replied, since it's to thank you for saving my life, is my life only worth 36 yuan? After a brief moment, Shen Weijun replied, all right. Then Cheng Xiaoyan waved goodbye to him from a distance before turning and heading upstairs. Cheng Xiaoyan returned to the house. Xinqing was doing her bedtime yoga in the living room, dressed in a fitted yoga outfit that perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure, showcasing her long straight legs and alluring curves. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan enter, she cheerfully greeted, Yin, you're back. Yes, Cheng Xiaoyan replied with a smile, then headed toward the bathroom to prepare for a shower. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. When Cheng Xiaoyan emerged after her shower, Xinqing had just finished her yoga practice. She elegantly walked to the small wine cabinet and selected a bottle of 12-year-old French red wine. Then she took out 2 goblets and turned to Cheng Xiaoyan with a bright smile, saying, sweetheart, why don't you have a little glass too? It helps with sleep. Sure. Although Cheng Xiaoyan didn't know much about wine, she could tell that Xinqing's collection was exquisite. She remembered that during her last visit, encouraged by Xinqing, she tried a glass and found it smooth on the palate with a perfect balance of acidity and lingering fragrance. It was indeed delightful. Since then, whenever Xinqing drank red wine, Cheng Xiaoyan would join her for a small glass. Xinqing skillfully opened the wine bottle, slowly pouring the deep red liquid into the glasses, then handed one to Cheng Xiaoyan and raised her own softly, saying, cheers. Cheers. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled as she clinked glasses with her, taking a gentle sip. Xinqing swirled her wine glass, saying, with wine how can there be no song? Leaning lazily against the sofa, she teased Cheng Xiaoyan, come on beauty, show me some talent. Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile, as sometimes she couldn't tell who was the man in their dynamic. Suddenly she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Xinqing, I forgot to tell you something. The guitar you sold me has bravely met its end. Upon hearing this, Xinqing's face filled with curiosity as she pressed, huh? How did that happen? Cheng Xiaoyan took a sip of red wine and then recounted the bizarre incident that occurred after her singing gig. Xinqing listened in shock. She set down her wine glass. Xinqing said, how about this, he'll have Shu Jun pick you up from work tonight. He'll surely be pleased. When I first showed him your photo, I could tell he was interested in you. No need. Qing Xiaoyan was about to decline, but before she could say anything, Xinqing excitedly suggested, how about I set you two up? Qing Xiaoyan quickly waved her hands, no, really no need. Xinqing squinted her eyes and thought, and after a moment, as if recalling something, she widened her beautiful eyes and said, oh right. I remembered. There was that senior who brought you back last time. I think you two would be a good match. I want to ship you too. What about you? Haven't you thought about seriously dating someone? Qing Xiaoyan felt she couldn't let her friend keep redirecting the focus onto her, and thus attempted to divert the topic. Xinqing's glass was already empty. She leisurely poured herself another glass, gently swirling the deep red liquid, a mysterious smile curling her lips. After a moment, she spoke slowly, sweetheart, do you know how women maintain their youth? Qing Xiaoyan shook her head in confusion, I don't know. Xinqing gracefully lifted her wine glass and took a sip, then extended a long slender finger, saying, first, good health. She held up 2 fingers, second, a stable life. Then she held up 3 fingers, third, an unsettled heart. Got it, my dear. Sister hasn't had enough fun with her youth yet. The woman holding the goblet smiled sweetly at the girl, her flirtatious gaze captivating, each smile a myriad of charm. Between woman and girl, sometimes it's not about age, but a feeling. Qing Xiaoyan didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Xinqing smirked mischievously, pulling the topic back to Qing Xiaoyan, teasingly asking, Yin, you came back so late today, or were you on a date? Qing Xiaoyan became flustered at this question, hurriedly shaking her head in denial, no. I just went for a who with? Xinqing blinked, her beautiful eyes probing further. Just that senior you met the other day. Qing Xiaoyan's voice grew softer. Oh, Xinqing intentionally elongated her tone, nodding meaningfully, then continued to ask, so are you two together now? Qing Xiaoyan shook her head furiously, hurriedly explaining, absolutely not. No way. Xinqing, as if not hearing her, said seriously, if you bring your boyfriend back, remember to go to the room. I don't like the living room smelling. What? What smell? Qing Xiaoyan felt she couldn't continue this conversation with this girl any longer, otherwise she'd surely be overwhelmed. She quickly changed the subject, looking around and saying, by the way, I bought a new guitar a few days ago. According to the logistics, it should have arrived today. Have you seen it? Reminded by her, Xinqing exclaimed, oh, I almost forgot. When I came back in the afternoon, I saw a wooden frame package at the door, but I didn't know what it was, so I brought it to the balcony. That must be it. Qing Xiaoyan happily ran to the balcony to unwrap the package, and sure enough, it was her new. The guitar was pitch black, exuding a mysterious and alluring luster. Qing Xiaoyan joyfully brought it into the living room, showing off to Xinqing. Hee, what do you think? Isn't it super cool? Xinqing nodded in agreement. Yes, black is indeed very stylish. Qing Xiaoyan adjusted the guitar, strummed a few strings, and then smiled at Xinqing. Shall we play together? Sure, let's do it. The two girls exchanged smiles. One went to turn off the lights while the other drew the curtains. They were worried about making too much noise and receiving complaints from neighbors, so they pretended there was no one home. At this moment, only a warm night light cast a soft glow throughout the room. Qing Xiaoyan asked, what shall we play? Xinqing set up her violin and said, with your black guitar, how about a rendition of He's a Pirate? No problem, I'll play the guitar accompaniment, and you take the lead melody. Alright. The Black Pearl set sail. The night enveloped the entire city, silence prevailed, and the cheerful sounds of guitar blended with the spirited notes of the violin, breaking the night stillness. This wonderful, yet somewhat noisy music drifted out of the window, disturbing those outside, and making it hard for them to sleep. However, the two beauties inside were intoxicated and paid no mind to it. Tonight, let go of personal integrity and enjoy a mischievous life. Refuse mental exhaustion and just go crazy when needed. Instead of putting yourself at a disadvantage, why not make it hard for others? The following evening, at the Huaqi Tavern, Qing Xiaoyan's guitar arrived, and she had no reason to continue resting, so she went to work early. After all, the lone interest wouldn't rest along with her. She had already been working for over 3 hours, and was now resting at the bar, casually sipping on drinks provided by the blue-eyed bartender. So sweet. I remember you're not from France, how could you like such a sugary flavor? Qing Xiaoyan frowned as she commented on the drink mixed by the blue-eyed bartender. The blue-eyed bartender shrugged and said, my grandmother is French, and I grew up eating French pastries, so I have a higher tolerance for sweetness. Can you make me one too? A male voice interjected, sitting down right next to Qing Xiaoyan. Was he here to hit on her again? Qing Xiaoyan turned her head with some impatience. The man was not wearing ear studs today, but had switched to 2 small black earrings, and the English tattoo on his neck was still striking. Qing Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly as she greeted, Master Shu, what brings you here today? Are you here to see if I embarrass myself? Shu Jun wore a faint smile and replied, yes, I just saw your expression, or it seems you weren't very happy to see me. Should I leave? As he spoke, he pretended to stand up to leave. Qing Xiaoyan, however, wouldn't let him go, quickly pulling him back. Since you're here, don't leave. It's perfect timing to try out the drinks. I can't suffer alone. Thus Shu Jun settled back down and greeted the blue-eyed bartender with a smile. Before long, the blue-eyed bartender prepared 2 new drinks and placed them in front of the two, saying very gentlemanly, "Esteemed lady, and sir, please enjoy." Shu Jun took a sip first and praised, "Delicious. Blue-eyed, your menu is ready for new offerings again." Hearing the compliment, the blue-eyed bartender beamed, "Thank you." Chung Xiaoyan feigned dissatisfaction, saying, "Well, I've already tried the previous drinks, and you just happen to come and get the ready-made ones. It turns out it's me who is the villain, and you're taking the role of the good guy." Shu Jun raised the corners of his mouth and replied, "Then he'll come earlier. Next time, let me be the villain, and the good guy will be left to you." Chung Xiaoyan smirked and asked, "What brings you here today? Are you really here to see if I mess up?" Shu Jun stirred the ice in his cup with a long spoon, and the ice clinked against the glass, emitting a crisp sound. He lowered his gaze, staring at the spinning ice cubes in his cup, and slowly said, "I ran into Xen Qing at noon today. She told me that you encountered something dangerous after work." Upon hearing this, Chung Xiaoyan pressed her forehead, revealing a bitter smile. "My dear Xen Beauty, how could you sell me out so quickly?" She forced a smile and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Oh, that thing. It's actually all ready. You told me your boyfriend would come to pick you up, right?" Before Chung Xiaoyan could finish, she was interrupted by Shu. He raised his eyes and stared intently at her. He had something to do that day. Chung Xiaoyan didn't dare to meet his gaze, and could only look down and casually fabricate a lie. "Your boyfriend?" A serious expression appeared on Shu Jun's face as he gazed intensely at Chung Xiaoyan, asking, "Has he ever come to pick you up?" This sudden question left Chung Xiaoyan momentarily dazed. After a brief distraction, her mind began racing, contemplating whether to spin another lie. Seeing Chung Xiaoyan hesitant and struggling to articulate a complete thought, Shu Jun turned to the blue-eyed bartender who was enjoying a snack nearby and asked, "Blue-eyed, have you ever seen anyone come to pick her up after work?" The blue-eyed bartender, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced towards Chung Xiaoyan. However, faced with Chung Xiaoyan's frantic eye signals, he remained unmoved, simply shrugging at her with an expression of helplessness, and then honestly replied, "I really haven't seen anyone." Shu Jun got the answer he wanted, his gaze deeply fixed on Chung Xiaoyan as he questioned, "Why has your boyfriend never—" Chung Xiaoyan felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, silently lamenting that telling one lie required countless other lies to cover it up. "Actually, you don't have a boyfriend at all, do you?" Shu Jun's tone was calm, but there was an undercurrent of barely Chung Xiaoyan's heart tightened, and she took a deep breath, answering, "He will come to pick me up today." "Really?" Shu Jun's eyes still held a hint of doubt. "Really?" Just then a sudden soft sound came from Chung Xiaoyan's other side, and an outline slowly sat down. It was Lu Kengsu. "Xiaosu, you're here." Chung Xiaoyan immediately broke into a radiant smile, blooming like spring flowers. She had thought Lu Kengsu would only come when she was about to finish her shift, but she didn't expect him to arrive early. Lu Kengsu replied softly, "Yes, I'm here." Shu Jun's heart suddenly sank. He could tell that Chung Xiaoyan's joy upon seeing that man was genuine. Then Chung Xiaoyan smiled and turned to Shu Jun, introducing, "This is Lu Kengsu, my classmate from finance, also from Ning University." Next, Chung Xiaoyan introduced Shu Jun to Lu Kengsu, saying, "This is Shu Jun from the music department of Ning University. I owe my part-time job here to him." Chung Xiaoyan then added to Lu Kengsu with a smile, "He has also taught me a lot about music theory and vocal techniques. So even though he's 1 year younger than us, I still call him master." At this moment, Chung Xiaoyan seemed to remember something suddenly, and continued, "By the way, he also has a motorcycle suit." Shu Jun forced a smile and greeted Lu Kengsu, saying hello. He noticed that Chung Xiaoyan did not refer to Lu Kengsu as her boyfriend, but merely as a classmate. Why was that? Chung Xiaoyan's smile at the moment she saw that man was certainly genuine. Could it be that Chung Xiaoyan was pursuing this Lu Kengsu? Lu Kengsu returned the greeting with a blank expression, saying hello. He scrutinized Shu Jun as well. Earrings, tattoos. The most taboo accessories for noble families. Motorcycle, rebel youth. Got an unstable social element. With a motorcycle and teaching music theory, this guy wouldn't be taking advantage of Ian, would he? Chung Xiaoyan checked the time and apologetically said to the two beside her, "I'm really sorry, but I can't continue chatting. I've already taken a long break. I need to get on stage." With that, Chung Xiaoyan left her seat and went on stage. At this moment, Lu Kengsu and Shu Jun were separated by an empty seat in between. They sat quietly at the bar without any communication, not even a glance exchanged. The entire space seemed to be enveloped in an invisible heavy pressure, the atmosphere exceptionally dull and oppressive. Even the surrounding air felt heavier, as if the atmospheric pressure had significantly dropped. The blue-eyed bartender, unable to withstand the pressure, couldn't help but ask Lu Kengsu, "Sir, may I ask what you would like to drink?" Lu Kengsu replied expressionlessly, "I would like a non-alcoholic drink. I still need to drive someone home later." "All right, please wait a moment." The blue-eyed bartender then quickly turned and slipped away to the distant counter, pretending. Shu Jun snorted coldly and said, "Today you finally realized you should come and see someone home. Where were you before?" Lu Kengsu replied calmly, "My affairs have nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, Shu Jun instantly became furious, raising his voice. "Do you even know she encountered a pervert on her way home?" Lu Kengsu replied indifferently, Her matters have nothing to do with you. Shu Jun's eyes widened in anger as he questioned, "Hey, how are you even a boyfriend?" Lu Kangsu replied coolly, "My relationship with her has nothing to do with an outsider like you." Shu Jun abruptly stood up, his chest heaving, clearly enraged. In a daze, he heard the girl on stage singing. The melody was plain, the emotion subdued, yet it resonated deeply within the soul. The scenery at the horizon, and I beside it, are not in your eyes. What do you hide within your gaze? I have never understood. It doesn't matter your world. Let you possess it. Not interrupting is my tenderness. From Mayday's gentleness. Shu Jun's inner fire was instantly extinguished by the gentle song. He adjusted his breathing and sat. "Sir, your drink." The blue-eyed bartender gently placed a colorful drink in front of Lu Kangsu. He then turned to Shu Jun sitting nearby, saying, "Your drink is filled with melted ice. Let me add some more for you." Without waiting for a response, the blue-eyed bartender filled Shu Jun's glass with ice. Shu Jun glanced at him, helplessly understanding that the bartender was trying to calm him down. He slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Kangsu's perpetually expressionless face. He had to admit that Lu Kangsu's deadpan face wasn't bad. He had looks, height, and education, and if he had a car, his economic situation should also be decent. But I have those too. Am no worse than him. Why should it be like this? This guy seems not to care much about Cheng Xiaoyan. What exactly does she like about him? Shu Jun stood up again. The blue-eyed bartender immediately became alert and hurriedly reminded him, "Shu Jun, do you want some more ice?" Shu Jun glanced at the glass already filled with ice, saying, "No need, him going up to the stage to have some fun." Upon hearing this, the blue-eyed bartender relaxed. Meanwhile, the calm Lu Kangsu finally showed a hint of emotion on his face. He slightly furrowed his brows, watching Shu Jun walk toward the small stage. Cheng Xiaoyan sat on the stage with her guitar. If no guest requested a song, she would casually sing from the song list displayed on the teleprompter. As the song, Gentleness, just ended, Cheng Xiaoyan lightly strummed a cheerful tune and was preparing to start the next song when she saw Shu Jun walk onto the stage. Cheng Xiaoyan stopped playing and smoothed the vibrating strings with her palm, looking at him in confusion. Shu Jun smiled at her and said, "Let's just take it easy. Why work so hard?" Cheng Xiaoyan was curious. "How do you catch this fish?" Shu Jun smiled slightly, not answering her question immediately. Instead, he leisurely set up a microphone and brought a tall stool to place beside Cheng Xiaoyan. Once everything was in place, Shu Jun sat down beside Cheng Xiaoyan. Then he mysteriously pulled something out of his pocket and presented it to her, saying, "Look, what is this?" Cheng Xiaoyan focused her gaze and was instantly captivated. In Shu Jun's hand was a delicate and small harmonica, with exquisite carvings on its body shining brilliantly under the lights. Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she praised, "What a beautiful harmonica." Shu Jun gently nodded and said, "You want me to sing later? I'll handle the main melody, and you can just accompany on the guitar." This was something Cheng Xiaoyan was familiar with. She had just played it with Xian Qing last night, almost getting a noise complaint from the neighbors. However, it was indeed much easier than singing alone. Cheng Xiaoyan asked, "What will we perform?" Shu Jun replied, "Kill that person from Shijiazhuang." Cheng Xiaoyan responded, "Oh, all right." The two exchanged nods and began to play. Shu Jun played the harmonica with considerable skill, the melodious, yet slightly melancholic tune flowing from the small instrument, while Cheng Xiaoyan's guitar accompaniment was perfectly timed. The two sounds intertwined, filling the entire tavern. The harmonica's inherent sense of loneliness matched the song perfectly. Once Shu Jun got on stage, he didn't come down for the rest of the time. Cheng Xiaoyan sang a few songs occasionally, but most of it was instrumental. The atmosphere in the tavern did not become dull. The combination of guitar, harmonica, grunge rock, folk music, and the small tavern created a harmonious blend. During the latter part of the instrumental performance, Cheng Xiaoyan found it much easier. Playing and singing alone for an entire night was indeed tiring, and the feeling of taking it easy was quite nice. When closing time arrived, Cheng Xiaoyan was packing her things when Shu Jun approached her, saying, "Let me give you a ride home later." Cheng Xiaoyan smiled and replied, "Someone is coming to pick me up. Have you forgotten?" As she spoke, she looked toward the bar, but couldn't find Lu Kangsu's figure. During the performance, Shu Jun's position had blocked her view of the bar, so she hadn't seen when Lu Kangsu left. Cheng Xiaoyan's smile froze on her face. After a moment, she hesitantly asked, "Where is he?" It was as if she was asking Shu Jun, but also asking herself. Shu Jun scoffed, saying, "Earlier I saw him leave." Impossible. Cheng Xiaoyan didn't believe that Lu Kangsu would leave without saying goodbye. She quickly packed her guitar and strapped it to her back, hurrying toward the door. Shu Jun wanted to stop her, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not reach out. Cheng Xiaoyan reached the door and suddenly turned back. Shu Jun's heart skipped a beat, his lips parted as if he wanted to say something, but he was gently interrupted by the girl. "Thank you for your help tonight, Master Shu." Cheng Xiaoyan waved goodbye to him. After speaking, she turned and left. Shu Jun stood there watching the girl walk out of the door. Cheng Xiaoyan stepped out and looked around, easily spotting Lu Kangsu standing beside a trash can with a small tabby cat at his feet nibbling on a sausage. On Shalikyo Bar Street, under the European-style streetlights, the dim yellow light cast a long shadow of Lu Kangsu. Lu Kangsu was smoking a cigarette, while the small tabby had finished the sausage and was rubbing against his pant leg. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned slightly at the overflowing cigarette butts in the trash can. Lu Kangsu extinguished the cigarette in his hand and pulled out another from the pack, placing it between his lips, preparing to light it. Cheng Xiaoyan walked up to him, snatched the cigarette from his lips, and said with concern, "Don't smoke anymore, look how many you've smoked already." Lu Kangsu chuckled, "Not many, just the second one." Cheng Xiaoyan helplessly pointed at the cigarette butts in the trash can. "These are all Marlboro, but who else smokes this besides you?" Without hesitation, she reached into his pocket, took out his cigarette pack, stuffed the unlit cigarette back inside, and placed the pack back into his pocket. After completing these actions, Cheng Xiaoyan raised her eyes to look at him, only to find Lu Kangsu gazing back at her with a complex expression. Their eyes locked. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a strange flutter in her heart and asked, slightly flustered, "Why didn't you go inside to wait for me? Why stand at the door?" Lu Kangsu was silent for a moment before his deep voice replied, "It's stuffy inside. I came out to get some fresh air." He paused, glancing at the small tabby still rubbing against his pant leg, and to feed the cat. Cheng Xiaoyan squatted down and gently scratched the kitten's head. The small tabby nuzzled her hand in response. She looked up at Lu Kangsu and smiled. "It must be a stray from the neighborhood. It's only a few months old, scrounging for food on this street. Everyone calls it white gloves." The charmingly delicate girl squatted on the ground, gently caressing the kitten, then raised her eyes to smile at him, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling like stars, with a slight breeze tousling her hair, adding an indescribable allure. Lu Kangsu was momentarily stunned by her smile. Cheng Xiaoyan stood up and tapped his chest. "Xiao Su." "My." Lu Kangsu came back to his senses. "Are you off work?" "Yes, I am." Lu Kangsu nodded. "Then let's go." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Okay." Then she waved goodbye to the small tabby. "Bye-bye, white gloves." After saying this, the two walked towards the parking lot. The black Audi A6L cruised along the empty street. Seeing they weren't heading back to Tianhu City Road, Cheng Xiaoyan asked, "Xiao Su, where are we going?" Lu Kangsu replied gently, "I'm hungry, let's go have hot pot." Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded, "All right. Then it's my treat." She was frugal with herself, but generous towards Lu Kangsu. Moreover, she would need to trouble him to pick her up in the future, so she felt she should show her appreciation. Lu Kangsu gazed ahead softly, stating, "Don't forget I'm the one treating you to meals. But you can't always. You are already working hard for a living while I am supported by my family. I have it much easier." Lu Kangsu interrupted her. He paused and joked, "Besides, you're still my girlfriend, aren't you? You don't mean to turn this fake relationship into a real one, do you?" Cheng Xiaoyan's face turned slightly awkward as she pinched Lu Kangsu's arm. Lu Kangsu cried out in pain. The two arrived at a 24-hour hot pot restaurant. Lu Kangsu took out his phone and started ordering. They often dined together and knew each other's preferences very well. Cheng Xiaoyan rested her left hand on her head, stirring the sauce in her small dish with her right chopsticks, humming a tune she didn't recognize. Eating hot pot indeed lifted one's spirits. The dishes arrived quickly, and soon everything was served. Cheng Xiaoyan picked up a piece of beef tripe and dipped it in the pot, resting her chin on her hand as she said, "By the way, Xiao Su, I've noticed you haven't taken any girls out in the last 2 or 3 months. Something's off with you. Isn't it because I already have a girlfriend?" "Naturally, I have to be responsible to you," Lu Kangsu replied, while using his chopsticks to take her cooked beef tripe, blowing gently on it, and then popping it into his mouth. Seeing her hard-earned beef tripe snatched away, Cheng Xiaoyan immediately widened her eyes in dissatisfaction and exclaimed, "Hey, can't you cook it yourself? Why do you have to steal mine?" Lu Kangsu smacked his lips. "Yours tastes better." Cheng Xiaoyan pouted. "You're crazy, you're definitely acting." She frowned in thought for a moment before exclaiming, "Are you sure my being your girlfriend isn't hindering you from flirting with other girls?" Lu Kangsu added her favorite fish balls to the pot, and hearing her words replied softly, "I've retired from the flirting scene, I won't flirt anymore." Cheng Xiaoyan with a skeptical expression waved her hand in front of his face, and then placed the back of her hand on his forehead. "You're not sick? What's going on?" Lu Kangsu gently took her hand away from his forehead. He knew she loved seafood, and added a shrimp ball to her bowl, saying, "Rather than worrying about whether I flirt with girls, I'm more concerned about your future." Cheng Xiaoyan picked up the shrimp ball, dipped it in seafood soy sauce, and put it in her mouth, mumbling, "You mean the graduate school entrance exam? I'll take it next year, don't worry about me." Lu Kangsu was about to respond, but suddenly stopped talking, placing his chopsticks down. Seeing that he didn't continue, Cheng Xiaoyan swallowed her food and asked, "What do you like?" Lu Kangsu looked at her seriously and asked, "Do you like boys or girls now?" The sudden question made Cheng Xiaoyan blush instantly, and she responded flustered, "Of course it's girls. I'm not bent." As she spoke, she involuntarily lowered her gaze, seemingly trying to avoid his probing stare. Her voice grew softer as if only she could hear, "You know my situation, don't you?" Lu Kangsu casually added vegetables to the pot, saying nonchalantly, "Oh, are you planning to find a woman to marry in the future?" Cheng Xiaoyan was first taken aback by his words, then like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she nodded frantically. "All right, what's wrong with that?" Lu Kangsu shook his head lightly, his tone still calm. Of course it's not okay. Cheng Xiaoyan asked, why isn't it? Lu Kangsu replied indifferently, because it's illegal. Cheng Xiaoyan said. She muttered, isn't it just missing a certificate? Lu Kangsu said seriously, have you forgotten the oath we took back then? Cheng Xiaoyan looked confused. What oath? Lu Kangsu replied, to fulfill our duties as members, execute the organization's decisions, work actively, and be ready to sacrifice everything for the organization and the people at any time. Cheng Xiaoyan recalled that she had indeed sworn under the red flag. Still perplexed, I didn't forget, no. Lu Kangsu nodded. The organization's policy direction is clear. Encouraging childbirth is to optimize the population structure, alleviate the aging process, and maintain our country's advantage in human resources. He concluded, in short, you should respond to the organization's call and have more children. Cheng Xiaoyan said. She didn't want to engage with him and focused on eating vegetables. Have children. Wouldn't that mean? Although she still longed to cuddle with beautiful girls, it was merely a desire for closeness, lacking the deeper primal urges from the depths of humanity's soul. Lu Kangsu, noticing Cheng Xiaoyan's conflicted expression, simply helped her with the food, but didn't ask further. After they finished eating, Lu Kangsu drove Cheng Xiaoyan back to Tianyu City. When Lu Kangsu returned to the dormitory, his roommates, Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang, had long since fallen into a deep slumber. However, Lu Kangsu felt no sleepiness at all. He quietly sat down at his desk, skillfully turned on his computer, and prepared to organize some important thesis materials. After sorting the materials for a while, his mouse involuntarily hovered over the browser icon. He hesitated for a moment, swallowed hard, and opened the browser to begin searching. As the web page finished loading, a series of shocking, forbidden content instantly filled his vision, expanding his horizons and continuously bombarding his brain's nerves. This is too extravagant. Is it really appropriate to do it this way? Wait, it can be done like this. Lu Kangsu shook his head vigorously, dispelling the expression of shock from his face, and tried to calm himself from the mental impact he had just received. Taking a deep breath, he decided to take a shower to wake himself up. He quickly stood up, took out a change of clothes from the wardrobe, and headed to the bathroom. At that moment, Yang Guang was suddenly awakened by a pressing urge to urinate. Groggy, he got out of bed and stumbled towards the bathroom. After relieving himself, he slowly made his way back. As he passed Lu Kangsu's desk, he inadvertently noticed that the computer screen was still lit up. Instinctively, Yang Guang glanced casually at the desktop. But that fleeting glimpse left him dumbfounded. I must still be half asleep. This sight is simply too outrageous. Muttering to himself, Yang Guang rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly leaned closer to the computer screen. When he got near, he widened his eyes and stared intently at the screen. There on the screen, a line of search results clearly displayed, how to bend your roommate. Upon seeing this, Yang Guang felt as if a thunderclap had suddenly exploded in his head. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably as he shakily reached for the mouse. After much hesitation, he finally clicked on another tab next to it, and the content displayed on the newly opened tab almost made Yang Guang cry out. The entire process of a straight man being bent. His heart sank to the bottom and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. However, things did not end there. As he anxiously clicked on the next tab, what met his eyes was my roommate played with me, my real experience of being bent. In that moment, all of Yang Guang's sleepiness vanished as if swept away by a fierce wind. He instinctively turned to glance at the bathroom, where the sound of running water could be heard, suggesting that Lu Kangsu would take a while longer to finish his shower. For a moment, Yang Guang felt a bit at a loss. He paced back and forth in the room, constantly pondering what to do. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, he took a deep breath, as if making a certain resolution, and hastily walked to Shi Fangzhou's bedside. Yang Guang reached out, gently shook the still sleeping Shi Fangzhou, and lowered his voice to say, hey, Lao Shi. However, the awakened Shi Fangzhou was clearly displeased. Groggily, he mumbled, don't disturb. Don't disturb. I want to sleep. With that, he turned over, preparing to fall back asleep. Seeing this, Yang Guang felt anxious and quickly pressed his hand over Shi Fangzhou's mouth, urgently lowering his voice again. Shu, keep it down. Something big has happened. Please don't sleep yet. Hearing Yang Guang's serious tone, Shi Fangzhou rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Yang Guang standing by his bed with a serious expression. His heart tightened, and the heavy sleepiness dissipated significantly, but he still said irritably, you better really have something important to say? Yang Guang, with a look of despair, trembled as he said, there's definitely something. This is a huge crisis. We're likely in for some serious trouble. As he spoke, he forcefully pulled Shi Fangzhou out of the warm, comfortable bed and hurriedly dragged him to Lu Kangsu's computer desk. Once they arrived, Yang Guang cautiously lowered his voice, saying, look for yourself. At first, Shi Fangzhou merely glanced at the computer screen indifferently, but then he seemed to be electrocuted, his body jolting as the remnants of sleep vanished without a trace. At this moment, Yang Guang anxiously whispered beside him, what are we going to do? Look, Lao Lu has already started watching that kind of practical tutorial. Shi Fangzhou stared intensely at the computer screen, his expression gradually growing serious. After a moment, he shook his head and slowly spoke, this shouldn't be. Is Cheng Xiaoyan not beautiful enough? Yang Guang replied, of course, she's beautiful. What else is there to say? Shi Fangzhou frowned full of suspicion and continued to ask if that's the case with such a stunning beauty around, how could Lao Lu be bent? Yang Guang was anxious. Oh my dear Lao Shi. This is not the time to dwell on that. We're facing a huge crisis here, haven't you realized it yet? He pointed directly at the words how to bend your roommate on the screen, emphasizing the term roommate. Fearing Shi Fangzhou might not understand, Yang Guang pointed to Shi Fangzhou again and exaggeratedly shaped his mouth to form the word roommate. After making this gesture, he quickly pointed at himself, shaping his mouth to form the word friend. Shi Fangzhou stood frozen, struggling to swallow. At that moment, the entire room fell into a profound silence. The most fearful thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet, and even more so when a brother suddenly shows concern. The suffocating silence only allowed the sound of running water from the bathroom to be heard. After a moment, Yang Guang broke the silence. He took a deep breath, squinted his eyes slightly, and spoke to Shi Fangzhou in a serious tone. Lao Shi, tell me, what does our comrade Lao Lu really want to bend? Upon hearing this, Shi Fangzhou's eyes widened like saucers, and he lowered his voice. Guang, good, don't joke around. I have a family. If things really escalate beyond control, you'll just have to bear it. After all, you're still single, right? They'll wish you and Lao Lu happiness in advance. Hearing this, Yang Guang's face immediately fell. Just as he was about to retort, he heard the water stop running, and upon hearing this signal, the two candidates for being bent froze like startled rabbits, instantly stopping all. After exchanging a significant glance, the two swiftly leaped back to their respective beds. Then both skillfully grabbed their blankets, wrapping themselves tightly from head to toe, resembling two turtles hiding in their shells. Before long, Lu Kongsu emerged from the bathroom, having dried himself off. He saw both roommates tightly wrapped in their blankets like two gigantic caterpillars twisted into a noodle shape. Lu Kongsu quietly asked, "Are you awake? Did I disturb you?" The only response he received was the sound of Yang Guang turning over, followed by silence with not even a slight snore. Yang Guang, who was facing the wall with his back to the outside, felt unsafe. He turned over, leaving his backside. Lu Kongsu didn't think much of it, assuming his roommates were still fast asleep. He walked to the computer, saved a few documents, shut it down, and then went to bed. 2 days later in the afternoon, after class, the instructor called a meeting with the class committee, and Lu Kongsu was summoned as well. Cheng Xiaoyan initially wanted to wait for Lu Kongsu to finish the meeting before going to eat together, but she was pulled away to the playground by Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang. On the bleachers of the playground, Cheng Xiaoyan sat in the middle with Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang flanking her like two guardians. However, the expressions of these two guardians appeared rather strange. Yang Guang kept making exaggerated gestures towards Shi Fangzhou, accompanied by odd sounds resembling pi 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 pi. Shi Fangzhou looked constipated, constantly blocking out the signals of pi 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 pi. Sandwiched in the middle, Cheng Xiaoyan first turned to Yang Guang on her left, and then to Shi Fangzhou on her right, helplessly saying, "What on earth is going on with you two? If you want to say something, just spit it out. Stop with these strange antics." Finally, under Cheng Xiaoyan's urging, Shi Fangzhou hesitated for a moment before slowly asking, Xiaoyan, how's your relationship with old Lu progressing? Is everything going smoothly?" Hearing this question, Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback. She didn't expect Shi Fangzhou to ask such a thing. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, stammering, it should be going smoothly. In truth, she was filled with confusion at that moment. After all, she and Lu Kongsu were not in a real romantic relationship, and it was difficult for her to provide a clear standard for whether their relationship was going smoothly. To her, if no one exposed their act of pretending to be a couple, perhaps that could be considered smooth sailing. Seeing her vague response, Shi Fangzhou pressed on, asking, "Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" There is something a bit off." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded slightly in agreement. She had sensed something was wrong with Lu Kongsu when they had late-night snacks 2 days ago. He hadn't flirted with any girls. That was highly unusual. Shi Fangzhou exchanged a glance with Yang Guang, both feeling heavy-hearted. Yang Guang scratched his head, a hint of awkwardness appearing on his face, and hesitantly said, There's a question that might seem a bit intrusive, but it's really important, so we wanted to ask you if that's okay." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded, signaling him to go ahead with his question. Once Cheng Xiaoyan gave her permission, Yang Guang cautiously asked, "Has old Lu mentioned anything about his needs in that regard?" Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan was initially stunned, unable to grasp what he meant by that regard. However, when she saw the indescribable expressions on Yang Guang's and Shi Fangzhou's faces, she suddenly realized, "Oh no, it's about that." At that thought, Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks instantly flushed a charming shade of red like a ripe apple, and she truthfully replied, "No, he hasn't." "That's it." Hearing this answer, Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang exclaimed in unison. At the same time, both felt their stomachs clench tightly. Shi Fangzhou covered his face, heartbroken. Yang Guang pounded his fist into his palm, sighing heavily. With such a stunning beauty as Cheng Xiaoyan right in front of them, even the legendary Lu Xiaowei would find it hard to keep his composure. Since Lu Kongsu showed no interest in her, the reasons became all too clear. Cheng Xiaoyan looked bewildered, blinking her big eyes in confusion, and asked, "What do you mean that's it? What exactly happened? Stop keeping us in suspense." Yang Guang began sending signals to Shifangzhou with more pi, implying old sure it's your turn to speak. Seeing this, Shifangzhou could only bite the bullet and say, Xiaoyun, actually there are some things you might have vaguely sensed already regarding old Liu's situation. As he reached this point, Shifangzhou suddenly paused, seeming somewhat hesitant to continue. Cheng Xiaoyun was still lost. What about it? Just that. Shifangzhou had no choice but to indicate again. However, Cheng Xiaoyun remained as confused as ever, asking, what about it? At this moment, Yang Guang could no longer hold back, interjecting, oh, he has turned. As soon as Yang Guang's words fell, the air fell into a deep silence. Even the wind ceased its noise. Cheng Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with astonishment, and 3 large question marks seemed to rise above her head. After a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a word from her throat, huh? Then came another suffocating silence. After a long time, Cheng Xiaoyun managed to gather herself, incredulously looking at Yang Guang and Shifangzhou, questioning, how can you be so certain? Yang Guang sighed deeply and told Cheng Xiaoyun about what they had discovered 2 nights ago. After listening, Cheng Xiaoyun felt a mix of emotions, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Noticing Cheng Xiaoyun's pale expression, Shifangzhou quickly explained, oh Xiaoyun, this really took us by surprise. Who would have thought old Liu's orientation would change? But don't worry, I have a wife, so you're definitely not competing with me. I must clarify this point first. Hearing this, Yang Guang immediately became anxious, shouting, damn. Old sure, you are really lacking in morals. After all, Lu Kongsu currently only had the 2 of them as roommates. If Lu Kongsu really wanted to turn a roommate aside from Shifangzhou, who already had a girlfriend, there was only him, the still single Yang Guang, left. Thus Yang Guang hurriedly defended himself, saying, although I am still a lone wolf, I swear to the heavens that I have absolutely no intention or plan of coming out. Xiaoyun, you can rest assured, no worries at all. Cheng Xiaoyun felt a bit flustered at the thought of Lu Kongsu trying to turn a roommate. After a moment, she hoarsely said, then, what should we do? Facing this tricky question, both Shifangzhou and Yang Guang were left without ideas for a moment, exchanging helpless glances before they began to sigh deeply like deflated balloons. After a while, Shifangzhou straightened up and said loudly, let's not get caught up in this any longer. In my opinion, let's just lay everything out in the open and stop pretending. I haven't slept well these past few nights. Dragging this out isn't a solution either. Yang Guang agreed. It's a good idea to just speak openly about it. If old Lu has indeed turned, we shouldn't delay. As he reached this point, he paused for a moment, stealing a glance at Cheng Xiaoyun, his voice suddenly lowering. To delay such a wonderful girl like Xiaoyun, right? Seeing Cheng Xiaoyun's unhappy expression, Yang Guang thought she was angry, so he changed his tone. Well, seeing Cheng Xiaoyun's unhappy expression, Yang Guang thought she was angry, so he changed his tone. Well, we haven't completely confirmed anything, right? Maybe we misjudged. Don't worry, you'll create more opportunities for you soon. Cheng Xiaoyun responded with a silent. Ultimately, she slowly nodded, choosing to go along with what the 2 wanted. Thus the 2 of them stood quietly under the teaching building, holding Cheng Xiaoyun, waiting for Lu Kongsu to finish the meeting and come downstairs. After a while, Lu Kongsu's familiar figure appeared at the stairway and quickly walked towards them. Lu Kongsu's face was beaming with a warm smile as he waved to the 3 from a distance. However, as he approached, he sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off, noticing that all 3 had peculiar expressions and none of them spoke a word. Lu Kongsu furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, what's wrong with you all? Why does everyone have such strange expressions? At that moment, Yang Guang suddenly pushed Cheng Xiaoyun forward with a grin, saying, your wife has something very important to tell you. Caught off guard by Yang Guang's actions, Cheng Xiaoyun stumbled forward a few steps and unexpectedly bumped into Lu Kongsu's embrace. Lu Kongsu reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around her. For a moment, the sensation of her warmth filled his senses, her faint fragrance lingering in the air. Reluctant to let go, Lu Kongsu held on to her a little longer. Cheng Xiaoyun, feeling both shy and angry, quickly steadied herself and shot a fierce glare at Yang Guang. Seeing this, Yang Guang hurriedly pretended to look up at the sky, muttering, oh dear, look, there seems to be a plane flying overhead. Acting as if nothing was wrong, Lu Kongsu slightly lowered his gaze, looking gently at the somewhat flustered Cheng Xiaoyun, softly asking, what's the matter? Take your time and tell me. Cheng Xiaoyun's lips moved, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Finally, she managed to squeeze out, how about we go eat first? After saying this, she seemed fearful that Lu Kongsu would continue to ask, abruptly turning to slip away towards them. Lu Kongsu quickly reached out and firmly grasped her wrist, gently pulling her back to his side. He looked at Cheng Xiaoyun with a serious expression. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Cheng Xiaoyun felt nervous under his intense gaze, her mouth seemingly enchanted, remaining silent. Unable to stand it any longer, Shifangzhou slapped his forehead and declared, oh dear, we all know about your situation, Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Kongsu couldn't help but frown again. My situation? What situation do I have? Lu Kongsu racked his brain to recall what secret of his might have been discovered by his roommates. Apart from his family situation, there was nothing else he hid from them. Oh right, there was also the fake relationship with Yun. Surely she wouldn't disclose the true nature of his family situation. Could it really be about his relationship with Iyun? Considering this, Lu Kongsu quietly asked Cheng Xiaoyan, "Did you tell them about us?" At this moment, Cheng Xiaoyan's mind was in turmoil, not even noticing the use of we instead of I in Lu Kongsu's words. She absent-mindedly nodded. Seeing her nod in acknowledgement, Lu Kongsu's heart trembled, suddenly feeling as if the beautiful little bird that had always perched quietly on his shoulder had suddenly flapped its wings, attempting to take flight. If Iyun wasn't interested in someone else, why would she be so eager to distance herself from him? "Oh, that hurts." Cheng Xiaoyan looked up at him softly, reminding, "Lu, you're hurting me." Lu Kongsu, lost in thought, completely failed to notice that he was gripping her wrist tightly, and his grip was only getting stronger. Realizing this, he quickly released her wrist and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." At that moment, Shifangzhou stepped forward and said, "Lu, don't blame Xiaoyan, it was me and Guang who asked her." Lu Kongsu vaguely sensed something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. His mind was solely occupied with whether Cheng Xiaoyan had developed feelings for someone else, making him somewhat distracted. So he casually replied, "As for my relationship with Xiaoyan, we will handle it privately." Yang Guang, dropping his playful demeanor, seriously asked, "Lu, does this mean you are admitting it?" Lu Kongsu hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded, essentially admitting to the fake relationship with Cheng Xiaoyan. Yang Guang and Shifangzhou exchanged glances, sensing impending trouble. Shifangzhou sighed. Yang Guang, looking grave, said, "Stop it, Lu." Lu Kongsu scanned the two of them back and forth, finally catching a glimpse of something strange, and spoke up. "I say, what does this have to do with you two?" Shifangzhou wore a pained expression and said, "How could it not be related? I don't even know what to do next." Lu Kongsu was puzzled. "What's there to do? What are you sighing about concerning Iyun and me?" Yang Guang asked, "Can we still be good brothers?" Lu Kongsu replied, "Of course, why not?" Yang Guang, feeling bold, shouted, "Then tell me honestly, between the two of us, who do you like more?" After saying this, he pointed at himself, and then at Shifangzhou. Yang Guang's loud voice drew the attention of passing students. "What? Two guys competing for a guy? How exciting. And I can watch for free." Many people perked up their ears, and even slowed down their steps. Cheng Xiaoyan also looked at him, waiting for his answer. Lu Kongsu. He was a bit bewildered, not understanding what kind of absurd scenario this was. Lu Kongsu paused for a moment before responding. "Wait, do you two have something seriously wrong?" Faced with Yang Guang and Shifangzhou's questioning gazes, Lu Kongsu resolutely reached out and gently clasped Cheng Xiaoyan's delicate soft hand. Then their fingers intertwined. He slowly raised their clasped hands into the air, solemnly telling his two roommates, "The person I like is right here." Cheng Xiaoyan felt Lu Kongsu tightly holding her hand, her heart racing, and her ears gradually turning red and hot, spreading to her cheeks. Previously, Lu Kongsu would hold her hand in front of others, but each time, it was just a light grasp. However, this time was different. He not only held her hand firmly, but also intertwined their fingers so closely. This unprecedented intimate gesture made Cheng Xiaoyan recall that night several months ago. That day she had come to Lu Kongsu to retrieve her belongings, and then encountered that couple in the parking lot. In a moment of impulse, she instinctively took Lu Kongsu's hand and intertwined their fingers. At that time she had no other thoughts, just wanting to annoy that disgusting fat man. Now was Lu Kongsu tightening his grip on her hand, because he was also embarrassed to admit he had feelings for her. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaoyan's emotions became increasingly complex. Seeing that Lu Kongsu showed no signs of joking, Yang Guang and Shifangzhou exchanged glances and tacitly chose not to pursue the matter any further. In fact, as soon as Yang Guang asked that question, he had regretted it, deeply wishing he could find a crack in the ground. Oh my! That moment was excruciatingly awkward. After that, the four dined together in a rather strange After the meal, Shifangzhou and Yang Guang found an excuse and hastily slipped away. Cheng Xiaoyan planned to take a shared bicycle back to Tianhu City to retrieve her guitar, as she was scheduled to perform at a small tavern that evening. Just as Cheng Xiaoyan was about to leave, Lu Kongsu suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand, softly saying, "Walk with me for a while, and I'll take you to Shirley Bridge later." Before Cheng Xiaoyan could respond, Lu Kongsu tightened his grip on her hand unceremoniously, leading her down a quiet path within the campus. Cheng Xiaoyan opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, simply allowing Lu Kongsu to guide her forward. At this moment, the two walked hand in hand along the campus path, surrounded by serene silence, with neither of them breaking this tranquility. Cheng Xiaoyan could distinctly feel a warm heat radiating from Lu Kongsu's broad palm. As the sun began to set, the crimson twilight painted half the sky, transforming the clouds into a dazzling fiery red. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed quietly at the beautiful scene on the horizon, feeling an indescribable emotion surge within her heart. Cheng Xiaoyan knew that her face must have turned red at that moment. Previously, when she and Lu Kongsu were alone, he had never held her hand like this. Recalling Yang Guang's question to Lu Kongsu earlier, "Which one do you like?" Cheng Xiaoyan's heart became increasingly chaotic. She took a deep breath to calm the turmoil within her, then raised her eyes to Lu Kongsu beside her, softly asking, "Shu Shu, do you have someone you like?" Unexpectedly, Lu Kangsu also lowered his gaze to her, replying, Do you have someone you like? The two asked almost simultaneously. Cheng Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively avoiding Lu Kangsu's gaze, too afraid to linger, and quickly lowered her head, hastening her steps to move forward. However, Lu Kangsu stopped in his tracks, standing still. Since their hands were still tightly clasped, Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice but to halt, as well turning to face him. Lu Kangsu looked at her intently, slowly uttering, I indeed have someone I like. Cheng Xiaoyan froze. She adjusted her somewhat ragged breathing and stammered, Then do we not have to pretend to be in a... It's you. Lu Kangsu interrupted her abruptly, speaking decisively. Those simple 2 words struck Cheng Xiaoyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Cheng Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she raised her head to meet Lu Kangsu's face, trying to find any hint of jest in his expression. Lu Kangsu looked straight into her eyes, speaking deliberately, I like you. Cheng Xiaoyan's heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest. Her face flushed bright red, stammering, You. After repeating this for a while, she finally managed to blurt out a complete sentence, You. Weren't you bent? I was bent. How would I know? Lu Kangsu frowned, finally recalling that peculiar moment under the teaching building when the 4 of them were talking. Tell me the whole story. Lu Kangsu led her to sit on a stone bench by the roadside. Cheng Xiaoyan tried to pull her hand back, but Lu Kangsu held tightly, giving her no chance. Finally, she gave up struggling and simply let him hold her hand. Then Cheng Xiaoyan shared everything she knew with. After listening, Lu Kangsu chuckled softly. He openly admitted, Yes, I did look into those materials. If there were someone who could make me consider bending, that person would only be you. Lu Kangsu swallowed hard, saying, When I'm in front of you, I feel like a complete novice in emotional experiences, unable to apply anything I've learned, because you are unlike any other girl. He lowered his gaze, saying, I don't know how to be with you, so I simply decided to try every method and see what works. Cheng Xiaoyan kept her head down, staring intently at her toes, her ears already burning red. Unconsciously, Cheng Xiaoyan had begun to see herself as a girl. She had never thought in that direction. After a long while, Cheng Xiaoyan finally whispered, I once. You understand. The girl repeated, I once, 3 times in a fragmented manner, yet still failed to express herself clearly. As she spoke, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the secret buried deep within Cheng Xiaoyan's heart. Even though she knew Lu Kangsu was aware of it, she could not bring herself to say it. Suddenly, Lu Kangsu released her hand. When Cheng Xiaoyan felt the familiar warmth vanish from her palm, her body trembled even more violently. Almost immediately, Lu Kangsu wrapped his arm around Cheng Xiaoyan's shoulders, gently pulling her closer, so they were tightly pressed against one another, leaving no gap between them. It was just like that day by the river at 6 in the morning. The river flowed gently, and the mist hung low. On the bench by the river, the girl softly asked him, Can you hug me? He held her tightly, just as he was now. The difference was that on that day the girl had leaned closer to him, while now he was the one who pulled her beside him. Lu Kangsu whispered, I understand everything about you. I still like you despite knowing all your past. Cheng Xiaoyan's trembling gradually subsided, and in a hoarse voice she said, Why can't you find a normal girl? You clearly have so many options. You know, when I take pictures of other girls, I only think of you, and I realize I'm in trouble. When she poses, it's you. When she talks, it's you. She isn't you, yet she is all you. In her eyes, there was no one else, it was all you. Cheng Xiaoyan's heart became chaotic, filled with uncertainties. Lu Kangsu held a significant place in her heart. Even when faced with danger, Cheng Xiaoyan's first thought was Lu Kangsu, and only secondarily to call for help. If they continued on as friends, Cheng Xiaoyan believed they could last a lifetime. Lu Kangsu said he wanted to be her fake boyfriend to shield her from wolves. She didn't refuse, and even played along. Because she felt burdened by her past, she had lost the courage to love. If she couldn't overcome the barrier in her heart, she was destined to live alone for the rest of her life. Therefore, what difference did it make whether they were true lovers or fake ones? However, now Lu Kangsu wanted to transform their friendship into love, which made her feel anxious. Love is like fiery liquor. It is passionate while drinking, but when you vomit, it's a complete mess. In the end, it either ends up in the toilet or gets wiped clean with a mop and cloth. In the end, nothing remains, leaving no trace. Cheng Xiaoyan's voice turned serious. Are you? Slowly she raised her eyes to meet his gaze. I can't afford to play with this. Lu Kangsu's gaze was intense. I no longer have the capacity to like anyone else except you. She felt as though she might be burned by the fire in his eyes, so she could only lower her head. Her heart raced wildly. Cheng Xiaoyan fell silent. Lu Kangsu did not ask any further. After a long while, Cheng Xiaoyan raised her gaze towards the evening glow on the horizon, the sunset light gently illuminating her face as a breeze slightly tousled her hair. She gazed at the sunset while Lu Kangsu looked at her. She was more beautiful than the evening glow, he thought. Many people would become tired of it after a long time, yet the more he looked at her, the more he cherished her. A while later, Cheng Xiaoyan slowly spoke. You really are a bastard. You are truly selfish. When these words left her lips, it was as if she had exhausted all her strength. Cheng Xiaoyan forcefully removed Lu Kangsu's hand, which was originally around her shoulder. Then she slightly shifted her body, moving a little distance away from him, maintaining a certain gap. Afterward, she gently intertwined her fair slender hands and placed them on her legs. Chung Xiaoyan's movement caused Lu Kong's body to instinctively stiffen. Lu Kong's hand lingered in the air. He wanted to reach out and pull her back to his side, but when his fingers brushed against the hem of her clothes, he ultimately stopped and withdrew his hand. Then he stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him. Chung Xiaoyan parted her red lips, her voice trembling slightly. "How long do you want to date me? A month or 2 months?" Without waiting for his response, she continued. "And then, when you find it boring, will you break up, and we will part ways, becoming strangers?" She bit her lower lip and continued. "There are many people around you, but I only have you by my side. You can lose me, but I cannot lose you. So it is only those who are needed who can act with impunity, right?" Chung Xiaoyan looked up at him, her beautiful and captivating eyes shimmering with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "How could you treat me this way? How could you be so heartless? How could you so easily want to change the relationship between us? Have you considered the consequences? You bastard, controlled by your little head over your big head. Will I end up like your rotten love interests, easily discarded?" Oi. Facing Chung Xiaoyan's questioning, Lu Kongsu felt a wave of confusion, but more than that, a deep heartache. The last time he saw Chung Xiaoyan looking this lost was when she told him that her parents had passed away. He understood all the worries and anxieties in her heart. However, he did not know how to make her believe that he only wanted to be by her side in the future. He had never regretted those rotten love interests as much as he did now. Lu Kong's past romances, Chung Xiaoyan knew about them all, and not only did she know, but Lu Kongsu had also discussed each one with her. Lu Kongsu had been so animated back then, now the consequences were pitiful. Lu Kongsu, who was usually eloquent, found himself at a loss for words, unable to utter a single syllable. Thus silence enveloped them. Chung Xiaoyan did not look at him again, but turned her head back to gaze at the evening glow, lost in thought, as if she were immersed in another distant and unfamiliar world. Time passed slowly. Each second was a torment for Lu Kongsu. He felt he had messed up. His confession to her had come too suddenly, too rashly, too recklessly. Not only was Chung Xiaoyan unprepared, but even Lu Kongsu himself had not anticipated that things would develop. Lu Kongsu felt scared. He was afraid that after today, Chung Xiaoyan would drift further away from him, even completely disappearing from his life. A wave of intense fear surged over him, and that sense of despair felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He felt as though the air around him had become exceptionally heavy, suffocating him. It was as if he were submerged in bottomless water, struggling desperately, but still sinking, about to be swallowed by the merciless waves. Lu Kongsu clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. The slight pain in his palms brought him back to some clarity. No. According to Ayun's character, if she truly didn't want this, she would have stood up and left by now, instead of still sitting beside me. She is not as resolute as she claims. Lu Kongsu felt as if he had regained his breath, fresh air flooding back into his body as he began to exhale deeply. From beginning to end, she had never truly rejected me. She was merely worried. Worried whether I could walk with her. Lu Kongsu let out a long breath of pent-up frustration, a spark of hope reigniting in his heart. "I'm sorry I was too hasty." Lu Kongsu slowly uttered these words, breaking the silence. His throat moved, his gaze heavy. "But there are simply too many people pursuing you. How long can you keep rejecting them? What if? What if some clever fool barges into your heart? Then I would truly regret it. I want to be with you. This is by no means a fleeting whim or a casual fling. I am serious about you, very serious. I would not dare to risk even the slightest chance with you. Ayun, you are very important to me, very important. I am selfish, I am a bastard, but I want to keep you by my side forever." Lu Kongsu reached out, wanting to hold Chung Xiaoyan's delicate hand resting on her knee. As soon as his hand was raised, it was immediately lowered again. Finally, Lu Kongsu gently closed his eyes, sitting quietly, as if he were a statue, motionless. He waited silently for his angel's judgment. Lu Kongsu noticed the girl beside him had moved. She stood up. Lu Kongsu felt a tightness in his chest. Is she leaving? He heard the sound of the girl's footsteps. Each step seemed to hollow out his heart. Lu Kongsu finally couldn't help but open his eyes, staring blankly at her back. Is it over? His heart felt empty. At that moment, the girl stopped, turned around, and with a slight pursing of her lips softly said, "Let's go, it's about time. Aren't you supposed to take me to Shirley Bridge?" Lu Kongsu was taken aback. The turbulent blood rushed into his once hollow heart, filling it once more. "I'm okay, all right." Lu Kongsu stumbled over his words, but his body quickly sprang up from the chair. He jogged to catch up with the girl, then walked alongside her. The sun had completely set, and the night quietly descended. A bright moon shyly hid behind the clouds, appearing and disappearing, casting a hazy glow. Lu Kongsu walked closer to her. As he walked, the back of his hand occasionally brushed against Chung Xiaoyan's. He cautiously extended his pinky fingers, slowly hooking it around hers. Chung Xiaoyan did not refuse. Thus Lu Kongsu grew bolder, opening his palm to gently grasp the delicate hand beside him. Chung Xiaoyan still did not refuse. Lu Kongsu's heart raced. Only now did he confirm that he had come back to life. Lu Kongsu drove Cheng Xiaoyan to the foot of Tianyu City. After the car came to a halt, Cheng Xiaoyan said to Lu Kongsu, "Why don't you just wait in the car? I'll go upstairs to get my guitar and be right back." Lu Kongsu shook his head saying, "I'll go up with you." Cheng Xiaoyan didn't mind, as long as he wasn't bothered. The distance from the parking spot to the building entrance wasn't far, yet Lu Kongsu firmly held on to Cheng Xiaoyan's hand, unwilling to let go. The two of them held hands as they entered the elevator going straight to the floor where Cheng Xiaoyan lived. When they entered the room, Xian Qing was not home. Thus Cheng Xiaoyan went straight into the room to fetch her guitar, while Lu Kongsu was distracted by the big golden retriever Lu Dan. Before long, Cheng Xiaoyan emerged from the room with her guitar, only to see Lu Kongsu playing happily with Lu Dan. The sight of one person and one dog bouncing around was quite amusing. Cheng Xiaoyan smiled. She really liked animals. As they were leaving, Lu Kongsu seriously bid farewell to Lu Dan. Soon after, they arrived at the Huaiqi Tavern. While adjusting her clothes, Cheng Xiaoyan said to Lu Kongsu, "All right, you can go play elsewhere now. Come back to pick me up after I finish work." Lu Kongsu directly found a table and sat down, saying, "I'll sit here and listen to you sing." Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit helpless. "I have to work the whole evening. I'm afraid you'll be bored, and besides, it's not cheap here." Lu Kongsu replied, "Without you I'd be bored." Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice but to go along with him, taking her guitar on stage. It was prime time in the evening, and more customers gradually filled the tavern. Cheng Xiaoyan casually sang a few folk songs when she noticed a new message on the prompt tablet. Table 7 requested the song Confession Balloon. She didn't know how many times she had sung that song, but it was too familiar to her. "Wait, Table 7. Cheng Xiaoyan looked up to Table 7, where Lu Kongsu was smiling at her. She lowered her gaze to the message from the customer. "I want to hear you say this song is dedicated to me." According to the rules, singers are required to read out the customer's messages. However, if the message is of a harassing nature, the singer can choose to ignore it. Cheng Xiaoyan's face flushed, and she looked back at the playful guy at Table 7 with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Lu Kongsu winked at her, his face filled with expectation. Cheng Xiaoyan recalled Lu Kongsu's confession to her during the evening glow. Every word and every sentence made her blush. How could he be so thick-skinned, saying anything without restraint? Cheng Xiaoyan tilted her head slightly and bit her lip. Finally, she brought her lips close to the microphone, her voice soft, as she said, "The next song is Confession Balloon, dedicated to the guests at Table 7. Cheng Xiaoyan, being shy, agreed to Lu Kongsu's request, but intentionally omitted who it was from. The patrons in the tavern, hearing it was Confession Balloon, all perked up their ears. While other songs were typically background music, this song likely had something juicy. Drinks could wait. They needed to savor the moment first. However, after waiting for a long time, the beautiful singer on stage did not mention who the song for Table 7 was from, and instead began to play and sing by herself. "By the same coffee on the left bank, I hold a cup, savoring your beauty, leaving lip prints on the lips, flower shop. Roses whose name is written wrong, confession balloon blown to the opposite street, smiling flying in the sky." The patrons found it strange and turned their eyes to the stage, seeing the beautiful singer with a rosy complexion, her almond eyes glistening. The beauty seemed to shyly resist, half hiding and half revealing. Those who understood immediately caught on. There were many regulars in the tavern who knew the extent of this beautiful singer's charm. Countless had pursued her only to return defeated. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? This high-altitude flower was ultimately picked by someone. Some patrons teased their companions at the table. "My goddess actually has a heart. If I had known to be bolder and approached her, maybe I would have had a chance." The companion replied without mercy, "Do you have any chance? Are you younger than the guy at Table 7? Are you? If you went up, you'd only be a withered bone under her skirt." The patron sighed, raising his glass. "Drink, drink, can't a drink stop your mouth? Dear, don't be willful, your eyes are saying, I am willing." Just as Cheng Xiaoyan finished the last note, another message popped up on the prompt tablet. Table 7 requested the song Rose Boy. Cheng Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. This was her favorite song. She shifted her gaze to the customer message. "This song is for you. You don't need to worry about your past. I will walk forward with you. This part doesn't need to be read." Cheng Xiaoyan looked up at Lu Kongsu, who was still smiling at her. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and then strummed the guitar strings. Rose Boy is a song that can pull a desperate youth back from the edge of despair. This song is like the only flower blooming amidst a desert and ruins. You are not guilty. The world is guilty. Being human is not a crime. You don't need to apologize. You are you, or she. It's all fine. Someone will love you wholeheartedly. Cheng Xiaoyan was already very familiar with the lyrics and melody of this song. She loved this song deeply. Cheng Xiaoyan relaxed her body to its most comfortable state, closed her eyes, and completed the performance of this song. As the song ended, Cheng Xiaoyan opened her eyes to find 5 new song requests on the prompt tablet. She frowned slightly and clicked on the notification. Table 7 had requested 5 more songs, all of which were her favorites. Cheng Xiaoyan put down her guitar and walked directly off the stage. She went to Table 7 and sat down right next to the young man there. This action confirmed for some regulars who had been quietly watching her that their high-altitude flower had indeed been picked. Lu Kungsu, seeing Cheng Xiaoyan sitting beside him, asked in confusion, "Can you rest so soon?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied in mild annoyance, "Isn't it because of you? 100 for one song, do you have that much money?" Lu Kungsu smiled nonchalantly. "I like listening to you sing the songs you love." Cheng Xiaoyan felt sorry for his wallet, saying, "No more requests, I'll go back and cancel them for you later." Lu Kungsu stifled a laugh. "Your boss must praise you as a good employee." Cheng Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. He doesn't care that much. Then she said seriously, "Xiaosu, really no more requests. If you want to hear it, I'll sing it for you when we get back." Lu Kungsu looked at her. "Is it a song only for me?" "Yes." Cheng Xiaoyan elongated the last word, and then stood up, returning to the small stage. At midnight, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually quieted down, leaving only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. Cheng Xiaoyan finished her work for the evening. As she was packing her guitar and preparing to strap it to her back, a large hand suddenly reached over and snatched it away. "They'll carry it." Lu Kungsu's voice rang out. Cheng Xiaoyan lifted her gaze to look at the tall, handsome man before her and said softly, "It's just a guitar, I can carry it myself." Lu Kungsu paid no heed to her words and naturally took her hand, saying, "I'd rather carry you than this guitar." Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red. Embarrassed, she turned her head away, no longer looking at Lu Kungsu, and urged, all right, it's so late, let's hurry up and go." With that, she pulled Lu Kungsu and walked briskly towards the door. As soon as they stepped out of the little bar, they spotted a cute little tabby cat squatting on the steps, leisurely licking its paws. When it noticed Lu Kungsu coming out, it immediately stopped grooming and excitedly scampered over, joyfully rubbing against his pant leg. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but curiously ask, "It really likes you? How did you manage that?" Lu Kungsu pondered for a moment. "Maybe because I bought it some ham sausage last time." The little tabby cat with its white paws continued to nuzzle Lu Kungsu's pant leg while looking up at him and meowing. Lu Kungsu shrugged. I get it. He walked over to a nearby convenience store and bought some ham sausage. Lu Kungsu unwrapped the sausage and broke it into small pieces, placing them on the ground. The white-pawed tabby cat immediately rushed over and happily began to eat. Taking advantage of the cat's munching, Lu Kungsu quickly took Cheng Xiaoyan's hand and slipped away. The Audi A6L arrived in Tianhu City. After parking, Cheng Xiaoyan unbuckled her seatbelt, saying, "I'm here, Xiaosu, you should get some rest soon too." On the other side, Lu Kungsu also unbuckled his seatbelt and turned off the engine, saying, "I'll walk you to the door." Lu Kungsu accompanied Cheng Xiaoyan to her front door. As Cheng Xiaoyan stood at the door and was about to open it, she was suddenly yanked hard by a strong force and found herself instantly falling into a warm embrace. Caught off guard, she instinctively began to gently struggle. Lu Kungsu's deep voice echoed in her ear, "Just let me hold you for a moment." Accompanying his words was his warm breath softly brushing against Cheng Xiaoyan's ear. She quieted down, allowing him to hold her. At that moment, the door to the house suddenly swung open. Hearing the sound, Cheng Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat as she quickly stepped out of Lu Kungsu's embrace and hurriedly smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothing. Xianxing poked her beautiful face out from inside the door. Upon seeing the two at the entrance, her gaze landed first on Lu Kungsu. Before her stood a tall and slender man, handsome and exuding a bright sunny aura. Xianxing's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with excitement, as she unconsciously took a step forward. Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly reached out to push Xianxing back inside, while raising her other hand to wave goodbye. Seeing this, Lu Kungsu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he waved back at her in farewell, and then turned to leave without lingering. Once Lu Kungsu's figure disappeared from sight, Cheng Xiaoyan closed the door and walked into the house. As soon as she entered, Xianxing hugged Cheng Xiaoyan's arm tightly like an octopus and eagerly asked, "Oh my, how come another handsome guy sent you back? Quick, tell me, who is that handsome guy?" This familiar question and scene made Cheng Xiaoyan helplessly rub her forehead. "He's the fake boyfriend I mentioned to you before." Cheng Xiaoyan paused. She suddenly remembered Lu Kungsu's confession to her in the evening glow. He was no longer a fake boyfriend. Lost in thought, two rosy clouds appeared on her cheeks, making her look charmingly beautiful. Xianxing soon noticed Cheng Xiaoyan's unusualness and squinted her eyes, smirking. "Oh ho, you have something going on." As Xianxing spoke, she pulled Cheng Xiaoyan to the sofa and sat closely beside her, eagerly asking, "Come on, tell me, did you two get together?" Cheng Xiaoyan buried herself into the sofa, her fair and slender fingers curling a strand of hair that had fallen onto her shoulder, unconsciously twirling it around. After a long while, she finally whispered, "He confessed to me." Xianxing's gossip spirit flared up, and then, "Did you agree to him?" Before Cheng Xiaoyan could respond, Xianxing suddenly made a pause gesture and continued to speak to herself. "Oh no, don't rush to tell me the answer. Let me guess." Xianxing blinked her big eyes, her mind racing as she analyzed. "You must have feelings for him, which is why you agreed to pretend to be a couple. And after he confessed to you, he could still walk you to your door, so you must have agreed, because if you hadn't, you would have come back." After saying this, Xianxing exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Yun, am I right?" It seemed Xianxing's reasoning was not entirely off. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly nodded. Although she hadn't explicitly agreed to Lu Keng's confession, it was undoubtedly implied. Hey, remember what I said? Xian Qing became proud. With your beauty, how could any man not be attracted to you? That man must have been interested in you for a long time. It must have all started from pretending to be a couple. Oh, don't all pretend couples end up falling for each other. Then Xian Qing sighed. Your suitors must be heartbroken today. Poor little Shu Jun, he probably has no but then again it's not entirely over, they'll just have to wait for you two to break up. Xian Qing, full of excitement, laughed as she spoke. Hearing the words break up, Cheng Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat. She stopped twirling her hair, letting it fall down her shoulder. Cheng Xiaoyan was momentarily lost in thought. She remembered Lu Kengsu, and being beside him made her feel at ease. She didn't know what kind of feeling this was, but she knew she didn't want to lose him. Speaking of breakups, Xian Qing was curious. Baby, how long did your previous relationships last? Cheng Xiaoyan replied softly, I've never dated. Huh, you little white flower have never been picked. Xian Qing was shocked. So you're a first love? First love? How beautiful a term it is. Innocent yet passionate. Xian Qing leaned close to Cheng Xiaoyan's ear and whispered mysteriously, since first love is so important, should I help you test him to see if he truly likes you? Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her eyes and gently shook her head. No need, I trust him. Morning. Cheng Xiaoyan had classes, so she got up early. After preparing breakfast for both of them, she went to wake. While Xian Qing was groggily brushing her teeth in the bathroom, Cheng Xiaoyan had already finished her breakfast, packed her bag, and was ready to head out. Suddenly, Xian Qing remembered something, hurriedly spat out the mouthwash, and called out to Cheng Xiaoyan, who was about to leave. Wait, darling, I have something for you. Xian Qing wiped the leftover toothpaste from the corner of her mouth with a towel and ran back to her room. Cheng Xiaoyan was puzzled about what she was up to, so she waited for her in the living room. Before long, Xian Qing came out with an exquisite lipstick. She handed it to Cheng Xiaoyan and said, Here, this is to celebrate your newfound singlehood. Although Cheng Xiaoyan didn't understand much about lipstick, she recognized the brand Givenchy, which suggested it must be. She shook her head and refused, saying, No thanks, Xian Qing. You know I don't usually wear makeup. Xian Qing waved her hand dismissively. This lipstick is something I can't use anymore. Its color is a bit light, more suitable for a natural look. You know me, I always go out fully made up. Just don't mind that I've used it before. Saying this, Xian Qing opened the lipstick and directly applied it onto Cheng Xiaoyan's lips. See, now that you have a boyfriend, even if you go out barefaced, you still need lipstick to charm him. Charm him. Charm. Xiaosu. Cheng Xiaoyan felt her heart race. Xian Qing quickly finished applying it. She pulled Cheng Xiaoyan to the mirror and, satisfied, said, My Yin beauty, you look stunning. Your lovely lips make me want to taste them. Actually, Cheng Xiaoyan was no stranger to lipstick. Occasionally during commercial shoots, the makeup artist only applied lipstick without any other makeup. However, she had never worn lipstick out in public before, except for that one time. During her first commercial shoot after receiving her payment, she happily treated Lu Kengsu to hot pot, only to have him notice she was wearing lipstick. At that time, her mindset had not completely shifted, and she felt very embarrassed to be recognized by someone she knew. Therefore, after every shoot, she made sure to wipe off the lipstick. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed at herself in the mirror. The beauty in the reflection had slightly parted red lips, looking alluring. She lightly pressed her lips together. It's just a bit of lipstick, what's the harm? Xian Qing, Thank you, she accepted the lipstick. Xian Qing smiled and waved her hand, saying, You make me breakfast every day, our mere lipstick is nothing, plus it's not even brand new. Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan nodded gratefully. She couldn't help but glance at the mirror a couple more times before finally leaving with her bag. As she stepped downstairs, she saw Lu Kengsu waiting for her below. He stood tall and looked particularly radiant under the sunlight. As soon as Lu Kengsu saw Cheng Xiaoyan, he rushed forward to take her hand. Let's go, Yun. They arrived at the classroom. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang were already there, sitting and chatting. Lu Kengsu and Cheng Xiaoyan sat down next to them. Lu Kengsu pretended to cough a couple of times, successfully attracting their attention. Then he looked at Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang seriously and said, I must clarify once again with you two sons that my relationship with you is merely that of father and son, absolutely nothing more. Shi Fangzhou scoffed, Get lost. We don't believe you unless Xiaoyan can prove it. Yang Guang chimed in, saying, Lu Kengsu held Cheng Xiaoyan's hand and gently squeezed it twice, saying, Then you tell them. Cheng Xiaoyan shot Lu Kengsu a glance and explained, He's not bent, he's perfectly normal. You guys misunderstood, I can prove it. Oh. Upon hearing this, Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang simultaneously elongated their tones, their expressions turning ambiguous. Shi Fangzhou narrowed his eyes and said, Last night old Lu didn't return to the dorm to sleep, did you too? Yang Guang was even more direct. Hey Xiaoyan, how's old Liu's body? Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit speechless and was about to explain. But Lu Kengsu cut in, My body is great, right dear? He said this while gently scratching her palm with his finger. Cheng Xiaoyan firmly grabbed his wandering finger and shot him a fierce glare. However, on the surface, she didn't want to spoil Lu Kengsu's game, so she gritted her teeth and replied, Yes, I'm doing well. Yang Guang reached out and playfully locked Lu Kangsu's neck, laughing. "Old Lu, you're something else." The group chuckled until the teacher entered the classroom, at which point Yang Guang released Lu Kangsu. After the class ended, it was already noon. The four of them went to the cafeteria together. All the while Lu Kangsu held Cheng Xiaoyan's hand, being all lovey-dovey. Yang Guang, walking behind, suddenly felt a bit sour, and as a single dog complained, "Hey old Sher, look at them now, they don't resemble how they used to be at all. Why do I feel like they only look like they're in the honeymoon phase now?" "Right?" Shi Fangzhou responded curiously. "I always felt their relationship seemed more like friends than a couple. So when you said he was bent, I almost believed it for a moment." "Haha, but now it's good our crisis of the back door has been resolved." Yang Guang laughed, and Shi Fangzhou nodded, and Cheng Xiaoyan and Lu Kangsu walked ahead. Cheng Xiaoyan asked him, "They said you didn't go back to the dorm last night. Where were you messing around?" Lu Kangsu glanced down at her, his lips curling into a teasing smile. "Are you checking up on me so soon?" Cheng Xiaoyan turned her head away and said, "Who cares about you? Go wherever you want." Lu Kangsu still explained, "I went home to sleep. It was too late to return to the dorm, and I didn't want to disturb them." Cheng Xiaoyan lightly said, "Oh," appearing indifferent. They arrived at the cafeteria. Cheng Xiaoyan got her meal and found an empty seat to sit down. Soon after, Lu Kangsu also came over with his meal. 6 plates filled with meat dishes. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at her 2 plates of food, one with vegetables and the other a mix. The disparity in wealth was quite noticeable. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang also gathered their meals and sat down. Lu Kangsu placed the 6 plates of food between himself and Cheng Xiaoyan, gently saying, "Let's eat together." "Got it." Upon hearing this, Yang Guang immediately reached over with his chopsticks, attempting to snatch a chicken leg. Lu Kangsu swatted Yang Guang's chopsticks away with his own, saying, "Eat your own, don't steal mine. Why are you being so stingy? Didn't you want to bend us both before? Now you're telling people not to steal." After saying this, he mimicked the affectionate way Lu Kangsu and Cheng Xiaoyan interacted, wrapping his arm around Shi Fangzhou. Shi Fangzhou cooperated, pinching his voice to agree. "Yeah, before you called her little sweetie, now that there's a new girl you call her Lady Niu." Ignoring them, Lu Kangsu placed a chicken leg in Cheng Xiaoyan's bowl, saying, "Eat more, you're still growing." Cheng Xiaoyan looked at them, a smile on her lips. How wonderful it is, as if returning to the past. After having lunch, Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang discreetly left, not wanting to be a third wheel. In the afternoon, with no classes, Lu Kangsu held hands with Cheng Xiaoyan as they strolled around the campus. It was the afternoon with the warm winter sun and a gentle breeze. Lu Kangsu remained silent. Cheng Xiaoyan also did not speak. She was always the passive one. Before, Lu Kangsu confessed to her Cheng Xiaoyan could speak freely, but now being held by him, she found herself at a loss for words, merely keeping quiet. They walked for a while longer. Lu Kangsu turned to her and broke the silence, saying, "The color suits you very well, it's beautiful." Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback. What?" Lu Kangsu's gaze fell on her lips. "The lipstick." Cheng Xiaoyan noticed where he was looking and slightly lowered her head, softly replying, "Oh." Seeing her look down, Lu Kangsu withdrew his gaze from her lips, saying, "The last time I saw you wear lipstick was a few months ago on the day you treated me to hot pot." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Lu Kangsu said in a serious tone, "I have always been worried about you, that you might take on a bad part-time job." Cheng Xiaoyan looked at him, a smile on her lips. "What is a bad part-time job? You seem to know a lot. Care to elaborate?" Lu Kangsu replied earnestly, "I don't know, I'm quite innocent." Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glance, and then quietly said, "I previously took up a modeling job for women's business wear, and the lipstick was applied by the makeup artist. Don't worry, it's not some messy job." She used to find it embarrassing to talk about such things, but now she could express it naturally. Upon hearing this, Lu Kangsu stopped pulling Cheng Xiaoyan to sit on a bench by the roadside. With a serious look in his eyes, Lu Kangsu asked, "Yun, is the money you're earning from your part-time job enough for your living expenses?" Cheng Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, thought for a moment, and finally nodded gently, "It's enough." Lu Kangsu spoke earnestly, "Then you should take on fewer part-time jobs, okay? You should invest more time and energy into your graduate studies. Once you get into Ning University for your master's, I will cover your living expenses for these 2 years. At that time, I will also help you apply for a scholarship. You really don't need to make yourself so tired. With me around, you will." Cheng Xiaoyan lifted her head and looked up at the sky. She didn't want to tell Lu Kangsu about her debts. She knew that while Lu Kangsu's living expenses were considerable, they were merely a drop in the bucket compared to her $1 million debt, and there was no need to trouble him further. What financial resources could a student like Lu Kangsu have? Even if his family had savings, it wasn't his money. His elders were government employees, and financial matters were always very sensitive. It was a red line that should not be crossed. He could handle many things, but money was not one of them. If Cheng Xiaoyan were to tell Lu Kangsu that she needed to pay off debts, she believed he would surely find a way to help her. However, what could a student like Lu Kangsu do to make money? At most, he could ask his family for money. Even if he managed to bring it up with them, it was uncertain whether they would agree, and Cheng Xiaoyan herself could never accept that. To pay off her family's debts with someone else's savings was unreasonable. From what Cheng Xiaoyan knew of Lu Kangsu, he wouldn't ask his family for this. However, he knew many people, and he would find his own ways. As for what methods Lu Kangsu would employ, Cheng Xiaoyan had no idea, but everything came at a cost. She didn't want him to take the wrong path. Cheng Xiaoyan gently leaned her head against his shoulder, her voice soft and gentle. I will think about it. Lu Kangsu, unable to see Cheng Xiaoyan's expression, thought she had taken it to heart, which made him feel a bit relieved. Feeling her head resting on his shoulder, Lu Kangsu slightly lowered his head, his nose brushing against the girl's smooth hair, a faint fragrance drifting into his nostrils. Yun, since you've done commercial wear modeling, you must have worn a dress, right? Lu Kangsu's tone was filled with unhidden anticipation. Cheng Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, then gently replied him. Lu Kangsu became excited. I want to see what you look like. Although Cheng Xiaoyan had modeled various dresses, she personally owned not a single dress. She hesitated for a moment, saying, but I don't have any dresses. Lu Kangsu suddenly took her hand and pulled her up from the bench. Cheng Xiaoyan was led forward, and the tall boy turned his head back. The sunlight was just right, just like his smile directed at her. How can you not have a dress? Let's go buy one right now. At the mall, Cheng Xiaoyan was taken into a light luxury women's clothing store by Lu Kangsu. She casually looked at the price tags of several clothes which were so expensive, with prices all starting from 7 to 800 yuan, and many were priced in the thousands. Thus Cheng Xiaoyan became hesitant, gently tugging at Lu Kangsu's clothes, whispering, Xiao Su, let's go. It's too. Lu Kangsu smiled nonchalantly. It's fine, their prices are inflated. They actually have discounts. Cheng Xiaoyan still felt it was too expensive. Let's change to another store. I think clothes in the 100 yuan range are quite good. Lu Kangsu leaned closer to her ear. This store is opened by a designer himself. He used to design for high-end brands, so the price is worth it. Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed slightly. You seem to know a lot. Did you often bring other girls here to buy clothes? Lu Kangsu hurriedly waved his hands. I really haven't. Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a skeptical glance. Lu Kangsu sighed and spoke seriously. I've had meals and drinks with others, but I've never bought gifts. Gifts represent feelings, and feelings shouldn't be given casually. Cheng Xiaoyan huffed, lightly considering him off the hook. In her impression, Lu Kangsu had never given gifts to girls, nor had he even used a couple's avatar that cost nothing. Thinking about Lu Kangsu's past romantic entanglements, Cheng Xiaoyan felt inexplicably a bit angry. Fine, this guy had passed through a myriad of flowers while she was his precious first love. Just thinking about it made her feel a bit unbalanced. What was wrong with buying him a piece of clothing? Humph. Therefore Cheng Xiaoyan let go and focused on selecting clothes. Cheng Xiaoyan had done a lot of commercial wear modeling, and without realizing it, she had developed a sense of aesthetics. She chose a relatively inexpensive brown long skirt instead of an expensive suit dress. Holding the long skirt, Cheng Xiaoyan stood in front of the mirror to compare, then turned to Lu Kangsu and asked, how about that? Lu Kangsu also nodded with satisfaction. It looks good. You really have an eye for picking. Cheng Xiaoyan's lips curved into a smile, her voice sweetly soft. Shall I change it for you to see? Her words felt like a delightful little cat gently scratching at his heart. Ah, okay, sure, Lu Kangsu replied somewhat. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and selected 2 more pieces to match as tops. Lu Kangsu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, watching her gracefully turn and walk into the fitting room. Even this brief moment felt exceptionally long. Before long, Cheng Xiaoyan walked out of the fitting room. She wore a white cardigan sweater on top, its soft texture making her look even more gentle and charming. Beneath it, she had paired it with a women's shirt tied with a small bow at the collar, adding a touch of elegance and playfulness. On the bottom, she wore a brown long skirt that swayed gracefully with her steps. The whole look exuded a vintage and artistic vibe, gentle and intellectual with a hint of scholarly charm. She was already stunningly beautiful, and this outfit accentuated her grace perfectly. Lu Kangsu stared blankly at the enchanting figure before him, his eyes fixated on Cheng Xiaoyan, as if the entire world had shrunk to just her. Seeing Lu Kangsu in such a daze, Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle softly, raising her delicate hand to wave in front of him. How does it look? Lu Kangsu snapped back to reality. It's extremely beautiful. Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes curved into crescent shapes. I think so too. After saying this, she began to admire herself in the mirror. Lu Kangsu stood quietly beside her, his gaze tenderly focused on her reflection, lost in admiration. In that moment, Lu Kangsu realized that his Yun had become a woman both in body and heart. At checkout, Cheng Xiaoyan had intended to purchase only the midi-length skirt, yet Lu Kangsu insisted on buying both coordinating tops as well. In the end, the 3 garments, despite discounts and wave change, cost Lu Kangsu 2,000 yuan. Cheng Xiaoyan held the shopping bag, tilting her head slightly, her lips gently caught between her teeth. Though the money wasn't her own, she still winced inwardly on his behalf. Lu Kangsu naturally took the bag from her hands and carried it for her. What's on your mind? I still don't think it was worth it, she murmured under her breath. If we'd searched online for similar styles, we could have saved. You won't find this level of craftsmanship or design online, Lu Kangsu replied with a light laugh, reaching out to ruffle her smooth dark hair. Their pieces, with a luxury brand's logo, would fetch 10 times the price. So stop fretting over it. Stop messing up my hair. Cheng Xiaoyan swatted his hand away from her head and huffed as she smoothed her disheveled strands, finally dropping the subject of price. So what do we do next? The Lunar New Year is approaching, and I need to select a meaningful gift for my grandfather. Would you accompany me while I browse? Sure. How much are you planning to spend? 30,000 yuan. Wait, what? Seriously? Cheng Xiaoyan nearly choked on her own saliva at the figure. Are you secretly a wealthy second-generation heir? Since when did I not know that about you? Not at all. I'm actually quite ordinary. That sum represents every cent I have in liquid assets outside of investments and financial instruments. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned. No one spends that much on an elder's gift. It's unnecessary, isn't it? True enough. In past years I simply presented my academic transcript. But this year is different. I must discuss something important with my grandfather, so formality matters. His grades truly were exceptional. No wonder he'd secured direct admission to graduate studies. A rare blend of brilliance and effortless charm, he was undeniably gifted. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a twinge of envy and retorted dryly, "What exactly are you planning to discuss?" "You'll find out soon enough," Lu Kongsu said, gazing at her with quiet intensity. She gave a soft, skeptical hum. How mysterious. Though curious, she sensed he had no intention of revealing more, and let the matter rest. As they strolled onward, they passed an elegant gift boutique. Cheng Xiaoyan paused and lightly tugged Lu Kongsu's arm. "Xiaosu, I once worked part-time here." He regarded her with amused interest. "As cashier?" "No, I greeted guests at the entrance." She picked up a plush toy had displayed by the door, perched it atop her head, and flashed him a playful wink, tilting her chin upward. "Like this, cute, right?" Her smile was radiant, her charm utterly beguiling. Lu Kongsu pinched her rosy cheek gently. "Absolutely adorable. I'd love to take you home with me." "I'm quite expensive. You'll need to earn well first," she teased, returning the plush hat to its place. "I will," he replied simply. They continued their stroll until reaching the mall's central atrium, where luxury brands clustered densely, and Lu Kongsu led her into an artisanal craft shop. Sculptures and decorative objects filled the space, each piece exquisitely wrought. While Lu Kongsu browsed casually, Cheng Xiaoyan's gaze lingered on a jade hair comb. When Lu Kongsu mentioned selecting a gift for his grandfather, her thoughts had drifted to her own grandmother, a woman who cherished combs. She studied the comb through the glass display case. Lu Kongsu leaned in beside her. "Do you like this comb?" "Not me. I'm thinking of my grandmother. She adores combs, so I wondered whether I should pick something for her too. Then I'll ask the attendant to bring it out for you to examine." He raised his arm, preparing to signal the staff. "No need, Xiaosu. The items here are far too costly. It's really not necessary." "Well, if it isn't, my dear uncle." They turned toward the voice to see a middle-aged man dressed head-to-toe in designer labels striding toward them, followed closely by a stunning woman laden with shopping bags. Lu Kongsu's brow furrowed faintly. He offered only a curt, formal nod in greeting. Undeterred by the cool reception, the man pressed forward warmly. "Uncle, what an incredible coincidence. Are you shopping for gifts?" Given that most patrons visiting such a boutique sought presents, his assumption was perfectly reasonable. "Yes." Unfazed by Lu Kongsu's aloof tone, the man burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, you're just as laconic as ever, uncle." He then shifted his attention to Cheng Xiaoyan, standing quietly beside Lu Kongsu, his face breaking into an effusive smile. "And this must be Auntie. Auntie, it's an honor. My name is Lu Zhihong." Lu Zhihong extended a high-end gold-embossed business card with both hands. Cheng Xiaoyan accepted it graciously. Glancing down, she read Ziyuan Industrial Trading Group, Chairman Lu Zhihong. Ziyuan was a renowned enterprise across Ningjiang City. Cheng Xiaoyan recognized the name instantly. Lifting her eyes, she offered a poised, sincere smile. "Mr. Lu, pleased to meet you. The pleasure is entirely mine. Please don't stand on ceremony. After all, we're family." Being addressed as Auntie for the first time, by someone nearly twice her age, felt profoundly strange. Instinctively, she glanced up at Lu Kongsu beside her. His expression remained serene as he remarked evenly, "Mr. Lu, please excuse us. We'll continue our browsing." He turned to leave, only for Lu Zhihong to raise his voice sharply. "Uncle, you're surely choosing a gift for grandfather. I suspect these pieces may not suit his tastes." Lu Kongsu paused mid-step. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Zhihong knew his intuition had struck true. From the moment he spotted Lu Kongsu, Lu Zhihong's mind had raced, calculating how best to deepen their connection. The woman at his side, holding a boutique shopping bag, could only be his girlfriend. This boutique specialized in refined classical artifacts, not the sort young women typically purchased as purses. Within vast Ningjiang City, then only a senior family elder could warrant such a substantial present from Lu Kongsu. A confident smile flickered across Lu Zhihong's face as he stepped forward. "Uncle is still relatively young. I am, after all, several years your senior, and perhaps I might offer some guidance." Lu Kongsu turned fully to face him, gesturing silently for him to continue. Lu Zhihong spoke with practiced fluency. "At grandfather's age and stature, stability is paramount. Would you agree, uncle?" Lu Kongsu gave a slight, thoughtful nod. "For stability, I have an excellent suggestion." Without hesitation, Lu Zhihong declared Shoshan stone, symbolizing both unshakable steadfastness and longevity beyond measure. Lu Kongsu paused, then offered Lu Zhihong a rare, genuine smile. "Thank you, mister." Lu, your recommendation is invaluable. Shoshan stone was indeed the perfect choice, an astute judgment from a seasoned connoisseur. Seizing the momentum, Lu Zhihong added swiftly, such antique stones cannot be found in malls, and acquiring them demands deep expertise. Fortunately, I possess some familiarity, and would be honored to guide you personally. Lu Kengsu saw no harm in accompanying him, yet hesitated, glancing down at Cheng Xiaoyan beside him. Lu Zhihong, ever perceptive, seized the cue. He gestured toward the elegant woman beside him. This is Xiao Wu from my company. She'd be delighted to accompany Annie while you gentlemen attend to your affairs. Next door, Louis Vuitton has just launched new arrivals, perfect for ladies browsing. With a discreet motion, he slipped a black credit card into Xiao Wu's palm and whispered, purchase whatever she admired. Xiao Wu instantly grasped his meaning. Beaming, she linked arms with Cheng Xiaoyan and chimed, why don't the gentlemen handle their business, and we ladies enjoy ours? Cheng Xiaoyan understood at once. Mr. Lu, sensing Lu Kengsu's growing openness, was deploying charm and generosity to keep her occupied and prevent her from drawing him away. She dared not accept Lu Zhihong's offerings, fearing complications for Lu Kengsu. With effortless grace, she withdrew her arm from Xiao Wu's hold and turned to Lu Kengsu. If you wish to go, I'll... Very well. Lu Kengsu nodded. Lu Zhihong, watching events unfold, smoothly smiled broadly. Then let's be off. Afterward, Lu Zhixing instructed the beautiful woman named Xiao Wu to return on her own. Lu Tsunju was about to drive his own car when Lu Zhixing stopped him, saying, "I'll drive. I know the way, it will be more convenient." Lu Zhixing could not let Lu Tsunju drive. If Lu Tsunju sat in the front and drove, his girlfriend would definitely sit in the passenger seat. If he sat in the back as the boss, wouldn't he end up looking like a lord? Seeing this, Lu Tsunju didn't insist. Thus the three of them arrived at the mall, where Lu Zhixing's Bentley was parked in its designated spot at the entrance. Lu Zhixing courteously opened the back door for Lu Tsunju. After Lu Tsunju and Cheng Xiaoyan got into the car, he closed the door. Taking advantage of the moment, Cheng Xiaoyan leaned over to Lu Kengsu's ear and whispered, "Is this Director Lu really your relative?" Lu Tsunju leaned closer to Cheng Xiaoyan's ear and softly replied, "A very distant relative. During a family gathering one year, we figured out our generations, and to my surprise, I ended up being his uncle." As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Cheng Xiaoyan's ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. At that moment, Lu Zhixing got into the car from the driver's seat, and Cheng Xiaoyan could only shoot Lu Tsunju a glare without saying a word. Lu Zhixing started the vehicle and asked while driving, "Little uncle, what budget are you planning to use?" Lu Tsunju replied, 30,000. Lu Zhixing responded, "Is your 30,000 to be used as 30,000 or 300,000? Lu Tsunju chuckled, "What is my 30,000 not the same purchasing power as others' 30,000? Lu Zhixing laughed, "It can be different depending on your perspective." Lu Tsunju replied seriously, 30,000 is just 30,000. Lu Zhixing acknowledged, "Got it, understood." Cheng Xiaoyan, confused, quietly asked Lu Tsunju, "How can 30,000 act like 300,000? Can you teach me too?" Lu Tsunju whispered in her ear, "Sell genuine antiques at the price of replicas, and you can make 30,000 act like 300,000. In some cases, you can buy something worth millions for just a few hundred." Cheng Xiaoyan understood. The purchasing power of currency depends on the energy of the currency holder. Suddenly worried, she softly said, "You haven't bought any, have you?" Lu Tsunju murmured softly in her ear, "Guess." Lu Kengsu's face was close to her ear, and his warm breath gently brushed against her skin. At that moment, the car passed over a speed bump, causing it to jolt slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he gently pecked her earlobe. Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him, unable to act out because there were others in the car. Lu Zhixing focused on driving, pretending not to see the behavior of the two in the back. Half an hour later, the Bentley parked in front of a quaint stone shop. The three of them got out and walked into the store, where the owner greeted them enthusiastically. The owner of the stone shop was named Huang and was clearly an old acquaintance of Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing introduced Lu Tsunju as his little uncle, and Huang immediately understood, his smile growing even brighter and his attitude becoming more enthusiastic. Once the purpose was clarified, Huang carefully took out a block of Tianhuang Shoshan stone known for its warm hue and unique patterns and eagerly showcased it to Lu Tsunju, hoping to sell it for 30,000. However, when Lu Tsunju saw the stone, his previously calm expression darkened instantly, and he turned to leave. Cheng Xiaoyan, not understanding what had happened, followed him out. Seeing the situation go south, Lu Zhixing blocked Lu Tsunju while scolding Huang. "Old Huang, who do you think you're fooling? Everyone knows Tianhuang stone is priced by the gram. This piece must be worth over 1 million. I'm confused. My eyesight is poor, I picked the wrong stone." Huang repeatedly apologized, quickly putting away the Tianhuang stone. "Young Master Lu, please wait a moment, I'll get another piece." After saying this, Huang hurriedly turned to get another stone. I made a mistake. Old Huang has gone to get a new one. Little uncle, please take a look again." Then Lu Zhixing said all the right things to finally keep Lu Tsunju there. Lu Tsunju stared intently at Lu Zhixing. "Director Lu, let's not play these games, otherwise don't let me see you again." Lu Zhixing apologized, saying, Old Huang has been having eye problems lately and truly picked the wrong one. This time he'll pay close attention and look carefully. Lu Tsunju nodded expressionlessly before sitting back down. Lu Zhixing sighed in relief, finally avoiding a disaster. He didn't know whether Lu Kunzu's words in the car were genuine refusals or false pleasantries, but it seemed like they were genuinely refusals. While Huang was getting the new stone, Cheng Xiaoyan casually looked around the shop and soon spotted a jade comb that was similar to one she had seen at a craft store. She glanced at the price tag, 2,680 yuan. Although still expensive, it was cheaper than the one at the... At this time, Huang came out holding a Shoshan stone seal, beaming as he introduced it to Lu Tsunju. Young Master Lu, please take a look. This seal is carved from Gaoshan stone. Although Gaoshan stone is relatively inexpensive among Shoshan stones, this one excels in craftsmanship and is a masterpiece by a master artisan. After saying this, Huang handed the seal to Lu Tsunju. Lu Tsunju took it and examined it closely for a while before asking, What's the price? Make it realistic. Huang glanced at Lu Zhixing, who slightly shook his head. Huang understood and said, Honestly, this seal is priced at 32,000 for regular customers. We offer a 30% discount, so it would be 22,000 for you. Worried that Lu Tsunju might not believe him, Huang added, I have previous sales records here. I assure you this is the price, and I am not trying to sell it to you cheaply. Lu Tsunju remained non-committal, placing the seal on the table and walking over to Cheng Xiaoyan. Lu Zhixing and Huang's gazes followed him closely. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at Lu Tsunju in confusion. Lu Tsunju smiled at her, then pointed to the jade comb on the counter and turned to Huang, saying, Boss Huang, if I buy your stone, can I get a jade comb for free? Huang was overjoyed. Of course, that would be fantastic. Cheng Xiaoyan gently tugged at his sleeve, and Lu Tsunju held her hand softly, saying, It's fine. After buying the items, Lu Tsunju did not linger and left the stone shop. Since Lu Kunzu's car was parked in the mall, Lu Zhixing drove them back to the mall. At parting, Lu Tsunju once again politely declined Lu Zhixing's invitation to dinner. Seeing that he could not persuade Lu Tsunju, Lu Zhixing had no choice but to take his leave. After Lu Zhixing left, Lu Tsunju handed a delicate wooden box to Cheng Xiaoyan, which contained the jade comb. Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated and said, Isn't it inappropriate to take this for free? Lu Tsunju smiled. There's no such thing as something for nothing in this world. Taking this comb means I owe him a favor today, which I will need to repay in the future. Cheng Xiaoyan, curious, asked, How will you repay? Lu Tsunju replied, What Lu Zhixing wants is simply for me to mention his name when I give gifts to Grandpa. As for me, I only took this comb. You should know he originally wanted to gift that piece worth over 1 million. He's making a profit here. Cheng Xiaoyan pouted, so convoluted. Isn't that tiring? Lu Tsunju replied, The warmth of strangers is all part of human relations. As he spoke, Lu Tsunju pressed the wooden box into Cheng Xiaoyan's hand. It's yours now. Cheng Xiaoyan held the wooden box and looked up at him. What do you want me to repay you with? Lu Tsunju also looked down at her, his gaze revealing a hint of danger. He slowly leaned down. Cheng Xiaoyan stared at him, her heart racing. Finally, he placed a kiss on her forehead. In Zhushan Prefecture at the Shun residence, Shun Weiliang had just begun to write 2 questions when he felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing weakly onto the table. With a pen clamped in his mouth, he mumbled indistinctly, I don't want to do this anymore, it's so exhausting. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Without saying a word, she reached over and snatched the pen from his mouth, then lifted the ruler in her hand and lightly tapped his hand with it a few times, saying, Sit up straight, you must have the posture of sitting. Shun Weiliang straightened up, but still mumbled under his breath, Why do you sound just like my teacher? Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glare and replied irritably, I am your teacher now. Shun Weiliang grinned and said, Are you really planning to be a teacher in the future? Cheng Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him and sighed helplessly. I can't even manage to teach one student like you. How could I be a teacher? She adjusted her tone and continued, Shun Weiliang, the final exams are coming up soon. Do you know that? Shun Weiliang replied casually, Yes, so what? Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Cheng Xiaoyan became a bit anxious and raised her voice to ask, Do you know what will happen if you fail the final exam again? To her surprise, Shun Weiliang still looked indifferent, shrugging as he answered, What could happen? If I fail, I just fail, or at worst, I'll get scolded. Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her head slightly and spoke in a voice so soft that only she could hear, I will leave. Although her voice was small, Shun Weiliang heard her. He was taken aback for a moment, a puzzled expression on his face as he raised his voice to ask, Why do you want to leave? Are you not going to teach me anymore? Cheng Xiaoyan looked up and slowly replied, Whether I stay or leave doesn't solely depend on my own wishes, it actually depends more on you. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. After hearing this, Shun Weiliang immediately patted his chest and assured her, You can rest assured, I will never let you leave. But Cheng Xiaoyan merely gave him a flat look and complained, Oh, you really are such a blockhead. Being your tutor is exhausting. I think I should just leave now, she said, resting her forehead on her hand. Shun Weiliang looked bewildered. Don't go, at least clarify what you mean. Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice but to patiently explain, Your final exam results affect my KPI. If you fail, then my KPI will fail too, and your mother will fire me. Do you understand now? Shin Weiliang fell silent for a moment, seemingly realizing the seriousness of the problem. He responded solemnly, I understand now. Shin Weiliang picked up the pen and began to work on the problems again. 2 hours later, Shin Weiliang threw the pen aside and collapsed onto the bed like a deflated ball, limbs sprawled out in a big shape, mumbling, Oh man, 2 whole hours, this is so tiring. Let's take a break. Usually by this time class is already over and we would be resting. Ever since that time Cheng Xiaoyan helped Shin Weiliang cosplay, the duration of each class had changed from 2 hours to 3 hours. The concentration of a person has its limits, so learning should involve a balance of work and rest. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, saying, Let's take a 10-minute break then. After saying this, she elegantly stood up, stretched her somewhat stiff muscles, and began to admire the models in Shin Weiliang's room. When she spotted the white and red fox mask, she couldn't help but tease, Shin Weiliang, how's your romantic life? Hearing this, Shin Weiliang appeared momentarily confused as he slowly uttered, huh? He then asked, looking bewildered, what romantic life? Seeing his expression, Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and pointed at the fox mask. Shin Weiliang frowned, finally realizing. He sprang up from the bed, shouting at Cheng Xiaoyan, I am not in a relationship. That's a lie. It's all a lie. I'm still a straight guy, okay? Cheng Xiaoyan remained unfazed, merely covering her mouth. Shin Weiliang was infuriated, his eyes darting as if he thought of a comeback, and he shouted, Oh, you're criticizing me, but I know all about you and my brother. Cheng Xiaoyan's smile instantly vanished as she retorted, Me and your brother. What do we have to do with each other? Shin Weiliang replied, The night my brother came over, I saw you get into his car. Cheng Xiaoyan's expression froze. Shin Weiliang noticed her demeanor and pressed on, You clearly know each other, yet you pretended not to know before. Why? Cheng Xiaoyan was at a loss for an explanation and replied vaguely, You never mentioned your brother's name, so how could I know that person was your brother? Naturally, I said I didn't know him back then. Shin Weiliang clearly had no intention of letting her off easily, and continued to question, So what's your relationship with my brother? Cheng Xiaoyan replied calmly, We're just ordinary alumni, he's a few years my senior, so he's my senior. However, Shin Weiliang's face was clearly skeptical as he pouted, Really? Is it really that simple? You two don't seem like just ordinary alumni to me. Be honest, are you two dating? Cheng Xiaoyan's face turned serious as she replied, No, I have a boyfriend. Wow, that's exciting. Shin Weiliang exclaimed, becoming even more thrilled. My brother is indeed a business genius, choosing the least costly way. Cheng Xiaoyan was left confused. Shin Weiliang pretended to be profound, saying, I only recently learned this principle from my master. Cheng Xiaoyan was bewildered, asking, What master? What principle have you learned? Shin Weiliang proudly declared, Girls with boyfriends are the best to pursue because you only have one competitor. After saying this, Shin Weiliang scrutinized Cheng Xiaoyan and smiled. Especially someone as stunning as you. If you have a boyfriend, it's an unknown battle. If you don't, it's like a free-for-all. Cheng Xiaoyan was left speechless for a moment before saying, You should focus on studying and not dwell on unnecessary matters. Shin Weiliang continued to laugh. What I'm saying is true. My brother, who hasn't contacted me in 800 years, suddenly reached out to ask about you a few days ago. He definitely likes you. Cheng Xiaoyan reiterated, I have a boyfriend, you're overthinking it. But Shin Weiliang was completely on another wavelength, excitedly saying, Well, it would be great if you could be my sister-in-law. Cheng Xiaoyan was left bewildered. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Cheng Xiaoyan pushed Shin Weiliang to the desk and said sternly, Your break time is over. I think you just need to read more comprehension exercises, otherwise how can you understand what others are saying? Hurry up and sit down to study. Tianhu City. The night was deep and all was silent. Cheng Xiaoyan lay quietly in bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, pondering the words spoken by Shin Weiliang. She could vaguely sense Shin Weijian's ulterior motives towards her. His gaze frequently fell on her, sometimes accompanied by unintentional physical contact, creating a subtle tension in their relationship. Had she not accepted Lu Chunx's confession, perhaps she could have continued to pretend to be oblivious, turning a blind. However, now that she had decided to hold Lu Chunx's hand, she should be single-minded and clarify her feelings. With this thought, Cheng Xiaoyan turned over and sat up, picking up her phone from the bedside and opening the green chat interface of WJ. She stared blankly at the empty dialog box, her finger hovering above the screen, pondering for a long time, but unable to type a single word. As time passed, she couldn't help but feel frustrated and angrily tossed her phone aside. Oh, they haven't clearly expressed anything. How should I even start? She muttered to herself. What if she typed out a bunch of messages only for the other party to respond with, I'm not interested in an average girl? The thought alone was unbearable. Oh, she would probably suffer social death even through the phone screen. Cheng Xiaoyan struggled with her thoughts for a while longer. Finally, she simply pulled the blanket over her head. Better to sleep first. The next morning, Cheng Xiaoyan sat at her desk, carefully calculating her income. Because her tutoring sessions had changed from 2 hours per class to 3 hours, this adjustment increased her monthly income by 4800 yuan. Coupled with other earnings, managing the monthly 2,000 yuan interest finally became less burdensome. At last she could breathe a sigh of relief. People truly are forced to grow up, she thought. Just half a year ago she never would have imagined earning a high salary before graduation. Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at the date on her phone. A winter break was approaching, which meant returning to her hometown, and that meant seeing her grandmother. Actually, her grandmother had tried to call her before, but she had evaded with various excuses, ultimately replying via. Cheng Xiaoyan had been avoiding this issue until the deadline loomed ever closer, and she could no longer escape. She had no choice but to face reality. However, she still needed to give her grandmother a heads-up to prepare her psychologically. For this, she specifically borrowed a voice-changing software from Shen Weiliang. The software was rather simple, just adjusting pitch and tone. For Cheng Xiaoyan, it sufficed to lower the pitch to mimic her previous voice without altering the tone. After several attempts with no issues, the effect was convincing enough to blur the line between real and fake. Once all preparations were complete, Cheng Xiaoyan tightly grasped her phone, but her gaze remained fixed on her grandmother's phone number on the screen, hesitant to dial. She placed the phone down, picked it up again, set it down, and then picked it up once more. After a long time, Cheng Xiaoyan took a deep breath and finally pressed the call button. She used her original phone number, which had never been cancelled and was still active, just so she could call her grandmother. Beep, beep, beep. Not long after, a slightly aged yet affectionate voice came through. Hello, Ayun. That voice was so familiar, so warm, and so intimate. It seemed to transcend time, carrying the marks of years and endless warmth, as if her grandmother were sitting at the door, gently waving at her. Just hearing that simple greeting made Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes well up with tears. Soon tears cascaded like streams from her eyes. Grandma, it's me. Cheng Xiaoyan struggled to steady her trembling voice, forcing out those 4 words from her. After saying that, she bit her lip tightly, afraid that if she spoke another word, she wouldn't be able to contain the flood of tears. Her grandmother didn't hear her speak and asked with concern, "How have you been lately? Are you eating on time? Do you have enough money?" Each of her grandmother's words of concern struck like heavy blows, directly breaking down her last defenses, and she could no longer hold back, crying out, "Grandma, I miss you. Grandma misses you too. If you miss home too much, come back soon. They'll cook for you. Okay. Okay. Don't cry, don't cry. You're a big person now, don't be shy. Grandma, Grandma. I'm here. Grandma, I've changed a bit. When I go back, I'll tell you all about it." "What happened? Are you sick? Don't hide it from Grandma." "No, Grandma, I'm perfectly fine. It's just that this matter is a bit complicated and I can't explain it clearly over the phone." "Then that's fine. Just come home and we can talk slowly. No matter what happens, Grandma is here for you." Okay. Grandma, wait for me to come back. Come back early. Grandma is waiting for you at home." Cheng Xiaoyan had just hung up the phone and wiped the tears from her cheeks when her phone rang again. Incoming call, Xiao Su. Cheng Xiaoyan took a deep breath, calming herself before answering the phone. "Hello, Xiao Su." On the other end, there was a brief silence before a voice came through. "Ayun, are you crying?" Despite Cheng Xiaoyan's efforts to compose herself, Lu Chuanxiu could still hear the unusual tone. "Wait, I'm coming to you." A few minutes later, Cheng Xiaoyan met Lu Chuanxiu downstairs. He stepped forward and embraced her. "What's wrong?" Lu Chuanxiu asked softly, gently rubbing his cheek against her hair. Cheng Xiaoyan's voice was soft as she slowly said, "I called Grandma." Lu Chuanxiu was somewhat surprised, looking down at her. "Did you tell Grandma everything?" As he spoke, he recalled her tears and asked with concern, "Could it be that Grandma couldn't accept it?" Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head gently. "I haven't dared to tell her yet." I used a voice changer to call her. After saying that, she nestled closer into Lu Chengxi's embrace, whispering, "Xiao Su, I'm so scared, I'm so scared." Lu Chuanxiu felt her slight trembling and gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When the vacation starts, he'll accompany you back to see Grandma. He'll return to Ningxiang before New Year's Eve." Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment, and then shook her head. "No need, Xiao Su. Some things I have to face alone." Afternoon. Lu Kengsu wanted to help Cheng Xiaoyan change her mood, so he took her to watch a movie. They were both enthusiasts of science fiction films, and coincidentally, a blockbuster titled Racing to the Moon was currently showing. The two decided to watch this movie. Thus, Lu Kengsu first bought 2 tickets for the couple seats, then got drinks and popcorn, and led the beauty into the theater. As the movie began, the lights in the screening room dimmed. After watching for a while, they discovered that although the movie was dressed in the guise of science fiction, it was essentially a cliched comedy. At the beginning of the film, Lu Kengsu could still hear Cheng Xiaoyan occasionally whispering her critiques of the plot. As the story progressed, Cheng Xiaoyan's critiques became fewer and fewer. By the time the film was halfway through, Lu Kengsu felt the lovely person next to him had already leaned onto his shoulder. The movie was incredibly boring, and out of sheer boredom, Lu Kengsu inadvertently glanced over at the couple seats beside them, where a pair of lovers were already engrossed in each other. Shameless. Lu Kengsu silently cursed. However, when he felt the warmth radiating from Cheng Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but swallow. Ayun, could she be thinking the same? He adjusted his breathing, then slowly extended his right hand, subtly moving it towards Cheng Xiaoyan. On the screen, the male lead playing a spy had infiltrated the enemy's moon base, and the scene began to grow tense. However, Lu Kangsu felt that his current tension was far greater. His right hand had transformed into a five-fingered spy stealthily exploring towards the enemy base. Before long, the five-fingered spy successfully climbed onto the high ground known as the thigh. Meanwhile, the spy in the movie had also located the enemy's classified office and was figuring out how to infiltrate. Lu Kangsu's breathing became somewhat hurried. Yin showed no reaction. He did that mean she agreed. Just as Lu Kangsu hesitated, he saw the male lead in the movie finally manage to open the door to the classified office. But while searching for something, he accidentally knocked over a cup, alerting the guards, and was now fleeing with his hands over his head. Lu Kangsu silently cursed the male lead for being foolish, and out of caution, he lowered his gaze to secretly observe Cheng Xiaoyan. To his surprise, the beauty had her eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly, and had actually fallen asleep. He adjusted his sitting position so that Cheng Xiaoyan could lean against him better. Then Lu Kangsu closed his eyes and let out a breath. Mission cancelled. Come back, five-fingered spy. Lu Kangsu obediently watched the second half of the movie while Cheng Xiaoyan sweetly slept through it. It wasn't until the movie ended that Lu Kangsu gently shook Cheng Xiaoyan's shoulder to wake her. Cheng Xiaoyan, still groggy, asked, is the movie over? Were there any exciting twists at the end? Did I miss any great scenes? Lu Kangsu patted her shoulder. Don't worry, based on your nap, sleeping was the right choice. After leaving the cinema, the two found a restaurant in the mall to have dinner. During the meal, Cheng Xiaoyan asked Lu Kangsu what happened in the second half of the movie. Lu Kangsu replied that the male lead was such a fool that he would get caught searching an office, otherwise he would have found the crucial information long ago. Cheng Xiaoyan agreed with him, saying if the male lead had been a bit more careful, if he hadn't knocked over the cup, he could have. Lu Kangsu sighed. Exactly, even if he got caught, he should have taken the crucial information and then fled so he wouldn't leave him. It really seems to be a bad movie. Yeah, a bad movie. After dinner, Lu Kangsu sent Cheng Xiaoyan to the Waki Tavern for her shift. Next week, she would be on vacation, and today was Cheng Xiaoyan's last performance of the year. In the tavern, she sang quietly on stage while he listened silently from the audience. She sang for an entire evening, and he listened for an entire evening. As the night grew late, Cheng Xiaoyan finished her shift. At the tavern's entrance, they spotted the little tabby cat with white gloves again. Upon seeing Lu Kangsu, the little tabby cat immediately ran over, excitedly, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Lu Kangsu instinctively walked over to the nearby convenience store and soon returned with a sausage. Cheng Xiaoyan laughed. This little guy really knows how to play you. Lu Kangsu unwrapped the sausage and placed it on the ground for the little tabby to eat, saying it's almost New Year's and many taverns will close for vacation. This street will soon be empty, and probably for a long time no one will feed this little guy. Do you think it will starve? Cheng Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. It will surely find its way to survive. Asking for food is one way, of foraging is another. It needs to walk on two legs to survive. Lu Kangsu remained somewhat worried. I hope so. Cheng Xiaoyan, noticing his concern, teased, then you should just adopt it. Lu Kangsu scratched his head. My mom is a bit allergic, and we really can't have a cat at home. Besides, I'm still living in the student dormitory, so that's even more impossible. Cheng Xiaoyan replied, that's true. Lu Kangsu thought for a moment and smiled at Cheng Xiaoyan, but your place could keep one. Your roommate has a dog and probably wouldn't mind having one more cat. He became increasingly excited. You can be in charge of cleaning the litter, and I'll buy the cat food. We'll raise it together. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at Lu Kangsu with raised eyebrows. Then whose cat is it? Lu Kangsu was puzzled. Whose cat? Of course it's ours. Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her gaze, her voice quiet. But if one day we were to part ways, then who would it belong to? The girl's voice seemed to float down from a distant sky. Lu Kangsu was taken aback and his heart began to panic. After a long pause, he hesitantly spoke. Yun, is it because of what happened in the cinema that upset you? Why would you ask that? Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head, showing a faint smile. No, just asking. After all, two people raising a pet together, and if they separate in the end, it's quite common for the pet to be left uncared for. As she spoke, she waved her hand, trying to ease the slightly tense atmosphere. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I was just joking you. I didn't really mean to say we should adopt one. Cheng Xiaoyan bit her lip, feeling regretful. Why did I even say that? She awkwardly turned to leave. At that moment, a strong arm suddenly reached around from behind, tightly embracing her. Don't go. Lu Kangsu held her tightly, as if trying to merge her into his body. Don't talk about parting, okay? He whispered softly in her ear. His voice was low but firm. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly extended her hand, gently stroking the back of Lu Kangsu's hand, softly replying okay. Lu Kangsu held her for a while longer before releasing her. Then he took Cheng Xiaoyan's hand and began to stroll. After walking for a bit, Cheng Xiaoyan asked, did you say something about the cinema that upset me? Did you do something while I was asleep? Lu Kangsu looked up at the sky. No, I didn't do anything. As time quietly slipped away, the winter vacation for Ning University began. Cheng Xiaoyan had already purchased her plane ticket to Jia City. She felt both nostalgia and trepidation for her hometown, but no matter what, she was determined to return home. Ningjiang Airport. Lu Kangsu accompanied Cheng Xiaoyan to complete the luggage check-in procedures and brought her to the security checkpoint. Holding her hand, Lu Kangsu looked at her with unhidden reluctance, saying, "Are you really sure you don't need me to accompany you back? I can still buy a ticket now?" Cheng Xiaoyan slightly lowered her gaze, gently shaking her head, as she softly replied, "Perhaps it's better for me to face this alone. Don't worry, I can handle it." "Okay." Lu Kangsu nodded with slight disappointment, and then reminded her, "Make sure to be safe on your own." Cheng Xiaoyan smiled, and responded, "I will." After chatting for a while longer, Cheng Xiaoyan noticed the time, and bid farewell to Lu Kangsu. She turned and walked towards the security checkpoint. However, just a few steps in, she felt a force pulling her back from behind. Cheng Xiaoyan turned in confusion to see Lu Kangsu standing there. His gaze seemed to burn with intensity. Lu Kangsu took a step forward, closing the distance between them. His eyes fixed on her, as if he wanted to engrave her entire being into his vision. After a moment, he slowly lowered his head and planted a light kiss on her smooth forehead. This kiss was like a feather brushing over the surface of a lake, creating a slight ripple. Then his breath gradually moved down from her forehead, approaching her delicate red lips. The warmth of his breath gently caressed her cheek. Cheng Xiaoyan felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She slightly turned her head away, evading the impending kiss. Thus Lu Kangsu halted. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Is it still not okay?" Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue, resembling the first bloom of peach blossoms in spring. She lowered her eyes and stammered, I am not ready yet." Lu Kangsu's deep eyes softened as he embraced her. "Remember to send me a message once the plane lands." "Okay." Lu Kangsu then watched as Cheng Xiaoyan passed through security, only turning away when her figure disappeared from sight. Cheng Xiaoyan sat in the waiting hall, awaiting her boarding call. After about half an hour, an announcement echoed, informing her that her flight was ready for boarding. Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan quickly stood up and hurried towards the boarding gate. Since she was carrying her beloved guitar, she needed to get in line as quickly as possible. She was worried that if she boarded too late, she might not find a suitable place to store her guitar. Her suitcase was checked in, but she couldn't bear to check her guitar, fearing it might get damaged along the way, so she had to carry. Unfortunately, despite having lined up early, when she found her seat, she discovered that the overhead compartments were already sparsely filled with luggage. Though there was still some space in the compartments, there was no way her guitar would fit. Cheng Xiaoyan felt frustrated. At that moment, a man who was already seated in front of her suddenly spoke, "Excuse me, is this your seat?" He pointed gently to the seat beside him. Cheng Xiaoyan looked down in response. The man was a young gentleman, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his sharp nose, impeccably dressed and exuding elegance. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded slightly. "Yes, it is." She felt that this man looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. Suddenly he stood up. Cheng Xiaoyan was unsure of his intentions, but out of politeness, she moved aside to make space. Then the man deftly rearranged the luggage in the overhead compartment and took down a backpack, placing it on his seat. After doing this, he turned to Cheng Xiaoyan with a smile. "Here, give me your bag, and I'll see if I can fit it in." Cheng Xiaoyan initially wanted to do it herself, but since the airplane aisle was narrow and putting it away would require bothering him, she thought for a moment and handed him the guitar bag, instead saying, "I really appreciate your help." The man smiled as he accepted the guitar bag, squeezed it into the overhead compartment, and fortunately, after a few adjustments, it fit perfectly. The man let out a breath of relief, a satisfied smile on his face. "Not bad, just right." "Thank you," Cheng Xiaoyan said, while pointing to the backpack he had put on his seat. "What about this one?" He took his backpack and placed it on a slightly higher overhead compartment, saying, "There, that works." Cheng Xiaoyan thanked him again. "I really appreciate it." The overhead compartments were communal, and if someone was willing to move their things, it was a kindness. If not, it was their right. Cheng Xiaoyan chose a window seat, and after expressing her gratitude to the man, she settled into her own seat. The man also took a seat next to her. After a while, he slowly asked, "Is there a guitar in your bag?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Yes, it's a guitar." The man said, "Girls who play the guitar are quite cool. I wanted to learn before, but unfortunately, I just didn't have the time." Cheng Xiaoyan responded, "Yes, it's quite a pity." The man asked, "Are you going to Jia City for fun?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "I'm from Jia City. This trip is to go home." The man smiled, "What a coincidence, I'm also from Jia City." Cheng Xiaoyan responded, "Yes, that is quite a coincidence." The man smiled gracefully, maintaining his charm, and did not continue the conversation. Thus the atmosphere fell into silence. The man had noticed that the stunning beauty before him, while polite and gentle in her speech, exuded an underlying chill and aloofness. He had brought up a few open-ended topics. If the beauty was willing to chat, there would be plenty to discuss. They both shared an interest in guitar, allowing for a conversation about it, and they were both from Jia City, providing another topic. However, Cheng Xiaoyan's responses were all closed, clearly indicating that she didn't wish to engage further. Since the beauty was not inclined to chat, he didn't want to impose. After that, aside from a brief inquiry when the flight attendants served the in-flight meal, there was no further exchange between them. The plane landed. The man behaved very gentlemanly, standing up first to help Cheng Xiaoyan take down her guitar from the overhead compartment. After handing it to her, he then retrieved his own backpack. Cheng Xiaoyan politely thanked him. The man simply replied, "You're welcome." He then shouldered his backpack and was the first to head towards the cabin exit. Cheng Xiaoyan dragged her suitcase out of Jiaqing Airport, taking a deep breath to savor the familiar atmosphere. She took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Kungsu to let him know she arrived safely. A smile curled at the corners of her lips that felt nice to be missed. After taking the subway and transferring to a bus, Cheng Xiaoyan spent 2 hours finally arriving at the Piano Pier in the southern part of Jiaqing. At the ticket counter, she purchased a ferry ticket to Qingdao. After waiting for a while, the ferry arrived. Cheng Xiaoyan boarded the boat, and with the melodious sound of the whistle, the ferry slowly departed from the shore heading towards Qingdao. Jiaqing is a coastal tourist city nestled between mountains and seas, offering picturesque scenery. However, the most beautiful spot is undoubtedly Qingdao under Jiaqing's jurisdiction. As a native of Qingdao, this is where she grew up. The sunset cast a golden glow on the sea surface. The sea breeze gently brushed her face, carrying a hint of saltiness. This is the taste of home. The ferry gradually approached the shore, and Cheng Xiaoyan set foot on this small island of only 2 square. A century ago, many powers established consulates and private villas on Qingdao, so although the island is small, it is home to thousands of buildings with diverse styles blending both Eastern and Western architecture, creating a bohemian and artistic atmosphere. There are no vehicles on Qingdao. Walking is the only option. Cheng Xiaoyan carried her guitar and dragged her suitcase, slowly walking along the memories of her childhood. After several minutes, she turned into a quiet alley and saw a small fishball shop in the distance. There were 2 elderly people sitting at the entrance, leisurely chatting. One of the kindly old ladies was Cheng Xiaoyan's grandmother, while the other, a sprightly old man, was Li Gong, her grandmother's partner in running the fishball shop. They were both lifelong residents of Qingdao. Cheng Xiaoyan stopped at the corner, hesitant to approach. The closer she got to home, the more her emotions swelled. She crouched stealthily at the corner, observing them quietly. Suddenly, a gentle voice unexpectedly came from behind her. "What are you sneaking around for?" "Off." Cheng Xiaoyan was startled and quickly turned around, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury as she glared at the speaker. Once she recognized the person, her expression shifted to surprise. "Why is it you?" It was the man she had encountered on the plane, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a gentle elegance. The man seemed to realize that his sudden appearance had startled her and quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry, did I?" In fact, he had been standing there for a while and recognized her the moment he saw Cheng Xiaoyan. The sight of her peeking around the corner was quite amusing. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so dramatic when he asked her a question resembling a startled kitten, entirely different from the cool beauty she had been on the plane. Cheng Xiaoyan felt as if she had been caught doing something wrong, her face flushing as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? What do you want?" "I got off the plane, took a taxi to drop off my luggage at home, and then came to the island," he replied. The man smiled, pointing towards the fishball shop. "I noticed you were looking at that fishball shop. I happen to be going there too." Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Xiaoyan blurted out, "No." Her tone was resolute. The man didn't mind her refusal. Instead, he introduced with interest, "That Huang's fishball is really delicious. It's quite famous on this island. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" Cheng Xiaoyan knew very well how good the fishballs from that shop were. She had eaten them since childhood. Cheng Xiaoyan just wanted this man to leave quickly, so she impatiently muttered, "No, just go. If you want to go, go by yourself." As she spoke, Cheng Xiaoyan pushed him a little. The man took a few steps back, but wasn't angry. He just waved at her amicably and walked towards the fishball shop. Cheng Xiaoyan continued to hide behind the wall, peeking out. She saw the man arrive at the shop, greeting her grandmother warmly before engaging in a cheerful chat with Li Gong. Before long, he and Li Gong left together. The man glanced in Cheng Xiaoyan's direction before leaving, prompting her to quickly hide behind the wall. After they left, only her grandmother's solitary figure remained in front of the shop. The sun had already set, and the sky gradually darkened. As the evening breeze blew, perhaps sensing the coolness, her grandmother slowly stood up, gathered the stools placed at the shop entrance, and then turned back inside. After a while, Cheng Xiaoyan received a voice message on her phone. It was from her grandmother. She tapped to play it, and her grandmother's voice came through. "Ayan, has the plane landed? Her grandmother is waiting for you to come back." Cheng Xiaoyan tightly grasped her phone, replaying the voice message several times, then took a few deep breaths. Finally, she prepared herself mentally and stepped towards the fishball shop. She dragged her suitcase inside. There was a table of customers inside. Seeing a customer had arrived, her grandmother warmly asked, "Little girl, what would you like to eat?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied without thinking, "I'd like a portion of cuttlefish balls and shark balls with soup and thin noodles." Her grandmother smiled and nodded, "Okay." After saying that, she skillfully took the ingredients and began to cook. Cheng Xiaoyan found an empty table to sit at, and before long her grandmother brought over a steaming bowl of fishball soup. Her grandmother kindly smiled, "Enjoy your meal." Cheng Xiaoyan softly said, "Thank you." Soon the table of customers finished and left, and her grandmother went to clean the table. Her grandmother was quick with her hands and feet. After cleaning the table, she sat down next to Cheng Xiaoyan. Perhaps feeling bored since there were no other customers in the shop, she initiated a conversation with Cheng Xiaoyan. "Dear girl, I have a grandson about your age. Coincidentally, he also loves cuttlefish balls and shark balls, and he only eats thin noodles." Cheng Xiaoyan listened quietly, softly responding, Her grandmother continued talking to herself. He was supposed to come back today, but for some reason I haven't seen him yet. I don't know if the flight was delayed, and he didn't even send a message. Such a child. After speaking, her grandmother sighed lightly. Cheng Xiaoyan didn't respond. Her grandmother didn't continue talking, but took out her phone to check. Cheng Xiaoyan quietly focused on eating. She heard a voice message from her grandmother's phone. Ayan has the plane landed. Her grandmother is waiting for you to come back. Her grandmother had a habit of replaying her sent voice messages. Cheng Xiaoyan's hand holding the chopsticks began to tremble slightly. Tears the size of beans uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks, falling into the soup bowl. Grandma also noticed Cheng Xiaoyan's odd behavior and walked over concerned, saying, "Oh dear, my girl, what happened?" Cheng Xiaoyan struggled to lift her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the elderly woman with graying hair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Grandma took a few tissues from the table, gently wiping away the tears on her face, muttering, "Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why are you suddenly crying? What's going on?" Cheng Xiaoyan dropped the chopsticks in her hand, grasping her grandma's aged hand, crying out, "Emma, I've come." Grandma, holding the tissue, froze for a moment, startled by her actions, and then upon hearing her words stood there, and Cheng Xiaoyan choked back her sobs, saying, "Emma, it's me, Ayun. It's me, Ayun." Grandma was still in a daze. Cheng Xiaoyan, seeing her grandma's lack of reaction, cautiously asked, "Emma, do you still recognize me?" Grandma regained her senses and forced a smile, saying, "Child, don't joke around and try to fool an old woman." As she cried, Cheng Xiaoyan continued, "In your room upstairs, the second drawer of the desk holds an essay titled My Grandma, which I wrote in 3rd grade. And on rainy days when I was little, you would always bring me an umbrella. At night you would lull me to sleep telling the same story without changing it." At some point, Grandma had quietly sat beside her, listening intently as she recounted fragments of the past. Once Cheng Xiaoyan finished speaking, Grandma slowly stood up, walked to the shop entrance, closed the door, and hung up the cloth. Then Grandma turned back, slowly walking back to Cheng Xiaoyan, gently wiping away the still drying tears on her cheeks, her tone softening. "Then how did you become like this?" Cheng Xiaoyan merely said that she had accidentally fallen into the water, and after being rescued, ended up like this, concealing the matters of her suicide and debts. These things were hers to bear. Grandma couldn't help, and speaking of them would only make the old lady anxious. After speaking, Cheng Xiaoyan took out her ID card, which showed that her residence was the Huang's fishball shop, indirectly verifying her words. Grandma put on her reading glasses, took the ID card, and examined it closely. Cheng Xiaoyan wasn't worried about proving her identity, as she was just concerned. The older generation in Jiaqing often held a preference for sons over daughters, and Cheng Xiaoyan wondered if her grandma had such thoughts. In any case, she had said everything she needed to say. Cheng Xiaoyan steeled her heart and boldly asked, "Emma, I've said so much, do you recognize me or not?" Grandma set down her ID card, slowly put away her reading glasses, and said seriously, "Whether I recognize you or not depends on whether the deities agree." After speaking, Grandma walked to the altar, respectfully lighting 3 sticks of incense, bringing her hands together and raising the incense over her head, slightly closing her eyes as she softly murmured her inquiry. After finishing her prayer, Grandma opened her eyes, reached for the divination cups placed beside her, and began to cast them. This scene was not unfamiliar to Cheng Xiaoyan, as she had seen it many times since she was a child. She knew Grandma was asking the deities, and her heart began to race. Suddenly a clack sound was heard as the divination cup fell to the ground, bouncing a few times, landing on a flat surface, a favorable cup. It meant the deities have yet to make a decision. Ask again. Cheng Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as it wasn't a negative cup, it was good. A negative cup meant the deities disallowed it, or that misfortune was likely. Grandma picked up the divination cup from the ground, closed her eyes again, reiterated her inquiry, and cast the cup for the second time. The cup bounced a few times on the ground, landing on a flat surface, a favorable cup. It meant the deities wanted her to ask once more. Grandma picked up the divination cup again, closed her eyes, focused, and sincerely repeated her inquiry, then cast the cup for the 3rd time. Cheng Xiaoyan felt anxious. Generally, the divination is cast no more than 3 times. This time Grandma took particularly long, longer than the previous 2. After a long while, Grandma finally dropped the divination cup on the ground. The cup bounced a few times, producing a crisp sound. One flat one raised a holy cup. It meant the deities have granted approval. Seeing this, the heavy stone in Cheng Xiaoyan's heart finally fell, and she let out a long sigh, turning her gaze to Grandma. Grandma placed the divination cup properly, bowed deeply towards the statue of Guanyin a few times, then turned back with a kind expression, saying, "Ma has already spoken to the deities. From now on, our family's grandson will be a granddaughter, and the deities have agreed. There's nothing to worry about anymore." Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but tear up again, standing up to embrace Grandma, murmuring, "Emma, Ama." Grandma gently patted Cheng Xiaoyan's back, softly comforting her. All right, it's okay now." After a long hug, Cheng Xiaoyan finally let go, and as her emotions calmed down a bit, she asked, "What if it was a negative cup and the deities didn't grant approval?" Grandma patted Cheng Xiaoyan's hand, saying, "Then Ama would keep asking, the deities will eventually agree." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, I understand if you annoy the deities enough they will grant approval. Grandma said, why do you say that? One must be sincere to move the deities. Then the grandmother and granddaughter chatted for a long time talking until deep into the night. Grandma became increasingly certain that this beautiful girl before her was indeed her true grandson. As the night grew late, Cheng Xiaoyan knew Grandma couldn't stay up late, so the two prepared to go upstairs to rest. This fishball shop, though small, had 2 stories. The first floor was the shop, and the second floor was a 2-bedroom apartment for living. Grandma knew Cheng Xiaoyan would be coming home today, so she had already tidied up one of the rooms. After washing up upstairs, Cheng Xiaoyan came out to find Grandma had already lain down in her room. She gently pushed open Grandma's door and softly called, "Emma, are you asleep?" Inside Grandma's weak but clear response came, "Not yet, but soon." Cheng Xiaoyan tiptoed to Grandma's bedside, squatting down, whispering, "Emma, can I sleep with you tonight? Is that okay?" Grandma, with her eyes closed, replied, "Do you think it's still when you were little? Mama's sleep is lighter now. Oh, I wake up at the slightest noise. I can't sleep in the same bed with anyone anymore." Cheng Xiaoyan bit her lip and obediently nodded. "All right then, I'll sleep next door. Good night, AMA." Although Grandma had her eyes closed, she reminded, "There are blankets in the cabinet. If you feel cold at night, remember to take one out to cover yourself." "Got it. Got it." Cheng Xiaoyan returned to her room, snuggling into the warm blankets, inhaling the familiar scent, and her heart completely relaxed. Where the heart is at peace is my home. The feeling of coming home is truly wonderful. In this slumber, Cheng Xiaoyan slept soundly, and by the time she awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Groggy, she got out of bed and noticed that her grandmother was not on the second floor, likely having risen early to open the shop. Stifling a yawn and rubbing her sleepy eyes, she descended the stairs. In the shop on the first floor, Old Li was busy chopping fish paste, and Cheng Xiaoyan naturally greeted him, saying, "Good morning, Old Li." Old Li was already curious to see a strange beauty coming down from the second floor, and it became even more puzzling that this beauty seemed to know him. Old Li looked at her in confusion and asked, "Beauty, who are you?" Cheng Xiaoyan was about to answer, but suddenly realized she couldn't say anything. She froze in place. Seeing her at a loss for words, Old Li's gaze grew more suspicious, and he tightened his grip on the knife he was using to chop the fish paste. As the atmosphere grew tense, Cheng Xiaoyan noticed her grandmother was about to enter the shop from outside. She hurried forward, grabbing her grandmother and pulling her outside without explanation. At that moment, she didn't forget to turn back and force a smile, saying, "Old Li, I have something to discuss with my grandmother. I'll chat with you later." "What's going on? What's going on?" her grandmother asked, looking puzzled as Cheng Xiaoyan dragged her away from the fish. Noticing that Cheng Xiaoyan was dressed too lightly, her grandmother exclaimed, "Oh dear, what's wrong? If you have something to say it inside. You're dressed so lightly you might catch a chill." At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyan was too anxious to care about catching a chill and urgently asked, "Grandma, who am I?" Her grandmother looked bewildered and replied, "Who are you? Don't you know who you are?" "Of course I know," Cheng Xiaoyan retorted. "Then why are you asking me?" Her grandmother urged, continuing to walk. "Hurry up and go inside. It's so cold out here. Be careful not to catch a chill." Cheng Xiaoyan quickly grabbed her grandmother, lowering her voice, "But I don't want others to know. Old Li just asked me, and I didn't know how to answer." The cold winter wind blew, and without a coat, Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but shiver. Her grandmother glanced at her with concern and pulled her into the house, comforting her, "Don't worry, let's go inside and talk, it's fine." Hearing her grandmother's words, Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit more reassured. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and followed her grandmother into the shop. As soon as the two entered, they saw Old Li busy at the counter. Upon seeing them come in, he raised his head, his mouth opening as he was about to ask something. "Don't speak, just do your thing," her grandmother shot Old Li a glare. Old Li's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back and obediently continued chopping the fish paste. Old Li and her grandmother, one a widower for many years and the other a widow for many years, ran this fishball shop together after retirement, caring for and supporting each other. Old Li had intentions of developing a relationship with her grandmother and always listened to her. Cheng Xiaoyan had known Old Li since she was young, and seeing him humbled before her grandmother, she couldn't help but smile. After her grandmother finished speaking, she took Cheng Xiaoyan upstairs. The grandmother and granddaughter arrived in her grandmother's room, and Cheng Xiaoyan immediately lay down on her grandmother's bed, muttering, "What should I do, Grandma? You have to help me think. Who am I?" Her grandmother calmly walked to a nearby rattan chair and slowly sat down, saying leisurely, "You're a university student and don't know. How would an old lady like me know?" Hearing her grandmother say this, Cheng Xiaoyan was not pleased. She turned over, rested her chin on the edge of the bed, and complained, "Grandma, you can't just give up like that. You have to help me think." Her grandmother smiled slightly, still taking her time. "In my opinion, just tell Old Li the truth. After all, he watched you grow up, so it shouldn't be a problem." Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously. "No way, no way. I've only told this secret to 2 people, both my closest ones. I can't accept anyone else knowing." Her grandmother noticed the key point. "Oh, aside from me, who else did you tell?" Cheng Xiaoyan stuttered like a beautiful swan with its neck clutched. He is my best friend." She could effortlessly say that Lu Chunxiu was her boyfriend to someone who doesn't know her secret, but her grandmother knew her secret, so how could she say such a thing? How long had it been since she started dating? Her grandmother continued to ask, is he a boy or a girl? A boy, Cheng Xiaoyan added, he has helped me a lot. It's because of him that my identity issue has been coordinated so smoothly. Her grandmother nodded, well, you should thank him properly. Let's not talk about him. I just don't want more people to know about my situation. Cheng Xiaoyan quickly changed the subject, looking at her grandmother with a pitiful expression. Okay, grandma, you have to help me keep this secret. Her grandmother chuckled. Okay, I promise to keep your secret until I'm in my coffin, alright? Cheng Xiaoyan said, Grandma, don't say such things, but it's unlucky. Her grandmother waved her hand nonchalantly, her tone casual. I'm already halfway in the ground. What's the big deal? Once I'm gone, you can sell this house as your dowry. At this point, her grandmother suddenly became cheerful. Ah, Yin, do you know? I heard that our house can sell for 3 or Cheng Xiaoyan sighed inwardly, as she truly couldn't bear to tell her grandmother the truth. This house had long been mortgaged, with the property deed sitting in the hands of a lending company. If the debt wasn't paid off, the property deed wouldn't be returned. Moreover, those people wouldn't even come to demand payment. They would prefer that you fail to pay every month, letting the interest accumulate, and after a few years the house would belong to them. This house was both her grandmother's home and her grandmother's shop. Without it, her grandmother wouldn't be able to survive. Cheng Xiaoyan helplessly said, Grandma, you've gone off track again. How did we start talking about the house? Aren't we supposed to be discussing my identity issue? Right. So who do you want to be? Her grandmother asked. Cheng Xiaoyan turned over on the bed weakly, saying, anyway, as long as it's not me, anyone else is fine. Her grandmother suggested, then just say you're your dad's illegitimate daughter. That makes you my granddaughter too. Illegitimate daughter of Dad. Dad couldn't possibly have an illegitimate daughter. Dad loved Mom dearly, and Mom was equally devoted to Dad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have both passed away so closely together. Cheng Xiaoyan thought seriously for a moment, but still felt it wasn't right. Having an illegitimate daughter implies my dad cheated. Ooh, I can't let him be talked about after he's gone. Her grandmother thought of her son and daughter-in-law, and felt a bit melancholy. After a moment of silence, Cheng Xiaoyan spoke again. If there really is no way, then I can only say that I am a child from a distant relative's family adopted into our family. But that seems a bit forced. Grandma suddenly remembered something. Hey, Ayun, do you still remember Yun Yun? Yun Yun? Cheng Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, thinking carefully. Are you talking about that little cousin who used to play with me a lot when we were kids? Because her name sounded very similar, Cheng Xiaoyan immediately recalled. Grandma smiled and nodded. Yes, she is the granddaughter of your grandfather's brother. When you were little, her family lived on the street next to ours. You two were quite close back then, playing together every day. I even recognized her as my god-granddaughter, and all the neighbors knew her. It was quite fitting. Cheng Xiaoyan slightly furrowed her brows, thinking seriously for a moment, then gently nodded. Yes, that does seem quite fitting. She is only a year older than me, and using this repeating excuse, it can explain why I am still in my senior year of college. Cheng Xiaoyan pondered for a while, suddenly realizing a key issue. Oh no. I can't remember how to write her full name. I only remember it was a very rare character, so everyone just called her by the phonetic sound Yun Yun. Hearing this, Grandma also began to try to recall, but couldn't remember. So she got up and took an old photo album from the cabinet and started flipping through it. Cheng Xiaoyan also leaned over to look at the album with Grandma. It was all photos from her childhood, and childhood memories rushed back as Cheng Xiaoyan snuggled against Grandma, looking at the old photos and reminiscing about her childhood stories. Finally, Grandma turned to a photo showing 3 children. The eldest was the grandson of Li Grandpa, while the other 2 were Cheng Xiaoyan and Yun Yun. Grandma carefully pulled the photo out of the album and turned it over. On the back of the photo, there were 3 childish handwriting signatures with the children's names written on it. From left to right, they were Cheng Xiaoyan, Cheng Yunyun, and Li Feiji. The mystery was solved. Yun Yun's full name was Cheng Yunyun. Cheng Xiaoyan still didn't know how to recognize the character Yun. She picked up her phone and checked, only to find out that the character is pronounced Yun, first tone, meaning someone who is both literate and martial, and also wealthy. The character Yun signifies someone who is both literate and martial, and 2 Yun characters mean double the literacy and martial prowess. Indeed, her paternal uncle's family had high hopes for their little cousin. Cheng Xiaoyan read Yun Yun's full name several times until she deeply memorized the character Yun. Grandma said beside her, then it settled. If anyone asks, he'll say you are Yun Yun. That should work, right? Cheng Xiaoyan first slowly nodded, but after a while she worriedly said, but what if one day Yun Yun suddenly comes back? What should we do then? Little cousin Yun Yun's family had moved to Yunzhou in the north when Cheng Xiaoyan was young. Since then, many years had passed, and they had lost contact with each other. Even at Cheng Xiaoyan's father's funeral, the only one who came to pay respects was her paternal uncle. Little cousin Yun Yun did not come. Grandma sighed softly and said slowly, during your father's funeral, I had a brief chat with your paternal uncle. He told me that his daughter is practically like having none at all. Cheng Xiaoyan curiously asked, what happened to Yun Yun? Could something have happened to her? Grandma began to recount Yun Yun's story. It turned out that Yun Yun did poorly on her college entrance exams. And then her uncle emptied the family's savings to send her to the United States for further study, hoping that she could find a good job back home with her overseas qualifications. Unexpectedly, during her studies abroad, Yun fell in love with a Brazilian boyfriend, and after graduation, they married on the spot. Now this Sino-Brazilian couple is striving for a green card in the United States, and has no possibility of return. With their daughter gone, and her uncle and his wife struggling to adapt to life in the United States, they ultimately had to remain separated from Yun by 2 countries. Thus her uncle said that having this daughter was equivalent to having none. Hearing this, Qing Xiaoyan felt quite melancholic. Although planes can cross the ocean in a day, now how many times can a person really go through such upheaval in a lifetime? Grandma said, Yun won't be coming back, you can rest assured about that. Even your paternal uncle who is still in the country, you may never see him again in your lifetime. Qing Xiaoyan was puzzled. Why not? Grandma sighed and said slowly, your old Qing family doesn't have any men left, does it? Your grandfather and father are gone, so the relatives of the old Qing family have all been cut off. Qing Xiaoyan had to admit that this was indeed the case. In her current situation, she couldn't visit relatives anymore. Her father was gone and relatives wouldn't come to visit her proactively. A solitary person. Qing Xiaoyan thoroughly understood the meaning of these 4 words. Her beautiful appearance came at the cost of severing ties with her past. The 2 of them, grandmother and granddaughter, agreed that there were no major issues. So Grandma took Qing Xiaoyan downstairs. As they descended, Li Grandpa's gaze turned towards them again. Grandma met Li Grandpa's gaze. Oldly, what are you staring at us for? Li Grandpa replied, I just wanted to ask, whose beautiful girl is this? This is my old Qing family's girl, Grandma stated directly. My God, granddaughter Yun, don't you remember? Yun. Li Grandpa squinted his eyes and thought for a moment before recalling. Oh, so it's Yun. I remember now, she's Cheng Weihua's granddaughter. Cheng Weihua is Cheng Xiaoyan's paternal granduncle. Qing Xiaoyan quickly replied obediently. Yes, Li Grandpa, you even made me rice cakes when I was little. Not just Yun, all of the children had eaten Li Grandpa's rice cakes when they were young. Hearing this, Li Grandpa chuckled. Your family moved away over 10 years ago, huh? Yun has grown so beautiful now. Truly, girls change a lot, becoming prettier and prettier. Faced with Li Grandpa's praise, Qing Xiaoyan returned a polite, yet slightly reserved smile, still not fully accustomed to this identity of Yun. Indeed, she is on winter break and is staying with me during this time, Grandma continued. This year, Yun has something going on and won't be coming back for the new year, but fortunately my granddaughter has returned, so it's the same. After saying this, Grandma gently patted Cheng Xiaoyan's hand and smiled kindly at her. Li Grandpa, hearing that Yun wouldn't come back, asked with confusion, but weren't you looking forward to Yun's return just a few days ago? Why has it suddenly changed? Qing Xiaoyan worried that Grandma might not be able to answer, so she quickly interjected, explaining, Yun, this year there was a major change in the family, so he wanted to take advantage of the holiday to travel and unwind a bit to adjust his mood. Oh, I see. Li Grandpa sighed and fell silent, not saying anything more. The Qing family has indeed had a rough year. Let's hope that in the future both grandmother and granddaughter can be safe and sound and smooth sailing. Qin Island is a popular tourist destination known as the Garden of Various Powers a century ago. Western music thrives here, and the island not only features diverse architectural styles, but also houses the largest organ museum in the world, hence its name. As major universities have entered winter vacation, the number of tourists visiting the island has gradually increased. Consequently, the business at the Huang's fishball shop has also become busy. Recently, Qing Xiaoyan found herself with some free time and decided to help out at the fishball shop. After a few days of observation, she proposed an idea to her grandmother. They could set up a small pot at the shop's entrance to make skewered fish balls from the best-selling varieties, 3 balls per skewer, creating a fast-moving product. Though the per-customer price would decrease, the convenience of purchase and the ability to eat while walking is expected to significantly boost overall sales volume, leading to a substantial increase in revenue. More importantly, this approach would not occupy the already limited seating resources inside the shop and would not interfere with the existing steady flow of customers, purely a means of revenue generation. Grandmother and Li Agon agreed with Cheng Xiaoyan's idea. Thus, she set up a small table and stool at the shop's entrance to sell skewered fish balls. With her beauty at the stand, she became a sight to behold. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to her. Whenever someone's gaze met Cheng Xiaoyan's, she would smile and ask, skewered fish balls, choose your flavor, would you like a skewer? Having worked as a greeter in a gift shop, she was no stranger to attracting customers. The beautiful girl lured patrons with her charming smile and bright eyes. Those who were a bit older might manage to maintain some composure. However, for the young and spirited boys, how could they resist the allure of this beauty, know the tempting aroma of the fish balls? Everyone had to get a skewer. Some even visited multiple times in a single day just to have more interactions with the beauty. In no time, the little fishball shop was bustling with business. Additionally, internet celebrities came specifically to try their fish balls and catch a glimpse of the fishball beauty. Grandmother was all smiles, and Li Agon couldn't stop praising her. As the sun began to set and night fell, the streetlights gradually lit up while a closed sign quietly hung at the entrance of Huang's fishball shop. For small family-run shops like theirs, the business hours were never fixed. They often depended on whether the day's ingredients had been sold out or the mood of the owners, emphasizing a spontaneous approach. Thanks to Cheng Xiaoyan selling skewered fish balls at the entrance, the fish balls sold exceptionally quickly, and by just 6 in the evening the two elderly shopkeepers were ready to close for the night. At that moment Cheng Xiaoyan was bent over tidying up the small pot at the entrance. A gentle voice beside her asked, "Is there any left?" "I would like a skewer." Cheng Xiaoyan looked up, momentarily stunned. The speaker, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was refined and gentle. It was the man she had encountered on the plane. Cheng Xiaoyan quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that a guest is a guest regardless of who they are. "Yes, we have some." She swiftly grabbed a bamboo skewer and poked 3 fish balls from the pot. Then she glanced into the pot and noticed only one lonely fish ball remaining at the bottom. She decided to poke that last fish ball onto the skewer as well, creating a large skewer of 4 fish balls. Next, Cheng Xiaoyan handed the skewer to the man, saying, "Here, I'm sorry. This is all that's left, no flavor options, so I might as well give you all of them." The man's lips curled into a faint smile as he took the skewer. "Thank you." After saying that, he turned to leave. Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly called out to him, Hey, you haven't paid yet." The man paused, simply smiling at her, showing no intention of paying. Cheng Xiaoyan, feeling helpless, held up the payment QR code in front of the man's eyes. 7 yuan, thank you." The man leisurely popped a fish ball into his mouth, chewing as he mumbled, "I've eaten fish balls here before." Without, Cheng Xiaoyan stared at him with wide eyes. Hey, you're quite bold to eat for free." The man seemed unfazed by her accusation, casually chewing on the fish ball while nodding him. Cheng Xiaoyan was a bit annoyed. "I thought you seemed refined, but I didn't expect you to be a freeloader." The man continued to leisurely enjoy the fish ball, watching her flustered expression. "You know, you're much cuter like this than when you were the aloof beauty on the plane. Cut the nonsense and pay up." Li Agon walked out from the shop smiling at Cheng Xiaoyan. "Yun, that's Li Feiji. You used to play together all the time when you were kids. Don't you recognize him? Now that you mention it, you two haven't seen each other in 10 years, right?" Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback and then stared intently at Li Feizi's face. She indeed began to see some resemblance. No wonder she felt he looked familiar when they first met on the plane. He turned out to be a childhood playmate. When they were young, she, her cousin Yun, and Li Feiji from Li Agon's family not only attended the same elementary school, but also often played together because they lived nearby. That carefree period of time, looking back, now still evokes an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Li Feiji, being stared at by such a stunning beauty, felt a bit flustered and shyly replied back, "Then you used to eat my family's sticky rice cakes without paying." Indeed, it was true. She and her cousin Yun used to roam the streets, eating and drinking everywhere without paying. Cheng Xiaoyan huffed lightly and waved her hand. "All right, forget it, I'll treat you this time." Suddenly, Cheng Xiaoyan felt somewhat uneasy. If she recognized Li Feiji, would he also have doubts about her current? "Thank you very much." Li Feiji expressed his gratitude to Cheng Xiaoyan, and then turned to Li Agon. "Grandpa, are you done?" "I'm ready, we can go now." Li Agon nodded at Li Feiji, and then invited Cheng Xiaoyan to join them. You and your grandmother should come too. It's been a while since you've seen Li Feizi's parents. It's a good chance to catch up." Cheng Xiaoyan dared not go. If they chatted about things that Yun knew, but she did not, wouldn't that reveal her secret? Li Feizi's gaze turned towards her. No, the shop is doing well lately, and I need to settle the accounts tonight." Cheng Xiaoyan forced a stiff smile. "Enjoy your meal, you all." After a few more invitations from Li Agon, Cheng Xiaoyan still refused, and he eventually gave up on persuading her. She waved goodbye to them at the shop's entrance. As Li Feiji and Li Agon walked a few steps away, he suddenly turned back and called out to Cheng Xiaoyan, who was still standing at the shop's entrance. "Yun, I'll come find you next time." Cheng Xiaoyan pretended not to hear and quickly slipped into the shop. She thought to herself, "You missing person coming back after so many years at this time, what is this all about? Please don't come back, I beg you." A few days later, Li Feiji arrived at the Huang's fishball shop with several friends. As soon as he entered, he greeted his grandmother at the door and Li Agon, who was busy inside, with a beaming smile. After a quick scan of the entire shop, he was unable to spot Cheng Xiaoyan. His friends who came with him immediately, "Hey Li Feiji, where's your fishball beauty?" "Fei, you said the fishball beauty is your childhood sweetheart, is that true? Come on, hurry up and bring out that legendary beauty for us to see. I know you're all eager, but please calm down." Faced with the clamoring crowd, Li Feiji made a gesture for silence. Once they quieted down, he turned to Li Agon and asked, "Agon, where did Yun go? Why haven't I seen her?" Li Agon stopped his work, looked around, and shook his head. "I'm not quite sure either. She was just here a moment ago." At this moment, his grandmother, sitting at the door, interjected, "Oh, looking for Yun. The vinegar in the store ran out, so I sent her to buy some. She should be back soon." "You all heard that right. She will be back shortly," Li Feiji said while motioning for his friends to take a seat, cheerfully encouraging everyone to order. "You can choose whatever flavor of fish balls you want and pay for your own orders later." His friends began to complain. "Oh, we traveled all this way to your territory, and you still want to treat us? We're not eating anymore." Despite the complaints, they soon pulled out their phones to scan and place their orders. After a while, when Cheng Xiaoyan walked in carrying several bottles of vinegar, she noticed a group of young customers fixated on her. The scene was indeed a bit strange. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Seeing her return, Li Feiji greeted her. Hi Yun. Cheng Xiaoyan acknowledged him with a slight nod and walked directly to the workbench, placing the vinegar she was carrying down and starting to busy herself with repackaging. Sensing the coldness from the fishball beauty, Li Feizi's friends began to cheerfully boo him. Oh Lally, are you? She doesn't really pay attention to you. It seems like she's not familiar with you. Ha ha. Li Feiji raised his hand again to signal them to be quiet. Then he walked up to Cheng Xiaoyan, who merely glanced at him and quietly awaited his words. Li Feiji smiled gently. Yun, they are all my friends. They saw your video online and would like to take a photo with you. Is that okay? Cheng Xiaoyan frowned slightly puzzled. Saw my video. What do you mean? Li Feiji was somewhat surprised. You're being called the fishball beauty online. Cheng Xiaoyan looked confused. I don't know. Li Feiji took out his phone, opened Douyin, and typed in the keyword fishball beauty, bringing up several videos related to Cheng Xiaoyan on the screen. He then handed the phone to Cheng Xiaoyan. She took it and started watching. In the video, she was at the entrance of the fishball shop selling fishball skewers. A captivating beauty, graceful and charming with a bright smile that could light up the city. The comments were all, whose fishballs are these? Tell me the address within 3 minutes. I love fishballs the most, so beautiful and fragrant. Delicious, I want to eat some. Let me have a bite. Hold the fishball. These fishballs look so white, just so appetizing. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a headache coming on. No wonder she had been seeing people taking photos around the shop recently. It turned out, she had been posted online. However, no matter what, her family's fishball shop was indeed doing better and better with real money coming in. Cheng Xiaoyan chuckled lightly and became calm. She returned the phone to Li Feiji. Li Feiji received it and asked, what about the photo together? Is that okay? He gestured towards his friends with his eyes. Cheng Xiaoyan turned to look in the direction Li Feiji was indicating. Seeing that Li Feizi's friends were all excited and eager, waving their hands at her with bright smiles on their faces. As Cheng Xiaoyan busied herself with her repackaging work, she lowered her head and softly said, I'm not a celebrity, what is there to take a photo with? Li Feiji scratched his head. Since she wasn't willing, he couldn't force her. Just as he was about to go back and tell his friends it couldn't be done, he heard Cheng Xiaoyan's voice float over again. Let me finish packing these bottles of vinegar first, and then we can take a photo together, okay? Li Feiji immediately replied happily, of course. He then made an okay gesture towards his friends. Seeing this, his friends all sent him congratulations with 666. Before long, Cheng Xiaoyan finished packing the vinegar. She called out to Li Feiji, hey Li Feiji, it's ready. Li Feiji immediately called his friends over for a group photo. Several boys rushed over, first positioning Cheng Xiaoyan in the center for a big group shot, followed by individual photos with each of them. However, it didn't take long to finish. After taking their photos, the boys bid farewell, looking satisfied as they planned to post on social media to show off. Li Feiji was going to take them to the island for some fun, so he followed them out. As the group of boys stepped out of the shop, they couldn't wait to start playing around. Lally, I didn't expect you really have such a beautiful childhood, sweetheart. I thought the videos online were edited. Ew, I didn't expect you to look just like in the videos. Afei, if you don't pursue her, how about I give it a try? Ha ha ha, you trying? You have no chance. They laughed and gradually walked away. As they moved farther away, their voices gradually faded. Cheng Xiaoyan remained calm, treating it all as wind passing by her ears. Meanwhile, Li Agon with a smile asked her, Yun, may I ask, do you have a boyfriend? Upon hearing this question, Cheng Xiaoyan instinctively wanted to say yes, but the words stopped at her lips. She remembered she told her grandmother that she wasn't dating. For a moment, she was at a loss, remaining silent. Seeing her hesitation, Li Agon assumed she was just shy and continued, Yun, what do you think of Afei? Should you two try being together? Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head. I think it might not be necessary. Li Agon continued to promote his grandson. Afei is quite good. He studied at that university in Australia called MOMO something. I heard it's ranked in the top 60 in the world. Cheng Xiaoyan still shook her head. Still young. Yun is over 20, isn't that just right? Li Agon was puzzled and wanted to say more, but was mercilessly interrupted by Grandma. Lally, go sweep the entrance, and then clean the windows. Still young. Yun is over 20, isn't that just right? Li Agon was puzzled and wanted to say more, but was mercilessly interrupted by Grandma. Lally, go sweep the entrance, and then clean the windows. Li Agon. The entrance of the shop only had a few fallen leaves, and the glass windows were spotless. One morning, Li Agon arranged for Cheng Xiaoyan to go to the fishing port to buy the catch. They needed quite a lot of fish for their shop, usually pushing a small cart to the port for purchases. There were no vehicles on the island, and even bicycles were prohibited. Once on the island, one could only walk. The distance from the fishball shop to the fishing port was over a kilometer. When Cheng Xiaoyan was not back, it was always Grandma and Li Agon who went. Now that Cheng Xiaoyan was back, it became Cheng Xiaoyan and Li Agon going together. The two took turns pushing the cart on foot, which was certainly easier than one person doing it alone. Cheng Xiaoyan found the folding cart in the storage room and was preparing to wait for Li Agon to go together. Li Agon chuckled. This kind of physical work should have been done by you young people long ago. After speaking, he gestured towards the door. Cheng Xiaoyan looked towards the door and saw Li Feiji already standing there. At the shop's entrance, Li Feiji was smiling and waving at her. Li Agon said with a smile, "Go ahead, take a fei with you." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded helplessly. With young people around, it was unreasonable to let the elderly carry the goods, especially since this time they needed to buy more fish than usual. She pushed the small cart out of the shop, then walked a few steps before turning back to call out to Li Feiji, "Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Li Feiji smiled and caught up. "All right." On the way, Li Feiji proactively took over pushing the cart. Cheng Xiaoyan remained silent, focusing on walking ahead. After a while, Li Feiji was the first to speak. "Yin Yin, I feel like you've changed a lot. You are completely different from when you were little." Cheng Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She softly replied, I still remember the little you who especially loved wearing all kinds of beautiful dresses no matter the season." Li Feiji said with a nostalgic expression, "But now I've never seen you wear a dress even once. Back then you would dress up like a little princess every day." Cheng Xiaoyan was suddenly triggered by Li Feizi's words about never seeing her wear a dress. She felt as if Li Feizi's voice was drifting further away, and gradually, she couldn't hear what he was saying anymore. All she could hear was his words, "I've never seen you wear a dress." In a daze, she seemed to hear Lu Kungsu saying to her, "I want to see you in a dress." Her thoughts drifted back to that afternoon. At that time, she was nestled beside Lu Kungsu, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Lu Kungsu gently rubbed her dark hair with his chin and said to her, "I want to see you in a dress." She remembered that the sunlight that day was warm, just like his smile. Then he took her and bought her a dress. She changed it for him to see. She asked, "Does it look good?" He said, "When you were little, you were so lively and active, and your skin had gotten a bit dark from the sun, completely different from your fair complexion now. You are much more beautiful than you were as a child. To be honest, if it weren't for Agon telling me you were Yun Yun, I definitely wouldn't have recognized you." Li Feiji was pushing the cart while speaking slowly, but the girl walking alongside him remained silent for a long time, simply moving forward quietly. Thus Li Feiji turned his head to look at her. The beauty walking beside him had a faint smile at the corners of her lips, a delicate blush on her cheeks, and her apricot eyes carried a hint of longing and shyness, resembling a spring water pool shimmering softly. Li Feiji had never seen Cheng Xiaoyan look so charming and lovely. For a moment, he was mesmerized, standing dumbfounded on the spot. At this moment, Cheng Xiaoyan was entirely focused on the person far away in Ningxiang, completely unaware of Li Feizi's unusual reaction beside her. She was immersed in her own thoughts, yet her steps did not stop, continuing to move forward. Unknowingly, Cheng Xiaoyan had walked over 10 meters before suddenly realizing that Li Feiji had not followed. She turned back to look for him, and saw Li Feiji standing there in a daze. Cheng Xiaoyan didn't know what Li Feiji was doing standing there, so she had to raise her voice and call out, "Hey, Li Feiji, let's go. Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Oh, coming." Li Feiji snapped back to reality, and quickly caught up to the beautiful figure. Li Feiji came to Cheng Xiaoyan's side, and gently asked, "Yin Yun, were you listening to what I just said?" Cheng Xiaoyan smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I was lost in thought just now." "What were you thinking about just now?" Li Feizi's voice was low and warm. Cheng Xiaoyan casually replied while walking, "I was thinking about what fish to buy later." "Really?" Li Feizi's words were filled with doubt. "Yes," Cheng Xiaoyan affirmed. Soon the two arrived. Here there were fishing boats unloading cargo everywhere, and the air was filled with a unique smell of seawater mixed. The catch bought here was not only fresh, but also more affordable compared to the market. Only the locals knew to come. Cheng Xiaoyan had come here with Li Agon a few times, so she was quite familiar with it. She found a few familiar fishing families, and soon bought all the fish she needed. Recently the fishball shop had good business, so this time, they bought more fish, about 2 to 3 times more than usual. The catch filled the small cart completely, making it somewhat laborious to push. Fortunately, there was a free laborer today, or Li Feiji proactively took over pushing the cart. On the way back, Li Feiji hardly spoke, quietly focusing on pushing the cart, completely different from his earlier talkative self. Seeing that he had already broken a light sweat, Cheng Xiaoyan asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you want to rest for a bit, and let me push for a while?" Li Feiji shook his head without hesitation, smiling. "I'm perfectly fine. Not tired at all. This short distance is easy enough for even Agon and Amma to push back effortlessly." "Just kidding, how could a man say he can't do it in front of a girl?" Cheng Xiaoyan saw that he was determined, so she let him Seeing Li Feiji like this, she estimated that if she didn't let him push, he might even get upset. Such a strong-willed man, Cheng Xiaoyan sighed inwardly. The two walked silently for a while. Suddenly Li Feiji broke the silence. "Are you really Yun Yun?" His voice was not loud, warm, and gentle, but it sounded like a thunderclap in Cheng Xiaoyan's ears. Cheng Xiaoyan blinked a few times, and replied in a muffled voice, "Of course, who else could I be?" After saying that, she quickly ran through the possible loopholes of the identity Yun Yun in her mind. The relationship between Yun Yun's family and Li Feizi's family was not close. Their elders were even strangers to each other, barely even acquaintances, just nodding at each other when they met. Moreover, the two families had never exchanged contact information. More importantly, Yun Yun did not have a QQ number by the time she moved away, and Cheng Xiaoyan did not have one either at that time. If Yun Yun had a QQ, knowing her show-off personality, she would have flaunted it to Cheng Xiaoyan long ago. So unless Li Feizi specifically investigated her, he wouldn't have a way to verify her identity. Just as Cheng Xiaoyan was about to relax after reviewing everything, she heard Li Feizi continue, "I saw your boarding pass on the plane." Li Feizi's gaze slowly turned to Cheng Xiaoyan. The name on the boarding pass is not Cheng Yun Yun. He particularly emphasized the pronunciation of Yun Yun. Yun and Yun are similar in pronunciation, but the tones are different. Yun is in the first tone while Yun is in the second. Cheng Xiaoyan also picked up on this, and her heart sank. Li Feizi actually remembered Yun Yun's full name. "I changed my name." Faced with this undeniable fact, Cheng Xiaoyan could only admit it calmly. Li Feizi looked puzzled and asked, "Why did you want to change your name?" Cheng Xiaoyan's expression was calm as she softly explained, "The character Yun is quite obscure. Many classmates don't recognize it, and every time I introduce myself I have to go through a lot of trouble. It's really quite a hassle, so I decided to change my name." After saying this, she stopped, raised her eyes to look at Li Feizi, and said, "My current name is Cheng Xiaoyan." Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice. If she didn't want others to know her secret, she could only continue playing the role of Yun Yun. She was well aware that if Li Feizi truly wanted to exhaust all means to investigate her identity, it would be hard to hide it. Household registration, identity cards, classmate relationships, social connections, and so on, all these were loopholes. After all, how could a person possibly transform into someone completely different without leaving any traces? She could only gamble betting that Li Feizi wouldn't really spend the time and effort to investigate her. Li Feizi also stopped walking as Cheng Xiaoyan did. He stood quietly, meeting her gaze. Her eyes resembled black obsidian, washed by water, radiating an unspoken stubbornness. Li Feizi stared at her. After a moment, he spoke softly. Understood, Cheng Xiaoyan." Cheng Xiaoyan gently nodded at him and continued walking. Li Feizi pushed the cart, keeping pace with her. The two walked and arrived at a steep slope. Cheng Xiaoyan was about to help Li Feizi push when he refused. This slope was a shortcut but strenuous. In the past, Cheng Xiaoyan and Li's grandfather would choose to take a longer route when they passed here. Just as they reached the fork in the road, Cheng Xiaoyan asked Li Feizi, "Which way should we go?" Li Feizi unhesitatingly chose the shortcut. "That man's damned competitive spirit." Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head lightly and pulled out 2 bags from the cart, carrying them in her hands to lighten the cart's weight. Seeing this, Li Feizi said nothing. The slope was quite steep. He exerted a great effort to push the cart up, panting with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Cheng Xiaoyan walked up slowly, not out of breath. She placed the 2 bags she had brought up back in the cart and smiled. "Look at you, I'm tired, let's sit and rest for a bit." After saying that, Cheng Xiaoyan sat down on a small stone platform by the road. Li Feizi, panting, sat down next to her. "All right, I'll keep you company." Cheng Xiaoyan teased, "Oh, then thank you very much." Li Feizi replied, "Seriously, you're welcome. It's what a gentleman should." Cheng Xiaoyan chuckled. Seeing her smile, Li Feizi smiled too. After the laughter subsided, Li Feizi adjusted his glasses, his gaze becoming gentle and profound. "Actually, don't be fooled by my delicate appearance. In reality, I often do manual labor." Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at him sideways. "Oh, really? I couldn't tell." Li Feizi slowly began to recount. "As you know, my family is an ordinary middle-class family. The expenses for my parents to send me abroad for studies had already greatly affected their quality of life. So after going to Australia, I earned my living expenses myself. In Australia, I've served tables, driven for Uber, repaired roofs, and worked through the sewers. The locals are quite lazy. They don't want to do these physical jobs. If they don't want to do it, I will, because I need to eat. Haha, with my current skills, starting a home repair company would definitely not be a problem." Cheng Xiaoyan listened quietly, understanding Li Feizi's struggles, as she herself had gone through similar experiences. Back in her senior year, Cheng Xiaoyan's parents had also asked her if she had plans to study abroad, but she didn't want to go. If one wasn't a rich second generation, staying in the country was much more comfortable. However, life is unpredictable. She didn't suffer abroad, but faced hardships domestically. Cheng Xiaoyan sighed, wanting to comfort Li Feizi. However, just as she was about to speak, she heard Li Feizi continue, "Later in my master's phase, my classmates and I partnered up to speculate in Melbourne, and with good luck, we made over 100, finally freeing ourselves from financial troubles." The words of comfort that had been on Cheng Xiaoyan's lips were suddenly swallowed back. She found this person a bit annoying. She stood up. "The donkeys in the production team don't rest as well as you do. Hurry up and get up, don't dawdle, let's continue working." After saying this, Cheng Xiaoyan walked ahead on her own. Li Feizi sat in place, pondering for a moment, then looked up and called after her back, "Hey, Yun Yun." Hearing his call, Cheng Xiaoyan paused slowly, turning her head to look at him. Li Feizi had shouted too loudly, attracting the attention of many passing tourists who cast curious glances there. Li Feizi stood up quickly, straightened his clothes, and said loudly, "Do you want to date me?" His voice was clear and bright, as if he were simply stating something ordinary. However, as soon as he said this, the tourists who had initially been watching curiously erupted into excitement. Some even started cheering. Woo! Yay! Say yes! Say yes! Say yes! However, as the female lead of the event, Cheng Xiaoyan did not possess Li Feizi's audacity. She stood awkwardly in place, her toes curling in embarrassment. Nobody, although I've known since I was little that you're a social butterfly, I didn't expect you to be this much of a social butterfly. More and more people's gazes turned toward Cheng Xiaoyan, eagerly awaiting her response. However, contrary to expectations, the passers-by and tourists did not hear the female lead's response, as she simply turned around and walked away. Li Feizi was left stunned as he watched Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly turn and leave. What did it mean that Yunyan walked? At that moment, a burly tourist nearby couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at him, "Go after her. Don't just stand there, it's driving me crazy. If you keep dawdling, that good girl will disappear, and you'll just be left there regretting it." Li Feizi, as if waking from a dream, took a step forward to chase after her, smiling at the burly man. "Okay, big brother." The burly man waved his hand with a smile, responding loudly, "Go ahead. When chasing a girl, you need to be bold and rush forward." Li Feizi had already walked far, but his voice still floated back. "Got him on it." Cheng Xiaoyan didn't pay attention to what was said behind her. She walked faster, wanting to escape the awkward scene. Realizing he couldn't catch up just by walking, Li Feizi decided to jog forward. It wasn't long before he caught up. "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" Li Feizi asked the question again. "No." Cheng Xiaoyan didn't even turn her head, continuing to walk forward. "All right then." Li Feizi's response was very casual, straightforward, to the point that Cheng Xiaoyan was a little surprised, so she turned her head to look him up and down. Cheng Xiaoyan had many admirers and some had confessed to her, but this was the first time she encountered someone as reckless as Li Feizi. Faced with Cheng Xiaoyan's straightforward gaze, Li Feizi couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "I just think you're too frivolous, like you could randomly confess to anyone you see." Li Feizi shook his head. "That's not how it is. You clearly confessed to me first." Cheng Xiaoyan, she had a puzzled expression and widened her beautiful eyes, asking, "When did I confess to you?" Li Feizi revealed a mischievous smile, speaking cheerfully, "When we were kids. You said you wanted to be my bride when you grew up." Cheng Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, and after a while she slowly uttered, She needed to digest this childhood revelation. She never expected that her little cousin had something going on with Li Feizi. Well, the three of them played together, but in the end they secretly got together behind her back. Li Feizi's voice was soft. Don't you remember?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied firmly, "I don't remember." Li Feizi smiled helplessly. "All right then." After a moment of silence, Li Feizi seemed to think of something amusing, a rare shy expression appearing on his face, wanting to laugh, but forcing himself to hold it, and wanting to say something, but not speaking. Seeing him so mysterious, Cheng Xiaoyan's curiosity was instantly piqued. She couldn't help but gently pat Li Feizi's arm and asked, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Li Feizi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Do you still remember Yun? He's your cousin. We used to play together a lot when we were kids." Cheng Xiaoyan nodded. "Yes, I remember." "Why did you suddenly bring him up?" She guessed it must be something related to her, so she pressed on. "And then, what is this all about?" Li Feizi wore a meaningful expression, smiling. Yin, you really don't remember that Cheng Xiaoyan urged. "I don't remember, just tell me." Li Feizi replied, "I'll give you a hint. Once we were playing hide and seek, and Yun was the one who had to catch us with his eyes covered." Cheng Xiaoyan tilted her head, trying hard to remember. Gradually those vague memories became clearer, and she excitedly exclaimed, Oh, I remember. Was it when I suddenly caught both of you under the table?" Just as she spoke, Cheng Xiaoyan quickly stopped herself, almost revealing, "I caught both of you under the table." But now she was in Yun's identity and couldn't say that. Cheng Xiaoyan adjusted her wording, intending to continue speaking from Yun's perspective, but unexpectedly Li Feizi took over her line, saying, "Yeah, you were under the table, and you." Li Feizi thought Cheng Xiaoyan was shy for not continuing, so he continued, "You even said Yun can't see with his eyes covered, no one will know." After saying that, Li Feizi couldn't help but grin widely. Cheng Xiaoyan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, petrified in place. "Wang Defa. I actually became a part of your play." Cheng Xiaoyan completely recalled the scene from back then, as she had finally caught both of them, and excitedly removed the blindfold, only to see Yun and Fei hiding under the table, both with flushed faces. At that time she was innocent and naive, foolishly thinking that their red faces were due to being caught, and angry. She was even proud of her victory in the game. More than 10 years have passed, and yet the fool was me. At this moment her once beautiful and pure childhood was shrouded in shadows. Cheng Xiaoyan stood still, a bit furious. Seeing her like this, Li Feizi put away his smile and asked with concern, Yun, what's wrong?" Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly looked up, her beautiful apricot eyes glaring at him fiercely, constantly thinking in her heart, "Who is your Yun? Your Yun is already married to a foreigner. Who is your Yun? Your Yun is already married to a foreigner. Who is your Yun? Your Yun is already married to a foreigner." Li Feizi waved his hand in front of Cheng Xiaoyan, asking, "Are you okay?" Chung Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. I'm fine. Li Feizi's voice lowered, then about us dating. Do you want to think it over? Chung Xiaoyan looked him in the eye seriously, saying, Sorry Li Feizi, I have someone in my heart already. After hearing this, Li Feizi pressed his lips together, falling silent for a moment before speaking. Understood, then let's just be friends from now on. Chung Xiaoyan slightly nodded in agreement. Li Feizi shoved his hands into his pockets, gazing into the distance, sighing, Childhood sweethearts can't compete with unexpected events, that's how it is. Chung Xiaoyan didn't care about Li Feizi's melancholy, as she suddenly remembered something upon seeing his hands in his pockets, exclaiming, Li Feizi. Li Feizi replied leisurely. What is it? Chung Xiaoyan shouted, Where's my catch? Oh, your catch. Li Feizi gestured toward the direction where they had rested earlier. It should still be over there. Chung Xiaoyan, anxious, stamped her foot. Then hurry up and check. What if it gets lost? Li Feizi laughed. They are mature catches now, they need to learn to protect themselves. Before he could finish, Chung Xiaoyan pushed him back, saying, Stop talking nonsense, go find my catch. Chung Xiaoyan pushed him faster and faster, forcing Li Feizi to jog, muttering, I know, I'm going right now. If the gentlemen can see this far, they must be somewhat interested in this book, right? Could you use your generous little hands to give it a rating? Niche genres don't make money, it's purely for love, and this is the only hope, please. In the blink of an eye, it was the 29th day of the new year. As the Spring Festival approached, the number of tourists on Qingdao Island gradually decreased, yet the festive atmosphere grew ever richer and more intense. Every street and alley was adorned with colorful decorations, even the century-old Catholic church hung bright red lanterns. Even Jesus, should he set foot on this land, would celebrate the Lunar New Year. The Huang family fishball shop closed early in the afternoon, and Grandpa Li went home. At that moment, Grandma was leisurely sitting in a chair watching an old TV drama. Grandma turned her head slightly, glanced at Chung Xiaoyan, and then returned her gaze to the television program. Grandma turned her head slightly, glanced at Chung Xiaoyan, and then returned her gaze to the television program. Chung Xiaoyan simply smiled without answering. She slowly reached her hand from behind, holding a beautifully crafted wooden box, and presented it to her grandmother. Here, this is your New Year gift. Grandma was momentarily taken aback, but then her face broke into a beaming smile, her wrinkled eyes narrowing with joy as she exclaimed, Oh, I have a New Year gift. In previous years, it was usually her father who bought gifts for Grandma, and Chung Xiaoyan rarely gave her own heartfelt presents so formally. This year, that gift buyer was no longer around. Grandma joyfully accepted the wooden box, her eyes reflecting a sense of curiosity and anticipation. She gently opened the wooden box, revealing a warm and translucent jade comb lying quietly inside, its exquisite carvings radiating a soft luster. Oh my, this comb is truly beautiful. Grandma's eyes lit up as she carefully picked up the comb, examining it closely with a beaming smile of happiness. Amma loves combs, you are so thoughtful, my dear. I'm glad you like it. Chung Xiaoyan felt warm inside, seeing her grandmother's joy. This jade is good for the body, you should use it to comb your hair from now on. Grandma gently stroked the jade comb, her eyes glistening with memories. When Amma was young, we didn't have such fine combs. Back then life was tough, we just used wooden combs to manage our hair. Later as life improved, we cherished even a plastic comb. Now with such a wonderful jade comb from you, Amma feels so content in this lifetime. Chung Xiaoyan pulled a chair and sat beside her grandmother. Amma, I will buy you more and better things in the future. This comb will remind you of me, as if I'm right there with you every day. Yin, this comb must have cost quite a bit, right? Grandma looked at her granddaughter with concern. Amma knows you're working hard to save money. I don't spend on unnecessary things in the future. Amma, this jade comb. Chung Xiaoyan bit her lip, feeling a bit shy as she said, Actually, it was a gift from my best friend. It didn't cost me anything. Grandma looked up, her eyes filled with laughter. You must be very close to her, so generous. Chung Xiaoyan lowered her head, her gaze downcast. Well, it's just nice. Oh, Grandma elongated her tone, nodding. The next day was the 30th day of the new year, New Year's Eve. The morning sun filtered through the thin clouds, gently falling upon the old wooden dressing table, casting a halo of light. Chung Xiaoyan rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat down on the small stool in front of the dressing table, her long shiny black hair cascading down like a waterfall. Grandma stood behind Chung Xiaoyan, holding the jade comb, and began to gently comb her hair from the top down, her movements soft and soothing, each stroke filled with love. As Grandma combed her hair, she praised, Yin, your hair is so dark and shiny, truly beautiful. Chung Xiaoyan smiled lightly. Isn't it? It was exchanged for your grandson. Upon hearing this, Grandma's combing motion suddenly paused, the comb suspended in midair. Yet just a moment later, Grandma resumed her gentle rhythm, continuing to comb Chung Xiaoyan's hair. For a moment the room fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the soft rustle of the comb gliding through the strands of hair. After a while, Grandma finally broke this silence with a gentle sigh, speaking earnestly to Chung Xiaoyan, Amma just hopes you can lead a normal life like a normal girl. Chung Xiaoyan did not respond, simply gazing quietly at the somewhat old dressing mirror before her. In the mirror, her skin was as white as snow, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars in the autumn waters. The elderly woman behind her patiently combed her long hair, the comb gliding smoothly the strands of hair, laying neatly to one side. Amma has lived for so many years, I understand the hardships of being alone. Grandma continued, so Amma still hopes you can move forward and find someone to share your life with. I understand, Amma, she replied softly. After Grandma finished combing Chung Zioyan's hair, the two of them tidied up the house together. The house, which was already clean, looked even more refreshed after their efforts. Before they knew it, it was 10 in the morning. Grandpa Li cheerfully ran over his steps light, and his spirit lively, followed by Li Feiji, who carried various plastic bags filled with goodies. This year the old Chung family had no one left, and Grandpa Li came to keep Grandma company for the New Year's Eve dinner. According to local customs in Jiaqing, the New Year's Eve meal is usually enjoyed in the evening, but since Grandpa Li had to gather with his own family for dinner that night, thus his New Year's Eve dinner with Grandma was moved up to noon. When Li Feiji heard that Grandpa Li was going to the old Chung family, he eagerly came along to join the fun. Upon entering, he was the first to greet Ching Xiaoyan and Grandma. Huang Ama Yun Yun, Happy New Year. Grandma looked at the well-mannered young man before her and broke into a kind smile, responding, Ah Fei, you too, Happy New Year. Cheng Xiaoyan replied with a smile, while taking the bags filled with ingredients from Li Feizi's hands and sorting them on the counter. These were fresh ingredients to be cooked into delicious dishes for lunch. Meanwhile, Grandpa Li had already skillfully approached, grabbing a lively fish from the bag and firmly pressing it onto the cutting board to begin preparing it. While handling the fish deftly, he said to Cheng Xiaoyan, who stood nearby, Yin Yin, why don't you and Ah Fei go out for a while? I and your Amma are more than enough here. Actually, I can help you guys. Having one more person would make things quicker, Cheng Xiaoyan replied. At this moment, Grandma interjected, Go on, have some fun. Oh, we old folks, Li and I are enough. Just make sure you come back on time for the meal. Li Feiji chimed in. Come on, Yin Yin, staying here won't help at all. Oh, let's not add to the chaos. Cheng Xiaoyan, hearing this, pouted, retorting, Hey, it's you staying here that would cause chaos. I actually would be helping out, okay? Seeing her like this, Li Feiji couldn't help but tease. All right, you have a point. Cheng Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him, but ultimately followed him out. The two wandered aimlessly for a while. Cheng Xiaoyan asked Li Feiji, Where are we going? Li Feiji sighed dramatically and said, When you were little, you always sweetly called me Brother Fei. Now that you've grown up, you've changed to calling me by my full name. Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but twitch her lips at this. You two are a pair of dogs treating me as part of your play. I haven't settled that score yet. With a forced smile, she replied, It's my fault, all my fault for being naive when I was younger. Li Feiji said, Then why don't you call me Brother Fei, and let me hear it? His lips curled into a mischievous smile like a refined beast. Cheng Xiaoyan coldly refused. Sorry, I can't. Li Feiji wasn't angry. He merely chuckled nonchalantly, and then raised his hand to point at a path ahead, enthusiastically suggesting, Hey, look, this road leads to the elementary school we attended years ago. How about we go back and take a look? Cheng Zioyan's eyes brightened immediately as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been many years since she last visited her elementary school. So they took that path, and after about 10 minutes of walking, a familiar, yet slightly strange elementary school, a prominent sign hanging to the side of the school gate boldly read Chin Island Music Elementary School. Looking at this campus that held beautiful childhood memories, Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Unfortunately, the school's management was strict now, and outsiders could not enter freely, so they could only stand outside the gate and observe from a distance. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly walked to a bench in front of the school gate and sat down, her gaze still lingering on the familiar buildings and scenery within the campus. Li Feiji also sat down next to Cheng Xiaoyan. She took out her phone and snapped a few photos of the school gate. Seeing this, Li Feiji suggested, Let me take a picture of you with the school. Cheng Xiaoyan thought for a moment and nodded all right. She walked to the school gate and made a simple peace sign. Li Feiji adjusted his angle, seeking the best composition, and quickly took the picture. He checked the photo he had just taken with satisfaction and boasted, I take great pictures. You look good no matter how I Li Feiji had added Cheng Xiaoyan to his contacts a while ago, and then he sent the photo to her. Cheng Xiaoyan received the photo and teased, I really owe you one. In a good mood, she posted the photo on her social media with a caption, Long time no see, my Chin Island Music School. Long time no see, those clear and carefree days. Wishing friends a happy New Year's Eve. Li Feiji sat beside her, chatting casually, I heard you were studying finance. Cheng Xiaoyan, editing her social media post, replied casually, Yeah, I am. Li Feiji said, So am I. Cheng Xiaoyan looked up, What a coincidence. Li Feiji laughed, That's right. I'm back in the country to find a job. The major financial firms are in the capital to the north, and in Ningjiang to the south. I just returned from an inspection in Ningjiang, which is why I ran into you on the plane. Cheng Xiaoyan asked, Oh, what area are you looking to work in? Li Feiji replied, I want to work in asset management, so I need to network. I gained quite a lot in Ningjiang, and even added a big shots contact through an alumni gathering. Cheng Xiaoyan, curious, asked, Which big shot? Li Feiji smiled mysteriously, Guess who? He's not from Australia, he studied in the US. Li Feiji seemed to remember something. You're from Ningda, right? So, he's not from Australia, he studied in the US. Li Feiji seemed to remember something. You're from Ningda, right? So he counts as your senior. Cheng Xiaoyan tentatively asked Shen Weijun. Li Feiji crossed his arms over his chest contemplating life. Cheng Xiaoyan held back a laugh saying, how about I take you to socialize as you just mentioned something about upward socializing? After a moment Li Feiji abandoned his thoughts and retorted, actually, I don't really like socializing that much, but what I truly enjoy is writing novels. Cheng Xiaoyan became intrigued and asked, writing novels? What kind of novel are you planning to write? Li Feiji replied, well, right here is a perfect material. For instance, the two of us plus a yun could be the foundation for a captivating story. Cheng Xiaoyan was puzzled. What story can the three of us write? Li Feiji grinned mischievously. As long as we turn a yun into a girl. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan felt a buzzing in her head, her body leaning forward involuntarily, nearly falling off her chair. She steadied herself and whispered, why do we need to turn a yun into a girl? Li Feiji calmly smiled, because I want to write about the romantic entanglement between childhood sweethearts. Cheng Xiaoyan adjusted her sitting posture, signaling him to continue. Then Li Feiji began to describe the story he wanted to write. The male lead had two childhood sweethearts, one being the female lead, and the other the second female lead. The male lead and the female lead developed feelings for each other in their childhood. Coincidentally, the second female lead also had a crush on the male lead. Later, the male lead moved away and didn't return until over a decade later to search for the female lead. Unfortunately, the female lead had also moved, but the second female lead did not. Thus, the second female lead took on the identity of the female lead and recognized the male lead, becoming his girlfriend. By chance, the female lead also joined the male lead's company, and the second female lead went to great lengths to ensure the male lead did not recognize her as the female lead. However, the male lead ultimately recognized the female lead. In the end, the lovers came together. After listening, Cheng Xiaoyan supported her forehead with her hand, feeling utterly disheartened. Great, once I was considered just a part of the play, and now I've been turned into the wicked female antagonist. Li Feiji seemed quite pleased with his story conception, excitedly saying, so what do you think? Isn't this story particularly great? Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a fierce glare and retorted, boring, very boring, incredibly boring. Li Feiji replied, what's boring about it? This classic trope has been around for years, but don't just make random claims with your eyes wide open. Cheng Xiaoyan countered, anyway, don't write this, such a cliché plot is destined to flop. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan's firm attitude, Li Feiji felt confused. Why are you so opposed to me writing this story? Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her head, supporting her forehead. Of course I oppose it. The part in your novel where the second female lead replaces the female lead nearly scared me to death. If you keep pondering this daily, I'll be exposed sooner or later. With that thought, Cheng Xiaoyan stood up and said, it's about time I'm leaving. Li Feiji stood up and followed her, saying, hey, how about we discuss the plot? Cheng Xiaoyan replied, discuss how to amuse me. Li Feiji suggested, what if we add a plot twist where the male lead loses his memory? Wouldn't that make it more reasonable? Cheng Xiaoyan commented, I think you're doing well in socializing if focus on that. Writing novels has no future and won't earn you any money. They returned to Huang's fishball shop, where the sumptuous dishes were nearly ready. Li Feiji immediately spotted the delicious dishes on the table, unable to resist his cravings, and quickly grabbed a shrimp to pop into his mouth. As he feasted, he kept praising the culinary skills of the two elderly people, exclaiming how marvelous they were. Grandma and Grandpa Li beamed with joy from his compliments. Cheng Xiaoyan was about to help with serving the dishes when her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She took it out and saw that Lu Kongsu had sent her a video call request. Cheng Xiaoyan walked to a relatively quiet corner and answered the video call. Lu Kongsu's handsome face appeared on Ayun. Happy New Year's Eve. Xiaosu, Happy New Year's Eve. Ayun, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Cheng Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed a light red as she realized she was still on speakerphone. She glanced toward the dining table, ensuring no one was paying attention to her, before bringing the phone close to her lips and softly murmuring, I do. Then Cheng Xiaoyan saw Lu Kongsu grinning foolishly on the other end of the screen. She asked, what are you grinning about? Lu Kongsu chuckled, I feel like you just kissed me through the screen. Cheng Xiaoyan responded, what are you daydreaming about all day? Lu Kongsu made a funny face saying, I want to kiss you, but you won't let me. Cheng Xiaoyan made a funny face back. Then come and kiss me, but only today. Hearing this, Lu Kongsu grew anxious and exclaimed, aren't you just being unreasonable? We're separated by 2 provinces. Besides, out-of-towners need to make an appointment to visit Qingdao, but there's no way I can get there today. Cheng Xiaoyan laughed. Well, the opportunity is yours. Lu Kongsu tried to negotiate. How about the 3rd day of the new year? I have to spend the 1st and 2nd days visiting relatives and can't get away. I can come to find you on the 3rd day at the earliest. Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head, smiling gently. I'm just kidding. If flight tickets during the new year are very expensive, and from the 1st day tourists will flood Qingdao. It's not a good time for a trip. Better wait until the off-peak travel season for you to come. Lu Kangsu replied, for me tourism is secondary, the important thing is wanting to see you. How about I go back to Ningjiang to find you after the new year? Lu Kangsu could only helplessly agree, alright. Ningjiang. The provincial government residence, the Lu family's villa. Lu Kangsu finished his video call with Qing Xiaoyan and walked into the living room where he saw his mother Ku Yijuan accompanying his grandmother Yinlan on the sofa, both of them chatting happily, bursts of laughter occasionally filling the air. Both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are university professors. Ku Yijuan shared interesting stories about the school, with Yinlan causing her mother-in-law to laugh uncontrollably, one hand always covering her mouth, her eyes squinting with delight. Lu Kangsu went to the kitchen to check, and the nanny was busy cooking, estimating it would take a while. In Ningjiang, the custom is to have the reunion dinner at noon, so the nanny would be busy during that time. Lu Kangsu approached the study door, quietly peeking inside. He saw his grandfather Lu Mingtai and father Lu Qingfeng sitting across from each other, engrossed in a game of Go. Lu Kangsu reached into his pocket and felt the embroidered gold pouch inside, which contained a Shoshan stone seal. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. After a moment, he opened his eyes, smiling, and stepped into the study. Grandpa, Dad, you're playing chess, let me take a look. As Lu Kangsu spoke, he walked towards the two elders. Hearing his grandson's voice, Lu Mingtai didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply said softly, sit down, don't speak, while watching the game. Lu Kangsu quietly sat down next to the Go table without making a sound. Lu Mingtai was playing with black stones while Lu Qingfeng used white stones, one representing a provincial governor, the other a city government official currently engaged in fierce competition. The black and white stones gradually spread across the board like two armies clashing fiercely. Lu Qingfeng played his moves increasingly quickly, attempting to disrupt Lu Mingtai's rhythm with unexpected tactics, pressing him step by step. Lu Mingtai remained calm and composed. Each black stone he placed seemed to carry immense weight, neutralizing threats discreetly, while building a solid defense, countering with defense. Lu Kangsu observed the game earnestly, noting that his father Lu Qingfeng was on the offensive, while his grandfather Lu Mingtai was defending. In the middle game, the situation became tense, and Lu Qingfeng's pace of play slowed as he quickly scanned the board for breakthroughs. Lu Mingtai sat upright, calm and unshaken, responding to changes with steadiness. At that moment, the room fell silent except for the sound of stones touching the board. As the endgame approached, the situation became clear. Lu Qingfeng made bold moves, but soon faltered, ultimately allowing Lu Mingtai to find an opportunity and capture a large group of stones. Lu Qingfeng exhaled a breath of frustration, placing the white stones back into the container with a smile, saying, Dad, your apparent defense is actually bait, enticing me to make a move. Once I make a move, there will be a flaw for you to exploit, truly brilliant, worthy of my study. Lu Mingtai replied leisurely, Qingfeng, you are in your prime and should strive to be ambitious. Do not learn from my outdated tactics. Lu Qingfeng nodded, saying, understood. Lu Mingtai then turned his gaze to Lu Kangsu, who had been quietly watching, smiling as he said, You young man have been watching for so long, you must have something to say. Lu Kangsu replied, You are both masters at play. Watching from the side has been quite enlightening, hasn't it? Lu Qingfeng glanced at Lu Kangsu and said, Xiaosu, just speak directly if you have something to say to your grandfather. Lu Kangsu smiled, then took out the embroidered gold pouch from his pocket and handed it to Lu Mingtai, saying, Grandpa, this is my New Year gift for you, take a look. After saying that, Lu Kangsu also casually mentioned Lu Zixing's name as a way to reciprocate a favor. Oh, this is quite rare, there hasn't been such a good thing in previous years. Lu Mingtai cheerfully accepted it, unwrapping the embroidered gold pouch to reveal the Shoshan stone seal inside. He played with the seal and remarked, Though it is not a top-quality Shoshan stone, it excels in craftsmanship. Here, Qingfeng, take a look at this treasure your son has gifted. Saying this, Lu Mingtai handed the Shoshan stone seal over to Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng reached out to take the seal, admiring it while saying, Xiaosu, this Shoshan stone seal must be worth tens of thousands. You are so generous, you must have something to discuss. Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Kangsu sat up straight. I can't hide it from you, Dad. I do have something I want to discuss with Grandpa and you. Lu Mingtai pretended to frown seriously, saying, To ask for a favor, one must first offer a gift. This could be considered bribery. Lu Kangsu chuckled, Grandpa, how can you say that about our family matters? Lu Mingtai smiled slightly, Go on, what is it? Lu Kangsu took a deep breath, paused, and tentatively asked, Grandpa, do I really have to go to the Northwest for poverty alleviation? He put extra emphasis on the word really. Lu Mingtai replied solemnly, Why do you find it hard to leave the prosperity of the Southeast and can't endure hardship? Lu Kangsu replied, I can endure hardship, but could I not go so far as the Northwest? Even a place a bit closer to Ningjiang would be fine. Lu Kangsu questioned, We all start from the grassroots. Isn't the grassroots everywhere the same? Why must it be the far-off Northwest? However, Lu Mingtai did not immediately respond to Lu Kangsu's words. His deep gaze was like a cold pool, staring intently at the young man before him. The study fell silent. After a long while, Lu Qingfeng spoke earnestly, saying, Your grandfather has his reasons for sending you to the northwest. Lu Kengsu looked down. Lu Qingfeng continued, haven't you been preparing for this for a long time? That's why I've let you play freely at school all these years as compensation for the hardships you will face in the future. So now you're backing down. Lu Kengsu still kept his head down, asking in a muffled voice then. How many years do I have to go? Lu Mingtai stated flatly, at least 5 years, at most 10. During these years you will face the yellow earth beneath your feet, and the barren mountains behind you, living with wind and sand, enduring a hard life. Lu Kengsu looked up anxious and said, Grandpa, I don't mind hardships, I just hope I can find a place a little closer to Ningjiang, even if it's in a neighboring province. There are poor areas too. Lu Mingtai narrowed his eyes slightly. Why do you want to find a place close to Ningjiang? Lu Kengsu replied, because that way I can visit you often. Lu Mingtai chuckled lightly. Is that really what you think? Lu Kengsu stubbornly replied, really. Lu Mingtai gazed at Lu Kengsu, his eyes sharp as a sword. Under such scrutiny, Lu Kengsu once again involuntarily lowered his head. A prime minister must rise from the localities, and a fierce general must emerge from the ranks. After a moment of silence, Lu Mingtai spoke. His tone was steady and powerful. Do you still remember this saying? Lu Kengsu replied in a low voice. I remember. His phone's wallpaper featured this saying. Lu Mingtai asked, do you know where this saying comes from? Lu Kengsu answered without hesitation, from Han Fizi. Lu Mingtai stood up and walked to the bookshelf, retrieving a book. A few years ago, I traveled west with the big boss. On the way, the big boss talked most about the prominent learning in this book. Lu Kengsu looked up, and the book in Lu Mingtai's hand was indeed Han Fizi. Lu Mingtai continued, discussing prominent learning on the way to the northwest. Don't you understand? Your future lies in the northwest. A prime minister must rise from the localities, and a fierce general must emerge from the ranks. Wherever one starts, that is where one rises. Northwest rises, northwest emerges. Lu Kengsu felt a dryness in his throat, and he struggled to swallow, his voice becoming husky. But is there a possibility that your understanding of this matter might be misguided, Grandpa? Lu Mingtai shook his head, saying, impossible. Lu Mingtai had navigated the political waters for his entire life. He could never be wrong in such judgments. He then chuckled lightly. Even if what you say is true, let's take a step back. Even if my judgment is wrong, so what? The harsher the environment, the more it can temper one's will and intellect. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng, who had been silent, finally spoke. All right, Xiao Su, what is the reason that made you waver? Just speak frankly. I don't believe it's just so you can visit us conveniently. After a long time, Lu Kengsu finally spoke the truth. I've fallen in love with someone, and I can't let her spend her best youth waiting for me for 5 years, or even 10 years. Lu Mingtai walked over to Lu Kengsu, placing the Han Fizi book in his hands as he slowly said, in life, every moment involves choices. If you can make the right choice at the right time, you can surpass most people in this world. Opportunities in a person's life are limited. Often there are only 1 or 2 critical chances. If you seize them, you can step into a higher place. You can choose not to go to the northwest. You can even choose to stay directly in Ningjiang. Ningjiang has your dad to look after you, and once you graduate, if you follow the established path, you can live a stable life. But are you content with that? After finishing the reunion dinner, Lu Mingtai and Yin Lan went to take a nap. As soon as Lu Kengsu entered the house, his mother Koijuan pulled him down to sit on the sofa. She was already aware of what had happened in Lu Mingtai's study. Lu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly and turned to the kitchen. Koijuan spoke earnestly. Kengsu, you need to tell me honestly, have you really decided not to go to the northwest? Lu Kengsu replied, Mom, isn't it good for me to stay in Ningjiang? Koijuan clearly was not satisfied with his answer. If you stay in Ningjiang, the most you can achieve is entering the provincial level. If you go to the northwest, you could enter the capital in the future. Don't you understand the difference between the two? Lu Kengsu fell silent. How could he not be aware of the disparity? Koijuan stared at her son for a moment before asking, do you know the specific situation of that girl and her family? Lu Kengsu replied, she is my university classmate. We made our vows together and joined the organization at the same time. Her family has no criminal record for 3 generations, so there won't be any issues with ZS. Koijuan let out a slight sigh of relief, but quickly followed up with, how old is that girl? Lu Kengsu answered, 21. Koijuan looked at her son seriously. Kengsu, you're only 22 now. By the time you finish your master's degree, you'll be 24. At that point, you can go to the northwest, work hard, and strive to return in 5 years. By then you'll be 29, and she will be 28. Isn't that the perfect age? Lu Kengsu softly replied. You said it would be a struggle, which means whether I can come back in 5 years is still uncertain. Even if I can return in 5 years, what if she can't wait for me? Koijuan shook her head dismissively and replied lightly. If that's truly the case, then it proves that your feelings for each other aren't as reliable as you think. Perhaps she isn't the one destined for you. Lu Kengsu stood up and walked to his room. All right, Mom, I don't want to discuss this any further today. Koijuan wanted to say something more, but Lu Qingfeng came out of the kitchen and handed Koijuan a peeled apple. All right, teacher, could you still have 2 years? Why are you in such a hurry? Have an apple first. Ku Yijuan took the apple and bit into it forcefully. Jushan Mansion. Shen Weijun stepped out of the Shun residence. After having the reunion dinner here, he bid farewell and left. He felt he could not fit into that family, and did. Shun Weijun sat in his Lotus Electra, his hands resting on the steering wheel, yet he hesitated to shift gears. Today was New Year's Eve, but he did not know where to go. He withdrew his hand from the steering wheel, took out his phone, and opened Chung Xiaoyan's moments. She did not reply to his message. Shen Weijun then opened the location tagged in Chung Xiaoyan's moments. It was 1,019 kilometers away. He began checking flight tickets. There were no more tickets available for today's flight to Jiaqing. He also checked the high-speed train tickets, and there were none left either. That left him with self-driving. 1,019 kilometers, at least an 11-hour drive. Should he go? After a while he chuckled at himself and shook his head. Shen Weijun sighed. How could I have such naive thoughts? Just then Liang Pingchuan called. Shen Weijun answered the call. Liang Pingchuan said, Old Shun, I've got that thing you wanted. Shen Weijun replied, Where are you? I'll come find you now. Liang Pingchuan gave an address. Shen Weijun hung up the phone and the Lotus Electra drove out of Jushan. Within minutes, he met Liang Pingchuan. Liang Pingchuan got in the car and handed Shen Weijun a large box. Shen Weijun took a look and asked, Is this the midnight edition of Strike Freedom? Liang Pingchuan nodded, That's right. But to be honest, I think this looks like something boys would enjoy. Are you really planning to give it to the junior? Shen Weijun replied calmly. The intel from Shun Weiliang said that Qing Xiaoyan likes this. Liang Pingchuan asked with some doubt, Your brother isn't tricking you, is he? No, he wouldn't dare. Shen Weijun placed the large box in the back seat. Do you have anything else to do today? Liang Pingchuan replied, I'm free. Suddenly Liang Pingchuan remembered something. Oh, by the way, I need to mention that the Liu family has organized a gathering and specifically invited you to attend. Shen Weijun replied, I won't be going to the Liu family's gathering. Just tell them I want to attend. He started the vehicle. Now accompany me to Lingfa Temple. Liang Pingchuan asked with curiosity, What do you want to do at the temple? Shen Weijun replied, I want to ask the Buddha if there is such a thing as destiny. I don't believe in destiny. All that exists is effort. There's no longer a Wang Baochuan waiting in a cold cave. If I really wait 5 or 10 years, Yun would belong to someone else. Lu Kungsu lay in bed staring blankly at the ceiling after returning to his room. Suddenly he sat up, pulled out his phone, opened the navigation app, and searched for Kandayan Shao. It was 1,010 kilometers away. He began checking flight tickets. There were no more tickets available for today's flight to Jiaqing. He also checked the high-speed train tickets, and there were none left either. That left him with self-driving. Should he go? Oh, Yin said that if he came today it would be fine. Kiss. Lu Kungsu slowly closed his eyes. After a long time he opened his eyes. He had to go today. Lu Kungsu glanced at the clock. It was 1343. The navigation showed that it would take 11 hours to reach the destination. In 11 hours, it would be early morning tomorrow. This does not even account for the time to get to the island. He would have to wait for the boat to get to Kandayan. No, if he wanted to arrive before midnight today, there was simply not enough time. Time 1655. The black Audi A6L sped along the highway. Lu Kungsu had been driving for 3 consecutive hours, and as he was pushing the speed limit without penalty, he had to concentrate even more than usual. Although his spirit remained high, he still felt a hint of fatigue. This made him realize that he could no longer continue driving. His body needed rest. While being with Yun was undoubtedly important, his own life was equally precious. Lu Kungsu began to calculate quickly in his mind. Should he take a break at the service area? Based on his current level of fatigue, if he chose to rest at the service area, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. But the problem was that as the journey progressed, the frequency of required breaks would likely continue to increase. No, there wasn't enough time. At that moment his gaze caught a sign ahead. It read 2 kilometers to the next highway exit. Please be cautious when changing lanes. Lu Kungsu squinted, instantly making up his mind. After 2 kilometers, the Audi A6L exited the highway. Once off, Lu Kungsu drove a short distance toward the city before stopping the car by the roadside. He got out of the car, leaned against the door, took out his phone, and called for a designated driver. Then, taking advantage of the moment, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Before long, the designated driver arrived on an electric bicycle. After confirming the last digits of the phone number, the driver placed the bicycle in the trunk of the A6L and got into the car. Lu Kungsu also took the passenger seat. After getting in, the designated driver adjusted the rearview mirror and seat position, set up the phone navigation, and politely said to Lu Kungsu, Boss, shall we follow the navigation route? We can start now, right? Wait a moment, don't rush to set off. I might need to change the route. Lu Kungsu pointed to the onboard navigation. We need to follow this navigation route. Okay, let me check. The designated driver was slightly taken aback at first, then nodded obediently as he looked at the onboard navigation. After a while, a question mark slowly appeared above the designated driver's head. Boss, is this navigation set incorrectly? It indicates we are headed to Jiaqing. That's right, I want to go to Jiaqing. But boss, look here. When you placed the order, it clearly stated there was only 6 kilometers to go, but now the navigation shows over 600 kilometers. That's too big of a difference. That's not important. How much are you willing to go for? The designated driver unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. I'm sorry, boss, but I really can't take this order. Lu Kungsu quickly reached out and grabbed him, saying, hey, wait a moment. We can negotiate the price. The designated driver paused, turned to look at Lu Kungsu, and said helplessly, boss, it's really not about the money. I still need to get home to have New Year's Eve dinner tonight. My family is all waiting for me. Without saying a word, Lu Kungsu took out his phone, quickly opened the account balance interface, and handed the phone to the designated driver, sincerely saying, how about this? This is all the cash I have left. I'll keep 500 for emergencies, and the rest is all yours. The phone screen clearly displayed an account balance of 7,980 yuan. The designated driver. He stared at the number for quite a while, hesitating. If you give me all this money, what about the fuel? Don't worry. I have a fuel card here, enough for the trip. As long as you take this order, you'll end up with 7,480 yuan. Hearing this, a look of indecision and hesitation appeared on the designated driver's face. After a few seconds of silence, he finally nodded, slowly replying, all right, since you put it that way. Let's agree on this, no backing out. Lu Kungsu declared firmly, I will never back out. The designated driver buckled his seatbelt, saying, let's go onward to Jiaqing. Throughout the journey, Lu Kungsu and the designated driver took turns driving. Even when using the restroom, they did so during fuel stops, and whenever they got hungry, they nibbled on some bread in the car. One could say the people could rest, but the car could not. Every second counted. The designated driver asked, I say, boss, why must you rush to Jiaqing before midnight? Because a girl promised me that if I can see her today, I can kiss her. The designated driver sighed, youth is truly wonderful. If I had been like you when I was young, perhaps my wife would have been so. Time 2301. The black Audi A6L entered the urban area of Jiaqing, and Lu Kungsu bid farewell to the designated driver. Time 2319. The black Audi A6L stopped at the piano dock. Lu Kungsu approached the unattended ticket machine to check the ferry schedule. The next ferry was scheduled for 0020. Time was running out, and since he hadn't made a reservation in advance, he couldn't buy a ticket. The island was close enough to see, yet he had to wait an hour for the ferry. For Lu Kungsu, making a reservation was not difficult. A simple phone call could easily resolve it. The truly tricky issue was the ferry's departure time. The Jiaqing Shipping Group was responsible for operating the ferry services at the piano dock. So how could he find someone from the Jiaqing Shipping Group? Lu Kungsu lit a cigarette, his mind racing. Finally, his gaze settled on the customs building not far from the dock. Jiaqing Customs. Lu Kungsu murmured, Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun had been transferred to Jiaqing Customs a few years ago, and the main business of the Jiaqing Shipping Group was international freight, which inevitably involved dealings with Jiaqing Customs. As long as Uncle Chun could make a call to the shipping group, the ferry might be able to depart early. However, this was still a violation of regulations and required a legitimate reason. What could be a legitimate reason? Lu Kungsu paced back and forth. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea: rescue. There was a hospital on the island, and if a patient needed to be transferred due to a serious illness, that would be a legitimate reason. However, this required cooperation from the medical system. Who was in the medical system? The army hospital. Uncle must have a way to contact the hospital on the island. As long as the hospital on the island could issue a transfer request, the loophole for the shipping group's violation could be. Lu Kungsu exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke wafted across his face. He closed his eyes, murmuring, what am I thinking about? Once power is unleashed, it cannot be taken back. Lu Kungsu suddenly opened his eyes wide, throwing the cigarette, but on the ground. Then he stomped it out forcefully. He raised his wrist to check the time, 2324. There was still time. Lu Kungsu dared not waste a moment and hurried back to the car to start the engine. Time 2334. The Audi A6L arrived at the fishing port dock. Lu Kungsu first sent a message to Cheng Xiaoyun, then he hurriedly ran between one fishing boat and another, anxiously searching for a boat with people on it. From here, it would only take 10 minutes to reach the island. Finally, he spotted the captain on one of the fishing boats. Lu Kungsu stood on the shore, panting, hello, boatman, I need to get to the island. Can you take me over? The captain waved his hand, saying, not going, not going. Lu Kungsu took a step and jumped directly from the shore to the bow of the boat. The boat rocked, and he nearly lost his balance and fell into the sea. The captain hurriedly supported Lu Kungsu, saying, you young man, you can't jump over like that, it's too dangerous. Because of the commotion at the bow, a boy of middle school age peeked out from the cabin, watching the excitement. Lu Kungsu, not caring about his awkwardness, urgently said, boatman, I'm in a hurry to get to the island. I'll pay you 500 yuan for the fare, is that alright? It's not that I don't want to take you, but there are regulations on the island. You need a reservation to get on the island. If I take you, that would be a violation. Moreover, fishing boats cannot carry passengers, there will be fines. Lu Kungsu asked, how much is the fine? The captain replied, 500 yuan. Lu Kungsu responded. Lu Kungsu waved to the boy who was watching the excitement on the side, saying, kid, come here for a moment. The boy, not knowing what he wanted, still approached. Lu Kungsu raised his left wrist and pointed to his watch with his right hand, saying, Apple Watch Series 1080. The boy swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. Lu Kungsu took off the watch, grabbed the boy's hand, and pressed the watch into his hand, saying, here, it's a gift for you. Happy New Year. The boy accepted it awkwardly, and then looked at the captain saying, Dad, can I keep it? The captain looked at the watch in the boy's hand, and then said to Lu Kungsu, young man, this doesn't seem appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. My uncle on the island is seriously ill and just waiting for me to see him for the last. On the western shore of Chin Island, a cluster of 7 or 8 bars and nightclubs exuding rich Hawaiian charm is scattered along the beach. On New Year's Eve, this place becomes a haven for foreign tourists, while lonely souls unable to return home also. Some choose to indulge in wild revelry at the bustling nightclubs, dancing away to the vibrant beats of the music, oblivious to the passage of time. Others set up small tables and chairs by the sea, light a lantern, sip on some drinks, enjoy late-night snacks, and listen to the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore, savoring the tranquil atmosphere of the ocean at night. Just like Chung Xiaoyan is doing now. She rarely splurges, ordering an expensive glass of red wine, sitting on the beach with the sea breeze as her companion. Life is tough, but one must have some sweetness. As the new year begins, one ought to indulge in a little intoxication. After dinner today, Chung Xiaoyan accompanied her grandmother to watch the Spring Festival Gala for a while. Before 10 o'clock, her grandmother succumbed to fatigue and went to bed early. Thinking of the fireworks show at midnight on the western shore of Chin Island, Chung Xiaoyan came alone to the beach, sipping red wine and passing the time. When her parents were still around at this moment, the three of them would always sit together sipping some fine wine, counting down the seconds together, and watching the annual fireworks display at midnight. Family, these two words are most vivid during the new year. As the waves crash against the shore and the sea breeze brushes her face, she unknowingly finishes her glass of wine. Thanks to spending so much time with the wine-loving Xian Qing, Chung Xiaoyan's tolerance has significantly increased. After one glass of red wine, she feels not a hint of intoxication. She feels a bit frustrated. Although her tolerance has improved, it has also become more expensive. She just wanted to use a slight buzz to make her loneliness less apparent tonight. Should she order another glass? She pondered. Just then her phone vibrated. Chung Xiaoyan took her phone out of her. Lu Kungsu sent a message, come to the fishing port dock, hurry. Although Chung Xiaoyan was puzzled, she left the western beach and headed towards the fishing port dock, her mind racing with various possibilities. What could she possibly be going to the fishing port dock for at this late hour? Suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Could it be? He's here. Chung Xiaoyan quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss this unrealistic thought. She had just video called Lu Kungsu at noon. He was still in Ningjiang then. Ningjiang and Jiaqing are separated by 2 provinces and over 1,000 kilometers of road. How could he possibly be here? Moreover, even if he came, how could he get on the island without an appointment? Yet once that thought emerged, it spread like wildfire and could not be easily extinguished. Spending New Year's Eve alone truly feels like a torment. However, even knowing the chances of his arrival are slim, Chung Xiaoyan's heart began to swell with anticipation. Her heart started to race. Her steps quickened. As she walked, she began to jog. When Chung Xiaoyan finally arrived breathless at the fishing port dock, she spotted a fishing boat slowly approaching the shore. Before the fishing boat could fully dock, a tall figure leaped off the boat and rushed toward her. The figure drew closer. By the time Chung Xiaoyan could clearly see his face, she was already tightly embraced. It really is him. He's here. Chung Xiaoyan looked up at him, saying, how did you? Lu Kungsu lifted her chin and directly kissed her red lips. The words she hadn't yet spoken were silenced in her mouth. Chung Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock. Her heart raced suddenly. Her thoughts were in disarray. She began to struggle lightly. Lu Kungsu released his grip on her chin, moving his hand to gently cradle her neck, at the same time his other arm wrapped tightly around her slender waist. Chung Xiaoyan was completely restrained with no room left to retreat. She gradually stopped struggling. Feeling her compliance, he could no longer restrain himself and boldly advanced. Her taste was that of sweet red wine. Chung Xiaoyan slowly closed her eyes, allowing him to savor her. It was only after 2 or 3 minutes, with a loud bang in the sky, that he finally pulled away. The midnight fireworks show began bursting in vibrant colors across the night sky. Lu Kungsu looked at her. Her eyes shimmered. Her lips glistened with a watery sheen. She breathed softly, her slightly parted lips resembling ripe cherries, increasingly red and beautiful. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. The man's breath was heavy. Not enough. One more time. The brilliant fireworks continued to bloom in the night sky, their colorful light intertwining, transforming the night into a dreamlike scene. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Chung Xiaoyan's lips were almost numbed from Lu Kungsu's kisses. She felt a little dizzy, but was that slight intoxication. He seemed to be more effective than the wine. Finally, when the man had his fill, he contentedly ended the passionate kiss. Chung Xiaoyan's cheeks were flushed. You're really bold. Aren't you afraid? I'll kick you into the sea. Lu Kungsu's voice was deep. You promised as long as I see you today, I can give you a kiss. Chung Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback, recalling that she had indeed said this. However, she had only said it casually. Who would have thought this guy would take it seriously? She felt embarrassed. That was just a joke. Lu Kungsu embraced her once more, whispering in her ear, no matter, I've already come to collect on it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fireworks still echoed in the sky. Oh, the fireworks show. Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly broke free from Lu Kangsu's warm embrace, grabbing his hand and sprinting outside. The fishing port dock was not a good spot for watching fireworks. They needed to find a higher vantage point. This fireworks show would last about 10 minutes, and if they hurried to find a place, they could still catch the grand finale. In the distance on the fishing boat. Shortly after the fishing boat docked, it was spotted by the staff on duty. The staff frowned. There are clear regulations from the dock management that fishing boats cannot carry passengers. Don't you know this? Being on duty on New Year's Eve was already frustrating enough, and now someone had to come and stir up trouble. The captain of the boat, however, wore a righteous expression, loudly declaring someone's uncle is about to pass away. They urgently need to see him one last time. I'm just doing what I can. The staff's gaze passed over the captain and landed on the couple kissing in the distance. His brows furrowed even deeper. Surely they couldn't be saying, just hang on a little longer, uncle. Let me steal a kiss before I come to see you one last time. Cheng Xiaoyan pulled Lu Kangsu as they ran along the path. Her steps were light and her long hair danced wildly in the evening breeze, resembling a flowing painting. Lu Kangsu closely followed her, his gaze never leaving her. Cheng Xiaoyan occasionally turned back to urge Lu Kangsu to hurry up, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation and joy. The way she glanced back in the evening breeze was breathtaking. Lu Kangsu momentarily lost his focus, his steps becoming mechanical as he instinctively continued to run forward with her. With the whistling sound of fireworks soaring into the sky, their footsteps quickened. Finally, they found a good spot to watch the fireworks. In the night sky, brilliant fireworks bloomed, transforming the entire expanse into a dazzling sea of flowers. Cheng Xiaoyan's delicate face was illuminated by the colorful glow of the fireworks, adding an enchanting hue. Lu Kangsu stood quietly beside her, his eyes never straying from her. To him, she was more radiant than the fire. As the last firework faded into silence, the annual firework festival came to an end. Cheng Xiaoyan, still unsatisfied, complained, "It's all your fault for taking me to that fishing port, preventing me from seeing the full fireworks show." Lu Kangsu gently embraced her from behind, burying his head in her dark hair, greedily inhaling her unique fragrance. He softly said, "Just tell me, was the kiss comfortable?" Thinking about the kiss moments ago, Cheng Xiaoyan felt her legs weaken. She then nestled into his arms like a docile little cat, falling silent. Lu Kangsu also remained silent, simply holding her tightly. The night on the island was tranquil and quiet. After a while, Cheng Xiaoyan could no longer contain her curiosity and conflict, asking, "Have you kissed someone else? Are you very concerned?" His voice was soft and calm. "I want to know," she replied, guessing the answer, but still holding on to a glimmer of hope. "What if there's a chance?" After a moment, she heard him behind her utter two words, "I have." Although she had anticipated this answer, a sense of disappointment still washed over her. When she rushed to the fishing port, knowing that the chance of him appearing was 1 in 10,000, she still found herself hopeful. In the end, he truly came. It felt as though a divine being had descended. Apparently, there was no chance involved this time. But the man's voice came from behind again. "Lips? I've only tasted yours." Lu Kangsu spoke slowly, as if savoring the feeling of kissing her. They're soft, fragrant, and sweet. Cheng Xiaoyan turned her head back, her beautiful eyes focused on the man who had stolen her first kiss, attempting to delve into the depths of his heart through his brows and eyes. Lu Kangsu also lowered his eyes, calmly meeting her gaze. As their eyes locked, their breaths gradually quickened. Cheng Xiaoyan's back pressed tightly against his chest, and she could distinctly feel the masculine aura radiating from him. This aura was like a blazing flame, seemingly ready to ignite the air around them. It was a signal of danger. He could launch another attack at any moment. Cheng Xiaoyan nervously turned her head away, her heart racing, and after a while she stammered, "Then, how are you so skilled?" Her voice was so soft that it seemed only she could hear it. Lu Kangsu's tone rose slightly, laced with a hint of unnoticeable pride. "Maybe it's a gift." "Cheng Xiaoyan," Lu Kangsu shamelessly added, "if you're willing to let me practice a few more times, I believe I can improve further." Cheng Xiaoyan. The night grew deep. They started walking towards the fishball shop. The moonlight like water spilled onto the ground, stretching their shadows long. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the fishball shop. Cheng Xiaoyan halted, turned to Lu Kangsu, and said, "Goodbye. Here you should quickly find a hotel to rest." Lu Kangsu stood still, looking at her with a half smile, the corners of his mouth curling subtly. Cheng Xiaoyan noticed he hadn't moved and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to stand guard at my door?" Lu Kangsu replied casually, "I have no money now, so I can't stay at a hotel." His tone was calm, as if he didn't feel the slightest embarrassment from this predicament. Cheng Xiaoyan was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at him. "What happened? Did you get scammed?" Various unpleasant thoughts flashed through her mind. Lu Kangsu gently shook his head, smiling. "This is the price for kissing you. It was mutual. How can you say it's a scam?" "Cheng Xiaoyan," Lu Kangsu lightly explained, "I spent all my cash to see you. Now I have to wait until the first working day after the Spring Festival holiday to withdraw the money from my investments." After saying that, he shrugged, appearing helpless. Cheng Xiaoyan asked dazedly, "Why?" Lu Kangsu briefly recounted his journey to Qingdao, leaving her in shock. After listening, Cheng Xiaoyan stared at her shoelaces, her voice low and soft. You just talk to me properly. I wouldn't really prevent you. There was no need to pay such a high price. Lu Kengsu, however, seemed to be deliberately teasing her, tilting his ears slightly, as if trying hard to listen, then looking confused as he asked, "What are you not really allowing?" "Oh dear, your voice is too soft. I can't hear clearly." Cheng Xiaoyan. Did it have to be so clear? All right, it is what it is. Everything is the best arrangement. Lu Kengsu, sensing the right moment, did not pursue the topic further. As he spoke, he reached out and gently lifted her lowered head. "How about you support me during these few days of the Spring Festival?" While speaking, his palm gently caressed Cheng Xiaoyan's delicate cheek. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a slight tickle and asked awkwardly, "How do I support you? Do I have to give you money?" "No need for money. It would just provide me with food and shelter." "Then, what benefits do I get from support?" Under the moonlight, Lu Kengsu's eyes were deep and his voice low. "I can help keep you warm at night. Everything will be according to your wishes. You are my sugar daddy now." His thumb brushed against Cheng Xiaoyan's lips, causing her to shiver slightly. The woman's red lips were strikingly beautiful, alluring, and captivating. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed into his eyes. Did he wanna again? It was becoming too much. Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly reached out, capturing his wandering hand in her own. Then with her other hand, she took out her phone and began searching for hotel information on the island. In the past, she had never paid attention to the accommodation prices on the island, but checking today made her heart race. Upscale hotels priced at over 3,000 available. Budget hotels priced at over 1,200 fully booked. Affordable guest houses priced at 700 fully booked. Lu Kengsu peeked at her phone, nodding as he looked. The price is quite attractive." Cheng Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. "Why do I feel like you're very pleased?" Lu Kengsu replied nonchalantly. "Of course I'm happy to stay in a luxurious hotel. Just imagine the room has big floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a direct view of the vast ocean. Every morning the moment I open my eyes I can enjoy that boundless beautiful sea view. It's simply marvelous." Cheng Xiaoyan, worried about her wallet, spoke with a quivering voice. "But how many days?" Lu Kengsu counted on his fingers. "During the Spring Festival holiday, it's only 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. This hotel charges over 3,000 yuan a day. If I stay for 7 or 8 days, that would be over 20,000 yuan. Cheng Xiaoyan reached out and pinched Lu Kengsu hard, shouting, "Staying for 7 or 8 days? Are you trying to make me go broke? No way, you need to go back to Ningjiang tomorrow." Cheng Xiaoyan finally understood why girls like to pinch others, because a soft punch didn't hurt, but pinching was quite exhilarating. Naturally, Lu Kengsu wouldn't let her pinch him easily. He deftly dodged left and right, circling around Cheng Xiaoyan while shouting, "Hey, why are you starting to chase me away? This is your territory. You can't host guests like this." Cheng Xiaoyan, unable to catch him, said angrily, "You can stay on the island for one night, but tomorrow hurry back to Jiaqing City to stay there. It's cheaper. After all, Qingdao is a well-known tourist destination, and the accommodation costs here are ridiculously high." Lu Kengsu was displeased and complained, "No way. Jiaqing City is so far from you. I don't want to go there. I want to stay on this island." He shook his head vigorously. Cheng Xiaoyan, fuming, pointed her index finger at Lu Kengsu, gritting her teeth. "Fine, then you can just go back." Lu Kengsu quickly grabbed her outstretched index finger, holding it firmly in his hand with a triumphant smile on his face. "Even if I have to leave, I will take you with me." Cheng Xiaoyan. Her index finger was firmly held by the man, and her anger was significantly diminished. Lu Kengsu grinned at her. "So how about it, dear? Let's go together. We return on the first day of the new year, and on the second day you come home to meet my parents." Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly pulled her finger back from his grasp. Meet the parents? No, no, no." She panicked. "I need to accompany my grandmother during the new year. I can't go back with you." Lu Kengsu feigned distress. "Then what should I do, my sugar daddy?" Cheng Xiaoyan pursed her lips. "Even a sugar daddy can't help." At this moment, Lu Kengsu, with a cunning expression, placed his hands gently on Cheng Xiaoyan's shoulders and slowly turned her body to face the fishball shop. He pointed at the fishball shop and said, "Hey, there's another option, or I can stay here." Cheng Xiaoyan. She bit her lip. "There are only 2 rooms upstairs, one for my grandmother and one for me." Lu Kengsu looked unfazed. "Perfect, we can share a room." Cheng Xiaoyan. Lu Kengsu added, "It's not like we haven't shared a room before. We've been sleeping in the same room for over 3 years. Pressured by her wallet, Cheng Xiaoyan ultimately brought him inside. The two sneakily went up to the second floor of the fishball shop. Cheng Xiaoyan tiptoed to glance into her grandmother's room and saw her grandmother sleeping soundly. So she slowly closed the door to her grandmother's room, afraid to make a sound. Then, like thieves, they slipped into Cheng Xiaoyan's room. As soon as he entered, Lu Kengsu took off his coat and comfortably sat on Cheng Xiaoyan's bed, contentedly saying, "Finally, I have a place to stay. I won't have to sleep on the streets tonight." Cheng Xiaoyan made a shushing gesture, reminding him, "Keep your voice down." Lu Kengsu chuckled and whispered, "Why do I feel like we're having an affair?" "Who's having an affair with you?" Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glare, suddenly remembering something. "Ah, by the way, where's your luck?" Lu Kengsu replied indifferently, "It's in my car. I was in a hurry and didn't have time to grab it." Cheng Xiaoyan asked. Then what are you going to wear to sleep? Lu Kongsu playfully said, if it comes down to it, I'll just sleep in my underwear. Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glare, turned to the wardrobe, and rummaged for a while, before finally finding an old set of her sportswear. She walked over to Lu Kongsu, handed him the clothes, and said, you can make do with this, it's a bit small, but at least it will suffice for the night. Cheng Xiaoyan, standing at 1.7 meters tall, had bought this set of sportswear intending to wear it loosely, so she bought it a size larger. Lu Kongsu should be able to fit it. Lu Kongsu took the clothes, saying, a little small is fine, at least it's men's clothing. If you handed me a pink bunny outfit, I'd really lose my composure. Cheng Xiaoyan responded, I don't even have a pink bunny outfit. If you want one, it doesn't even exist. Lu Kongsu asked, do you want me to buy one for you? No need. Cheng Xiaoyan waved her hand, and continued, as for toiletries, I'll go find you a new towel and a new toothbrush. You can use my toothpaste for now. After preparing everything for Lu Kongsu, she went to take a shower. When Cheng Xiaoyan came out after her shower, her cheeks were flushed from the steam, resembling a ripe apple, charming and adorable. She gave Lu Kongsu a look, whispering, all right, it's your turn to wash now, don't make a big noise. Lu Kongsu nodded, stood up, picked up the obviously small set of sportswear, and walked into the bathroom. As soon as he closed the door, his low voice could be heard complaining, Yun, this is a tight outfit. I estimate that once I put it on, I won't be able to take it off. Cheng Xiaoyan covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while also lowering her voice. Stop complaining, just be grateful you have something to wear. The boy was quick in the shower. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Kongsu came out. He was wearing the obviously small sportswear, the fabric clinging tightly to his body, accentuating his good physique, looking both comical and somewhat alluring. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at the man in front of her with great interest, trying to suppress her laughter. Lu Kongsu, feeling a bit awkward, tugged at the tight clothing and complained, this outfit is really too tight. I feel like I'm going to rip it when I walk. Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan's gaze unintentionally wandered down. Lu Kongsu noticed her gaze, asking, what are you doing? Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly turned her head away. Lu Kongsu felt smug for a moment. Then he saw that Cheng Xiaoyan had already laid out a simple sleeping mat on the floor by the bed. He pointed at the mat, dissatisfied. I'm sleeping on the floor tonight. This is too pitiful. Cheng Xiaoyan adopted a serious expression, glaring at him, and retorted, what else do you expect? Do you want to squeeze into the same bed with me? Lu Kongsu chuckled, thick-skinned. Yes, you understand me well. Cheng Xiaoyan seemed unfazed as she walked directly to the switch and turned off the light, then gracefully slipped into the warm covers. The person on the floor helplessly replied, good night. The room was dark and quiet, with only the faint sounds. After a while, Lu Kongsu's cautious voice broke the silence of the night. Iwan, are you asleep? Cheng Xiaoyan gently responded, not yet. After receiving a reply, Lu Kongsu's tone grew increasingly pitiful. Iwan, the floor is so cold. As he spoke, he made sounds of tightly wrapping himself in the blanket. Facing Cheng Xiaoyan's silence, Lu Tsunxue did not give up and continued in a pitiful tone. Iwan, the floor is both cold and hard. Can you really bear to let me sleep on the floor? Cheng Xiaoyan remained silent, as if she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan still not speaking, Lu Tsunxue felt a pang of disappointment, but understood that he should not push his luck. Just being able to kiss the one he loved today was already a great reward. So he wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, adjusted his position, and prepared to sleep. At that moment, her voice came from the bed, Xiaosu. Hearing this voice, Lu Tsunxue trembled and quickly replied in a hushed tone. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly said, you can bring your blanket up to sleep on the bed, but we each have to use our own blanket. She ultimately had a soft heart. To Lu Tsunxue, this voice was like a heavenly melody. All right. He was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy as he grabbed his blanket and pillow and quickly climbed onto her bed. Cheng Xiaoyan scooted over a bit, making enough space for him. As Lu Tsunxue lay down, he immediately felt the residual warmth of her body in the bedding. He was utterly satisfied. Cheng Xiaoyan wrapped herself in her blanket, facing away from him, yet even so she could still clearly and intensely feel Lu Kongsu's presence and breath. Forget it, don't think too much, just sleep. She slowly closed her eyes and gently whispered, good night. Lu Tsunxue also softly replied, good night. The night was quiet and serene. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng Xiaoyan opened her eyes again. She couldn't fall asleep. Her heart was restless. Lu Tsunxue was lying on the same bed with her, would he? However, knowing Lu Tsunxue as she did, even if they shared a bed, if she wasn't willing, he wouldn't do anything. But when a man's primal instincts arise, how could reason possibly control it? She couldn't help but feel worried. Lu Tsunxue, you must not come onto me. Suddenly this phrase slipped out. Cheng Xiaoyan was startled, hurriedly covering her mouth with her hand, and quickly burying her head deep into the blanket. Oh my, how could she have unconsciously spoken her innermost thoughts aloud? After a long pause, Lu Tsunxue, Cheng Xiaoyan slowly peeked her little head out from the blanket, and gently turned to look at him. Lu Tsunxue was breathing evenly, and had fallen asleep. Cheng Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief. Reflecting on how he had hurriedly traveled over 1,000 kilometers today, he was indeed tired. Cheng Xiaoyan reached out her hand, gently tucking him in with the blanket, then closed her eyes peacefully. This time it didn't take long for her to fall into a deep sleep. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Lu Tsunxue woke up first while the person beside him was still sound asleep. Cheng Xiaoyan had a habit of waking up early, but she had been unable to sleep last night and hadn't fallen asleep until the early hours. Lu Tsunxue gently reached out his hand, carefully brushing aside a few strands of hair that had fallen on her cheek, revealing her beautiful sleeping face perfectly serene, completely unguarded. Just like that time when she was drunk. He had carried her into the hotel, and she had also lain before him like this without any defenses, like a blooming flower waiting to be picked. She radiated an alluring aura. Lu Tsunxue lowered his head and tenderly kissed the space between her eyebrows. Then he slowly traced down her forehead and gently pecked her lips. Lu Tsunxue lay in bed, quietly admiring the beauty of her sleeping face for a while, before finally deciding to get up and wash up. Just as he opened the door, he saw his grandmother dusting the furniture with a feather duster. Grandmother also noticed the young man walking out from her granddaughter's room. For a moment their eyes met. Both were momentarily taken aback. Lu Tsunxue spoke first. Grandma. No, good morning. Happy New Year. I wish you all the best. May all your wishes come true, and may you have good health and longevity. As he spoke auspicious words in a sing-song manner, he wore a big smile, trying to leave a good first impression on his grandmother. However, Grandma remained unmoved by his enthusiastic greetings, her eyes fixed intently on this unfamiliar young man. Grandma tightly gripped the feather duster and pointed it at Lu Tsunxue, sternly asking, "Who are you, and why did you come out of Ian's room?" Lu Tsunxue was about to answer when Grandma continued to question, "And why are you wearing Ian's clothes?" Lu Tsunxue cursed inwardly. Damn. He had forgotten to change back into his own clothes. Ian's sportswear clung tightly to him like a second skin. It actually looked quite provocative. Lu Tsunxue hurriedly explained, "Ama, don't be alarmed, I'm not a bad person. I'm Ian's boyfriend." Grandma's face still bore a look of skepticism. Ian has never mentioned that she has a boyfriend. "I really am, Ama, please listen to me. Stop right there and say it from where you are." Lu Tsunxue wanted to step forward, but was pushed back by Grandma with the feather duster, and he had no choice but to raise his hands and retreat to his original spot. "My name is Lu Tsunxue, I'm a classmate and roommate of Ian at Ning University. Oh, I know everything about her." Grandma's expression softened a little. Cheng Xiaoyan had previously mentioned that her secrets were only shared with two people. One was herself, and the other was her best friend. Grandma's tone relaxed as she asked, "Where is Ian?" Lu Tsunxue pointed to the room. "She's inside." Grandma pointed to a corner of the room with her feather duster and ordered, "You stand over there. Don't move." Lu Tsunxue dared not be negligent, responding repeatedly, Yes, all right." He obediently stood in the corner, clearing the doorway of the room. Grandma hurriedly walked into the room, approaching the bed and shaking the sleeping Cheng Xiaoyan. Yun, wake up." Cheng Xiaoyan, eyes still closed, mumbled sleepily, "Grandma, what is it?" "Wait, man." Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly woke up, all traces of sleep vanishing, as she opened her eyes and asked, "Where is he?" Grandma pointed to a corner outside the door, "Over there." Following Grandma's finger, Cheng Xiaoyan indeed saw Lu Kungsu standing obediently in the corner, resembling a student who had misbehaved and was awaiting punishment from the teacher. He was wearing tight athletic clothing that clung to his body, perfectly showcasing his proportions, yet it appeared some. Cheng Xiaoyan suppressed her laughter, turned to Grandma, and asked, "Grandma, did you make him stand there as punishment?" Grandma nodded knowingly, "Of course I don't know him." Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her voice, "He is the best friend I mentioned to you before." Upon hearing this, Grandma finally felt relieved and sat down by her bedside. "Is he the one who gave you the jade comb?" Cheng Xiaoyan nodded yes. Grandma's face broke into a smile. "He told me he's your boyfriend. So is he a good friend or a boyfriend?" "He is my boyfriend." Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit shy admitting it. How long had she been a girl before she started dating? It was quite a swift turn. It's all his fault. He relentlessly pursued her, confessing and chasing her from Ningjiang to Qingdao. Achoo! Just as she was blaming him, a man's sneeze suddenly echoed from the corner outside the room. Cheng Xiaoyan quickly got out of the warm blanket, put on her coat, and then picked up Lu Kungsu's coat that was set aside. She walked up to Lu Kungsu and handed him the coat. "It's so cold outside, why didn't you wear a coat when you got up?" Lu Kungsu took his coat, put it on, scratched his head, and said, "I thought brushing my teeth and washing my face would only take a few minutes. Who knew I would have to stand here as punishment?" Cheng Xiaoyan shook her head with a smile, then took his hand and walked into the room. Lu Kungsu obediently left. Cheng Xiaoyan brought Lu Kungsu to Grandma and softly asked, "Grandma, can I let him stay at home for a few days? If he stays at home, will he sleep with you?" Grandma looked at their joined hands. "Did you sleep together last night?" Cheng Xiaoyan tightened her grip on Lu Kungsu's hand. He felt her nervousness. He opened his mouth to say something, but found himself unable to speak. Suddenly he regretted whether he had been too hasty. Had he put too much pressure on her? But then again, thinking of her made it hard for him to control himself. After a brief pause, Cheng Xiaoyan diverted the topic. "Accommodation on the island is expensive, especially with the spring festival approaching. It will be even pricier. There's no need to waste money on that, right?" Grandma stared intently at Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan sweetly called out, "Grandma." Lu Kongsu suddenly looked. Was she acting cute? Cheng Xiaoyan indeed was. Perhaps she didn't even realize it, but she was truly being adored. Her voice was soft and sweet, able to turn steel into something gentle. Lu Kongsu's dark eyes were filled with affection as the girl he loved was fighting for the right to stay at her home. Grandma, unable to resist the charm of her granddaughter's cuteness, said, "Sai, if I don't agree, will you go live in Jiaxing City with him?" "No way," Cheng Xiaoyan replied. Grandma feigned helplessness. "Then let him stay. Can I really chase him away?" Lu Kongsu was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked. "Thank you, Grandma, for taking me in." However, Grandma suddenly shifted her tone, reminding them seriously, "But you two should keep the noise down at night. I have light sleep and can easily wake up." "What noise? What is considered too loud?" Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly explained. "Grandma, that's not happening." Grandma looked at Cheng Xiaoyan, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Cheng Xiaoyan sat down beside the elderly woman, softly saying, "Grandma, I know what to do." Grandma nodded, ultimately saying nothing more. After Lu Kongsu finished washing up and changed back into his clothes, he waited outside Cheng Xiaoyan's room for her to finish dressing before heading out together. Soon Cheng Xiaoyan pushed the door open and came out. She wore a loose cotton coat on top and casual long pants below, looking androgynous and laid back. Lu Kongsu scrutinized her. Seeing the scrutinizing look in Lu Kongsu's eyes, Cheng Xiaoyan asked, "What's wrong? Does my outfit not look good?" "It's very nice, but it's not enough. You can look even better." "I don't know how to put on makeup. At most, I just wear some lipstick." "Not makeup. By the way, why haven't I seen you wear that dress I bought for you?" "I haven't worn a dress out before." "Did you bring it with you?" "Yes, I did." "In that case, you should wear that today. It'll take you out. It's New Year, so you should wear new clothes." Cheng Xiaoyan slightly nodded, softly agreeing with an "oh" before turning back to her room to change. In a short while the door opened again, and she slowly walked out of the room. She wore a white cardigan sweater paired with a women's shirt with a small bow tie at the collar and a brown long skirt. The girl before him was gentle and captivating, exuding an artistic and intellectual charm. Lu Kongsu was very satisfied. In this world, she was the most beautiful. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the sun shone brightly, and the spring breeze was warm as tourists flocked to this charming little island like a tide. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Kongsu and Cheng Xiaoyan, this handsome couple, stood out remarkably. Especially Cheng Xiaoyan, walking down the road, her skirt swaying with her steps, capturing the attention of countless passersby. However, for Cheng Xiaoyan, who was wearing a skirt out for the first time, the feeling was both unfamiliar and intriguing. As she walked, she couldn't help but fix her gaze on her swaying skirt, the hem dancing like waves crashing on the beach, which was immensely fun. She occasionally playfully lifted her foot to lightly kick the edge of her skirt, making it sway even more joyfully. Lu Kongsu couldn't help but remind her, "Be careful, don't flash." In Jia City, at the fishing port dock, Lu Kongsu's casually parked car was already slapped with a fine. Since they were already by the car, Cheng Xiaoyan directed Lu Kongsu to drive to enjoy some local delicacies and took him to visit several famous attractions in the city. As the sun began to set, the two returned to Qin Island with their luggage. Cheng Xiaoyan was initially worried that he wouldn't be able to get to the island without a reservation, but he resolved the issue with a single phone call. Indeed, rules have always been a limitation for ordinary people. The two returned to the fishball shop to drop off their luggage, and then accompanied Grandma for dinner. Upon entering the fishball shop, they immediately spotted the village chief Chen Jijia sitting inside and chatting warmly with Grandma. Qin Island is administratively managed by the neighborhood office, but since it was originally a small fishing village, it still retains the village committee. It seems that the village chief came this time mainly out of concern for Grandma, who had lost her son and daughter-in-law, to pay a visit and offer condolences. Having finished his conversation, Chen Jijia was about to leave after leaving a bag of fruit when he saw Cheng Xiaoyan and Lu Kongsu enter from outside. Cheng Xiaoyan knew Chen Jijia and out of politeness instinctively greeted him, saying, "Hello, Director Chen, Happy New Year." Chen Jijia replied with a strange expression, "Hello, Happy New Year. May I ask who you are?" Seeing this beautiful and vibrant young woman greet him, Chen Jijia, it took a long time to remember which family on the island had such a beautiful daughter. After greeting him, Cheng Xiaoyan felt a bit regretful. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? I am. She couldn't decide whether to use her name Cheng Xiaoyan or Cheng Yunyan. "She is my godgranddaughter Yunyan." Just when she was in a dilemma, Grandma timely intervened. "Yunyan." Chen Jijia murmured the name, feeling that it sounded somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite recall who it was. Grandma further explained, "Oh, she is the granddaughter of Cheng Weihua. They used to live on the street next to ours." After Grandma's reminder, Chen Jijia finally realized, nodding repeatedly, "Oh, so it's Yunyan. No wonder she looks a bit familiar. She is the granddaughter of old Uncle Cheng. It's been nearly 10 years since we last met. Time really flies. Look at Yunyan, now she has grown into a graceful young woman. I didn't even recognize her. However, I didn't expect Yunyan to be sharp enough to recognize me at first glance." Cheng Xiaoyan thought to herself, "I only saw you at my father's funeral, of course I can recognize you." Yet she said, "Director Chen, you still look exactly the same as 10 years ago, without any changes. Or have I not changed? My hair is almost thinning." He then noticed Lu Kangsu standing beside them, and did not forget to compliment, "This must be Yunyun's boyfriend, a perfect match." Lu Kangsu politely responded, "Not at all, Director Chen, you really are dedicated, always thinking about the community during holidays, which is truly admirable." Lu Kangsu was quite good at flattering words, and Chen Jijia felt quite pleased. These kind words were what grassroots officials cherished the most. Afterward, Chen Jijia chatted a bit more about family matters before leaving. After placing Lu Kangsu's luggage, Cheng Xiaoyan wanted to help Grandma prepare dinner, and Lu Kangsu stepped forward, offering to lend a hand. Grandma shooed them to the living room, telling them to watch TV and wait for dinner. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyan saw Chen Jijia return. Chen Jijia first greeted Grandma, then approached Cheng Xiaoyan, stating his purpose. "Yunyan, I have a favor to ask of you." Cheng Xiaoyan, unsure of what he wanted, stood up and invited Chen Jijia to sit down, asking, "Director Chen, you are too polite. What is it?" "Yunyan, you must know that our Qin Island is hosting the Queen's Procession folk event on the third day of the new year, right?" Cheng Xiaoyan nodded. "I know." She was very familiar with this traditional folk event, held only once every 4 years. During each event, families would send people to impersonate the deities with drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. The Queen's Procession has always been the most anticipated event for Cheng Xiaoyan during the new year, since she was a child. Chen Jijia immediately followed up, "You moved away when you were about 10, right? Before you left, did you go to the Queen's Palace to pay respects every year?" Cheng Xiaoyan lightly nodded yes. Both Cheng Xiaoyan and Cheng Yunyun would go with their elders to the Queen's Palace on the island to pay respects and pray for blessings every year after the age of 3. Chen Jijia said, "You must have gone for 6 consecutive years, right?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied yes. She had a vague sense that Chen Jijia was about to say something more. Chen Jijia sighed helplessly and continued, "Originally my niece was supposed to impersonate the Queen this year, but who would have thought that just yesterday this child accidentally injured her eye with fireworks while playing. The doctor said it would take a long time for her to fully recover." He said this while shaking his head and sighing, displaying a worried expression. After a brief pause, Chen Jijia began to complain, "Alas, she missed this opportunity. But I am in trouble. I have no idea where to find a suitable devotee at this short notice." At this point, his eyes suddenly brightened as he looked at Cheng Xiaoyan, saying, "Just when I was anxious, I ran into you. You haven't returned for so many years, and it just so happens that you are back this year. It must be a sign from the Queen." Hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyan could finally not hold back and said so. "Director Chen, you want me to impersonate the Queen?" Chen Jijia looked at Cheng Xiaoyan with eager anticipation. "Yes, Yunyun, you grew up on Qin Island, and you have been offering incense to the Queen for 6 consecutive years. You are the perfect fit." Cheng Xiaoyan was a bit uncertain, so she turned her gaze to Lu Kangsu. Lu Kangsu raised an eyebrow. "I actually look forward to seeing you impersonate a deity." Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan hesitate, Chen Jijia continued to persuade her, "Don't worry, the Queen just needs to sit elegantly in the divine palanquin. There is no need for rehearsals, just a day of fasting. It's quite easy." Cheng Xiaoyan still had some concerns. With so many people on the island, there should be more than just me as a devotee. Chen Jijia explained, "The Queen does not wear a face mask, so there are higher demands for appearance. Not just anyone can impersonate her." After saying that, he looked at Cheng Xiaoyan with a confirming gaze. Lu Kangsu nodded beside her. "That's right. If you go, you will be the most beautiful queen." Cheng Xiaoyan shot Lu Kangsu a glare, and he quickly fell silent. She then asked, "Director Chen, I have a question. The Queen's procession starts the day after tomorrow, and I need to fast tomorrow. What would you have done if you hadn't run into me?" Chen Jijia replied, "Actually, the village committee has an alternate choice, a girl from the Zhang family who is very beautiful and was a good candidate, but she just received her marriage certificate and hasn't held the wedding banquet yet." Chen Jijia looked troubled. "According to customs, it's better to have an unmarried person. I went to her house this morning to ask, but the girl from the Zhang family hesitated a bit, fearing that it might offend the Queen. However, if no one else is available, she will have to step in." Cheng Xiaoyan was still a bit hesitant. Her identity was borrowed after all, and being too conspicuous wasn't a good thing. However, being able to impersonate the Queen was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The people here all believe in this. Chen Jijia added, "Oh, by the way, there will be a concert by Ming Xuezheng at the Organ Museum tonight. Moreover, the organ used for this performance is the essence of the wind god." Chen Jijia continued to entice her. "It's a rare opportunity. Our village committee has 2 invitations, and you young couple can go listen together. Ming Xuezheng is an international organ performer, and the essence of the wind god is the museum's treasure." Cheng Xiaoyan was indeed tempted. This concert is by invitation only with no tickets for sale, so there was no place to buy tickets. She had been discussing with Lu Kangsu earlier that evening about sneaking into the organ museum. At that moment, Grandma walked out of the kitchen saying, "Go ahead, pray to the Queen for blessings, and let's ask for some good fortune for our family. We really need a bit of luck." Hearing Grandma's words, Cheng Xiaoyan finally nodded and agreed to this matter. Their family needed a change, and on the evening of the New Year's Day, dinner was ready, and the 3 of them sat around the table. Grandmother looked at Lu Kangsu, who was sitting opposite her, her eyes filled with affection. "Little Lu, since this is your first time at our home, you must eat more." Lu Kangsu hurriedly nodded, saying, "Grandma, you are too polite. With so many delicious dishes, I don't know where to start." Usually when only Cheng Xiaoyan and Grandma were present, Grandma would generally prepare only 1 or 2 small dishes, which was just enough for the two of them. But today, since Lu Kongsu was here, Grandma specially made 5 dishes with fish and meat, a perfect combination of flavor. Lu Kongsu picked up his chopsticks and tasted a bite of the dish, his eyes instantly lighting up as he sincerely exclaimed, "Grandma, your cooking is simply superb. This flavor is even better than what the chefs make outside." Grandma smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits, and waved her hand saying, "You child, you just know how to make Grandma happy. After cooking for a lifetime, I still have some insights." As she spoke, Grandma added a large piece of fish to Lu Kongsu's bowl saying, "Come try the fish made by Grandma, and see if it suits your taste." Cheng Xiaoyan, watching from the side, pretended to be jealous. "Grandma, you're too biased. You usually don't give me this much food." Grandma playfully glared at Cheng Xiaoyan saying, "Little Lu is a guest, of course I need to take extra care of him." Lu Kongsu felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head, giving Cheng Xiaoyan a proud glance. Cheng Xiaoyan returned his gaze with a disapproving look. After dinner, Cheng Xiaoyan began to clean up the dishes. Lu Kongsu wanted to help, but was stopped by Grandma. Grandma said to Lu Kongsu, "Little Lu, don't worry about it. Today just accompany Grandma to watch some TV and let Xiaoyan do the washing." Cheng Xiaoyan pouted and muttered softly, "So I am the one with the lowest status at home now." Lu Kongsu, feeling sorry, still wanted to help. "Grandma, there are quite a few dishes today, let me help." But Grandma pulled Lu Kongsu back, smiling. "Little Lu, don't worry about that, just sit with Grandma for a while." Lu Kongsu had no choice but to sit back down, casting an apologetic glance at Cheng Xiaoyan. Cheng Xiaoyan shrugged and took the dishes to the sink. Grandma turned on the TV, but her attention was not on it. This made Lu Kongsu realize that Grandma probably had something to say to him. Grandma casually asked about Lu Kongsu's family situation, and he only mentioned that his father was an ordinary civil servant working in the city government, and his mother was a teacher. As for Lu Kongsu's grandparents, Grandma only inquired about their health and did not ask about their work. Since Grandma didn't ask, Lu Kongsu certainly wouldn't bring it up. Grandma looked towards Cheng Xiaoyan, who was focused on washing the dishes, and did not notice this side. Grandma observed Cheng Xiaoyan's back for a while before slowly speaking. "You know about the past of Xiaoyan, right?" Lu Kongsu gently nodded, saying in acknowledgement. Grandma spoke softly, gradually saying, "Since this child can share the most difficult things in her heart with you, it means you are truly important to her. Since she is willing to be friends with you, it means she has recognized you and is willing to be with you." Grandma continued, "Don't be fooled by this child's gentle demeanor. She is very stubborn at heart. Once she has decided on something, it is hard for her to turn back. Theoretically, I shouldn't meddle too much in the affairs of young people." Grandma added, "However, there are some things I need to tell you from my heart." Grandma paused slightly, seeing Lu Kongsu listening attentively before continuing, "If you do not plan to be with Xiaoyan for the long term, you must tell her early, otherwise it will hurt her. Xiaoyan is not like ordinary girls. It is not easy for her to start a relationship." Grandma said, "Especially, you are so important to her. If there are problems in your relationship, I don't know if she will be able to cope." "So, do you understand what Grandma is trying to say?" Lu Kongsu sat up straight, listening intently, his throat slightly moving as he answered solemnly, "Grandma, I understand. I will be with Xiaoyan for a long time." Grandma smiled kindly, slowly extending her hands worn by the passage of time, gently patting the back of Lu Kongsu's hand. The old woman didn't say anything more and concentrated on watching TV. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaoyan finished washing the dishes and came out asking, "I'm done washing, what are you two talking about?" Grandma chuckled, saying, "That's a secret between Grandma and little Lu." Cheng Xiaoyan turned her gaze to Lu Kongsu. "Oh, what secret?" Lu Kongsu gave her a helpless look. "It's a secret, so of course it must be kept confidential." Grandma glanced at the time. "All right, you two still have to go to the concert tonight, so now is just the right time to head over." On the way to the organ museum, Cheng Xiaoyan gently pushed Lu Kongsu, still curious. "Hey, what did you and Grandma talk?" Lu Kongsu pulled his hand out of his pocket and gently held Cheng Xiaoyan's hand, then stuffed both their hands into his coat pocket. "Your grandma was asking about my birth date to see when it would be suitable to marry you off to me." Cheng Xiaoyan scoffed, feeling that his pocket seemed warmer than her own. "Then you should ask your grandma yourself," Lu Kongsu said with a confident expression, then shifted the topic. "Is that organ called the Spirit of the Wind really that amazing?" As soon as this topic came up, Cheng Xiaoyan became excited, chattering. It was made for the British royal family, the largest pipe organ of its time, and a pinnacle creation of the early 20th century. The beautiful girl in front of him blinked her lovely eyes, her tone filled with excitement. "It is several stories high and has thousands of pipes. It's over 100 years old, but its sound quality is still outstanding." Cheng Xiaoyan talked for a long time, and seeing Lu Kongsu's lack of response, she elbowed him. "Hey, are you listening?" Lu Kongsu smiled, reaching out to ruffle Cheng Xiaoyan's hair. "You really are adorable." Cheng Xiaoyan lightly huffed, playing music to a cow. The two walked for a while and arrived at the concert hall of the organ museum. Though called a concert hall, it was actually a small white palace. 82 stone columns from the ancient Greek temple of Hera, with granite beams supported between the large columns, sourced from the temple of Hephaestus in the Athenian agora. The organ called the Spirit of the Wind stood quietly resembling a loft. Cheng Xiaoyan and Lu Kongsu found their seats. Soon the organist Ming Xuejing entered, and after a brief speech the concert began. The piano is known as the king of instruments, while the organ, being the ancestor of the piano, is the existence of the god of instruments. This god is literal. The original purpose of the organ was for religious music, and its performance is beautiful and solemn, grand and magnificent, akin to the whispers of the gods. After the performance, Cheng Xiaoyan felt as if her soul had been cleansed. P.S. Eolioi. E. The Spirit of the Wind is just an ordinary reed automatic organ. The author simply likes its name and used it, so please do not take it too seriously, those who know. The treasure described in the text is actually Norman Beale. Lu Kongsu casually hummed a tune with his hands in his pocket, stopping to tilt his head a yun. Cheng Xiaoyan looked up at him. Lu Kongsu's voice was lazy and filled with laughter. I remember you Cheng Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, then gently nodded. Yeah. Then let's do it now. Lu Kongsu suddenly took her hand and jogged. Let's go back and get your guitar. They sat down on the steps by the beach. Cheng Xiaoyan hugged the guitar, the sea breeze gently blowing her skirt, swaying lightly, a few strands of hair playfully sticking to her fair cheek, accentuating the charm in her eyes. The beautiful woman's slender fingers lightly rested on the strings as she softly asked, "Guess what song would you like to hear?" No rush. Lu Kongsu didn't hastily pick a song, but extended his hand, signaling Cheng Xiaoyan to pass him the guitar. Curious, Cheng Xiaoyan handed the guitar to him. Lu Kongsu took the guitar and held it in his arms, adjusting his sitting posture slightly. Cheng Xiaoyan propped her chin on one hand, tilting her head as she quietly gazed at him. Lu Kongsu began to strum the strings, moonlight falling on his face, the interplay of light and shadow outlining his clean and sharp jawline. However, his first note sounded a bit stiff, his fingers were clumsy, obviously a novice. Cheng Xiaoyan listened carefully for a while before recognizing the tune as Miss Dawn. Lu Kongsu strived to play awkward yet focused. After the prelude, he parted his lips and began to sing soft. Miss Dawn, you look beautiful when your lips turn downwards, just like under the Anha Bridge, the clear water. So those might not be real, Miss Dawn. You are definitely not a classmate without a story. His singing was evidently not his forte, and his voice sounded somewhat hoarse in the sea breeze. There were even some off-key notes. Occasionally his fingers would accidentally press the wrong string, but he didn't mind, and continued to focus on the next note. So those might all be real, Miss Dawn, who would tirelessly comfort that ignorant boy. I want to be like you, disregarding everything. Come with me, Miss Dawn. Finally he finished the last note, feigning impatience, saying, I really can't handle this singing here, you take it back. Saying this, he stuffed the guitar back into Cheng Xiaoyan's arms. Cheng Xiaoyan's lips curled into a bright smile as she hugged the guitar in her lap, thinking of his earnest, yet somewhat clumsy demeanor. She gently comforted, I think you sang quite well. At least I liked it. I know my own level. Lu Kongsu appeared indifferent, ruffling Cheng Xiaoyan's hair. I still prefer listening to you. Cheng Xiaoyan tidied her hair that he had messed up, casually pushing her hair behind her ear. What do you want to hear? Noticing Lu Kongsu hadn't responded for a while, Cheng Xiaoyan looked up. Lu Kongsu suddenly leaned closer, the warmth of his breath brushing against her earlobe. Do you know the way you just pushed your hair back was so feminine? Cheng Xiaoyan's ears instantly turned red. Hey, are you going to listen to me sing or not? Lu Kongsu leaned back leisurely, saying, Of course I will. Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her gaze and asked again, What do you want to hear? Lu Kongsu looked out at the sea, his voice a bit distant. I want to hear There Are So Many People in This World. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and began to strum the strings. She remembered that the first song she sang after becoming a girl seemed to be this one. That day she had taken his hand and intertwined their fingers. Coming from afar, you are so bright. There are so many people in this world. How lucky I have us. Cheng Xiaoyan slightly closed her eyes as if immersed in her own world. Her voice was soft and enchanting, like a clear spring, intertwining with the sound of the waves flowing through the... Lu Kongsu turned his gaze back to Cheng Xiaoyan's face, quietly listening to her sing. It seemed that was when his heart began to stir. The moonlight that day was as bright as today, and she was like a moonlit sprite taking his hand, their fingers intertwined. After he sent her home that day, he sat alone in the car. He listened to the song There Are So Many People in This World the entire night, thinking of her lost in thought. Living in me, soaring youth. Long kisses soaked in tears. Always makes me think, lost in thought. When the two returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock and Grandma had long gone to bed. Cheng Xiaoyan instructed Lu Kongsu to take a shower first. Lu Kongsu responded with an and quickly began to remove his clothes. In a matter of moments, he had stripped off his inner lining and undergarments, revealing a solid and well-defined back. Cheng Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of his back, which exuded a sense of strength. The gradually narrowing waistline outlined a perfect body curve with attractive abdominal muscles faintly visible. Lu Kongsu suddenly turned around, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Are you spying on me? Cheng Xiaoyan turned her head aside. What's there to spy on? And why don't you go into the bathroom to undress? Don't you fear catching a chill? Lu Kongsu teased. Isn't this to see if I can tempt you? Cheng Xiaoyan shot him an annoyed glance and tossed a bath towel at him. I've seen everything before. Lu Kengsu nimbly caught the towel and suggested, since that's the case, why not let me see too? That would be fair. Cheng Xiaoyan glared at him. Hurry up and wash. Stop being so long-winded. Lu Kengsu turned his head and took his clothes into the bathroom. The makeshift bed prepared for Lu Kengsu from last night was still not tidied up, so Cheng Xiaoyan simply sat down on it. She took out her phone and noticed several unread messages marked with green bubbles, all containing New Year wishes. There was also a message from Xu Jun, who hadn't been in contact for a long time. Sister Yin, Happy New Year. Cheng Xiaoyan replied with Happy New Year. She also replied to the other congratulatory messages one by one. Shen Weiliang not only wished her a Happy New Year, but also sent her his report card. He had passed all 3 subjects in this semester's exams. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a deep sense of relief. This child finally had a promising future. She had managed to keep her job and no longer had to worry about being fired. She continued to scroll through the unread messages and saw that Shen Weijun had also sent her a message, Happy New Year. After all, he was her lifesaver. She had not replied to the messages in the friend group, but she still needed to respond privately. She sent Shen Weijun a message, Happy New Year. After sending the message, Cheng Xiaoyan waited for a while, but Shen Weijun did not reply. She let out a sigh of relief. Next came a message from Xianqing. Xianqing, baby, I'm so bored at home. There's no place to play. Cheng Xiaoyan, you can come to my house. It's fun here. Cheng Xiaoyan, I also went to listen to Ming Zuezin's organ concert today. It was amazing. Xianqing, I really want to hear it too. I'm going crazy. Jif Xianqing, I really want to go to Qingdao. I'm about to lose my mind and my family even arranged a blind date. Cheng Xiaoyan, is it that the person's appearance doesn't meet your standards, Miss Xian? Xianqing, exactly, they are quite wealthy, but their looks are just too abstract. Cheng Xiaoyan knew that Xianqing was superficial and didn't care about wealth. She would even pay if the person looked good. After chatting for a while, Lu Kengsu came out from his shower. He was drying his hair with a towel. Darling, it's your turn to wash. Darling. Cheng Xiaoyan was still not used to him calling her that. She responded softly and took her change of clothes into the bathroom. The bathroom still retained the lingering steam and the scent of shower gel. Her gaze fell upon the laundry basket in the corner, where she saw Lu Kengsu's recently changed clothes, including his underwear. Should she wash them for him? After finishing her shower, Cheng Xiaoyan came out to find Lu Kengsu already leaning against the head of the bed. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly sat down at the edge of the bed. The lights had been off last night, so she hadn't thought much of it then. Now with the lights on, a man was sitting on her bed waiting to sleep beside her, and the visual impact suddenly became overwhelmingly intense. It was a strange feeling. She recalled a vacation one year when the 4 of them from the dormitory traveled together. To save money, they shared a double room. Shi Fangzhou and Yang Guang shared one bed while she and Lu Kengsu shared the other. At that time, sleeping together didn't evoke any special feelings for Cheng Xiaoyan. Now with the man lounging lazily against the headboard, the feeling was completely different from that of their trip together. It felt entirely different. Cheng Xiaoyan lowered her gaze. I have changed and so has he. What's wrong? Lu Kengsu noticed Cheng Xiaoyan sitting there in a daze. What are you lost in thought about? Nothing. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly crawled to the other side of the bed, pulled her own blanket over herself, and covered up. It was already past 11 o'clock. Lu Kengsu asked, are you going to sleep? Cheng Xiaoyan responded in a muffled voice, let's sleep. Lu Kengsu softly said, is there a good night kiss? Cheng Xiaoyan pulled the blanket up a bit higher, tucking her half head into the covers. No. Lu Kengsu's voice sounded again, then I'll turn off the light. Cheng Xiaoyan mumbled a response from under. Lu Kengsu turned off the light. Good night, Yun. Good night. The room fell into darkness. Cheng Xiaoyan lay with her back to Lu Kengsu, thinking that she would not be able to sleep again tonight. Strangely, after closing her eyes, she quickly fell asleep. In the dark night, Lu Kengsu heard the sound of steady breathing beside him. He turned to his side, only able to see the back of the woman's head. He was so tired yesterday that he had fallen asleep as soon as he lay down. Tonight, he could watch her for a little while longer. Lu Kengsu cautiously moved closer to Cheng Xiaoyan, the distance between them shrinking until the tip of his nose could almost brush her hair. Her hair smelled fragrant and sweet like petals wrapped in sugar, both delightful and enticing. Lu Kengsu couldn't help but inch closer. He took a delicate sniff. Suddenly a wave of heat surged within him. He hurriedly stopped, not daring to inhale any further. Lu Kengsu struggled to suppress his inner impulses, turned away, lying back to back with Cheng Xiaoyan, restraining himself from looking at her any longer. If this continued, he would inevitably lose control. With a big move, he would want to charge in. On the second day of the new year in the morning, Cheng Xiaoyan's first task was to report to the village committee. The members of the village committee were quite satisfied with Cheng Xiaoyan's appearance. The village director Chen Jijia gave her some instructions, especially reminding her to fast today to show her sincerity. Cheng Xiaoyan noted everything down. This naturally included going to the Tianhou Palace to cast divination blocks and seek the approval of the goddess. Cheng Xiaoyan succeeded on her first attempt, which caused Chen Jijia to nod repeatedly. It seemed the goddess was also pleased with this devotee. At 7 in the evening, in a dimly lit room, Cheng Xiaoyan was already lying in bed, eyes closed, cultivating her sleepiness. Since the goddess patrol would begin at 4 o'clock the next morning, she would need to get up around 2 to prepare, so it was just the right time to sleep now. For the people here, if it were about getting up early to chase after stars, very few would have the willpower to crawl out from the warm and cozy bed. But when it came to worshipping the gods early by 3 in the morning, everyone would be as spirited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Cheng Xiaoyan lay in bed for a while, but eventually opened her eyes helplessly. It was too early as she couldn't sleep. She glanced at Lu Tsunjuan, who was sitting on the bed playing with his phone, and said, "Xiaojuan, I'm so hungry I can't sleep. What should I do?" Because of the fasting, she hadn't eaten breakfast, lunch, or dinner, and had only drunk some water all day. Now her stomach was growling. Lu Tsunjuan put down his phone and said, "How about I go get you something to eat?" Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head gently and sighed, "Alas, just forget it. You can eat a little secretly, and no one will find out." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "Indeed, no one would discover it, but I still—" "Why not?" Lu Tsunjuan asked. Cheng Xiaoyan explained, "Because the gods will know. No one supervises such matters. It relies solely on one's self-discipline." "What if the gods know? Can they strike you with lightning?" Lu Tsunjuan retorted. Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "That won't happen, but then the blessings won't be effective." Lu Tsunjuan remained silent. Cheng Xiaoyan continued, "You don't understand how much we believe in the goddess." She casually cited 2 examples. Once Uncle Hat caught a thief and interrogated him about where he had hidden the thief stubbornly refused to tell the truth, and after a long interrogation there were no results. Later, Uncle Hat brought in a statue of the goddess and had the thief confess again in front of her. The thief was a follower of the goddess and dared not lie before her, so he had to confess honestly. There was another example from 2 or 3 decades ago when there was a gold rush in the south. People there braved the angry sea, making a living on the ocean, generally quite bold. "The goddess first, I second," was their motto. Often they would have their visas denied in the morning, but by afternoon they would obtain the goddess' consent at the 3 sacred cups in the Tianhou Palace, and by evening they would dare to set sail south. The visa didn't matter at all, as long as the goddess agreed it was more useful than any visa. Lu Tsunjuan, a materialistic warrior, expressed his lack of understanding, but respected it. Cheng Xiaoyan inadvertently glanced at the time displayed on her phone and exclaimed, "Ah, how is it already 9 o'clock?" She had been so engrossed in conversation that she lost track of time. Cheng Xiaoyan tucked her little head into the blanket and closed her eyes, saying, "I'm going to sleep." She didn't have much time left to sleep. Even if she fell asleep right away, she would only get 5 hours. Lu Tsunjuan turned off the little night light and sat down beside her, stroking her head softly, saying, "Sleep now." Cheng Xiaoyan, with her eyes closed, asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Lu Tsunjuan lay down next to her, saying, "Okay, they'll sleep with you." After a while, Cheng Xiaoyan finally fell asleep. However, she didn't sleep well, because she was hungry. Cheng Xiaoyan had a dream in which she found herself in a fantastical world filled with delicious food. The air was thick with mouth-watering aromas, and exquisite dishes filled the long table, making it hard to take it all in. Among all the delicacies, a gigantic chicken leg with a golden hue stood out, and its enticing aroma penetrated Cheng Xiaoyan's nostrils, making her crave it immensely. Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as she reached out to grab the huge chicken leg and bit into it. The chicken leg is so delicious. Ding ding ding. On the 3rd day of the new year at 2:30 in the morning, the alarm clock, Cheng Xiaoyan said. She turned off the alarm and sat up, only to see that Lu Tsunjuan was not sleeping beside her, but on the floor. Lu Tsunjuan also woke up from the alarm and got out of bed. Cheng Xiaoyan rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Why are you sleeping on the floor? Isn't it cold?" "The floor is cold," Lu Tsunjuan replied, putting on his clothes and turning on the light, "but the bed is too hot." The room brightened. "Too hot? What do you mean?" Cheng Xiaoyan blinked her eyes to adjust to the light. "Look at this." Lu Tsunjuan threw his recently changed pajamas to her. Cheng Xiaoyan picked up his pajamas, looked at them from left to right, and finally noticed a faint wet spot on the shoulder. "What is this?" Lu Tsunjuan bluntly stated, "Your drool." The girl's skin instantly flushed a light red, charming as spring, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. It must have been that damn dream. She mistook him for a chicken leg. Cheng Xiaoyan paused for a few seconds, then retorted, "Well, what does that have to do with you sleeping on the floor? You kept rubbing against me." Lu Tsunjuan replied. Lu Tsunjuan suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "You touched me. If I don't sleep on the floor, then I have—" Cheng Xiaoyan. What did he just say? Did I touch him? Cheng Xiaoyan's lips trembled as her ears turned scarlet. "I was sleeping soundly. How would I know what I did in my dream? Maybe it was you who—" She wanted to argue, but her voice grew weaker. Lu Tsunjuan straightened up, looking down at the shy beauty on the bed, raising his tone. "Cheng Xiaoyan, we're both adults now. Although you were talking in your sleep, you were using your hands and feet to touch me. That's a fact." He smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. Using hands and feet. And feet. He was speaking Chinese, but Cheng Xiaoyan felt she couldn't quite understand. Time seemed to freeze, and the room fell into silence. She shyly lowered her head. Lu Tsunjuan bent down, lifting her chin with his hand, forcing her to meet his gaze. "You initiated it, and next time I will retaliate." His gaze held. Desire. Lu Tsunjuan had always shone like sunlight in her eyes, illuminating everything around him with his brilliant smile, as if he could dispel all gloom. The fresh and handsome boy, however, now exuded an aura of danger as a man. Man. The word jumped into Cheng Xiaoyan's mind. For the first time, Cheng Xiaoyan realized that the playful and mischievous Xiaojun was a man. She didn't refuse his confession because she couldn't bear to lose him. Even if they held hands and became a couple, Cheng Xiaoyan still felt their relationship resembled that of extremely close friends. Xiaojun had merely taken on a different identity to stay by her side. Later, when he kissed her, she was still a little dazed, feeling that this kiss was like the prize of a game, a reward he had earned by traveling 1,000 miles. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed into Lu Kunjin's eyes, where his bright gaze was tinged with desire. He was a man with normal desires, while she was an undeniable woman, and a very beautiful woman at that. They were no longer the so-called buddies, nor were they just extremely close friends, but rather genuinely a man and a woman. He said, "Retaliate. Is it the kind of retaliation I understand?" Cheng Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, and stammered, "Then should we sleep separately? I can sleep on the floor." Lu Tsunjuan replied in a tone that suggested it was not up for discussion, "I cannot let you sleep on the floor." Cheng Xiaoyan responded defiantly, "Then you go sleep on the floor." The third day of the Lunar New Year at 4 a.m. The night remained profoundly dark, yet the entire city of Qingdao was enveloped in an air both mystical and fervent. This night was destined to be sleepless. For locals and travelers alike, all gathered early before the Tianhou temple gates, hearts brimming with anticipation and exhilaration, awaiting the commencement of the quadrennial grand procession, the Tianhou pilgrimage. By now the temple entrance resounded with thunderous gongs and drums, their deafening clamor piercing the heavens. A spectacle of unrestrained festivity. The first procession unit featured the two generals of Zengxin, divine protectors who served as vanguards before the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, commissioned by celestial decree to safeguard mortals. Painted with azure and crimson masks, they bore tridents, iron cuffs for edicts, and tiger tablets, ritual instruments of justice, while wearing salt-glazed buns upon their chests, consecrated by Taoist masters to roam the mortal realm and vanquish demons. Next followed the white crane, immortal boy, the Yinyang magistrate, and the tiger-headed executioner, all guiding the sacred procession. They held 3 incense sticks aloft like suns, and trod the 3 steps of demon-subduing praise. Heaven spins, earth turns. 6 Jia cycles reverse. Evil is eradicated, demons are slain, shaking the 4 directions. Divine generals who smite ghosts confront only malevolent omens. Slay, not save. After the ghost-smiting generals came the solemn, stately strains of ceremonial music, and then the Tianhou palanquin borne aloft by 8 robust young men, whose synchronized steps were steady, deliberate, and powerful. Seated atop the palanquin was the long-awaited goddess Tianhou. Lu Kungsu lifted his gaze, and in that very instant his heart seemed to skip a beat. Cheng Xiaoyan wore a resplendent phoenix crown and a radiant phoenix robe, cradling a sacred artifact symbolizing divine authority and protection. Her face was exquisitely painted, the delicate grace of her brows and eyes mirroring the classical portrait of the goddess Tianhou with uncanny fidelity. Her gaze shimmered with compassion and sovereign majesty, as though she truly were the celestial maiden descending from heaven to redeem humanity. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyan radiated an ethereal, otherworldly aura, sacred, transcendent, inviolable. A goddess descended from heaven, untouched by mortal dust. The Tianhou pilgrimage ensures bountiful harvests and harmonious seasons. Amidst the roaring sea of revelers, Lu Kungsu's gaze was irrevocably seized the moment the goddess Tianhou appeared. His eyes could not waver, not for an instant. Awe and wonder blazed within them. The surrounding din gradually receded into hushed irrelevance until the entire world narrowed to just him and this divine, awe-inspiring maiden. As if sensing his presence, the goddess Tianhou turned her head ever so slightly, her luminous eyes glancing sideways, her gaze meeting his across the crowd. Time itself froze. She winked playfully, just once, twice, thrice, then instantly resumed her solemn, regal composure. That fleeting transformation sent a violent tremor through Lu Kungsu's heart. The sudden emergence of such playful charm from this otherwise austere and majestic deity created a devastating contrast, the kind that strikes straight to the soul. For the full 2 hours of the Tianhou pilgrimage folk ritual, Lu Kungsu's eyes never left the goddess Tianhou, not for a single moment. The procession began at the Tianhou temple. After winding its way along the designated route, the grand entourage finally returned to its origin. The ritual of returning the deity concluded at the temple. As the Tianhou palanquin approached the temple gates, Cheng Xiaoyan swayed unsteadily, on the verge of toppling from the palanquin. The venue buzzed with voices. Crowds cheered, chattered, exchanged whispers. Most failed to notice this subtle lap. Even those who glimpsed her sway assumed it was merely the palanquin's uneven motion, nothing more. Yet Lu Kungsu, who had watched Cheng Xiaoyan intently all along, sensed something amiss. He recalled she had nearly stumbled twice before, just minutes earlier. Upon the goddess Tianho's return, tradition dictated that only she might remain inside the temple, while all others must withdraw beyond its gates, awaiting sunrise before the doors could reopen. After delivering the goddess Tianho inside, the young bearers filed out one by one and closed the heavy temple door. Outside, gongs and drums still roared, lions and dragons danced. But Lu Kongsu paid no heed. Cheng Xiaoyun's distress gnawed at him. After a brief hesitation, he strode away from the bustling gate, tracing the temple wall, until he found a stone plinth low enough to serve as a foothold. Glancing left and right to confirm no one was near, he sprinted forward, leapt onto the plinth, and in one fluid motion vaulted upward, fingers grasping the temple wall's crest. At 185 meters tall, scaling a temple wall posed little challenge. Inside the deserted compound, Lu Kongsu moved freely from chamber to chamber, until in a side hall he found Cheng Xiaoyun. She had already removed her dazzling phoenix crown and sat upon a slightly weathered wooden bench. Though lightly made up, her pallor remained unmistakable. Sensing his presence, she lifted her gaze and met his eyes directly. "You, how did you get here?" "I climbed over the wall," Lu Kongsu replied, stepping swiftly to her side and crouching down. "Are you unwell?" "I'm fine, go quickly. If anyone catches you, you'll get beaten black and blue." Devotees upheld ritual propriety with absolute rigor. Any transgressor, however exalted, would be punished first and questioned later. Typically, a mob would surge forward, striking wildly. Punches, kicks, chaos, leaving victims unable even to identify their assailants. To be struck was to suffer in silence. "You nearly fell from the palanquin. I saw it myself, and you still say you're fine." "I think I'm just famished. 2 hours on that swaying palanquin, maintaining perfect solemnity, my blood sugar must have plummeted." She paused, then added softly, "It's my own fault. Director Chen warned me to drink some glucose, but I didn't take it serious. Enough self-reproach. Let me take you out for something to eat." "No, I can't. The ceremony isn't complete yet. I must fast until sunrise, when the goddess Tianho's return ritual concludes, and only then may I leave." "At a time like this, how can you still think of protocol? Your health comes first. I cannot let this entire event fail because of me. This happens only once every 4 years, and our neighbors have poured their hearts and souls into preparing it." Lu Kongsu opened his mouth to protest further, when Cheng Xiaoyun gently took his hand and shook her head. In her eyes burned unwavering resolve and quiet defiance. Lu Kongsu sighed deeply and sat beside her, leaning close. "Sunrise is still half an hour away. I'll wait with you." Cheng Xiaoyun smiled faintly. "If someone finds you, you'll get beaten, you know. Don't worry, I'll hide if anyone comes." She nodded, then rested her head upon his shoulder. The wooden bench had no backrest. Leaning against him, she felt more comfortable. Half an hour later, the darkness had not completely faded, but a faint glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. "No, you must eat something. And you need to eat it right away." Lu Kongsu held Cheng Xiaoyun's hand tightly, feeling her palm grow sweaty while her body trembled slightly in an uncontrollable manner. Lu Kongsu knew this was a symptom of hypoglycemia, though as long as sugar was replenished in time, it wouldn't be serious. However, if left without sugar for too long, her body would face significant problems. "I will take you out now." Cheng Xiaoyun's complexion paled further, yet she insisted, "I cannot go out." Lu Kongsu's tone was urgent. "If you don't eat, your body won't hold up." Cheng Xiaoyun gritted her teeth, stubbornly saying, "I can hold on for another 10 minutes, until sunrise." Lu Kongsu knew once Cheng Xiaoyun set her mind to something, she could be as immovable as a mountain. He squinted, shifting his approach. "Well, if we don't go out, that's fine. When I came in, I saw many offerings on the main altar. You can eat those." "Those are for the Empress. How can I eat them?" "Before sunrise, you are the Empress. Why can't you eat?" Without giving her a chance to think, Lu Kongsu's strong arms securely supported Cheng Xiaoyun's legs and back, lifting her effortlessly as he stood up. In an instant, Cheng Xiaoyun felt a tightness around her waist, and before she could react, she was lifted into the air. Her eyes widened as she instinctively clutched tightly to his clothes. What are you doing?" she exclaimed in a fluster, her previously pale cheeks suddenly flushed with color. Lu Kongsu looked down. "You have 2 choices now. Either I carry you out of the Emperor's palace to eat, or I carry you to the main hall to eat." His tone was calm, yet left no room for refusal. Cheng Xiaoyun gazed at his profile in a daze, replying, "Then let's go to the main hall." The man nodded and walked briskly towards the main hall while carrying her. Upon arriving at the main hall, Lu Kongsu gently set her down. The offering table in the main hall was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, laden with an array of offerings that dazzled the eyes. There were fruits, pastries, and various cooked dishes. Cheng Xiaoyun endured her physical discomfort, clasping her hands together, respectfully bowing several times toward the statue of the Empress. She silently apologized in her heart, hoping her actions did not offend the deity. While Cheng Xiaoyun was bowing, Lu Kongsu had already chosen 2 pieces of osmanthus cake from the many offerings, and urged, "You should eat this first to replenish your sugar level." At this point, Cheng Xiaoyun no longer hesitated, but she took the osmanthus cake and began to eat. After consuming 2 pieces, she instantly felt revitalized. With hypoglycemia, eating something sweet was definitely the right choice. Lu Kongsu asked, What else do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Cheng Xiaoyan shot him a glance. Do you think this is a restaurant? Lu Kongsu replied earnestly. You are currently the empress. Aren't these offerings all meant to honor you? Cheng Xiaoyan glared at him. However, after thinking it over, she reasoned that eating one would be the same as eating several. Thus, she pointed to a few desserts that looked quite delicious. All right, just those few, one of each will do, that way we won't get discovered. Lu Kongsu replied, as you wish, your highness. After replenishing her sugar, Cheng Xiaoyan's complexion visibly brightened. Lu Kongsu asked, are you still hungry, your highness? Cheng Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him. Do you really think this is a restaurant? That's enough. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyan's condition visibly improve, Lu Kongsu felt reassured and took her hand to leave. Suddenly footsteps were heard outside. The two halted, exchanging a glance, both sensing the tension in each other's eyes. Lu Kongsu could not be discovered, otherwise he would be in trouble. Cheng Xiaoyan could not appear in the main hall either, since the ceremony had not yet concluded. According to the rules, she as the empress could not meet the statue. If they went out now, they would surely be caught. Lu Kongsu quickly scanned the main hall for a hiding spot. Finally, his gaze fell on the offering table. The offering table was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, and with a curtain draped over it, it was spacious enough for 2 people to hide. Lu Kongsu pointed to the offering table, giving Cheng Xiaoyan a meaningful glance. Cheng Xiaoyan immediately understood. Without time to think, she nodded. The two no longer hesitated and swiftly crawled under the offering table. Just as they squeezed under the table, the person walked into the main hall. It was Chen Jijia. According to the rules, when the sun rose, Chen Jijia had to enter the empress palace to ask whether the empress would return. Chen Jijia stepped forward to grab the divination blocks placed on the offering table. Cheng Xiaoyan and Lu Kongsu, hiding beneath the table, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Cheng Xiaoyan silently prayed in her heart, may the empress protect us. May the empress protect us. May the empress protect us. Fortunately, Chen Jijia picked up the divination blocks from the offering table without noticing the unusual offerings or realizing that a couple was hiding underneath. There were many offerings on the table, and since Cheng Xiaoyan only took a little of each, it was hard to tell there was anything amiss if one did not look closely. Once Chen Jijia had the divination blocks, he turned and knelt on the futon, closing his eyes and beginning to chant sincerely, asking the empress about her return. Then Chen Jijia began to cast the divination blocks. With a thud, the blocks fell to the ground and bounced a few times, showing the inside. This indicated that the empress had not yet returned. Chen Jijia understood the empress message, collected the divination blocks, and silently exited the hall, waiting quietly. The empress still wanted to remain in the mortal realm a while longer. He would ask again in 10 minutes. Lu Kongsu heard the footsteps of the person leaving the hall and softly asked Cheng Xiaoyan. He should have left. Can we come out now? Cheng Xiaoyan leaned closer to Lu Kongsu's ear and whispered, no, the empress has not returned yet. He is still at the door. Lu Kongsu asked curiously, how do you know he is at the door? Did you develop clairvoyance? Cheng Xiaoyan explained softly, I did not hear him light the incense. If the empress had returned, he would have lit the incense. Since he didn't, it means the empress has not returned yet. Usually, if the empress has not returned, he must wait at the door for 10 minutes before asking again. Cheng Xiaoyan continued speaking, but Lu Kongsu could no longer hear her. He only knew that the main hall was now empty. The crisis alert was lifted, and they were temporarily safe. Although the offering table was over 3 meters long, it was only 1 meter wide. The only way to hide 2 people was to huddle closely together. The empress was right beneath him, whispering softly next to his ear, the warm and fragrant breath continuously brushing against the man's neck. With the crisis temporarily averted, an ambiguous and flirtatious atmosphere began to rise. Lu Kongsu propped himself up on his elbow, allowing him to see the goddess' face clearly. The man's breathing was rapid and heavy. The tension from narrowly escaping danger had yet to dissipate completely. Lu Kongsu gazed at the goddess beneath him. Her eyes still reflected lingering fear, yet amidst this chaos, she appeared even more enchanting. He reached out, gently caressing the empress's cheek, his thumb brushing against her flushed skin. Lu Kongsu's sudden action startled Cheng Xiaoyan slightly. She raised her eyes to meet his, their gazes crossing in the air as her red lips moved. In the next moment, the man could no longer suppress the impulse within him. He leaned slightly forward and gently kissed her. This time her taste was that of the sweet scented osmanthus. His kiss was like a careful exploration. After a brief moment, he pulled away. Cheng Xiaoyan's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson as she stammered, all right. She tried to make him stop. Lu Kongsu's eyes were heavy, filled with intense desire. The goddess sitting upon the divine palanquin radiated both compassion and majesty. It was her. Winking playfully at him, she instantly transformed into the holy and dignified goddess. Outside the heavenly empress palace were the devoted followers. Inside the heavenly empress palace, incense wafted through the air as the followers cast divination sticks. In the main hall of the heavenly empress, beneath the statue of the empress, she donned a sacred phoenix robe. Her face was meticulously painted, the charm in her brows and eyes mirroring the portrait of the empress. She embodied the goddess from the 9 heavens. At this moment beneath the offering table, the goddess was being. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he breathed heavily. He knew what was happening. This was. The divine was sweet like honey, oh where could one hide the pain? He leaned down and kissed her again. This time it was not tentative, it was a bold assault. His kiss was filled with desire, lingering and passionate. Cheng Xiaoyun initially froze, then slowly closed her eyes, her hands unconsciously gripping his clothing. It was only when she felt slightly breathless that Lu Kongsu finally ceased his actions. The goddess beneath him had her hair disheveled, her eyes hazy soft as a puddle. The man's breath remained heavy, his eyes still filled with desire. Cheng Xiaoyun looked into his eyes and shook her head slightly softly, uttering 2 words, stop. Yet it seemed he would not stop. Lu Kongsu's long fingers caressed the goddess' cheek. This gave Cheng Xiaoyun the illusion that he would not cease. Then Lu Kongsu casually reached out and adjusted her disheveled hair ornaments. So beautiful. It was unclear if he was complimenting the hair ornaments or the goddess beneath him. With his movements, the desire in his eyes was gradually receding. After a short while, Chun Jijia re-entered the main hall to cast divination sticks. He closed his eyes, silently reciting his question, then cast the divination sticks a second time. The sticks bounced on the ground a few times, one flat and one convex, the holy cup. It meant the empress has returned. Chun Jijia placed the divination sticks properly, then respectfully offered incense to the empress before exiting the main hall. He walked towards the side hall, where Cheng Xiaoyun was intending to take her out. Hearing Chun Jijia's footsteps fade, the couple beneath the offering table quickly emerged. In the main hall, Lu Kongsu was leisurely helping Cheng Xiaoyun adjust her splendid phoenix robe. However, Cheng Xiaoyun was not as calm as he was. Her face was still flushed. You should leave quickly, they will come in soon. If you get discovered, it'll be over. Lu Kongsu smiled faintly and kissed her cheek. To die beneath the peony flower is to be a free spirit, especially when I am kissing a goddess. Cheng Xiaoyun shot him a glare. If they find out that you in front of the goddess statue. Lu Kongsu met her gaze. What about me? Cheng Xiaoyun faced his gaze, her heart racing. She dared not look him in the eyes, so she lowered her head and bit her lip. Her lips had already been kissed numb. After a moment, she raised her eyes and urged, you should leave. Lu Kongsu smiled at how worried she looked. How do I leave? Should I just walk out the front door? You entered by climbing over the wall, so climb out the same way. Cheng Xiaoyun pushed him towards the exit. You should be grateful it's a lawful society now. In the past, you would have been tied to a big stone and thrown into the sea. Lu Kongsu. As Lu Kongsu climbed over the wall again, Cheng Xiaoyun hurried back to the side hall. Chun Jijia was looking for her. Yun Yun, I've been looking for you everywhere. Where have you been? Cheng Xiaoyun fabricated a lie. Director Chun, I just went to the restroom. Chun Jijia suspected nothing and nodded. Let's go, the empress has returned, come with me. Cheng Xiaoyun donned the phoenix crown. All right, Director Chun. After the return ceremony, the heavenly empress inspection officially concluded. As dawn broke, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the heavenly empress palace returned to its usual tranquility. Cheng Xiaoyun removed her makeup, took off her crown and ceremonial garments, and changed back into her casual outfit. At this moment in the main hall, she was kneeling before the statue of the empress, hands clasped together, sincerely confessing her sins to the divine. Lu Kongsu was also kneeling on a cushion beside her, mimicking the act. He was an atheist, a staunch materialist, typically only respecting the red seal and not worshipping deities. Thus he held little reverence in his heart. Kneeling here was purely to accompany Cheng Xiaoyun. After a while, Cheng Xiaoyun began to cast the divination sticks. The sticks bounced on the ground a few times, showing the side an unfavorable result. Lu Kongsu asked, so has the empress forgiven us? Cheng Xiaoyun gently shook her head, no. Then can you ask again? In 10 minutes. Do we have to kneel and wait for those 10 minutes? Yes. 10 minutes later, Cheng Xiaoyun cast the divination sticks a second time. The sticks bounced on the ground a few times, still showing an unfavorable result. Cheng Xiaoyun. Lu Kongsu. After a moment, he spoke, Yun, how about I kneel and you take a break? Cheng Xiaoyun had been hungry all day, having only eaten a little, offering to stave off hunger. Lu Kongsu was somewhat concerned about her condition. Cheng Xiaoyun still shook her head, no, it's definitely because you're not sincere that we haven't received the emperor's forgiveness. Lu Kongsu. After another 10 minutes, Cheng Xiaoyun cast the divination sticks for the third time. The sticks bounced on the ground, producing a crisp sound. One flat and one convex, the holy cup. Cheng Xiaoyun let out a sigh of relief. All right, the empress has forgiven. They had been kneeling for half an hour. Cheng Xiaoyun's legs were numb from kneeling, while Lu Kongsu easily stood up from the cushion as if nothing had happened. Cheng Xiaoyun could only lean on Lu Kongsu's hand to stand up. She stumbled as she got up, feeling a wave of dizziness. Lu Kongsu hurriedly held her in his arms. Are you alright? I'm fine. Cheng Xiaoyun leaned on his shoulder. I just got so hungry that my legs went weak. Lu Kongsu squatted down and assumed a piggyback position. Get on. Cheng Xiaoyun was slightly taken aback, then leaned down and placed her hands on his shoulders. Lu Kongsu's hands securely supported her legs, and with a slight effort, he lifted Cheng Xiaoyun onto his back. He began to walk forward while carrying her. As they walked, Cheng Xiaoyun's hands, which were resting on his shoulders, gently wrapped around his neck, pressing her entire body against his back. She was very close to him. Her nose could already brush against his hair. A familiar yet unique scent filled her nostrils, a blend of sunshine and a faint shampoo fragrance, an aroma that belonged solely to him. This scent always made her feel at ease. Cheng Xiaoyan, feeling this sense of comfort, gently asked, "Did you properly confess to the Empress just now?" "I did, maybe." Lu Kengsu's uncertain tone made Cheng Xiaoyan retort, "See, it's obviously because you weren't sincere the first 2 times that we knelt for so long." Lu Kengsu did not refute her, but remained silent as he carried her along. Cheng Xiaoyan asked again, "So for the 3rd time, you definitely confessed properly, right?" After a long pause, Lu Kengsu slowly replied, "During the 3rd time, I closed my eyes and didn't look at the statue of the Empress." Cheng Xiaoyan, "Why?" Lu Kengsu, "If the divine truly has spirit, I will no longer dare to look at the divine. P.S. Again, I emphasize that the Empress in this text is fictional. Please do not apply real deities. The author chose to use fiction to avoid offending any divinity." In the following days, in the mornings, Cheng Xiaoyan would help Lu Kengsu sell fish balls for her grandmother. The fish balls from the Huang's fishball shop were quite popular on Qingdao Island, often selling out by noon. As a result, the fishball shop would close early in the afternoon, allowing for such whimsical freedom. In the afternoons, Cheng Xiaoyan would take Lu Kengsu to explore various places on the island. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, she led him along a winding path to show him her Qingdao school, telling him about the glass bottles of cola sold at the school gate's convenience store, which cost only 1 yuan back then. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, she took him to see a century-old Catholic church. This magnificent Gothic structure once served as consulates for Spain and France, and has now become a popular spot for newlyweds to take wedding photos. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, she took him to the highest mountain on the island. Standing on the peak, they gazed far and wide, taking in the entirety of Qingdao, with its red roofs, green trees, and the blue sea under the sky. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, they arrived at the beach, walking barefoot on the sand, while the sea breeze tousled their hair. She gifted him a beautiful shell, the finest on the entire beach. In the evening, after returning from the beach, they began packing their luggage. Lu Kengsu was set to return to Ningjiang the next day. During these days, Kuijuan had called almost every day, urging Lu Kengsu to hurry back and pay New Year visits to his uncles. As long as it wasn't past the Lantern Festival, a late visit still counted as a New Year greeting. Lu Kengsu's grandfather and father held significant status, and besides, a few notable relatives who would dare visit. Yet it was essential to maintain relationships with his uncles, making Lu Kengsu, as a younger generation, the most suitable candidate to embody the family's sincerity while upholding its status. It was no wonder Kuijuan was so insistent. Every year Lu Kengsu would visit important uncles for New Year greetings. If he didn't go this year, it might send the wrong signal. Uncles would inevitably overthink, filled with suspicion, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. At the same time, this was also about nurturing connections, paving the way for Lu Kengsu. Cheng Xiaoyan also decided to return to Ningjiang with him. Firstly, the owner of the Flower 7 Bar Song, Nin, hoped she could return to work soon, and Zhou Zihong had also inquired when she could start filming. She wanted to earn money sooner, as interest wouldn't take a vacation. Secondly, she was uneasy about Lu Kengsu driving alone for over 1,000 kilometers. If they could take turns driving, it would undoubtedly be safer. Once their luggage was packed, Lu Kengsu went to the window to answer a phone call, while Cheng Xiaoyan went downstairs first. Just as she reached the ground floor, she saw Li Feiji and Li Gong walking in. Li Feizi's family had gone on a trip on the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, and they presumably just returned yesterday. Li Gong was carrying several local specialties, wanting to treat grandma, but was met with a scolding from her, who criticized him for bringing back impractical items. Li Feiji was also pleased to see Cheng Xiaoyan, exclaiming loudly, "Union, did you feel particularly bored without me to play with these past few days?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied calmly, "Not at all." Grandma chimed in cheerfully, "She is not bored at all." "Fei, do you know who played the Queen Mother in this year's Heavenly Empress tour?" Li Feiji asked, looking puzzled. "Wasn't it Director Chen's niece?" Grandma, looking proud, replied, "Yes, it was originally supposed to be Director Chen's niece, but the girl accidentally hurt her eyes while setting off fireworks. In the end, my granddaughter stepped in." Li Gong leaned in, "Is that true? Yunyan actually has such good fortune." Grandma nodded proudly and whispered conspiratorially, "Of course it's true. I think the Queen Mother must particularly like our granddaughter, which is why she specially sent away Chen's daughter." Li Gong laughed. "Old lady, are you worried about being overheard by the Chen family?" "Who's afraid?" Grandma said, slightly annoyed, and patted Li Gong's shoulder a few times. Li Feiji lamented, "Had I known Yun was playing the Queen Mother, I would have insisted on coming to see the excitement." They were chatting animatedly, while Cheng Xiaoyan recalled the flirtations under the offering table, silently rubbing her forehead. At that moment, Lu Kengsu finished his call and came down from the 2nd floor. Upon seeing a strange man coming down from upstairs, all 4 pairs of eyes downstairs fell upon Lu Kengsu. Li Feiji looked at Cheng Xiaoyan. "Who's this?" Before Cheng Xiaoyan could speak, Lu Kengsu had already walked over to her, smiling warmly, and introduced himself. "I am Cheng Xiaoyan's boyfriend, Lu Kengsu. Lu from Wendao, Cun from existence, Su from recounting. Hello. Happy New Year." "Hello, hello. Happy New Year." This young man is quite impressive. Li Gong greeted Lu Kongsu while teasing Li Feiji. Fei, look, good girls get snatched up quickly, while slow ones miss out. Li Feiji was not offended and chuckled, I tried my best, grandpa. Yun Yun said she has a significant other, and it must be. After saying that, Li Feiji stepped forward, extending his right hand confidently. Hello, significant other, I am Li Feiji, Yun Yun's childhood friend. Lu Kongsu shook his hand amicably. Nice to meet you. Lu Kongsu was composed while Li Feiji was open-hearted. Cheng Xiaoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad to avoid any melodramatic scenes. Taking advantage of the conversation, Lu Kongsu quietly leaned into Cheng Xiaoyan's ear, asking softly, is he referring to me as the significant other? Cheng Xiaoyan nodded lightly yes. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the man beside her couldn't suppress a smile. Then Cheng Xiaoyan discreetly informed Lu Kongsu about her impersonation of Yun Yun. Lu Kongsu nodded slightly, indicating he wouldn't let anything slip. At dinnertime, Li Feiji suggested going to Lanyue for Japanese cuisine. Grandma and Li Gong expressed that the young ones should go ahead. The two old folks couldn't handle raw fish and would just cook something for themselves at the shop. Lanyue is an omakase, and its prices are not low. Cheng Xiaoyan wasn't particularly eager to go, but Lu Kongsu was indifferent. Wherever Cheng Xiaoyan went, he would follow. In the end, the two couldn't resist Li Feizhi's enthusiastic invitation and agreed to join. Lanyue was located in Jiaxing City, so the three took a boat leaving Qingdao. Lu Kongsu's Audi A6L was parked at the piano dock, saving them the trouble of taking a taxi. They went directly by his car. Unluckily, the car was out of gas. While refueling, Li Feiji noticed the Audi A6L's license plate and asked Lu Kongsu, is that a Ningxiang plate? Did you drive all the way here? Lu Kongsu nodded yes. Li Feiji was puzzled. Ningxiang and Jiaxing are separated by two provinces over 1,000 kilometers. Why drive? Lu Kongsu smiled mysteriously, glancing at Cheng Xiaoyan. There's no choice. Some promises made by someone must be fulfilled quickly. Li Feiji became interested and hooked his arm around Lu Kongsu's shoulder, pulling him aside. Buddy, tell me more. Cheng Xiaoyan observed the two in the corner with their shoulders linked and whispering to each other, their demeanor resembling old friends. She silently upgraded her opinion of Li Feiji from a social butterfly to a social butterfly plus. After filling the car with gas, the three of them drove to Lanyue. The ambience of this establishment was serene, exuding a unique charm. Li Feiji reserved a small private room decorated in a minimalist Japanese style, providing excellent privacy. Omakase doesn't require ordering. The chef prepares dishes based on the day's fresh ingredients, so Li Feiji ordered a bottle of sake. Although it was just one bottle, it was a bottle of Dasai Junmai Daijinjo 1. 8 liters. Cheng Xiaoyan stared at the enormous bottle of sake in front of her, somewhat bewildered. Did you really order such a large bottle? Are you planning to finish it tonight? But there are only 3 of us. Li Feiji pointed to himself, then to Lu Kongsu. It's just me and your beloved. You only need to drink a little. With that, he raised an eyebrow at Lu Kongsu, saying, what do you think? Lu Kongsu naturally did not back down, replying, sounds great. Li Feiji laughed, exactly. How can we in finance not know how to drink? So many important business deals are struck over drinks. Cheng Xiaoyan couldn't help but urge again, but we're not discussing any projects today. There's no need to drink so much. Moderation is better. I'm just happy today, Li Feiji said, looking at Cheng Xiaoyan. Yin and I received offers from both Xinhai and Zhongxing. Cheng Xiaoyan was a bit surprised. Congratulations. Which company are you planning to join? Xinhai is in Ningxiang and Zhongxing is in the capital. Until yesterday, I was still hesitating between the two. Li Feiji poured wine for Cheng Xiaoyan and Lu Kongsu. But today I've made my decision. Cheng Xiaoyan eagerly pressed, where? Li Feiji declared loudly. I'm going to Zhongxing, heading to the capital. Lu Kongsu raised his glass first, saying, congratulations. Wishing you a 6-figure salary and financial freedom soon. Cheng Xiaoyan followed suit, raising her glass. Zhongxing is one of the 9 giants. That's impressive, Li Feiji. Li Feiji raised his glass of wine. Let's encourage each other. I'll go ahead and scout the way for you. The 3 clinked glasses and downed their drinks. Li Feiji, being the social butterfly he was, became animated after a few drinks and vividly recounted their amusing childhood stories from Qingdao. Li Feiji initially focused on Yunyun's stories, but the topic inevitably shifted, guided inadvertently by Lu Kongsu, toward their absent friend Yun. Speaking of Yun with no one present, Li Feiji became even more uninhibited. Li Feiji excitedly said, Yun once, when his mom was out, stole her lipstick to put on. Not only did he apply it all crookedly, but he also forgot to wipe it off. We didn't remind him, and he swaggered around all day long. He only realized it when he got home. Oh my, I still remember his expression. It was hilarious. Following that, Li Feiji continued to recount several amusing incidents involving Yun, speaking with such passion that saliva flew and words flowed freely. Lu Kongsu listened with great interest, appearing to want more. Cheng Xiaoyan pretended to focus on her food, but under the table, she was frantically stepping on Lu Kongsu's shoes. On the surface, Lu Kongsu listened to Li Feiji spill the beans, but secretly, he kept an eye on Cheng Xiaoyan's restless little foot. Just as she extended her foot to step on him again, he crossed his legs and locked her slender ankle. Her ankle was tightly bound by him, unable to move. Cheng Xiaoyan was about to put a piece of salmon sashimi in her mouth, when the unexpected situation under the table almost caused her to choke on her food. Feeling embarrassed, her face turned slightly red. She tried to pull her foot back, but couldn't. Lu Kongsu glanced at Cheng Xiaoyan, nonchalantly revealing a barely perceptible smile. Then he raised his wine glass, saying, "Let's toast to a Yun. Who would have thought he was such an interesting person?" Li Feiji clinked glasses with him, lamenting, "Oh, what a pity. Why did he suddenly choose to go abroad? I wonder." With that, the two continued to exchange drinks back and forth. Cheng Xiaoyan just wanted to free her trapped foot. She was a bit anxious, and suddenly yanked her leg. Her foot was freed, but the movement was too abrupt, causing her shoe to fall over to Lu Kongsu. He deftly hooked her shoe with his foot, placing it out of her reach. Cheng Xiaoyan glared at him fiercely, her eyes filled with both shame and anger. Lu Kongsu glanced at her leisurely, enjoying her silent fury, then continued his conversation with Li Feiji, as if nothing had happened. Cheng Xiaoyan kicked him again with her little foot, but alas, without the protection of her shoe, her kick felt soft and powerless against his firm calf. It instead felt like flirting. Seeing his satisfied expression, Cheng Xiaoyan became even angrier. She clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes wide open, and indignantly texted Lu Kongsu, while also hinting with her gaze for him to check his phone. Taking advantage of a pause in his conversation with Li Feiji, Lu Kongsu quickly glanced at his phone. He saw a furious message from Cheng Xiaoyan, "Give me back my shoe." Lu Kongsu smirked slightly and quickly replied, "Serve me some food, and say eat more, dear, and I'll return your shoe." Then he put down his phone and continued drinking with Li Feiji. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at the message he sent, her ears faintly red. "Dear." Those two words were hard for her to utter. Even the title of boyfriend took her a long time to mentally prepare before she could say it. Cheng Xiaoyan picked up her chopsticks, served him a piece of sea urchin sushi, and placed it on his plate, squeezing out a word through her teeth, "Eat." Lu Kongsu mumbled an acknowledgement, devouring it in one bite, but showed no further response. He didn't return her shoe. Cheng Xiaoyan turned her head angrily, ignoring him, and elegantly crossed her legs under the table. Her delicate foot, clad in a white sock, dangled in the air, gently swaying with her slight movements. Then in a fit of pique, Cheng Xiaoyan raised her wine glass, joining the fray, and began to toast Li Feiji. Li Feiji was also happy to clink glasses with her. After a few drinks, Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. She crossed her legs, holding it in for a while, but seeing that Lu Kongsu still had no intention of returning her shoe, Cheng Xiaoyan took out her phone and messaged him. "Cheng Xiaoyan, give me back my shoe, okay?" "Cheng Xiaoyan, little cat." Jif, she softened her tone, giving him a wink. Lu Kongsu glanced at his phone, but remained unmoved. Cheng Xiaoyan kicked him again, with her little foot soft and feeble, having no effect. Seeing her attacks completely ineffective, she began to get anxious as she wanted to go to the restroom. Finally, Cheng Xiaoyan picked up a piece of red wine foie gras and gently placed it on Lu Kongsu's plate. "Eat more, dear." Her ears turned red and her voice grew softer, the last two words barely audible. Lu Kongsu remained composed, replying, "Thank you, darling." Li Feiji shook his head with a smile and raised his wine glass to drink. Seeing this, Lu Kongsu also prepared to raise his glass to toast, but Li Feiji stretched out his palm to signal him to stop, saying, "No need, after eating this dog food, I'll drink this cup alone." With that, Lu Kongsu put down his wine glass and gently kicked Cheng Xiaoyan's shoe back to her. Cheng Xiaoyan hurriedly slipped her foot into the shoe and hurried off to the restroom. The drinking session lasted until deep into the night, turning the omakase into an izakaya, with Li Feiji already draping his arm around Lu Kongjian's shoulder, shouting that he would take him into the circle. They not only finished that bottle of 1.8 liters of sake, but also ordered several bottles of shoshu continue. In the end, Li Feiji had slumped over the table unconscious, while Lu Tsunjuan was a bit better, though he looked to be heavily intoxicated as well. Cheng Xiaoyan had not drunk much, feeling slightly tipsy, and was the most sober person present. She looked helplessly at the two drunkards, feeling a bit of a headache. Ultimately, Cheng Xiaoyan had no choice but to help them check into a hotel room upstairs, letting the two drunkards stay for the night. The hotel was conveniently located in a star-rated establishment. Looking at the time, Cheng Xiaoyan realized that the next boat back to Qingdao was after midnight, so it seemed she had to stay as well. She felt a bit like crying as she had come just to mooch a meal, but now had to pay for 2 rooms. After finishing the room reservation and receiving the room card, Cheng Xiaoyan hurried back to check if the two drunkards were still alive. Upon returning to the private room, Li Feiji was already completely out of it. Lu Tsunjuan was leaning against the table, supporting his head with one hand, eyes closed, seemingly taking a short nap. Cheng Xiaoyan sat down beside him and gently patted his shoulder. "Hey, wake up." Lu Tsunjuan slowly opened his eyes. Although he was drunk, his gaze was relatively clear. Cheng Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief, as with her current strength, she could not carry 2 big men. She handed Lu Tsunjuan a bottle of yogurt which she had just bought, saying, "How do you feel? Drink some yogurt to help with the hangover." "No problem." Lu Tsunjuan smiled slightly, then took the yogurt and started drinking it in big gulps. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded and went to pat Li Feizi's shoulder, as she had bought yogurt for him as well. After a considerable amount of time, Cheng Xiaoyan finally managed to wake Li Feizi. He lifted his head with difficulty and looked at her through bleary eyes, mumbling, "Is that you, Yun Yun? So beautiful." After saying this, he slumped back onto the table. Cheng Xiaoyan wanted to wake Li Feiji again to make him drink some yogurt to sober up, but a man beside her reached out and pulled her into his arms. "What are you doing? Don't mind him. I'm the winner here." Lu Tsunjuan buried his head in Cheng Xiaoyan's elegant neck, greedily inhaling her scent. "This is the exclusive time for the winner," Cheng Xiaoyan replied. After a moment, she softly asked, "Can you still walk?" He kept his eyes closed, saying, "Of course." Lu Tsunjuan somewhat unsteadily helped the intoxicated Li Feiji into the hotel room. Cheng Xiaoyan carefully assisted him, fearing that the two drunk men would fall together. Cheng Xiaoyan booked them a twin room, and once inside, Lu Tsunjuan tossed Li Feiji onto one of the beds like a sack of rice, while Cheng Xiaoyan pulled the blanket over him. Even with such a big motion, Li Feiji fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Seeing that Li Feiji was settled, Cheng Xiaoyan thought of leaving. Lu Tsunjuan suddenly grabbed her. "Where are you going?" I'm going to the next room." "What about me?" "You sleep in this room." Cheng Xiaoyan pointed to the empty. "I'm sleeping in the same room as you." Lu Tsunjuan stated this as a fact. "No way, my next room has a big bed. There's no mattress for you to sleep on." Since that day Lu Tsunjuan had slept on the floor, he had consistently chosen the floor for the following days. After Cheng Xiaoyan said this, she tried to leave. Lu Tsunjuan wrapped his long arms around her waist, pressing his chest against her back. The two were very close to each other. Cheng Xiaoyan looked up in shock, and the man just happened to lean down to kiss her from behind, kissing her forehead, eyes, nose bridge, and then those alluring red lips. This kiss came so suddenly that it caught her completely off guard. The woman let out a soft gasp, and then she was turned around by the man, her back against the wall with his left hand pressing against her cheek, holding her against the wall. A term popped into Cheng Xiaoyan's mind: wall slam. Lu Tsunjuan reached out with his right hand to cup her face, gently rubbing her red lips with his fingertips. Her lips, just kissed by him, glistened with moisture, exuding an enticing red hue. Lu Kunjan's gaze was fiery, filled with desire amidst his drunkenness. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her again, greedily savoring the fragrance between her lips and teeth. Cheng Xiaoyan's eyes gradually became hazy, as if they were covered with a thin mist, half closed and enchanting. In the midst of the passionate kiss, her gaze inadvertently fell over Lu Kunjan's shoulder onto the bed, where he should be asleep, right? Cheng Xiaoyan felt a rush of intoxication, finding it somewhat thrilling with an undercurrent of vengeful pleasure. When they were children, playing hide and seek under the table, Lu Kunjan's kiss was unlike the previous gentleness, resembling a sudden storm. Cheng Xiaoyan could no longer multitask and had no choice but to close her eyes. At this moment, she felt like a small boat adrift in the sea of a man's desires. At any moment, she could be submerged by him. In the brief moments of breath, she pressed her hand against the man's chest. A sudden fear gripped her, afraid he would disregard everything right there in that room. The woman's cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling, and she slowly uttered 3 words, "Go next door." Her voice was very soft, like a tiny spark drifting down from the sky, igniting the tinder in his heart completely. Without a second thought, Lu Tsunjuan picked her up and carried her out of the room. Cheng Xiaoyan nestled in his arms, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. When they reached the hotel corridor, he asked, "What's the room number?" Cheng Xiaoyan just stared blankly at him. He asked again, "What's the room number?" She hesitantly replied, 0512. He carried her to the door of room 0512 and softly said, "Open the door." The hotel corridor was not as warm as the rooms, and the slightly lower temperature began to wash away her desires. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged in her heart. She knew what he wanted to do, but was she prepared for it? Could she be ready to be a woman? "Open the door." She heard the man's voice beside her, deep and laced with. Cheng Xiaoyan slowly took the room card from her pocket, feeling her fingertips tremble. She held the card in her hand, but hesitated to open the door. She hesitated, wondering. Lu Tsunjuan looked down at her in his arms, and Cheng Xiaoyan didn't dare to meet his gaze, burying her head in his chest. The man fell silent. After a moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "He'll take you in and then leave." Cheng Xiaoyan remained silent, simply swiping the room card to open the door. Lu Tsunjuan carried her into the room and gently laid her on the bed. Then he turned to leave, but she grabbed the. Lu Tsunjuan didn't look back. "If you don't let go, I won't be able to control myself." After sharing the bed with her twice, he felt like he was going crazy. He had overestimated his self-control and underestimated her allure. Ultimately, for the next few days, he had no choice but to sleep on the floor. The woman behind him did not let go. Her voice came from behind, soft and gentle. "I used to be. So I know how hard it is for you to endure. I'm sorry. I still can't." Lu Tsunjuan stood still, letting out a muffled sound. He didn't dare to look back. As soon as he glanced at her, he would lose control of the desires raging within him. The woman's melodious voice continued to reach his ears. "But I can help you." Lu Tsunjuan asked in a low voice, "How can you help?" The hand that grasped the hem of his shirt tightened. "Just this way." Lu Tsunjuan looked down at the hand Cheng Xiaoyan was holding onto his shirt. Her hand with a wrist as white as jade and long slender fingers had neatly trimmed nails tinted with a subtle pink resembling the color of peach blossoms in spring. It was a beautiful hand. It was the hand she played the piano with. The man swallowed hard, feeling a lump in his throat. The next day, on the 8th day of the new year, Cheng Xiaoyan and Lu Kongsu were on their way back to Ningjiang in the afternoon. The black Audi A6L sped along the highway. Cheng Xiaoyan, sitting in the passenger seat, tilted her head slightly, staring blankly out of the window. Her long legs were together with 3 thick envelopes resting above her knees. Inside the envelopes was money. Each envelope contained a thick stack of cash. In total, it was 30,000 yuan. Cheng Xiaoyan quietly sat there, silently gazing at the scenery retreating outside the car window. Then, suddenly her eyes turned red. She resembled a beautiful jade sculpture riddled with cracks on the verge of shattering at any moment. Lu Kongsu turned to look at her, letting out a quiet sigh. Not far ahead was a highway service area. He turned the steering wheel and drove into the service area. He parked the car, got out, and closed the door, leaving Cheng Xiaoyan alone inside. Leaning against the car door, Lu Kongsu skillfully took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and pulled one out, placing it between his lips. Then with a snap of his lighter, he ignited the cigarette, taking a deep drag. Afterwards, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that dispersed into the air. The 3 envelopes were given to Cheng Xiaoyan by Lu Kongsu, or rather they were transferred to her on behalf of his grandmother. Today they had accompanied his grandmother for lunch, and after picking up their luggage from the fishball shop, they were set to return to Ningjiang. Before leaving, his grandmother had specifically found an excuse to send Cheng Xiaoyan away, and then she pulled Lu Kongsu into a corner. She took out 3 thick envelopes from a cookie jar and solemnly stuffed them into Lu Kongsu's hands. Lu Kongsu merely weighed them slightly in his hands and knew they contained 3 stacks of cash. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is for Ayun," his grandmother replied. Lu Kongsu asked, "Why don't you give it to her personally?" His grandmother said, "This child is very stubborn and wouldn't accept it, as she didn't even tell me her bank account number." After thinking it over a bit, Lu Kongsu advised, since Ayun is unwilling to accept it, she must have her own considerations and arrangements. Moreover, you're getting older, it would be better to keep the money for emergencies. His grandmother only shook her head in response. Lu Kongsu continued, "Don't worry, Amma, I will take good care of her. Little Lu Amma has raised Ayun since she was young. I know her too well. This child, she keeps all her troubles and hardships to herself, never says a word to anyone." The grandmother paused and continued, looking at Lu Kongsu. "She is a student, has lost her parents, and Amma is her only family now. Can I help her?" Lu Kongsu said. He looked down at the 3 envelopes filled with cash, then raised his head to look at his grandmother, momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. The grandmother extended a wrinkled hand, gently patting the back of Lu Kongsu's hand, and said softly, "Good child, help Amma a little, give it to her, okay?" Lu Kongsu exhaled a breath of stale air, gazing at the grandmother's somewhat cloudy eyes, and slowly nodded. Seeing Lu Kongsu agree, the grandmother felt relieved, a kind smile appearing on her face. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyan urged from a distance, "Let's go, Xiao Su, what are you dawdling about?" Lu Kongsu tucked the envelopes away and said, "Well, Amma, we're leaving now." The grandmother nodded softly, reminding, "Ayun has a hard time, you take good care of her." Though her tone was normal, Lu Kongsu felt the weight of her words. He replied earnestly, "I will." As one cigarette burned down, Lu Kongsu tossed the butt into a trash can and then got back into the car. Sitting inside, he looked at her, noticing the traces of tears still visible on Cheng Xiaoyan's fair cheeks. Cheng Xiaoyan sniffed her small, cute nose, her voice still choked with emotion. "Amma is usually frugal. I don't know how long it took her to save this money. And last year, because of my father's illness, all the money in the family was spent. Amma has. This is her coffin fund given to me. I. She spoke in fragments, and as she continued, her tears could no longer be contained. Lu Kongsu reached over and held her icy little hand. The warmth of his palm was intense and burning. Lu Kongsu said nothing, merely staying by her side in silence. He quietly held Cheng Xiaoyan's hand until it warmed up. After dark, Lu Kongsu exited the highway near a small town and found a popular local restaurant to eat. Cheng Xiaoyan checked the navigation. They had only driven less than 400 kilometers, not even half the total distance. Along the way, Cheng Xiaoyan also volunteered to help drive to share some of the fatigue. However, she could only drive for a little over an hour before feeling exhausted. The remaining distance was all driven by Lu Kongsu alone. Arriving at the restaurant, Lu Kongsu generously tossed the menu in front of Cheng Xiaoyan and waved his hand, casually signaling her to order whatever she liked. It wasn't surprising that he was so extravagant today, mainly because it was the 8th day of the new year, the first working day, and the money in his investment account could be withdrawn. He finally shook off the 7-day penniless buff. Cheng Xiaoyan thought about how this guy had come to her house, and she had to accompany him for meals and drinks, and even sleep, so she ordered a few signature dishes to treat him as well. During the meal, Cheng Xiaoyan took the initiative to serve Lu Kongsu some food. A hint of surprise appeared on Lu Kongsu's face as he teased, "Oh, the sun rose in the west today." Cheng Xiaoyan seldom showed such affectionate gestures towards him, which was why he hid her shoes and joked with her. Cheng Xiaoyan softly replied, I just suddenly admire you a bit. Admire me for what? Lu Kung suppressed. We drove for over 6 hours today, and still covered less than 400 kilometers, while on New Year's Eve you actually drove over 1,000 kilometers in 10 hours. Lu Kungsu laughed. It was tiring, but I thought it was worth it. Cheng Xiaoyan gazed into his eyes. That's too dangerous. You mustn't do that again in the future. Lu Kungsu nodded gently, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right, I'll listen to you. After the meal, Lu Kungsu held Cheng Xiaoyan's hand and strolled through the bustling night market. In this small town, the festive atmosphere of the new year still lingered, with crowds bustling, the sounds of vendors calling out, and colorful lights intertwining, creating a lively scene full of life. As they walked and browsed, they also tried some local snacks before returning to the hotel to rest. Lu Kungsu had booked a standard room with 2 beds. After entering the room, they tidied up briefly before heading into the bathroom to take showers one after another. After washing up, they each climbed into their respective beds. Cheng Xiaoyan lazily half lay on the bed holding her phone and scrolling through various interesting short videos. After a while, she noticed that Lu Kungsu on the other bed had already put down his phone and crawled into the blanket. It seemed he was tired after driving for so long, so she quietly asked, Are you going to sleep? Lu Kungsu softly replied. Cheng Xiaoyan reached out and turned off the lamp on the bedside table. The room darkened. She also lay down, turning her head towards Lu Kungsu. The dim light in the room outlined the contours of his face, the high bridge of his nose, thin lips, and his facial features were impeccable. Although she had known before that he was very handsome, she always felt that his handsomeness had nothing to do with her. But now his handsomeness felt relevant to her. This feeling was both strange and wonderful. Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly recalled yesterday. He ultimately didn't. He can endure this well. Is he a ninja turtle? Cheng Xiaoyan slightly pursed her lips, her thoughts galloping freely like wild horses in the tranquil night. Unsure how much time had passed, she called softly, Are you asleep? After a while, Lu Kungsu's faint reply came from the darkness, Not yet. However, right after the man's voice fell, Cheng Xiaoyan suddenly fell silent. The surroundings fell into a deep silence once again. Thus Lu Kungsu gently inquired, What's wrong? Do you think of me as a woman? After a moment, the girl's voice floated over softly like a wisp of light smoke. Lu Kungsu turned his head towards her direction, answering, without hesitation, If you're not a woman, who is? Do you not mind, even a little bit? Before Lu Kungsu could reply, Cheng Xiaoyan continued, speaking to herself, Do you like me? Or do you like my current body? Lu Kungsu's deep voice slowly responded, Material determines consciousness. The soul has no gender. Your current body creates the present you, and what I like is the current you. Night. Ningjiang, Tianhu City. Lu Kungsu escorted Cheng Xiaoyan to the door. As Lu Kungsu brushed her windblown hair with his hand, he said, A senior has been reassigned to a neighboring province. He was my grandfather's right-hand man, so before the Lantern Festival, I need to pay him a late visit for the new year. Lu Kungsu's fingers tangled gently with the strands of hair falling by Cheng Xiaoyan's ear. She felt a slight tickle and couldn't help but squint her eyes. Then she looked up at Lu Kungsu and asked, How long will you be gone? Lu Kungsu tenderly tucked her loose hair behind her delicate ear, About 3 or 4 days. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Cheng Xiaoyan nodded, Then I'm going in. Goodbye. Goodbye. After parting with Lu Kungsu, Cheng Xiaoyan returned to the house she had not visited in a long time. Xian Qing was still at her hometown and had not returned. The golden retriever Lu Dan was also taken back to her hometown. The house had been unoccupied for some time, accumulating a layer of dust. Cheng Xiaoyan did a quick cleanup and then washed up to sleep. Lying on her bed, she stared at the ceiling, her thoughts gradually drifting away. This spring festival holiday felt like a dream. For a full 8 days, she and Lu Kungsu were almost inseparable, sharing meals and sleeping together, even spending 3 nights on the same bed. Now sleeping alone felt somewhat unfamiliar. Indeed, it takes only 7 days for a habit to form. It's the feeling of being in love. These days have brought a tremendous change for her. She had to admit that she had completely embraced her femininity. Once she always felt like an actress playing the role of a woman named Cheng Xiaoyan. But now looking back, she realized she had become the character. That woman named Cheng Xiaoyan was now herself. The past him and the later her had merged into one inseparable. Cheng Xiaoyan extended her finger, unconsciously caressing her soft lips. She had kissed Lu Kungsu, not just once, at the dock of the fishing port, under the altar of the goddess of heaven, in the hotel room. Passionate, intertwined, rough. She could clearly sense the intense desire emanating from his eyes, a desire for a woman. And that woman was herself. But, can I truly be a woman? The chaotic thoughts left her feeling somewhat. Cheng Xiaoyan simply pulled the quilt over her head. No more thinking. Sleep. Cheng Xiaoyan didn't get out of bed until noon the next day. Still sleepy, she stretched widely before lazily getting up to wash up. Feeling too lazy to cook, she casually ordered takeout for lunch. In the afternoon, she cleaned the entire house. The windows were bright, and everything was clean and tidy. As night fell, Cheng Xiaoyan picked up her guitar and took the subway to the Huaiqi Tavern. Tonight was her first day back to work after the Spring Festival. On the other side of Ningxiang in a mobile game hall, Wang Yuankai's team was engaged in an intense team match. This was a showdown between two rival teams. After a thrilling tug-of-war, Wang Yuankai's team narrowly emerged victorious. He excitedly slammed the table and voice messaged, "Bow down to me." His teammates were equally unyielding, starting to type taunts. Is that all? Face the gap in skill. Just playing around. Are there real players on the other side? You guys did great. Faced with the victorious team's arrogance, the defeated side could only silently swallow their bitterness and eventually exited the game room in disgrace. However, Wang Yuankai was in high spirits and eagerly wanted to find someone to share his feelings. The first image that popped into his mind was that of his charming CP. Sweet Treasure Bunny. Wang Yuankai found the playful and cute two-dimensional avatar of Sweet Treasure Bunny and dialed her voice call. Beep. The other party hung up the voice call. Sweet Treasure Bunny ended his call, but Wang Yuankai wasn't angry. He began messaging her. Love letter Wang Yuankai, baby, are you busy? Sweet Treasure Bunny, yes, sorry, I'm not able to take voice calls right now. Love letter Wang Yuankai, we just defeated the KS team and gave them a serious humiliation. Sweet Treasure Bunny, awesome. My baby is simply unbeatable. Love letter Wang Yuankai, baby, how about we go out for a drink and sell? Wang Yuankai knew that Sweet Treasure Bunny was from Ningxiang. He had invited her out several times before, but each time he had been unsuccessful in getting her to meet. Today the opportunity seemed good. The people from the KS team had previously mocked Sweet Treasure Bunny for her poor skills, which had frustrated her greatly. Now that he had avenged her, perhaps she would be willing to meet. Wang Yuankai waited hopefully for a while, and Sweet Treasure Bunny finally replied. Sweet Treasure Bunny, I'm really sorry, baby, but I have something I can't get away from today. Looking at Sweet Treasure Bunny's reply, Wang Yuankai sighed helplessly. Indeed, the greater the hope, the greater the... Wang Yuankai had always had a good impression of Sweet Treasure Bunny, especially after that YY song meeting. He had grown even fonder of this girl. Though a long time had passed, he still couldn't forget her singing. Several teammates gathered around, giggling and interrupting Wang Yuankai's thoughts. Teammate Zhu Su patted Wang Yuankai's shoulder happily, saying, "Hey Yuankai, we won today's match beautifully. We must celebrate properly. I propose we go drink." Other teammates chimed in. Yes, we absolutely must celebrate. Tonight we won't return until we're drunk. Wang Yuankai didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, so he waved his hand boldly. Let's go. Shalikyo Bar Street. Half an hour later, Wang Yuankai and his teammates arrived at their destination. Shalikyo Bar Street, adorned with exotic decor, was filled with various pubs and music bars dazzling. A teammate asked, "Captain, which one should we go to?" Wang Yuankai scratched his head. This is my first time here, I don't... As he spoke, he noticed Zhu Su standing not far away looking around, so he curiously approached and asked, Zhu Su said seriously, "I heard that if you don't know which one to pick, just choose the one with the prettiest girls." Everyone nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Zhu Su pointed at a flower-themed bar nearby. What do you think of this one? The live singer inside is stunning. Where? Let me see. Hearing about the pretty girl, a group of young men surged toward the glass wall of the Huaichi Tavern, peering inside. The female singer strummed her guitar and sang, her long hair falling like ink over her shoulders with a few playful strands resting beside her fair cheeks. The beauty was breathtaking. Wow, what divine looks are those? Damn, a goddess. No need to discuss, this is the place. Saying this, several teammates couldn't wait to enter the Huaichi Tavern. Zhu Su saw Wang Yuankai still stunned in place and waved his hand in front of him. Yuankai, are you mesmerized? Are you so captivated by the beauty you can't move? Wang Yuankai snapped back to reality. I just feel. Her singing sounds a bit familiar. Zhu Su pulled Wang Yuankai toward the bar. Then let's go in and get more familiar. Wang Yuankai and his teammates walked into a small tavern called Wacky, finding a relatively quiet corner. Wang Yuankai ordered some refreshing draft beer and a few delicious appetizers. Before long, the food and drink arrived, and a group of young men excitedly began to chat. Zhu Su noticed Wang Yuankai staring intently at the beautiful woman singing on the small stage, and teased, "Hey Yuankai, with that gaze of yours, are you smitten with her?" Wang Yuankai ignored Zhu Su's tease, his brow slightly furrowed. I really feel like her singing is familiar. Zhu Su perked up, curious, and listened attentively. After a moment, he shook his head. Although this girl sings quite well, I really don't have any impression of it being familiar. Wang Yuankai reminded him, do you remember that YY song meeting? I sang 2 songs with Sweet Treasure, and I feel like her voice is similar to Sweet Treasure's. Zhu Su's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it's been so long, and you still remember. A teammate chimed in, Captain, you're done for, you've fallen for it. Another teammate feigned regret and sighed, you're serious about this, you've lost. Wang Yuankai scanned the crowd and asked, does anyone have the recording of that YY song meeting saved on their phone? Zhu Su said, I have a large memory on my phone, and save it. Why? Wang Yuankai narrowed his eyes. I want to conduct an experiment. Zhu Su became interested and eagerly asked, what experiment? Hurry up and tell us. Wang Yuankai picked up his phone to scan the code for song requests. Let's request a song first. Zhu Su looked at the price of the song and couldn't help but laugh. While this song actually costs $100. This is quite the expensive experiment. While Zhu was speaking, Wang Yuankai had already completed the song request. On the small stage, Cheng Xiaoyan saw a message pop up on the teleprompter. Table 19 requested the song, carrying a weight of 10,000 jin. Table 19 did not leave a message. Cheng Xiaoyan was slightly surprised a few people would request this song in a small tavern. This song didn't quite fit the tavern's atmosphere. However, since the customer paid, their request had to be fulfilled. Cheng Xiaoyan plucked the strings of the instrument and began to sing. At table 19 in the tavern, Wang Yuankai, wearing Bluetooth headphones, listened to the recording of their duet carrying a weight of 10,000 jin from that YY song meeting, while comparing it to the beautiful singer's voice on stage. After listening for a while, he exhaled heavily, then handed the Bluetooth headphones to other teammates, signaling them to listen as well. Cheng Xiaoyan's voice was quite recognizable, a clear and cold goddess tone. Several teammates took turns listening, then took off the headphones and looked at each other. Zhu said uncertainly, "It seems like there's a bit of a resemblance." Another teammate immediately echoed, "Yeah, the key is that even the way she transitions notes is the same." Hearing the discussion, Wang Yuankai gazed at the beauty on stage deep in thought and said, "Then let's experiment again." Once more, Zhu said somewhat regretfully, "Doesn't that mean spending another 100? Wang Yuankai replied, "Anyway, it's not your money being spent." Zhu said, "Why not just go up and ask her directly?" A teammate looked at Zhu with a teasing expression and said, "Hey Zhu, why not go ask then? Are you brave enough?" Typing quickly, but when faced with the real person, he felt weak. Zhu really didn't dare. Online, he was a brave warrior, but in reality, he couldn't even initiate a conversation with girls. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhu quickly threw the question to Wang Yuankai. Hey, it was Yuankai who said that girl looks like his CP, so it should be Yuankai who goes to ask." Wang Yuankai also refused. "What if it's not her? That would be so awkward. Oh, let's conduct the experiment first." After saying that, he requested another song, "Because of Love." This was the second song they sang at that YY song meeting, and also the last one. As the previous song ended, the beautiful singer on stage began to sing, "Because of Love." The others also put on their Bluetooth headphones, listening to the previous recording for comparison. Zhu noticed that Wang Yuankai wasn't wearing headphones, and asked Yuankai, "Aren't you going to listen to the recording?" Wang Yuankai shook his head. "I don't need to listen. Oh, I can't forget this song." Oh, the person next to him immediately emitted a meaningful tone. "Give you a CD from the past, listen to our love back. Then sometimes I suddenly forget I am still." As the beautiful singer finished singing "Because of Love," Wang Yuankai remained entranced. Originally a duet love song, it was now sung solely by her, showcasing the singer's loneliness. On stage, she resembled a flower blooming in the quiet, deep night, exuding a kind of enchanting and intoxicating loneliness. "It's her." Wang Yuankai's heart involuntarily began to race. His teammates nodded. "So similar. I also think it's the same person." Zhu raised a question, "But have you noticed Sweet Treasure's voice is very sweet? And when I just heard that girl speak, her speaking style didn't seem like it." Another teammate speculated, "Could it be that online she's a different persona, but in real life, she speaks normally?" A teammate agreed, "That's completely possible. Oh, my little sister is like that. When she's online, she can be all sweet, but at home, she's a tomboy." Zhu seemed to suddenly think of something, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Hey, Yuankai, don't you have a selfie of Sweet?" Hearing this, Wang Yuankai quickly pulled out the photo of Sweet Treasure from his phone. It was a photo taken in the bathroom after the YY song meeting, where she covered her face. His teammates couldn't contain their curiosity and gathered behind him. Wang Yuankai held up the photo on his phone, comparing it to the beautiful singer on stage. Although the girl in the photo was covering her face with her phone, her appearance was unclear, yet her hairstyle, figure, temperament, and the strong aura of beauty were identical. And the clothes they wore were exactly the same. There was no need for further verification. The crowd behind Wang Yuankai had already gasped in disbelief. "Wow, it's confirmed. She really is the captain's lady. It truly is Sweet Treasure. How is this?" Wang Yuankai slowly lowered his phone, gazing at the beautiful figure on stage with burning eyes. His teammates returned to their seats, but their excitement remained undiminished as they fervently discussed this astonishing discovery. One teammate with a face full of envy said to Wang Yuankai, "I never expected Sweet Treasure to be this beautiful. Captain, you really hit the jackpot." Before he could finish, another teammate eagerly added, "It's not just a jackpot. This is clearly a super double win." Another teammate couldn't help but exclaim, "Little Town I didn't lose unjustly." Zhu turned to Wang Yuankai and asked, "Yuankai, what are you planning to do next?" Wang Yuankai fell silent, clearly beginning to ponder. Zhu began to devise a plan. "Since we already know that Sweet Treasure Rabbit is performing here, why don't we go back and plan thoroughly, so that when we come again, next time we can surprise her with something grand? What do you think of this idea?" Wang Yuankai hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. "It seems there is no other way." He then suddenly raised his large beer mug. "Come on, brothers, let's drink." A group of young men responded enthusiastically, drinking along with the song of Sweet Treasure Rabbit, reveling in the moment. Especially Wang Yuankai, as everyone toasted him, he quickly began to feel a bit tipsy. He stared blankly at the beautiful figure on stage, feeling that her singing was more intoxicating than the alcohol. Deep inside him, it seemed as if a raging fire was igniting, growing stronger by the moment. The desire to embrace her immediately surged like a tidal wave crashing against his heart's defenses. He could no longer suppress his restless heart. The notion of waiting for the next time, or planning carefully, was thrown far out of his mind. He only wanted to be with her right now, at this moment, instantly. This urgent feeling made him somewhat crazed. He couldn't wait for the next time. He couldn't wait even a moment longer. The desire to be with her couldn't wait a second longer. Wang Yuankai raised his glass and announced loudly to everyone, "I want to confess to her. Tonight." Wow. Exciting. Yeah, there's a good show to watch. Captain, you are so brave. Everyone was instantly excited upon hearing this. Who doesn't love to watch a confession? Wang Yuankai lifted his big mug of beer and downed it in one go, letting out a loud belch afterward. Wiping the foam from the corner of his mouth, he turned towards his teammates and said, "In a bit, I need your help. You and Kai just say it, we will definitely cooperate." Wang Yuankai nodded and began assigning tasks. He sent his teammates to buy small candles, balloons, party poppers, and roses. Without a second thought, several teammates rushed out to buy them. The 10-mile bridge bar street is never short of romance, so these items were quickly gathered. Everyone returned to the Flower 7 Tavern. Everything was ready, just waiting for the confession. Wang Yuankai asked the waiter and found out that Sweet Treasure Rabbit would finish her shift in over half an hour. Thinking about the upcoming confession, he felt both excited and nervous. So he ordered a few more large beers to ease his tension. As Wang Yuankai built up his courage with alcohol, his teammates also drank quite a bit, and one eager person had already taken a photo of Sweet Treasure Rabbit and sent it to the team group. The photo of Sweet Treasure Rabbit was like a nuclear bomb, blowing up the team group of over 100 people. Who? Sweet Treasure Rabbit. Wow, everyone come see this goddess. This is simply too beautiful. Her looks are simply out of this world. Wow, pretty big sister. Is this really Sweet Treasure Rabbit? While everyone was discussing animatedly, the teammate who posted the photo quickly sent another message. This is definitely Sweet Treasure Rabbit, confirmed, and there's something even more explosive coming up. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly shot a short video of the tavern scene and sent it to the group. In the video, Sweet Treasure Rabbit was singing on stage while holding a guitar, and he also filmed the props Wang Yuankai was preparing for his confession. Zhu Su noticed he was filming and reminded him, Hey, be careful not to let Sweet Treasure see she's also." That teammate waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't worry, she's singing on stage, there's no time to look at her phone." Zhu Su glanced at Wang Yuankai and saw that he did not say anything, so he chose not to say more. Wang Yuankai was completely focused on the person on stage, having no time to care about the messages in the group. With the release of the short video, the team group was already in an uproar. Sweet Treasure Rabbit is a resident singer, no wonder she sings so beautifully. Pretty and sweet-voiced. I'm so jealous. Oh, Captain is so lucky. Duel, draw your sword, Captain. At the Bay Crossing Mountain Hot Spring Resort, Shen Weiliang was vacationing here with his parents. He came out of the outdoor hot spring feeling warm and extremely comfortable. He wrapped himself in a bathrobe and lazily sat down on a lounge chair by the pool. Shen Weiliang picked up his phone to browse short videos, but found the team group bustling with excitement, so he clicked in to take a look. Upon seeing this, he was so shocked that his soul nearly left his body. He almost dropped his phone. The team member at the small tavern was analyzing Sweet Treasure Rabbit's identity, making compelling points that were irrefutable. Shen Weiliang stood up and paced back and forth by the pool. It's over. How could they have found Cheng Xiaoyan? Even if they found her, how could they recognize her? How could Cheng Xiaoyan possibly admit to being Sweet Treasure Rabbit? Shen Weiliang felt as if his social life would die today. Rather than passively facing social death, he decided to take the initiative. Shen Weiliang, unable to bear the thought of more group messages, inexplicably clicked to leave the group. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as I don't see the group messages, it won't count as social death. After a while, Shen Weiliang clicked on the avatar of the captain's love letter, the only friend he had added in the team, and he stared at the love letter's avatar. Rather than passively waiting for him to accuse him, he decided to take the initiative. Shen Weiliang deleted the love letter from his friend list. Alright, the world has returned to peace. Shen Weiliang sat on the lounge chair, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, he remembered that not only did the video capture Cheng Xiaoyan, but it also included those men from the team. Those few people in the team seemed to have drunk quite a bit. Even their speech carried a hint of drunkenness. If the captain's confession fails, would he be furious? Shen Weiliang couldn't help but feel worried. He picked up his phone and called Cheng Xiaoyan. Beep. She must be performing and can't answer the phone. What to do? The Bay Crossing Mountain Hot Spring Resort, where Shen Weiliang was, is 40 kilometers away from Ningjiang. He wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Shen Weiliang could only reassure himself. It's fine, it's just a confession. If Cheng Xiaoyan rejects it, that's fine. At worst, she would just confront the captain, and he would suffer social death on the spot. After all, he had already left the group and deleted friends. Nothing will happen. Shin Weiliang murmured to himself as he walked towards the hotel room. He took a few steps, and then stopped. Shin Weiliang stomped his foot and shouted, "Damn. 5 drunken men in the team, and Cheng Xiaoyan alone, what if something happens?" Shin Weiliang took out his phone, hesitated. "Damn it, if I die, I'll die. After 18 years, I'll still be a hero." He steeled his heart and called a ride to Ningjiang. Midnight. Cheng Xiaoyan finished her shift, packed her things, slung her guitar over her back, and walked out of the small. As she stepped outside, she noticed someone not far away arranging small candles and balloons into a heart shape with a few people gathered around to watch. Someone must be proposing love, right? Cheng Xiaoyan curiously glanced a few more times, but quickly shifted her gaze, intending to leave. At that moment, a young man ran up to her and politely asked, "Hello, my buddy wants to confess to the girl. Can you help us?" Cheng Xiaoyan stopped in her tracks, sizing up the newcomer. He seemed to be a patron of the bar, but being a stranger, she didn't want to get involved. She smiled and shook her head in refusal. "I'm really sorry, it's a bit late, and I need to head home." After she spoke, she tried to walk away, but the young man clearly wasn't going to give up easily. He pleaded, "Miss, I just sat at table 19 in the bar, and even requested 2 songs. Just help out a little, it won't take much time, okay?" There weren't many patrons requesting songs at the small bar, as the price was quite steep. Hence, anyone who had requested a song was considered a valuable customer. Cheng Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you need help with?" The young man took out a small confetti popper and said, "Here, just hold this little popper, and when the leading lady arrives, let it go." Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at the crowd and hesitantly asked, "When will the leading lady be here?" She didn't want to waste too much time. The young man quickly responded, "The leading lady is already here, just at the street corner." Cheng Xiaoyan still had some reservations. However, when she saw the young man's eyes that held a hint of pleading, she eventually softened and gently nodded, indicating her willingness to help. Just when she was about to witness the excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Yuankai spotted his teammate successfully bringing Cheng Xiaoyan over, and his heart surged with excitement. He tried to suppress his inner excitement, forcing himself to calm down. The young man brought Cheng Xiaoyan to the heart shape decorated with candles and balloons. At that moment, Zhu Su and others quickly took out their phones and turned on the flashlight function. They harmoniously surrounded Cheng Xiaoyan, raising their hands high and swaying rhythmically. The light from the phones intertwined, seemingly forming a unique light and shadow stage. Cheng Xiaoyan found it a bit strange. The leading lady hadn't even arrived, yet why was the atmosphere team already starting? Just as she was puzzled, Wang Yuankai slowly approached her holding a large bouquet of roses. Cheng Xiaoyan looked. "No way. Is this for me?" Wang Yuankai gazed affectionately at Cheng Xiaoyan, preparing his love confession. Cheng Xiaoyan felt a little nervous under his gaze and cautiously asked, "Buddy, do we know each other?" Wang Yuankai replied affectionately, "Baby, I've finally found you." Cheng Xiaoyan instantly felt goosebumps at his baby call. Only Xian Xin ever called her that, not even Lu Kengsa dared to. Cheng Xiaoyan frowned. "I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Wang Yuankai smirked. "Sweet baby." Wang Yuankai's self-assured smile appeared to Cheng Xiaoyan like that of a crooked-mouthed war god. Wang Yuankai began his confession. "These are the pink roses I chose. You said you liked pink. It represents love and romance. As the saying goes, it takes 500 lifetimes of glances to exchange for a brush with destiny in this lifetime." Before Wang Yuankai could finish his confession, Cheng Xiaoyan turned and walked away. This wasn't her first time being confessed to. Every time, she just turned and left. Except for Lu Kengsu. When Wang Yuankai saw Cheng Xiaoyan about to leave, he stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Cheng Xiaoyan furrowed her brows tightly, looking coldly at Wang Yuankai, and uttering 2 words, "Let go." Wang Yuankai's face turned red, and he said defiantly, "Don't you remember me?" Cheng Xiaoyan replied coldly, "Should I know you?" Wang Yuankai released her hand, pulled out his phone, found a selfie of sweet baby rabbit, and displayed it in front of Cheng Xiaoyan. "This is you, right?" Cheng Xiaoyan glanced at the photo. Although her face was blocked, it was indeed her, and even the clothes were the same. She hesitated. "You? How did you get this photo?" Time had passed so long that she couldn't even remember when this photo was taken. Wang Yuankai moved closer. "So you're admitting that the person in the photo is you?" Cheng Xiaoyan involuntarily stepped back. "What do you want?" Wang Yuankai's face flushed with drunkenness. "Baby, let's be together, okay?" He took a step closer, intending to. Cheng Xiaoyan pushed him away with both hands. "Don't come near me." Wang Yuankai stumbled back from her push, scattering roses all over the ground. The originally romantic atmosphere was completely ruined. The surrounding atmosphere team stopped swaying their arms, and some had already put their phones away. Cheng Xiaoyan looked at the roses scattered on the ground, sighed softly, "I'm sorry," and attempted to leave. At that moment, Zhu Su blocked her way, exuding alcohol fumes and showing a displeased expression. "You can't leave. Are you toying with my brother's feelings? Let's clarify this." Cheng Xiaoyan replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." She tried to bypass Zhu Su, but was stopped by a few others. She scanned their faces and said coldly, "What do you want? If you don't move, I'll call the police." Wang Yuankai spoke from behind her. "So all this time was our relationship alone?" Cheng Xiaoyan turned around and glared at Wang Yuankai. "I will say it again, I don't know you." Wang Yuankai shouted, "Sweet baby rabbit, isn't that you?" Cheng Xiaoyan firmly replied, "No." However, upon hearing the ID Sweet Baby Rabbit, she suddenly understood what was going on. How did Shin Weiliang's mess end up affecting her? Still not admitting it, Wang Yuankai pressed on who was singing a duet with me at the YY song meeting that day. Cheng Xiaoyan froze instantly at a loss for words. Her silence in Wang Yuankai's eyes was an admission. Wang Yuankai softened his tone. I know that my sudden appearance might have scared you, but I really like you. Whether it's in the game or in reality, I like you. I don't want to just be your game CP, ooh, I want you to be my real girlfriend, okay? Cheng Xiaoyan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. After a moment, she slowly said, I sang at the YY song meeting, and that selfie is me, but your CP Sweet Baby Rabbit is not me. A white ride-hailing car pulled away from the Wanda Mountain Hot Spring Resort. Shin Weiliang checked the time, while urging the driver to hurry up. Enticed by the promise of a hefty tip, the white ride-hailing car sped along, covering what should have been an hour's journey in just over 40 minutes. Before the car had come to a complete stop, Shin Weiliang had already jumped out and sprinted toward the entrance of the Huazi bar, where he saw a group of men surrounding Cheng Xiaoyan. It was none other than the team captain Love Letter and his teammates. Shin Weiliang couldn't care less about his social standing. He ran over and shouted, what are you doing? Let my sister go.